The long, loamy path was blanketed with wild grass. Sunlight enveloped the surroundings as Lin Chu slowly roused from his slumber, feeling the gentle jolt of the horse beneath him. When he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the swaying ground, the yellow soil, the tangled tufts of grass, and the mottled rays of sunshine filtering through. A discomforting pressure stirred in his stomach, yet he remained still, choosing silence until clarity emerged. As he gradually became more aware, Lin Chu realized he was bound. His hands were tied behind his back as he lay on the horse's back. Had he been kidnapped? The situation eluded him momentarily. He could only recall the moment he collided with a boulder while navigating a canyon in a wingsuit. In that instant, he had felt certain of his death, or at least he believed he should be dead. To his surprise, he found himself alive, albeit tied up. Anyone daring enough to wear a wingsuit was unlikely to be destitute. Lin Chu had a decent income and a stable job, bolstered by his considerable skillsome man of rich experience. The jolting ride on horseback elicited a sigh of exasperation from him. Would it not have been preferable to ride in a vehicle? This was indeed quite uncomfortable, making him feel nauseous. Despite the unease, he felt a flicker of hope. Surviving was a boon, and being bound meant there had to be a way to escape. Regardless of the circumstances, he possessed both courage and capability, with remarkable strength and superior physical fitness, as well as adeptness in combat. Nearby, voices floated towards him, and a rough voice spoke up. "Strategist, did I strike too hard earlier? I might have killed this scholar. We'll assess the situation again later. This Lin Chu is the most suitable scholar within 100 miles. The leader insisted on having a scholar stand as our host. Such a find is rare," replied a man with a refined tone, his accent distinct. Lin Chu was taken aback, puzzled by this turn of events. Were they rehearsing a play? There was talk of a leader and a scholar. Only at that moment did he realize a dull ache throbbed at the back of his head, and he sensed something warm trickling his blood had begun to congeal. The wind caressed him, carrying the earthy scent of the soil, suggestive of spring. As he contemplated this, a sharp pain sliced through his mind, and he clenched his teeth to suppress any sound. In uncertain times, he could not afford to reveal his awareness that was simply his nature resilient by instinct. Memories flickered in his mind, and it struck him. He was indeed Lin Chu, the scholar of Yongan Fong in Mount City. So, he must have traversed into another realm. Reflecting on the life of Lin Chu the scholar, he recalled that at 17, 2 years ago, he had achieved the rank of scholar at the age of 15, qualifying for this year's provincial examination. Scheduled for August, it was unfathomable that such a talented young man had met his end by a singular blow. It could be said that the assailants were rather ruthless. Of course, Lin Chu's frail constitution contributed to his predicament. No wonder he felt odd his new body lacked the muscle and strength he once possessed. To engage in wingsuit flying, one's physical condition must be particularly robust. As the path narrowed and vanished into the trees, Lin Chu continued to listen to the conversation between the two men, gradually piecing together the unfolding situation. He had been seized not for wealth, but for carnal purposes. Considering the formidable and robust leader of the mountain bandits, he felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his chest. With his current physique, he might last only a few days. Resolutely, Lin Chu decided to find a way to escape. Under no circumstances could he allow himself to be taken to the mountain, forced to serve some ferocious woman each day. Though the path ahead was confined and filled with lurking guards, he realized he was not alone. Besides Lu Meng and the strategist, many bandits accompanied them, making the stakes for escape daunting. Until he understood the full scope of his situation, vigilance was imperative. The next moment, Lin Chu feigned awakening. "You're awake," Lu Meng's voice boomed. Lin Chu felt disoriented as he was hoisted by his belt, forcing himself upright. As his surroundings came into focus, he beheld Lu Meng, who towered over him, clad in black armor and wielding a great axe, with arms thicker than Lin Chu's legs. Judging by his stature, Lu Meng reached nearly 2 meters, an imposing figure indeed. Surrounding them were 16 others, equally intimidating and clad in armor, all around 20 years of age, emanating a palpable aura of strength. A white-robed man in his 30s stood at their center, wearing a sword at his hip, his appearance marked by a touch of weariness and a few strands of white in his hair. This must be the strategist. "Scholar, no longer inclined to flee?" Lu Meng's glare was fierce. Lin Chu calmly shook his head. He was no longer the 17-year-old Lin Chu in his past life. He had surpassed 30 years. Those who indulged in wingsuit flying had come to truly disregard life and death thus. The notion of fear held little sway over him now. "Falling into your clutches leaves me with few options to discuss. I am a scholar, and do not intend to argue with you, for reason would not prevail. However, I request that you loosen my bindings, as there is little need for this. Can I outrun a horse? Remaining bound like this is rather uncomfortable. Lin Chu spoke clearly, maintaining his composure. The strategist turned to scrutinize him, a hint of approval dancing in his eyes as he nodded toward Lu Meng. Lu Meng extracted a small knife from his belt and swiftly cut through the ropes. Lin Chu flexed his limbs, understanding that the bandits who ruled the mountains were predominantly destitute souls. Yet, those with horses and armor were organized and disciplined true mountain bandits. Encountering such men, escape would be improbable. He must assess his circumstances once taken to their mountain hideout. Having never ridden a horse but accustomed to wingsuit flying, his sense of balance remained excellent. The only challenge was this new bodis weakness, which required him time to adapt to the act of riding. The strategist observed him closely, noting his riding posture with a slight narrowing of his eyes, betraying a touch of intrigue. The mountain stronghold sat at a significant elevation, its doors crafted from robust wood, flanked by fortifications adorned with deer horns for defense. Inside, great stones lay stacked, promising catastrophe should they be unleashed, an easy fortress to defend, difficult to assault. Beside was a thundering waterfall that cascaded down, sending up torrents of mist. This indicated the presence of water on the mountain, and Lin Chu found the locale breathtaking. As he entered through the great door, he noticed an expanse of farmland, with numerous crops likely wheat growing abundantly. Buildings clustered together formed a small village, and he could hear the sounds of ironwork in the distance. It was a self-sustaining settlement. "Scholar, I must ask you to endure a bit," the strategist remarked, glancing at Lin Chu before issuing orders. "Take the scholar to the side courtyard." Lin Chu offered no resistance as he followed obediently. Resigned to his role as lamb among wolves, there was little to debate. The side courtyard resembled a rustic farmhouse, spacious, with blue tiles and white walls, home to a flock of chickens. Lin Chu found himself placed in a main room occupied by a single burly servant woman who appeared quite formidable, demonstrating a robust presence at around 30, dressed in coarse blue fabric, moving with authority. Once he saw her build, Lin Chu glanced down at his own arms, conceding defeat in strength. Thus, he sat quietly on the threshold, observing the chickens pecking at the ground while plotting his escape. Amidst those thoughts, he had initially harbored the notion that if soft living were to be had, he might accept it. However, upon encountering the servant woman, such thoughts faded. Her broad frame and powerful limbs suggested a warrior's physique, aligning with the legendary descriptions of fierce fighters. Even when compared to Lu Meng, she merely seemed a smaller version of a genuine warrior. "What will it be, scholar? The strategist has requested I take care of your needs. Is there anything you wish to eat?" the servant woman queried, her triangular eyes glimmering with menace. Lin Chu nodded. "Aunt, do you have any fruit?" "Fruit? With spring only just arriving, what fruit do you expect? Do you think our mountain holds the comforts of your opulent households?" She scoffed. Lin Chu remained unperturbed. "Then, perhaps boil a pot of water for me? A cup of hot water would suffice. And if there's tea, that would be even better." "Wait here." The servant woman departed, locking the door behind her. Lin Chu exhaled, recognizing that his first priority for escape involved getting rid of her. Should he attempt to employ charm? He sighed, shaking his head. Such tactics did not appeal. Unfortunately, his weakened body rendered him incapable of speedy escape. Had he possessed the strength of his previous life, slipping away would be a simple feat that would have effortlessly scaled rooftops with a leap. After this ordeal, he would certainly need to devise a plan to strengthen his body and hone his combat skills. Previously, he practiced Israeli martial arts, yet that seemed ineffectual here, where blades and halberds reigned supreme. Clearly, he would need to craft a suitable weapon. Chapter 002. The robust second-in-command. By the time darkness enveloped the land, Lin Chu remained unacknowledged by anyone, accompanied solely by a flock of chickens. However, his heart was calm, and he experienced little emotional turbulence. The prospect of delaying marriage was indeed a blessing. An earlier union would only lead to earlier torment, and his frail constitution might not withstand the trials of this spring. The evening meal was meager, consisting of coarse rice and a plate of greens, with scant oil and merely a small dish of leftover lard. Lin Chu did not voice any complaints, savoring his food slowly. When he prepared to wash up, he discovered the absence of a toothbrush or similar items. In this era, such luxuries were non-existent, so he resorted to alternative methods. He filled a copper basin with hot water to cleanse his body, then fashioned a rudimentary toothbrush from cloth, dipping it in coarse salt to clean his teeth. As he lay in bed, the moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting a pale glow, while the early spring breeze brought a slight chill. The sound of a door opening outside caught Lin Chu's attention. He pondered for a moment before rising from his bed to peek through the crack in the door. A sturdy maidservant opened the door, and the strategist entered, the two of them whispering at the threshold. Though too distant to discern their conversation, Lin Chu remained where he was, listening intently. "Aunt Lu, how does this scholar perform?" the strategist inquired. The maidservant glanced at Lin Chu's door and replied softly, "Strategist, he is quite the peculiar individual, silent and composed, yet clearly from a distinguished family, very meticulous. He even cleansed himself and requested salt to brush his teeth. Tidying his appearance, I believe his character is commendable. He is indeed worthy of the young lady, but what does she say?" "The young lady wishes to deliberate further. I suspect she never truly intended to marry. Her previous insistence on marrying a scholar was likely a mere pretext. Now that we have finally found a scholar, she is once again evading the matter, insisting that it is inappropriate to seize a scholar by force and that love must be mutual. The young lady has even instructed us to escort the scholar down the mountain, for a forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. Considering the young lady is already 20, further delay may jeopardize our family's lineage." The strategist sighed. And Aunt Lu asked, "Should we release the scholar then? Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps you could persuade the young lady again. If she remains resolute, we might as well exchange Lin the scholar for some grain. The Lin family is a prominent household in Yongan." The strategist shook his head. And Aunt Lu nodded. "Rest assured, strategist, I shall attempt to persuade her once more." "Then I must trouble you, Aunt Lu," the strategist replied. Aunt Lu locked the door, and the two departed. Lin Chu, hearing this, felt a stir in his heart. This presented an opportunity. Yet, being in ancient times, he wondered whether there were any formidable experts around. If someone possessed extraordinary hearing, escaping might prove difficult for a scholar as physically inept as he. Moreover, if he wished to flee, mere legs would not suffice. He would need a horse. Lost in thought, he remained still, returning to his room to lie down. The coarse blanket, while somewhat uncomfortable, provided warmth. The environment was lacking, yet sleep was still agreeable. In this life, Lin Chu's physique was somewhat frail, leaving him perpetually weary, yet his spirit was resolute. His past indifference to life and death, coupled with a tenacious disposition, allowed him to face all challenges with equanimity. When Aunt Lu returned, she cast a discreet glance at Lin Chu, noting that he had not even secured the door and was soundly asleep. She was taken aback, then shook her head. This scholar possessed an unexpected boldness, which she found increasingly admirable. The morning chill on the mountain was palpable as Lin Chu rose and engaged in some light exercise in the courtyard. After some contemplation, he confidently approached the door and pulled it open. To his surprise, it was unlocked. As he stepped outside, two men approached him. Smiling warmly, Lin Chu reassured them, "Fear not, gentlemen. I do not intend to descend the mountain. I merely wish to explore the surroundings. If you feel uneasy, you are welcome to accompany me." The two exchanged glances but said nothing, following Lin Chu as he wandered about. The mountain was vast, and being situated halfway up, he did not venture down but instead meandered around the back slopes, where numerous houses dotted the landscape and the distant hills rolled majestically. Standing at the edge of a cliff, he gazed downwards. The sunlight was splendid, revealing what appeared to be a large river below, perhaps 200 meters down, a dizzying height. The wind was strong, and the air was invigorating, prompting Lin Chu to reminisce about wingsuits. Every wingsuit enthusiast yearns for a perfect leap, and he genuinely wished to jump, for it was second nature to him. Alas, lacking a wingsuit, such a leap would only lead to his demise. Footsteps sounded behind him, and a mountain bandit approached, eyeing Lin Chu and stating, "Scholar, the second in command wishes to see you." "The second in command?" Lin Chu raised an eyebrow, a sense of unease tightening within him. Without any intention of resistance, he obediently followed, complying with their lead. They returned to the small courtyard, but upon entering, several bandits refrained from following, closing the door behind them. In the courtyard stood a young woman, robust and sturdy like Aunt Lu, yet not yet 20, her skin glowing with a healthy sun-kissed hue. Clad in leather armor, she was broad-shouldered, a knife hanging at her waist. Her hands roughened from years of martial training. Lin Chu's heart raced. Could it be that this second-in-command intended to seize him for her own desires? He doubted he would survive even 2 nights with such a formidable woman. The second-in-command appraised him with a discerning gaze, nodding slightly. "You are quite handsome." "Esteemed second-in-command, I am Lin Chu," he replied respectfully. The second-in-command smiled. "Scholar, Aunt Lu mentioned your courage. It indeed appears to be true. Are you not afraid of me?" "Not afraid. Lin Chu chuckled, though internally he was apprehensive. The second-in-command paused, her hand instinctively gripping the hilt of her knife, locking eyes with him. Why are you not afraid? Because I have come to marry, not to meet my demise. Lin Chu maintained a calm demeanor, even managing a smile. The second-in-command released the grip on her weapon, her gaze still fixed on him, before breaking into a smile that sent a shiver down Lin Chu's spine. Moments later, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, So, you are willing to ascend the mountain? If I were to say I was willing, that would be a falsehood. However, I find myself already brought here. With little choice in the matter, Lin Chu shook his head, a look of melancholy crossing his face. The implication of her using the term marry felt like an affront to him in ancient times, as in modernity. A man marrying a woman was deemed disgraceful, yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Lin Chu could not afford to speak too harshly. The second-in-command huffed. At least you possess some self-awareness. Here's the deal. I will grant you a path to leave the mountain. Lin Chu was taken aback, meeting her gaze without uttering a word. At this juncture, the more he spoke, the more he risked missteps. He awaited her next words, clearly aware that she had ulterior motives. The second-in-command did not keep him waiting long, stating directly, Write a letter to your family, instructing them to prepare 200 stones of grain to be delivered 30 miles from Yushan. We will exchange you for the grain. Lin Chu was momentarily stunned. Could the Lin family truly be so affluent? What? Not willing? The second-in-command barked, her expression turning fierce. Suddenly alert, Lin Chu hastily replied, I shall write it now. What could be the harm in that? As memories of Lin Chu's life flooded his mind, he marveled at the wealth of the Lin family. Chapter 003. The Crescent Moon formation. In this life, Lin Chu was the sole heir of the Lin family, sharing the same name. The Lin family was a renowned affluent merchant in Yushan City, dealing in grains and agricultural tools, celebrated throughout Yongan and even across the nation as a formidable commercial entity. Lin Chu's father, Lin Yuanwei, known as Lin Xinghe, had been in the trading business for generations and was now 45, a middle-aged father in this era. Given such a familial background, Lin Chu was cherished dearly. Fortunately, he had proven himself worthy by passing the scholar examination, avoiding the fate of becoming a debauched youth. Despite the Lin family's wealth, Lin Chu had not fully grasped its implications. He was rather obstinate, shunning material wealth and often dismissing it as the stench of copper, embodying the quintessential bookworm. Yet, the realization dawned upon Lin Chu that the Lin family was indeed wealthy. Freeing him from the burdens of struggle, he could simply inherit this vast estate and live comfortably. It would be best to devise a means to create a wingsuit, but he quickly abandoned that thought. In any case, producing a wingsuit from synthetic fibers was an endeavor fraught with complexity. While the technology might not be insurmountable, the extensive processes involved made it virtually impossible. For instance, the foundational equipment alone was unattainable, let alone the multitude of supporting industries required. Thus, there was no need to pursue other ventures, especially considering his family's affluence. He was under no obligation to manufacture items like soap for profit. After completing the letter, Lin Chu entrusted it to the robust second-in-command, who departed without a word. Lin Chu was unhurried, settling into a chair to sip tea. Initially, he had contemplated enjoying the scenery by the bamboo grove outside. Yet the chill of early spring was too much for his frail body to endure. The tea was merely froth, lacking flavor, so he settled for hot water instead. The water was remarkably refreshing, imbued with a natural sweetness and an aftertaste that lingered delightfully. The early spring chill mingled with the breeze, yet the weather remained pleasant. The second-in-command delivered the letter to the strategist, who, upon reading it, found no issues and praised, as expected of a scholar. Your handwriting is truly exquisite, and this style is unlike any I have encountered, impressive indeed. Strategist, perhaps it would be prudent to send someone to deliver the message. No matter how eloquent the writing, it cannot wield a sword on the battlefield. Shall we then proceed to send a messenger? The second-in-command waved his hand dismissively. The strategist chuckled softly, shaking his head. Let us wait a while longer. I still hope the chief can reconsider. Individuals of the scholar's caliber are indeed rare, and finding another would prove quite difficult. Very well, we shall wait a few more days and revisit the matter. I will also have a word with my sister. The second-in-command nodded in agreement. The strategist clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Lin Chu strolled slowly out of the residence, where a synchronized sound of voices reached his ears, seemingly from a military drill. He turned to glance, contemplated for a moment, and then walked over in a nearby open area. Around 500 individuals were engaged in military training. Clad in iron armor, though half of them bore worn and tattered gear, Lin Chu stood at a distance, observing with curiosity. Their movements were strikingly vigorous and resolute, exuding an unmistakable aura of ferocity. These individuals were certainly no ordinary bandits. As footsteps approached, Lin Chu turned to see the strategist coming his way, who smiled warmly and asked, "Scholar, what are your thoughts?" A formidable ironclad force, each soldier capable of facing 100 foes. Lin Chu nodded, his tone gentle, mindful of maintaining amiability under the eaves. The strategist smiled. "Your insight is commendable, scholar. What do you think of this formation? It appears to be the Bagua formation, does it not?" Strategist, given the limited number of troops from the Yushan. "This formation is not suitable. It is a strategy passed down by the Marshal Marquis, requiring a significant number of soldiers and an exceptional commander to lead." Lin Chu spoke softly, aware that his understanding of this era was still developing. In this lifetime, he had devoted himself more to strategy and philosophy rather than military texts, leaving him less versed in tactics. However, in his previous life, Lin Chu was an aficionado of military history and possessed a certain knowledge of ancient formations. The Bagua formation is renowned, yet its requirements for a commanding officer are exceedingly high, not merely in strength, but in military acumen. After Zhuge Liang, it had fallen out of use due to the scarcity of such outstanding leaders. The strategist paused, regarding him with a hint of surprise. "Then, by your estimation, what formation should we employ?" "With 500 soldiers, yet each one valiant and fierce, the Yin formation would be more appropriate," Lin Chu suggested quietly. The strategist regarded him thoughtfully, hands clasped within his sleeves, and asked with a smile, "Yin formation? What does that entail?" Lin Chu realized the strategist was unfamiliar with it. Strategist, it is an asymmetrical military formation where the entire army is arranged in a crescent shape, resembling a waning moon, with the general positioned at the inner curve of the crescent. It emphasizes flanking attacks, utilizing the robust crescent to shield against the enemy, while the seemingly vulnerable inner curve conceals peril, making it particularly suited for brave and skilled warriors, especially in varied terrains. Lin Chu elaborated, drawing in the dirt with a twig to illustrate the Yin formation. Legend has it that this formation was established by Emperor Wu of the Song dynasty, who used 2,000 infantry to defeat 30,000 elite cavalry. The strategist examined the drawing intently, feeling a surge of respect. He turned to Lin Chu earnestly. "Thank you, scholar. I have never encountered the Yin formation before. But it is indeed impressive. Did you devise it?" "No, I derived it from ancient texts," Lin Chu replied with a smile, turning to leave, though his heart raced slightly. The strategist also departed, making his way to a large courtyard where the brawny second-in-command was practicing with a heavy blade. As the weapon sliced through the air, it created a fierce whooshing sound. Despite her robust appearance, she moved with the grace of a swallow, her motions fluid and elegant, a true warrior. "Strategist?" The second-in-command sheathed her sword, her face glistening with no trace of sweat, appearing quite at ease. The strategist nodded and spoke softly. "Second-in-command, you must persuade the chief. This scholar is remarkably astute. He just proposed a new military formation. This formation has no prior records, and I am certain he has created it, naming it the Yin formation. I have calculated it carefully, and it is particularly well suited for our forces. He also possesses knowledge of military strategy, making him invaluable. If he could remain with us, I believe it would greatly enhance our overall strength." "Yin formation?" The second-in-command paused, her eyes lighting up as the strategist explained further. "Indeed, it is impressive and well suited for us. Our numbers may be few, yet our soldiers are fierce, and coupled with our experience together. If I were to lead the formation, with Lu Ming as my deputy, we could exert stronger control over the military arrangement. This scholar is indeed remarkable. I shall speak with my sister at once. If such a person can genuinely join us, our journey home will be considerably smoother. The experience of being lost in a foreign land is quite unpleasant," the strategist remarked gently. The second-in-command shook her head. "My sister's temperament is notoriously unyielding. I will attempt to persuade her, but do not harbor excessive hopes. Be wide the way. If she refuses..." As she spoke, she brandished her sword menacingly. "Second-in-command?" "That is inadvisable," the strategist interjected quickly, then shifted his tone. "Even if he cannot join us, we must strive to befriend him. Moreover, the Yin formation is his contribution. With it, our combat capabilities will increase manifold. 500 of us could easily confront 10,000 foes. That is a tremendous boon." At this point, the strategist was struck by a thought and looked at the second-in-command, whispering, "Second-in-command, If the chief is unwilling, why not consider marrying the scholar? Me? The second-in-command was taken aback, then shot a glare at the strategist. Strategist, I prefer warriors, not scholars. Though this scholar seems commendable, he lacks physical prowess. I cannot accept him. The strategist chuckled, second-in-command. While he may lack physical strength, he excels in military strategy, and his impact on the battlefield may surpass even that of a legendary warrior. No way. I am going to find my sister right now. The second-in-command scoffed and turned to leave. The strategist watched her retreating figure with a sigh, murmuring, "What a pity." Chapter 004. Little Wu Lin Chu sat in the courtyard, observing a flock of chickens pecking at insects in the shade of the trees, the mountain breeze providing a cool respite even at noon. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, almost finding himself married to the brawny second-in-command in the afternoon. Laughter echoed from outside, indicating that the bandits had finished their drills. Some played flutes while others belted out songs in dialects Lin Chu could not comprehend. Little Wu, you can read, right? Could you help us write a letter? I wish to send a message home, one of them called out. I don't know many characters. I can only write a few simple words, and my handwriting isn't very nice. Perhaps we should let the strategist write it instead? The strategist is far too busy to assist us with letters. Little Wu, a lean and stout young man in his 20s, approached, carrying a spear on his back. Lin Chu stepped forward, directing his gaze towards Little Wu, and announced, I shall help you write. Lu Ming turned to look, grinning as he said, Scholar, I heard from the strategist that you created the Yin Yu formation. Tonight, I will treat you to a meal and slaughter a chicken to express my gratitude. Lu Ming had been present during the drills, holding a pivotal position, clearly a central figure among them. Little Wu shyly chimed in, Scholar, could you help me write a letter too? Just to let my family know I am well and able to eat and sleep. Certainly, no problem, Lin Chu replied, taking the paper and dipping his brush in ink. Beginning to write in this life, he was a scholar, well-versed in the classics and capable of reading and writing. Furthermore, in his previous life, Lin Chu had been a genuine enthusiast of calligraphy, practicing various scripts. So writing posed no challenge whatsoever. During his student years, most students engaged in multiple extracurricular activities, calligraphy, music, art, and the like, making him quite proficient in many skills. Given that Little Wu's family likely could not read, Lin Chu chose the simplest words, ensuring that the recipient would easily comprehend the message. After writing letters for a dozen individuals, with others waiting in line, Lin Chu remained patient, taking his time and writing with finesse. After composing around 70 or 80 letters, dusk fell, and someone called out, Thank you, Scholar. Lin Chu felt relieved. Fostering good relations with these individuals would certainly make his time in the mountains more bearable. This was a form of exchange he had grown accustomed to from his previous experiences. Dinner turned out to be quite lavish, with a whole chicken served before Lin Chu, stewed into a fragrant broth. Lu Meng jovially stated, Scholar, this chicken is all yours. No one can take it. Little Wu, pour some wine for the scholar. I am too weak to drink, and for the chicken, a single leg is sufficient for me. The rest can be shared among everyone, Lin Chu replied. Understanding the social nuances of not being greedy, he tore off a chicken leg and pushed the pot forward, causing everyone to relax visibly. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Little Wu, serve a bowl of soup for the scholar. If he won't drink wine, that's just fine. Little Wu poured a generous bowl of chicken soup. Lin Chu savored the chicken leg and sipped the broth. His stomach finally felt at ease. His delicate constitution found it hard to adapt to meager meals. As they continued to drink, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. From Lin Chu's observations, these individuals did not drink alcohol daily. They maintained strict discipline, and today appeared to be an exception. Scholar, could you teach me how to read? Little Wu asked earnestly. Gazing at Lin Chu nodded. Of course, just come find me tomorrow when you have time. Little Wu still had drills to attend to, so he wouldn't have all day free. Hearing Lin Chu's words, he beamed with delight and responded earnestly, Sir, I will formally seek your mentorship tomorrow. Lin Chu regarded him quietly, saying nothing, though his heart stirred with a mix of emotions. The significance of formally taking on a master is abundantly clear. In ancient times, such an act would render one incapable of betrayal for life. Should he take action against Lin Chu, he would be ostracized by society. Lin Chu felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this assurance, he believed he would be considerably safer here. Moreover, the second-in-command had previously instructed him to write a letter to the Lin family, evidently intending to facilitate his return. Thus, for the time being, he would not face any safety concerns within the stronghold. Furthermore, regarding the Yin Yu formation he had provided to the strategist, this demonstrated his utility to the bandit camp, thereby earning their gratitude. Consequently, his heart was set at ease. He need no longer feel anxious, as he could avoid marrying that formidable woman warrior. As the banquet concluded, Lin Chu's gaze swept across the faces of the bandits. None appeared inebriated, each exhibiting remarkable restraint. This observation led Lin Chu to commend their discipline. These were certainly not ordinary brigands, but rather true warriors. Xiao Wu had not even partaken in alcohol, nor had anyone urged him to do so. He was exceptionally self-disciplined. Where, then, did they originate? How did such formidable fighters become mere outlaws? Before dawn, the rooster's crowing roused Lin Chu from his slumber. He utilized a simple brush dipped in salt to clean his teeth. Wrapping his robe tighter around himself, he noted the chill in the air. In the courtyard, Aunt Lu was feeding the chickens and collecting eggs. Upon seeing Lin Chu, a smile graced her face, though her robust appearance rendered even her smile slightly intimidating. Fortunately, Lin Chu had grown accustomed to it and returned her smile. "Scholar, I shall prepare 10 boiled eggs for you shortly," Aunt Lu gently declared. Lin Chu shook his head. "Thank you, Aunt Lu, but 2 will suffice. The remainder can be given to the head of the household." "Such understanding." Aunt Lu nodded in approval. Lin Chu smiled but remained silent. The truth was, his health was fragile. Despite having been raised in luxury, he could not fathom why his constitution was so weak. He resolved to rectify this. Recognizing that physical conditioning was essential, upon returning, he would devise a regimen to strengthen his body. The distant sounds of military drills reached his ears as he ventured outside, once again arriving at the open ground where the formation had indeed changed to the Yin Yu formation. At the concave center, Lu Meng and the second-in-command held their positions, with Xiao Wu flanking them. The formation was fluid and exuded a formidable aura. Lin Chu observed for a moment before turning away. As he strolled through the stronghold, he could not help but admire the beauty of Yushan. Its landscape was truly breathtaking and defensible, with vast fields of wheat stretching endlessly, shimmering with verdant hues. By afternoon, the drills concluded. Lin Chu seated himself on the threshold, hands tucked within his sleeves, watching the chickens scuttle about. Xiao Wu entered, donned in a fresh gray robe, looking impeccably clean. He approached Lin Chu, knelt, and performed a deep bow. Xiao Wu pays his respects to the scholar. "Rise, come inside," Lin Chu replied, standing and stepping into the room. Xiao Wu followed suit as Lin Chu produced a stack of paper. Having written during the afternoon, each sheet contained 10 characters, totaling 500 characters across 50 sheets. "Take these home and compile them into a booklet. Practice them daily. Should I leave the stronghold, arrangements will be made to send you new characters in the future," Lin Chu instructed gently, then shifted his tone. "Now, let me teach you to recognize these characters. These are the simplest. Mastering these 500 will suffice for everyday correspondence. You must commit them diligently to memory." "Yes, rest assured, scholar," Xiao Wu replied with a bow, taking the task seriously. Chapter 005. The heroic swordsman Xiao Wu learned with great diligence. He had previously recognized a few characters, so he had a basic foundation. As night descended, Lin Chu yawned, feeling undeniably fatigued. After all, his health was somewhat lacking. Xiao Wu bowed again. "Scholar, let us conclude for today. I have learned 100 characters. I shall not disturb your rest." "Indeed, I am rather weary," Lin Chu acknowledged. As he settled down, the sound of rain pattered outside. Awakening to find the rain had ceased, he noted the spring chill was rather biting. Xiao Wu entered, carrying a bowl of meat, beaming with delight. "Scholar, I caught a mountain hare early this morning. It's roasted and still warm. Please, eat quickly." "Xiao Wu, how did you come to learn characters?" Lin Chu inquired, glancing at him as he accepted the bowl. The meat was fragrant. He inhaled its aroma, feeling his mouth water. Xiao Wu responded, "My father was a scholar, and my mother came from a prestigious family. Also literate, however, I never enjoyed studying. Since childhood, I preferred wielding swords and spears." "I see. Go practice your drills now. We shall continue our lessons later." Lin Chu patted his arm as Xiao Wu departed. Lin Chu reflected on his plight. A young man who shunned learning in his youth was now acutely aware of its significance. The hare's meat was truly delectable, tender from the stew. Lin Chu consumed an entire bowl. Feeling warmth envelop him, after tidying up, he contemplated visiting the strategist. The strategist stood on the open ground, observing the drills, occasionally adjusting the formation. "Scholar, the Yin Yu formation is indeed remarkable. We owe you our gratitude for sharing it." The strategist commended with a smile. Lin Chu clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Strategist, I have written to my family. When might I expect to return home? Wishing to return, are we? The strategist replied, his tone inquisitive. Lin Chu smiled. I am frail. I require nourishing food to regain my strength. Remaining on the mountain too long may lead to illness. Very well, I shall discuss this with the head of the household shortly. The strategist nodded, displaying no signs of displeasure. This relieved Lin Chu, and upon returning to the courtyard, he remained unhurried, taking his time. Yet, he felt a peculiar emptiness within, as if his body craved something. However, he was neither hungry nor thirsty, which struck him as odd. 3 days passed as he awaited the strategist's response. During this time, Xiaowu visited daily to learn characters, mastering 100 each day, and Lin Chu refrained from overwhelming him with too much information. Even so, remembering half of what he taught was commendable. As night fell, the stars twinkled brightly. Lin Chu sat at the table, noting that his health had improved slightly. Initially, he had felt a strong desire to eat, but after several days, that urge had subsided. The door creaked open as the strategist entered, smiling. Scholar, I have conferred with the head of the household. You should be able to return in 2 days. Thank you. Strategist. Lin Chu bowed. The strategist nodded. However, regarding the Yin Yu formation, rest assured, I shall impart the Yin Yu formation only this once. Even if I were to serve in an official capacity, I would not engage in warfare. As there would be no opportunity to practice military tactics, Lin Chu stated earnestly. In truth, he had no desire for an official title. For him, being a well-off merchant's son was sufficient. The strategist smiled in satisfaction before departing. As he exited the courtyard, the second-in-command practiced his swordplay on the open ground. The strategist approached him, remarking, Second-in-command, this scholar is truly a talent. If he were to remain, his contributions would surpass mine. He could serve as a strategist. Have you considered this? Sister has advised against such matters. She is the most astute among us, and what she does not wish to pursue cannot be forced. Let us send the scholar back, the second-in-command replied. Shaking his head, the strategist sighed. What a pity! This scholar not only possesses exquisite penmanship, but also understands military formations, and he undoubtedly knows more than just the Yin Yu formation. Moreover, he hails from a merchant family, possessing valuable trade skills. With the Lin family's grain supply, returning to our former capital would not be difficult. 6 months would suffice. Sister has made it clear that she will not marry unless we return to the former capital. We shall wait. Our time to return will come, the second-in-command replied, shaking his head. The strategist fell silent and turned to leave. In Lin Chu's room, Aunt Lu quietly pushed open the door and peeked in. He was fast asleep. Upon learning of the impending return, he felt little excitement, a temperament that earned Aunt Lu's admiration as she murmured to herself, what a shame it would be if the young lady were to marry him. When Xiaowu arrived that evening, Lin Chu taught him the final 100 characters, then gently remarked, Xiaowu, I will be leaving the stronghold the day after tomorrow. Come by tomorrow night, and we shall review all the characters together. If you ever forget any, come to Yushan City to find me. With that, he took a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Xiaowu. Take this. When you visit the Lin residence, you will not be hindered. Just say you are my friend, Lin Chu said softly. Xiaowu nodded. Thank you, scholar. The following evening, when Xiaowu returned, he struggled with many unfamiliar characters. Lin Chu guided him through the review. Almost half remained unrecognized. After this session, however, he managed to memorize all the characters, though it was uncertain how long he would retain them. Scholar, I will always remember you, and remain your student forever, Xiaowu declared earnestly. Then produced a jade pendant from his waist and offered it to Lin Chu. This pendant was not small, with a crimson edge that suggested it was of fine quality. Scholar, this pendant is a family heirloom. Please accept it as a token of our exchange. Just as Lin Chu was about to respond, Xiaowu turned to look at something off to the side. Following his gaze, Lin Chu also turned, discreetly placing the pendant away. Since it was an exchange, there was no need for formality. Atop the wall, a shadow flitted past. Though indistinct in the darkness, moments later, the figure stood before Lin Chu, startling him. This was a master. Hero. Xiaowu clasped his fists in greeting. The figure was a middle-aged man clad in a green long robe. A sword hung at his waist, his hair somewhat disheveled yet possessing an undeniable charm, albeit slightly unkempt. The gallant figure nodded, gazing at Lin Chu, and said, I shall be delivering a letter to the Lin family shortly. You will be able to return home by tomorrow. Do you have any messages to convey to your parents? Lin Chu was taken aback. The letter has not yet been sent? The gallant shook his head. With my swift legs. It will take less than 2 hours. Very well, I shall write the letter now, Lin Chu replied hastily. Xiao Wu assisted in preparing the paper. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chu took up his brush to pen the letter. He felt there were countless sentiments to express, yet ultimately, he inscribed only a few words. Father, mother, I am well, do not worry. We shall meet again soon, do not fret. After signing it, he folded the letter and handed it to the gallant, who nodded in acknowledgement. I shall depart now. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, leaving Lin Chu's heart momentarily stunned. Indeed, this world harbored formidable masters. Chapter 006, Ransom in the bustling city of Yueshan. The Lin residence sprawled over an extensive area, encompassing several hundred acres. The entrance featured a grand shadow wall, crafted from stone, adorned with cloud motifs, situated within the heart of the city. Behind the wall lay a vast lotus pond, where koi swam gracefully, and a pavilion stood amidst the water, connected by pathways. A small bridge arched over a gentle stream, presenting a picturesque scene. Lin Qinghe, plump and well-fed, donned a splendid brocade robe and a hat. Reclined on a couch within the house, beside him, a beautiful woman leaned against him, weeping and wiping her tears. Red candles flickered, casting a warm glow throughout the room. My lady, you have been in tears for several days. I have already dispatched our servants to search for him. Among them are skilled masters from the martial world who will surely uncover clues regarding Chuer, Lin Qinghe reassured her. The woman lifted her tear-stained face. Her eyes red, and pinched his ear, exclaiming, Lin Qinghe, do you secretly wish for Chuer to come to harm? Should anything happen to him, you would be free to take a concubine and bear children. Wouldn't you? I tell you, if anything were to happen to Chuer, I would rather perish. You can forget any support from me thereafter. My lady, am I that kind of man? Chuer is the sole heir of the Lin family. I could never neglect him. Besides, I have no intention of taking a concubine. To marry a lady of your stature is more than enough for me in this lifetime. I shall love only you, and I will never take a concubine, Lin Qinghe insisted earnestly. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them, and a servant stood outside, breathlessly announcing, Master, madam, we have news about the young master. Lin Qinghe and his wife leaped to their feet and hastened to open the door. The servant, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, A letter, master, a letter. Lin Qinghe took the letter, glanced at it briefly, and handed it to his wife, exclaiming, Prepare provisions, 200 stones of grain, and do it quickly. Upon reading the letter, Lin's wife was overjoyed. It seems the mischief was the work of the Yushan bandits. Master, how could they brazenly infiltrate our Lin residence? What use have our guards been? She lamented, her face reflecting indignation. Do not worry, my lady. Tomorrow, I shall recruit skilled individuals from the martial world to bolster our protective forces, Lin Qinghe vowed sincerely. The gallant approached, sword hanging at his waist, and bowed slightly to Lin Qinghe, saying, Lin Yuanwei, I hail from Yushan. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you. I hope there will be no unforeseen complications. Rest assured, my son's life is far more valuable than 200 stones of grain. Lin Qinghe retorted with a huff. Lin's wife fixed her gaze on him, asking, Is Chuer safe in Yushan? You have not caused him any trouble, have you? My lady, rest assured that the scholar is in good spirits, the gallant affirmed. Nodding nonchalantly before turning to leave in the courtyard, several robust men stood on either side, their keen eyes indicating impressive martial prowess. For the Lin family, 200 stones of grain were but a trifling matter. So Lin Qinghe paid it little mind. By dawn the next day, as the first light broke, the Lin family set out with their provisions. 20 ox carts, laden with grain, accompanied a procession of over 100 individuals. Among the convoy were 2 horse-drawn carriages, the foremost of which carried Lin Qinghe and his wife. The gallant rode alongside them, his demeanor calm and composed, resembling more of a chivalrous knight than a bandit. The Yushan bandits were known for their reputation, operating within a 100-mile radius without infringing upon the common folk. Over the years, their kidnappings had been few, and they had never resorted to ransom demands. Typically, they targeted wealthy merchants who exploited the impoverished, leaving ordinary citizens unscathed. This was the reason Lin Qinghe and his wife did not panic excessively. Had it been other marauders, their anxiety would have surely escalated. Yueshan lay 100 miles from Yushan, yet the trading post was situated 30 miles beyond Yushan. Lin Yuanwei and his entourage trekked for a full 2 hours, departing at 5 in the morning and arriving by 9. The sun hung high in the sky. Lin Chu had already descended the mountain, perched atop his horse with a tranquil gaze. Lu Meng led the group, accompanied by nearly 100 men, including Xiao Wu, who bore various items on his horse. Amused, Lin Chu reflected on how he had been inadvertently captured and was to become a bandit consort, only to be released days later without ever encountering the bandit leader. However, he mused, the ability to command such formidable figures as Lu Meng and the second-in-command to become the leader must be remarkable. Thus, not meeting him was perhaps for the best. As the grain convoy approached, Lin Qinghe and his wife dismounted their carriage simultaneously upon spotting Lin Chu. "Chuer," Lin's wife called out. Lin Chu glanced up, momentarily startled by the sight of the middle-aged beauty, before turning to Lu Meng. "Scholar, you have endured much. You may return now." Lin Chu swiftly dismounted and hurried to his mother. She grasped him tightly, leading him to an empty carriage, where she wept uncontrollably. "My son, how you have suffered. Are you hurt? Let me see you." After crying for a long while, Lin's wife finally held Lin Chu's hand to inquire about his well-being. Outside, Lin Qinghe conferred with Lu Meng, dispatching several guards to continue escorting the ox carts loaded with grain to Yushan before returning. He set off ahead of them. Lin Chu held his mother's hand, feeling a warmth in his heart. Such a mother brought him immense comfort. Outside, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, "Sir, until we meet again. And here are your belongings." Lin Chu lifted the curtain and peeked outside, where Xiao Wu was waving, with several items hung on the side of his horse. There were 7 or 8 chickens, 2 plump rabbits, and a whole deer. Lin Qinghe arranged for the items to be collected and placed on the carriage. "Until we meet again." Lin Chu nodded, waving back at Xiao Wu. The gallant cast him a glance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin's wife was momentarily taken aback, sensing something unusual. This situation hardly resembled a kidnapping but rather felt akin to a friendly visit. Otherwise, why would they come to bid him farewell and present such generous gifts? Watching the carriage depart, the bandits felt a twinge of reluctance, each waving their hands in farewell. "This scholar is truly impressive," Lu Meng marveled, then turned to Xiao Wu, asking, "How has your learning progressed? Can you write letters now?" Xiao Wu pondered for a moment before nodding. "I've made some progress, but I can only write simple letters. Anything more complex is beyond me. I still have much to learn." "That will suffice. In the future, you can assist everyone with their correspondence," Lu Meng replied. Xiao Wu remained silent, contemplating before finally nodding in agreement. The gallant gently patted Xiao Wu's arm, saying, "Indeed, this scholar is quite remarkable. It would be wonderful if he could stay on the mountain. What a pity." "Indeed, it is a pity. Otherwise, he could be the next strategist," Lu Meng concurred, grinning. "Let us return. With this batch of grain, we will be well supplied for some time." Chapter 007. A single palm shatters a steel. The return journey was considerably lighter, and by the time they reached the Lin residence in the afternoon, the sky remained bright, illuminating the expansive courtyard where the lotus leaves in the pond were beginning to sprout tender shoots. Lin Qinghe sighed with relief as he settled in the parlor. "This trip has been rather exhausting. Chuer, it's a relief that you're back. Your mother has been in tears for 2 days." "Father, Mother, forgive me for causing you concern. It is my fault," Lin Chu replied, rising to bow respectfully, feeling a surge of emotion. This was the embodiment of a true family. Lin Qinghe was momentarily stunned. Lin Chu had never been so considerate and obedient before. It seemed that his abduction had catalyzed a newfound maturity within him. This realization made Lin Qinghe laugh heartily. "Chuer, you have turned misfortune into a blessing. You were never this talkative before. It brings me joy. Here, take this silver note. Go out more often." "Thank you, father. I truly am in need of money," Lin Chu said with a smile, accepting it without hesitation. Lin Qinghe and his wife beamed with even greater happiness. In the past, Lin Chu had rarely accepted their money, believing it to be tainted with the smell of copper. Despite being from a merchant family, he held such peculiar views that he couldn't quite fathom. Vaguely, he recalled how, as a child, the family had hired a teacher, a distinguished one at that, who imparted many principles which had seemingly led him astray. Silver was genuinely valuable. Where was the foul odor? Lin Chu rose to bow again. "Father, Mother, I shall return to my room now. I am covered in dirt and must wash up." "Chuer, you have no maid to assist you. It would be inconvenient. Why not have Chunlan attend to you?" Lin's wife suggested. Lin Chu shook his head. "Mother, that is unnecessary. I wish to select my own maid." My son has finally come to his senses. Very well. Choose as you wish, whatever you decide. Your father will support you. When I was your age, I was already married. Lin Qinghe boomed with laughter, while Lin Chu turned to leave, feeling a tad embarrassed. Such a father was indeed quite amusing. However, none of the maids in the household possessed good looks. Judging by Lin Chu's thoughts, it seemed that his mother was wary of his father. Relying on his memories, Lin Chu returned to the courtyard in which he resided. His former self was quite an odd individual, having no maids by his side. Although he hailed from a merchant family, he had cultivated a passion for literature since childhood, believing that having maids would distract him from his studies. Such a person could indeed pass the scholar's examination, which seemed understandable. Lin Qinghe and Madame Lin had previously advised him numerous times, but he had always declined. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Chu asked an elderly nurse to heat water for a bath. To his surprise, there was a remarkably large bathtub in his courtyard, constructed from white jade, reminiscent of modern bathtubs, cleverly designed and evidently crafted with considerable effort. Immersing his body in the warm water was incredibly soothing, a true luxury afforded by wealth. After massaging the back of his head, Lin Chu washed his hair, but since there was no soap in the house, he had to use soap pods instead. He had never intended to make soap, as the family was affluent and he felt no necessity to earn money. However, it appeared that he had no choice but to do so now. The blood clot on the back of his head had fallen off, and touching it was no longer painful, though pressing it firmly still caused discomfort. The body's recuperative abilities were fairly impressive. And after washing several times, he finally emerged from the bath. After drying off, he changed into a set of clothing, which was somewhat complex to wear due to its ancient design. His physique was indeed frail, lean, and not particularly tall, standing at around 173 centimeters, which was not considered short in that era. However, Lin Chu had previously engaged in wingsuit flying, making him unable to accept such a physical condition. After returning to his room, he contemplated the need for exercise. In the study, he drafted his future plans, constantly making adjustments. Writing with a brush was inherently slow, and he thought about visiting the market tomorrow to see if he could find charcoal pins or improved hard pins. As evening approached, Madame Lin's maid came to summon Lin Chu for dinner. The table was abundantly laid, a testament to the Lin family's wealth. Yet, Lin Chu was uncertain of the current era, unaware if prosperity was widespread across the land. All he could do was wait for a visit to the market to find out. The family's cook was quite skilled, even preparing dishes featuring bear paws, which were stewed to perfection and bursting with flavor. This was truly extravagant. Lin Chu squinted, pondering who would still take to the mountains as a bandit under such favorable conditions. Madame Lin eagerly served Lin Chu more food, saying, "Chewer, you must eat more. Your body remains too frail." "Mother, I am full," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Lin Qinghe observed him for a moment, pride evident on his face. "My son remained remarkably composed during the kidnapping. It seems you have truly matured." "Father, if I do not grow up, I feel I would be letting you and mother down." Lin Chu's voice trembled slightly. Memories of his parents from his previous life surfaced. In his wingsuit pursuits, they were undoubtedly his greatest concern, a realization that had come too late. Lin Qinghe and Madame Lin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. Such a transformation was indeed a positive development. Under the night sky, the spring breeze was gentle, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of insects, creating a serene atmosphere. Lin Chu sat in the study of his courtyard, perusing some books for an entire hour, gradually familiarizing himself with the history of this place. The Zhou Kingdom, an independent dynasty established after the Western Jin, had no record of the Eastern Jin. History seemed to have taken a detour, and the Zhou Kingdom had been founded for a century. During this century, the Zhou Kingdom had also instituted the imperial examination, a significant shift for the realm. Contemplating this, Lin Chu felt a stir in his heart. Earlier, he had noticed that the guards in his household rode horses without saddles. He had found this peculiar. Even bandits did not use saddles, indicating that saddles had yet to be invented. This implied that the cavalry's skills in horseback riding and archery were likely not very advanced. Soap still needed to be made, as he would require it himself, preferably infused with floral fragrances. But as flowers were scarce this season, he would have to purchase some osmanthus instead. Some shops in Yueshan City still stocked osmanthus for making pastries, so there was likely a sufficient supply. With a sigh, Lin Chu glanced at the silver notes Lin Qinghe had given him, 10 notes, each worth 1,000 taels, totaling 10,000 taels. He couldn't help but marvel at the Lin family's wealth. In Yueshan City, a typical household's annual expenditure averaged around 20 taels of silver. Thus, 10,000 taels constituted a considerable fortune. While Jiangnan was affluent, it was not to such an extent, clearly indicating the Lin family's prosperity. Lin Chu felt fortunate, for he had traversed to the right place, born into a family of great wealth. Even without doing anything, he could live as a wealthy gentleman. Lin Chu went to bed around the first watch of the night, just past 9 o'clock, which was indeed early. The next morning, he awoke early as well, around 5 o'clock, though the household was already bustling. The maids were washing up, and the kitchen was ablaze with activity preparing breakfast. Lin Chu ran 10 laps around the courtyard, with each lap approximately 500 meters, totaling 5,000 meters before stopping, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, utterly exhausted, feeling slightly dizzy even while walking. Nevertheless, he did not give up. Upon returning to his room, he instructed the old nurse to heat water while he attempted push-ups. After managing 2 push-ups, he could go no further, which left him feeling quite frustrated. This body was undeniably too weak. However, he persevered, taking a moment to rest before switching to planks. He continued this back and forth, intermittently, for an hour, until his arms began to cramp and tremble, prompting him to finally wash up during the bath. His arms felt sore and numb, taking a quarter of an hour longer than usual to finish. While dressing, his arms still shook, at which point he realized how inconvenient it was to be alone. Having a maid would have been quite helpful in such situations. At breakfast, Lin Chu's arms still trembled, prompting Lin Qinghe and Madame Lin to watch him with concern. "Chuer, what is the matter with you?" Madame Lin asked, grasping his hand. Lin Chu shook his head. "Mother, there is no need to worry. I simply exerted myself a bit during practice." Lin Qinghe and Madame Lin sighed in relief before Madame Lin admonished, "Why go to such lengths? Training strength is for warriors. You are a scholar destined for an official career, and there is no need for such exertion. Your father is already recruiting skilled martial artists from the rivers and lakes. This incident has served as a reminder that we must have formidable protectors for you." "Father, there is no need to recruit anyone. There are far too many charlatans among those in the martial world. Not every self-proclaimed expert is truly capable." Lin Chu shook his head. Lin Qinghe chuckled. "Chuer, do not underestimate these martial artists. Our household's Lei Heng is a master capable of breaking stone with a single palm. I have witnessed him shatter a stone slab with my own eyes." "Breaking stone with a single palm?" Lin Chu was taken aback. Then after a moment's thought, he replied, "Father, I wish to meet this Lei Heng." Chapter 008. Rain Falls. Green Lei Heng, in his 60s, was not particularly tall, standing approximately 170 centimeters, dressed in a gray robe. His beard was somewhat long and grizzled, giving him an air of elegance, more akin to a scholar than a warrior. Upon seeing him, Lin Chu smiled slightly. "Lei Heng, I have heard that you can break stone with a single palm?" "Young master, that is merely the admiration of the martial world. In truth, I am but a mere farmer's artisan, unworthy of your attention." Lei Heng replied with a faint smile, exuding an indescribable charm that hinted at his profound capabilities. Lin Chu nodded calmly. "I have a keen interest in this and wish to witness the demeanor of a martial expert. What do you say?" "Of course, young master, follow me. There is a stone slab in my courtyard." Lei Heng nodded. Lin Chu followed him as they made their way to his quarters. The Lin family estate covered an expansive area, with the guards residing in the outer courtyard, while Lei Heng occupied a secluded small courtyard, tranquil and serene, where a corner was piled with several stone slabs. Although they were referred to as stone slabs, they were actually quite thick. Lin Chu examined them closely, curling his lips slightly but remaining silent as he turned to face Lei Heng. Lei Heng retrieved a stone slab from the side and placed it on a wooden bench, glancing at Lin Chu with a slight smile. "Young master, this slab should pose no problem, yes? Please begin your demonstration." Lin Chu nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lei Heng gathered his energy, his hands moving in graceful circles, demonstrating an air of expertise. Lin Chu felt a chuckle rising within him. In his previous life, he had heard that those who appeared most composed and dignified often lacked true skill. And Lei Heng exuded such an aura. In the next moment, Lei Heng shouted, raising his palm to strike one end of the stone slab. The slab broke cleanly in response, remarkably even. Lei Heng clasped his hands together. "Young master, did you see clearly?" Lin Chu nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lei Heng's hand, which appeared slightly reddened. Retreating into his sleeve, he approached to inspect it, then smirked as he moved aside to grab another stone slab. The slab was quite heavy, exuding authenticity, and after a careful examination, he set it down, shouting, and struck it with his palm, resulting in a clean break. He glanced at his own palm, which showed no signs of redness or pain. This adhesive is impressive. It bonds well, exhibiting significant adhesion. Thus, if you can break stone with a single palm, does that mean I am also a master? Lin Chu looked up at Lei Heng with a slight smile. Lei Heng chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he bowed slightly. Young master, I was mistaken. I should not have deceived the master, but I possess other skills. Do tell, Lin Chu replied, his expression still smiling. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Lei Heng realized that the more indifferent and relaxed Lin Chu appeared, the more fearful he became. Such individuals were the most formidable. He hurriedly continued. I can craft various handmade items, make pins, sauces, and other trinkets, and I also know how to perform oral storytelling. Oh, and I can blacksmith as well. Lin Chu remained silent, contemplating the impressive skill required to create such glue and the myriad of items it could produce. Indeed, this was far more beneficial than simply breaking a stone with one hand. Noticing Lin Chu's silence, Lei Heng grew increasingly anxious and knelt before him, a pained expression on his face as he implored, Young master, I am truly at my wit's end. I have an elderly mother of 80 to support, yet I am powerless to earn silver. The master has been recruiting, offering far too generous a reward. And I was momentarily blinded by greed. However, I possess some lightness of foot. My escape skills are quite remarkable, and I have a keen eye for identifying true masters. I assure you, I can be of service to you, young master, without needing the master's silver. Rise, Lin Chu said, assisting him to his feet. He then smiled and asked, Is your name truly Lei Heng? Speak honestly. Lei Heng awkwardly chuckled. I am called Yu Xiaqing. Yu Xiaqing? Lin Chu paused, then nodded. The Yu surname is rather uncommon. Henceforth, you shall remain by my side. Yu Xiaqing looked taken aback, hesitating as he replied, Young master, my martial prowess is not high. I may not be able to protect you. That is of little consequence. Did you not claim to have a sharp eye? You can seek out a few skilled fighters for me, Lin Chu said cheerfully, appraising Yu Xiaqing. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Yu Xiaqing quickly responded, You are correct, young master, but attracting skilled fighters is no simple task. Indeed, you speak the truth. My father has suffered greatly from this. Lin Chu remarked gently. Why Yu Xiaqing's expression grew serious as he stated, That is because the master is benevolent. While it may be difficult to recruit masters, there are still many in the martial world who value loyalty. The right individuals can always be found. Tomorrow, accompany me for a stroll. Lin Chu nodded, then shifted the conversation. By the way, you are skilled in weapon forging, are you not? Craft me a suitable weapon. Yu Xiaqing was taken aback. Young master, you jest. Such tasks are hardly suited for you. You do not need a weapon. Lin Chu regarded him silently. And Yu Xiaqing felt a tightening in his chest as he earnestly added, However, a scholar with a sword is indeed handsome and dashing. Rest assured, I shall forge a fitting sword for you. Young master, Yu Xiaqing, have you wandered the martial world before? Lin Chu inquired. Why Yu Xiaqing nodded. I have roamed the martial world for over 30 years. Night reigns in the martial world, 10 years of lamps. It is not such an entertaining venture. Is it? Lin Chu mused softly. Why Yu Xiaqing paused, glancing at Lin Chu, noting the wisdom in his words, which seemed somewhat antiquated yet profound. Young master, the more bustling the martial world, the weaker the court becomes. Therefore, the existence of the martial world may not bode well for the court. For instance, in the southern state of Jin, the martial forces are excessively domineering. Yu Xiaqing conveyed thoughtfully. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. The southern state of Jin? Was there no unification in this realm? He would need to investigate this matter later. The Lin family was a prominent grain merchant, and those engaged in trade should possess knowledge of various powers across the land. Reflecting on this, he turned to Yu Xiaqing. You possess considerable insight. Whether court or martial world, their essence is fundamentally the same. The court is merely a larger version of the martial world, replete with human emotions and various factions. Those who thrive in the martial world will similarly prosper in the court. You truly have a discerning perspective. Yu Xiaqing nodded, feeling increasingly wary. His time at the Lin household had not been long, and his interactions with Lin Chu had been limited. He merely knew him to be a scholar, but many considered him a mere bookworm. He had not anticipated such profound insights. Perhaps his time spent indoors was dedicated to acquiring wisdom rather than being a true bookish fool. Very well, you may return now. Lin Chu dismissed Yu Xiaqing and turned back to his chamber. As he entered, Lin Chu felt an odd sensation in his body, as though some inexplicable emotion lingered. as if he were pondering something profound. This feeling had surfaced a few times during his time in Yushan, but he had managed to suppress it now. Upon returning home, it had inexplicably returned, which struck him as peculiar. Furrowing his brow, he reflected on this uncontrollable emotion that seemed to arise without warning. Standing there in contemplation, he realized it might be a manifestation of the desires inherent in this lifetime and body. The yearning in his heart guided him to the study, where he unconsciously turned and noticed a side of the bookshelf. Pressing upon it, he discovered a hidden door. Startled, he opened it to reveal a bottle containing a fine powder. Lin Chu bent down to sniff it, recognizing it as wuxia san. Understanding dawned on him. No wonder his body felt peculiar. It seemed he had developed a slight addiction to it. This substance was indeed prone to causing dependency, but it was not as severe as the poisons of his previous life. The addiction was manageable with determination, and Lin Chu was not lacking in resolve. No wonder his body felt so weak. It was due to the wuxia san, a substance that preyed upon one's vitality. But who had given it to him? Lin Chu pondered carefully, vaguely recalling an association with a particular brothel. Searching through the hidden compartment, he found nothing but wuxia san at a brothel. He recalled a woman named Yongan, and he resolved to find a way to meet her and gather some information. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chu exited and tossed the bottle into the lake. During dinner, Lin Xinghe looked at Lin Chu and asked, "Chuer, what do you think of Lei Heng?" "Father, he is quite commendable," Lin Chu replied with a slight smile. Then pondered, "Father, does our family have other estates in Yueshan City?" Lady Lin glanced at him, concern etched on her face. "Chuer, why the sudden interest in such matters? Are you considering finding a quiet place to prepare for the provincial examination?" "That can be arranged. We have 7 estates in Yueshan City, 3 in the inner city and 4 in the outer city. You can choose whichever you prefer, and the stewards there are all trusted members of the Lin family." "Mother, it is not solely for the examination. I have other matters to attend to. The inner city is not suitable, but the outer city would be better," Lin Chu replied softly. He merely sought a place to produce soap, as doing so within the estate would be inappropriate. Lin Xinghe nodded. "You may go and inspect them yourself. Choose whichever you desire, and I will have the family steward accompany you. Chuer, you currently have no maidservants or attendants. Let the steward's son serve as your chief steward." "Father, that will not be necessary. I find Lei Heng quite suitable. Let him be my chief steward," Lin Chu smiled. Lin Xinghe was taken aback. "Has Lei Heng agreed?" "He has," Lin Chu nodded. Lady Lin took his hand, patting it reassuringly as she said earnestly, "Chuer, if you need anything, do not hesitate to inform the family. If you lack funds, we will provide them. If you need personnel, we will arrange for them. Rest assured, your maternal grandfather is the governor of Yueshan City. You may pursue whatever you wish." Lin Chu's heart raced. Governor? He was truly a significant official, which explained how the Lin family had reached their current stature in Yueshan City. They indeed had powerful backing. If he truly desired to be a merchant heir, it was a commendable path. Even if merchants held a low status, at the level of the Lin family, such distinctions mattered little. Contemplating this, he realized that perhaps being a domineering second-generation heir was more fitting, freeing him from the need to toil. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Chu continued his plank exercises for a while, finally beginning to adapt. The following day, Lin Chu rose early once more, and his craving for wuxia san had lessened somewhat. He ran 5,000 meters, performed planks, and practiced pull-ups. Currently, he could not manage a single one. But he persisted, reminding himself that he was only 17. With consistent training, his body would eventually strengthen, and in truth, he had no particular interest in martial arts, but he recognized the need to maintain his health and seek ways to prolong his life. If he could develop some self-defense skills, that would be even better. On the streets of Yueshan City, Lin Chu donned a white robe as he strolled leisurely, with Yu Xiaqing at his side, exuding an air of elegance, followed by 3 robust bodyguards. "Young master, the master has declared that I am to be your steward from now on. This must be your wish, yes?" Yu Xiaqing asked, wearing a somewhat woeful expression. Lin Chu glanced at him and smiled. "What, do you object?" "How could I? It is my fortune that the young master has chosen me," Yu Xiaqing replied earnestly. Lin Chu nodded. "Let us proceed to acquire a few maidservants. It is indeed inconvenient to have no one attending to you." His intention in venturing out was to purchase a maidservant and perhaps seek out osmanthus flowers. Checking for a hard pin, Yueshan City had designated marketplaces for purchasing maidservants, a common practice across the realm. Not only maidservants were available for purchase, but men were also sold, old and young alike. As Lin Chu wandered through the market, he felt a sense of discomfort. Such sights reminded him of the era of slavery, prompting a silent sigh. Upon entering the marketplace, a plethora of maidservants awaited him, and many approached, but Yu Xiaoqing raised his voice. Step aside. My young master will choose for himself. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Chu observed that most maidservants were rather sturdy, appearing quite capable. He held no disdain for their robust physiques, recognizing that strength could be advantageous. Thus, he decided to select two who were somewhat pleasing to the eye, intending for them to assist with laundry and boiling water. That moment, a middle-aged man approached Lin Chu, bowing with a beaming smile. Young master, if you wish to select better options, why not follow me? Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback as the rain fell, and Qingzhou whispered in his ear, young master. This is a tooth merchant, skilled in gathering information, navigating through the marketplace. Indeed, their knowledge surpasses that of ordinary folk. Then let us take a stroll, Lin Chu nodded, feeling rather untroubled. His maternal grandfather was a governor. Thus in Yueshan City, he could indeed walk with confidence. The tooth merchant led Lin Chu into a side alley, turning several corners until a narrow path appeared ahead. On the roadside, a dozen individuals had grass inserted into their heads, appearing far more orderly than the previous lot. Lin Chu paused, yet before he could inquire, Qingzhou softly remarked, young master, the marketplace over there requires payment, hence such places abound throughout the realm, mostly controlled by sects of the Jianghu. However, the Eastern Zhou, the Jianghu sects here are quite weak, especially in a large city like Yueshan, where they must resort to clandestine dealings to survive. These individuals typically do not charge fees, only collecting a few coins upon successful transactions. In contrast, the marketplace over there charges 3 coins daily, regardless of success or failure, and even successful transactions incur additional fees. Lin Chu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the roadside, landing on a young girl of about 10. Her large eyes filled with unease, her beauty surpassing that of the others. Noticing his gaze, a man behind her approached, smiling with a somewhat obsequious demeanor, saying, young master, just 10 taels of silver. Where do you hail from? Lin Chu asked, his tone calm. The man bowed, from the south. My family suffered a flood and can no longer support me. Lin Chu regarded him for a moment, then withdrew 10 taels of silver and handed it to him. The girl rose and followed closely behind him, the eyes of everyone around brightening. His heart sank as he reflected on the sorrowful nature of such transactions. Just then, he was startled by a man nearby who unexpectedly proclaimed his offer. Lin Chu approached him, taking a look. He was quite young, and Lin furrowed his brow. What is this about? My father has passed, my sister is to be married, and our family has no money. I am willing to sell myself as a servant to gather the necessary funds, the young man replied earnestly. He appeared robust, with a slightly tanned complexion, yet possessed an air of elegance, resembling a scholar. Lin Chu inquired, is it also 10 taels of silver? 100 taels, the man responded. Lin Chu was taken aback, and a hint of mockery emerged in the gazes of those around, some even laughing. However, the man remained unfazed and continued, I have studied and can read. I possess the abilities of a scholar. Young master, it seems he is not deceiving you, Qingzhou whispered in his ear. Lin Chu withdrew 100 taels of silver and handed it to him. The man bowed deeply, saying earnestly, young master, my name is Zhang Liang. Please allow me to return to bury my father and settle my sister before I come back. You may go. Wait, Ding San, accompany him, Lin Chu instructed a guard. The guard acknowledged and followed Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, that name indeed piqued interest. Chapter 010. Sorrowful. Yueshan City was vast, regarded as one of the largest cities in Jiangnan, and a prominent city throughout the entire Zhou Kingdom. From what he learned from Qingzhou, the world did not consist solely of the Zhou Kingdom. There were 4 realms, Nanjing, Xiliang, Beiki, and Zhou, the latter being known as Eastern Zhou. Eastern Zhou governed centrally and was the most prosperous, with the current emperor considered wise, thus its development was relatively smooth. Yueshan City boasted numerous shops, and with the Lin family's wealth, there were many grain stores and some agricultural supply shops. As they sought to purchase osmanthus flowers, Qingzhou led Lin Chu into one of the largest taverns in Yueshan City, its sign inscribed with the words Zhuangyuan Lu in red on a white background. The tavern had 2 stories, and upon entering, the proprietor greeted them with a beaming smile. Young master, please enter. No need, I wish to purchase some osmanthus flowers. You must have some here? Lin Chu shook his head. The proprietor hesitated, looking somewhat troubled. Young master, we need osmanthus flowers to make osmanthus cake, so selling them seems inappropriate. My master is the grandson of the governor. Qing Zhou stepped forward, exuding a somewhat arrogant air that undermined his previous elegance. Revealing a hint of sycophancy, the proprietor was taken aback and quickly bowed. Are you the young master of the Lin family? In Yueshan City, many bore the surname Lin, but there was only one Lin Yuanwei. Lin Xinghe, the wealthiest merchant in Yueshan City. Lin Chu nodded, and the proprietor hurriedly continued, My apologies, young master. How much osmanthus do you require? Do you have 1,000 jin? Lin Chu inquired. The proprietor was stunned, then chuckled wryly. Our shop has a total of 2,000 jin in stock, originally intended for osmanthus cakes, to last until August when the new osmanthus blooms. However, if young master desires, I shall allocate 1,000 jin. But those wishing to enjoy osmanthus cakes this year will have to exercise restraint. Lin Chu chuckled, responding lightly, 500 jin will suffice. I will procure more from other shops. Come August, I will have the Lin family's shop gather osmanthus. There are plenty of osmanthus flowers throughout Yongan. If one were to collect, tens of thousands of jin would be no issue. Therefore, the proprietor need not worry, and a little less osmanthus in the cakes is inconsequential. Young master, if the Lin family also gathers osmanthus, the price this year will surely render many shops unable to afford it. The proprietor sighed again. Lin Chu was taken aback. This statement held merit. For only a few merchants in Jiangnan could compete with the Lin family. Should the Lin family engage in purchasing osmanthus, it would undoubtedly squeeze many small shops selling osmanthus cakes. However, it was not necessary to use osmanthus for soap, spring's locust flowers, peach blossoms, and summer's lotus flowers, or winter's plum blossoms could suffice. Speaking of plum blossoms, they were currently available, so he nodded. Rest assured, it will not jeopardize those shops' futures. This year, I shall only gather 5,000 jin. Moreover, I will not collect in Yueshan City, but rather in other places that I am curious, though. Which shop produces the best osmanthus cake in Yueshan City? Hohot Alley on Dingjia Street. The proprietor responded, then bowed again, sincerely stating, Young master, your consideration for us is a fortune. Lin Chu smiled, shaking his head. We are all just common folk trying to make a living. It is better for 100 flowers to bloom than for one to dominate. The proprietor regarded him with newfound respect. After settling the payment, Lin Chu allowed the proprietor a few days' grace, after which he would send someone to collect the osmanthus. He needed to select a suitable spot in the outer town, and would return later for the flowers. After purchasing the osmanthus, Lin Chu wandered around, seeking items like charcoal pencils, but found none. Thus he harbored no further expectations. After traversing so much, he did not feel fatigued. Over the past few days, his stamina had indeed improved. Young master, passing through this road leads directly to Dingjia Street. Qing Zhou indicated ahead. Lin Chu exhaled, nodding, I'm a bit tired. Let us take the carriage. Following suit, he boarded the carriage, while Qing Zhou took the reins and drove forward. The interior of the carriage was quite luxurious, constructed with thick iron plates, the bottom also made of iron, layered with wooden planks and animal skins. Spacious enough to lie down comfortably. Inside sat the maid he had purchased, carefully seated in a corner, who greeted Lin Chu with a bow upon seeing him. Lin Chu glanced at her and gently asked, Do you have a name? Young master. My father used to call me an Ayar. I have no other name, the maid replied softly. Lin Chu nodded, pondering for a moment before saying with a hint of mischief, From now on, you shall be called Shirin. Thank you. Young master, I will serve you well from now on, Shirin responded joyfully, her large eyes sparkling like the spring waters of Jiangnan. The carriage was drawn by 2 horses, and Lin Chu pulled back the curtain of the window to gaze outside. Hohot Alley was not merely an alley but the name of a shop, with the delightful fragrance of osmanthus cake wafting through the air, indeed pleasant. Lin Chu alighted from the carriage and approached. The vendor selling osmanthus was a tall woman with a blue-patterned scarf wrapped around her head. Possessing notable beauty, upon seeing her, Lin Chu's heart skipped a beat. The girls of Yueshan City were truly stunning. Even a vendor of osmanthus cake could be so enchanting. Moreover, the grace of Jiangnan women radiated from her. Though Lin Chu dared not stare too long, as it would be impolite to fixate on a single woman. 20 pieces of osmanthus cake, Lin Chu said softly. The woman did not raise her head. 200 coins. Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of the sweet tones of Wu dialect, which Lin Chu had heard plenty of in his previous life. Yet it seemed even softer in this life, embodying the true essence of a gentle maiden. After paying, Lin Chu cast one last glance at her, just as someone behind called out, Once you've purchased, please move along. There are many people here. Indeed, the crowd was considerable. and the business was thriving. Qing Zhou was about to scold someone, but Lin Chu pulled him aside, standing to the side, watching the woman busy herself for a moment before turning to leave. Once back in the carriage, he distributed one piece of osmanthus cake each to Qing Zhou, the two guards, and the newly named Shirin, indulging in one himself. The osmanthus cake melted in the mouth, with just the right sweetness. Truly exquisite. Shirin took a small bite, then carefully retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom, wrapping the osmanthus cake with care. Lin Chu was taken aback, asking, "Why not eat it?" "Young master, I wish to take it home for my family to taste. It has always been this way." "I take a bite, but mostly I bring it back for my younger brother," Shirin replied softly. Lin Chu felt a pang in his heart, gazing at her for a few moments before shaking his head. "Eat it. You likely won't return home. From now on, you are mine. Has your family not told you?" "They have mentioned it, but I forgot. Indeed, I have been sold." Shirin lowered her head, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, yet she dared not weep audibly. The tears fell onto the back of her hand, quickly dampening it. Her father had sold her, and she felt powerless to resist. She would never see her mother and brother again in this lifetime. Lin Chu gently patted her head, saying, "Eat, and from now on, live well. I believe you will thrive. Those parents who could sell you, regardless of their reasons, are not worth your sorrow." Shirin responded with a sorrowful cry, her heart heavy with desolation. Chapter 011. Chu Zhuang. On the way back, Lin Chu continued to savor osmanthus cake. After bringing Shirin into the house, he entrusted her to Madame Lin, saying, "Mother, this is the maid I just selected. Please teach her how to work and tidy up." Madame Lin, delighted, replied, "Chuer has truly grown up. I shall take care of this matter." Lin Chu knew that Madame Lin had misunderstood, but he chose not to clarify, merely nodding in agreement. "Mother, I will be leaving the city shortly. If I am not back by evening, I will stay out. Go ahead and I will ensure that your maid is well disciplined. She will be ready in no time." "It is important to adhere to some rules in the Lin family," Madame Lin said gently. Lin Chu smiled. "Mother, I brought osmanthus cake from Osmanthus Lane for you and father to taste. Chuer is truly filial. I am very pleased." Madame Lin was indeed joyful, her eyes slightly reddening at his thoughtfulness. Lin Chu felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his previous incarnation had been rather ungrateful. Never knowing how to please his parents, a few pieces of cake could evoke such emotion from Madame Lin. It was indeed simple to touch her heart. However, the simplest gestures are often the most easily overlooked, and in Madame Lin's gaze, Lin Chu sensed a hint of nostalgia. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Chu headed to the outer city. The Lin family owned 4 expansive estates in the outer city, each vast and well-appointed. By the time he had explored all 4 estates, night had fallen. Ultimately, he chose a mountainside estate, with a great river flowing beside it. The environment was splendid. The estate was large. With abundant farmland, it was not yet the season for spring sowing, which would arrive in about a month and a half, around April or May. The main building of the courtyard was beautifully constructed, and Lin Chu settled in. The mountains on either side were not low. The water flowing down formed a great river that irrigated the estate's fields. There were many houses surrounding the estate, and 170 people worked the land. Lin Chu wandered about, feeling quite satisfied. The steward, an elder of the Lin family bearing the surname Lin, ranked 4th and was very loyal, arranging for others to tidy up Lin Chu's room. "Lin Si, you may go now. I may reside here for an extended period. I plan to renovate the estate soon," Lin Chu said lightly. With the night breeze turning chilly, Lin Chu dined alone in the main hall, attended by 2 maids, enjoying a variety of game dishes. The venison was tender and the mutton fragrant, but the cold made him tighten his robe. He had also specially requested 2 vegetarian dishes, vibrant and appealing. After his meal, Lin Chu tidied up without bathing. He intended to have the bathroom remodeled into a bathtub style with a fire heating system, ensuring a continuous supply of hot water. As he prepared for bed, a maid was warming his bed, which startled him. "You may rest now. I do not require assistance," Lin Chu dismissed her. The maid, quite delicate, looked at him with tearful eyes, saying, "Young master, my mother told me to serve you, or else I would be beaten." "Are you from the village?" Lin Chu inquired. The maid nodded, and Lin Chu felt a headache coming on. Everyone knew the Lin family's power, and with Lin Chu being a scholar, many wished their daughters could align themselves with him. However, he could not set this precedent, especially since he already had Shirin. He felt that was sufficient and had no desire to take on more maids, as his body could not handle it. Taking out 5 taels of silver, Lin Chu handed them to her, saying gently, Enough. Return home and tell your mother to find you a good husband. Consider this my gift to you." The maid thanked him and left joyfully. Her figure promising, the bed was warm, yet it lacked the fragrance of a young girl. Such scents were indeed rare. Lin Chu thought the house should be renovated. Perhaps converting to a heated kong would be ideal. However, since firewood burns quickly, it would not require constant tending. Just enough to warm the bed. As he sat in the warm bed, he contemplated the matter of making a pin. If not, he could create a goose feather quill, which was not complex. Simply flattening the tip would suffice for smooth writing. The next tasks were to make soap and the quill. Other items were not essential as he did not need to earn money. Whatever he created should simply serve his comfort. When he awoke, the sky was still dark, and Lin Chu estimated it was around 6 in the morning. He began running. The estate was large, and after a full lap, he returned completely exhausted. At home, he did planks repeatedly for half an hour, then proceeded to do pull-ups, 2 hours passing before he was drenched in sweat. After wiping himself down, he summoned Yu Shaoqing and Lin Si to the parlor for tea. "Young master, you summoned us for something?" Yu Shaoqing asked earnestly. Lin Chu replied gently, "Please have someone repair the bathing area according to my designs, and tidy all the rooms likewise. There are many people in Yuashan City. Yu Shaoqing, please invite some craftsmen. If they agree, they may stay at the estate, and also gather some goose feathers. Lin Si, assist with this matter. The people of the estate can help out as well. It is not yet time to plant rice. We are in the slack season right now." Both Yu Shaoqing and Lin Si acknowledged his instructions, and once Lin Chu finished speaking, Yu Shaoqing's expression brightened as he remarked, "Young master, the affair of that maid has spread. It is said that you rewarded her with 5 taels of silver, and many daughters of the estate wished to follow suit. However, I turned them away, saying you would not take a fancy to her. If they must send someone, it should be the most beautiful. Yu Shaoqing, you truly understand my intentions." Lin Chu smiled, reaching out to pat him lightly. Yu Shaoqing grinned broadly. "To have the young master as favor brings great joy to my heart. Now, go and get to work. Let us strive to complete the renovations within a month. Also, dig a lotus pond over there. Cultivating a pond of lotus flowers and keeping a few carp would make for a delightful future with wine and fish," Lin Chu said gently. Yu Shaoqing and Lin Si turned to leave, arranging the tasks. With his arrival, the estate was renamed. A new plaque hung proclaiming it as Chu Zhuang. As osmanthus flowers were brought in. Lin Chu had the juice extracted and filtered, producing soap, his first batch consisting of 100 pieces for personal use, convenient for bathing and shampooing. This was not difficult to make, and he sent 50 pieces back to Lin Fu for Madame Lin's use. The goose feather quills were also completed, and Lin Chu personally named them, inscribing the pin barrel with Lin Lang Bai. 3 days later, while Lin Chu was using a goose feather quill to write, hurried footsteps echoed outside. A guard called out several times, prompting Lin Chu to rise and step into the courtyard. The guard bowed to Lin Chu, stating, "Young master, there is an issue with Zhang Liang that requires your decision." "Zhang Liang is in trouble?" Lin Chu exclaimed in surprise. Rising quickly, "Let us go see. Does he live in Yuashan City?" The guard responded softly, "Yes, just outside the city." Climbing into the carriage with Yu Shaoqing and 10 guards, they set off directly from the estate. Chapter 012. Colorful attire. Zhang Liang resided in the outer city, his home modest, situated in Anilfang, which could be deemed the slum of Yuashan City. At that moment, Zhang Liang stood in his courtyard, facing 4 individuals. The leader was a thin man in white, with small eyes that gave him a somewhat lecherous appearance, but he exuded an undeniable air of wealth. "Zhang Liang, your sister was previously sold at the market and has been marked for sale. I have already paid 10 taels of silver. What, now you no longer wish to sell her?" the man in white declared loudly, flanked by 3 imposing guards. Zhang Liang bowed respectfully, stating earnestly, "Master Gao, I have already returned the 10 taels to you, and my sister has not yet signed a contract. She is free now. Do I care about 10 taels? How naive!" The man in white scoffed, waving his hand. "Seize her." 2 guards strode forward, and Zhang Liang rushed to block them, but was easily shoved aside. He, a mere scholar, was no match for these men. A woman's voice rang out from within the house, commanding, "Stop! I will come out." A woman emerged, clad in coarse cloth, yet her figure was exquisite and tall. Standing at least 1.70 meters, not particularly old, with a slender waist and rounded hips, truly remarkable. Her face was a classic oval, and her hair was elegantly styled, indicating that she was of marrying age. Upon seeing her, the man in white's eyes lit up, and he appraised her, exclaiming, Marvelous, indeed, a rare beauty. I will accompany you, but please spare the Zhang family, the woman said calmly, though her eyes held a tinge of sorrow. The man in white chuckled. Of course, once you become my concubine, we will be family. Come, sign the contract. The woman pressed her handprint onto the agreement, handing it to the man in white, her eyes reddening. Just then, footsteps approached, followed by a voice declaring, "Who says you are family?" Lin Chu entered, flanked by 10 guards, with Yu Shaoqing beside him. His gaze fell upon the woman, silently praising her beauty. "Young master." Zhang Liang performed a respectful bow, gratitude evident in his gaze. The man in white cast a glance at Lin Chu, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Who are you? You do not even recognize my family's young master? Your eyes should be gouged out." "My master's surname is Lin," Yu Shaoqing retorted with an air of arrogance. The man in white's expression shifted, and he cautiously asked, "Is he the son of Lin Yuanwei?" "Indeed," Yu Shaoqing replied, arching an eyebrow. Lin Chu paid little heed to their exchange and approached Zhang Liang, assisting him to his feet. What transpired? Zhang Liang recounted the entire affair, explaining that his sister had intended to sell him to cover their father's burial expenses, but upon his return, she had voluntarily returned the silver. "I see. Has your father been laid to rest?" Lin Chu inquired gently, nodding. Zhang Liang affirmed, and Lin Chu waved his hand. "Then let us depart. Gather your belongings. You shall move to the estate henceforth, and we shall consider this matter settled." "Thank you, young master." Zhang Liang's sister bowed deeply. Lin Chu nodded, observing the two as they entered the house to collect their things, before turning his attention back to the man in white and extending his hand. The man quickly presented the contract of servitude, bowing low with a broad smile. "Young Master Lin, I was unaware that Zhang Liang belonged to you, and I beg your pardon. Such a beauty should rightfully belong to young Master Lin. I, Gao Ziyuan of the Gao family, offer 300 taels of silver as a dowry for the Zhang family." "Gao family? Which Gao family?" Lin Chu asked as he accepted the contract. Gao Ziyuan promptly replied, "The proprietor of Zhuangyuan Tower, with several establishments in Yueshan City and other cities as well." "Very well, leave the silver and you may take your leave. This matter is concluded." Lin Chu gestured dismissively. Gao Ziyuan displayed a degree of awareness, and Lin Chu found no reason to contest him further. It was at this moment that he realized the Lin family's reputation truly held weight in Yueshan City. Simply revealing his identity caused opponents to concede. Gao Ziyuan presented the banknotes and departed, leaving the courtyard in silence. The Zhang family possessed little in the way of belongings, merely a few bundles, which Lin Chu arranged to have carried away. He turned to observe the 3 individuals. Zhang Liang's mother, in her 40s, appeared to be a typical middle-aged woman, somewhat kind yet rather slender. Returning the contract to Zhang Liang's sister, Lin Chu turned to leave, only to find her kneeling before him. "Young master, I am willing to serve as a maid in your household. I have heard you recently acquired a maid, but have none to attend to you. I would gladly serve you," the woman declared, holding the contract with both hands. Lin Chu narrowed his eyes, returning to her side to accept the contract. Taking a deep breath, he casually discarded it, saying softly, "Zhang Liang's servitude to me was a transaction. Thus he is now my servant. However, we share no such agreement, so I cannot accept you. Zhang Liang mentioned you are to be wed. Let that proceed normally. When the time comes, you may marry from my household. The Gao Ziyuan fellow has already provided a dowry, and I shall prepare one for you as well. Let this matter rest. Regardless, marriage is of utmost importance, and you need not worry. Your mother may reside at my estate. There will always be work to occupy her. I am willing to wash and prepare baths for you." "Young master," Zhang's mother stated earnestly, bowing deeply. Zhang Liang opened his mouth, feeling a surge of emotion, yet he said nothing. The kneeling woman shook her head gently and replied, "Young master, the engagement has been called off. I had resolutely decided to sell myself to bury my father, wishing not to delay anyone else, and proactively withdrew from the engagement. The betrothal gifts amounted to 20 taels of silver, which were all returned. So I have no one to marry. I am Zhang Tsai, 21 years of age, simply seeking a place to reside. I implore you to take me in." Lin Chu was taken aback. She was indeed a strong-willed woman. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Rise, if that is the case. You may care for my needs for the time being, but you are free, not my maid. Should you wish to marry in the future, I shall assist you." "Thank you, young master." Zhang Tsai rose. Upon entering the carriage, Zhang Tsai sat beside Lin Chu. Initially, he had invited Zhang's mother to join them, but she adamantly refused, choosing instead to sit at the front. Upon returning to Chu Manor, Lin Chu summoned Zhang Liang for a conversation, discovering that he indeed possessed some talents, being literate and proficient in arithmetic, and was loyal as well. Lin Chu appointed him as the chief steward by his side, while the unreliable Yu Shaoqing was made the second steward to assist Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was diligent, overseeing the craftsmen as they renovated the estate, while Zhang's mother busied herself with household chores, washing, cooking, lighting fires, and boiling water with great industriousness. To Lin Chu's surprise, Zhang Cai was also literate. She folded clothes and made the bed, performing tasks akin to those of a maid without complaint. A month later, in early April, the estate renovations were complete, and the residence appeared quite lovely, though Lin Chu found the windows lacking. The papered windows were somewhat opaque, and he contemplated the need to continue producing glass. Large glass windows would certainly brighten the rooms. However, this notion remained merely an idea, as it was not urgent or essential. Chapter 013. Business transactions. The spring rains in Jiangnan were plentiful. During early April, the rain fell incessantly for several days. Lin Chu sat in his study, engrossed in his reading, aware that he needed to prepare for the upcoming county examination. Zhang Cai entered, brewing tea for him. The tea was fresh, a fragrant green tea from Jiangnan. During her time at the estate, her complexion had greatly improved, and her attire had been upgraded to silk, complementing her beauty exquisitely. Lin Chu glanced at her and said lightly, "The 300 taels of silver Gao Yuan gave you as a dowry is still with me. Take it for yourself and purchase whatever you desire." He handed the banknotes to her, slowly sipping his tea and mentally praising it. Perhaps it was Longjing. It seemed likely, as this place was not far from the Longjing production area. This tea must be among the finest. The Lin family was affluent, naturally able to acquire whatever they wished. Zhang Cai hastily placed the banknotes on a nearby table, stating earnestly, "Young master, this wealth is not mine to claim. Without you, Gao Ziyuan would not have given it. I would have become a member of the Gao family, so this banknote is not for me. It rightfully belongs to you. Please take it back." Lin Chu regarded her for a moment, appreciating her character, yet he shook his head. "Very well, consider this banknote as mine, for I am rewarding you." "Rewarding me?" Zhang Cai was taken aback. Lin Chu met her gaze with a smile. "What, do you dare refuse a gift from your young master?" "Thank you, young master." Zhang Cai's lips curled into a smile as she accepted the banknote and tucked it away. Lin Chu nodded. "Yesterday, my mother wrote to me, requesting my return home. Please arrange for a carriage. We shall stay at the Lin family home in the inner city today." Zhang Cai turned to leave, making the necessary arrangements for the carriage. Amidst the rain, Lin Chu sat inside, with Zhang Cai beside him. Zhang Liang did not accompany them. Instead, Yu Shaoqing sat at the front, assuming the role of the driver. Surrounding the carriage were 10 guards clad in raincoats, hastening through the downpour. However, these guards were disorganized, a far cry from the elite troops Lin Chu had encountered atop Yushan. These men could not even follow orders, and Lin Chu found them unimpressive. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, as long as they could offer some protection against attacks. Though it was morning, the persistent rain rendered the roads hazy. Zhang Cai sat beside him, having removed her shoes and donning only a pair of delicate white socks. Her feet were dainty, revealing a hint of her fair calves beneath her plain skirt, creating a striking contrast against the dim surroundings. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze, Zhang Cai's cheeks flushed, yet Lin Chu remained unfazed, chuckling softly, "You need not be so tense. We have been together for over a month now, and you should have grown accustomed to it. Reflecting on this past month, I must express my gratitude for your care. I have truly grown accustomed to it. If you were to marry in the future, I might find it somewhat disconcerting." Over the past month, Zhang Cai had indeed performed her duties with remarkable diligence. At 21 years of age, she was mature enough to consider every detail thoroughly. However, since she was not his maid, she had not engaged in tasks such as bathing him, washing his hair, or warming his bed. Zhang Cai raised her gaze to Lin Chu, still blushing, yet she spoke earnestly, "Young master, I shall not marry in this lifetime. In the future, refrain from referring to yourself as this servant. We are all family, and such formality feels inappropriate." Lin Chu gently replied, then shifted the conversation. "You see," here he paused, refraining from continuing, shaking his head with a smile, "let us take things as they come." Upon returning to the Lin estate, Lin Chu arranged for Zhang Cai to stay in his courtyard before proceeding to pay his respects to Lin Qinghe and Madame Lin. Shiran was not in his courtyard, evidently kept close by Madame Lin. When Lin Chu encountered Madame Lin, he indeed spotted Shiran standing behind her, yet her appearance caused him to pause. After being tidied up, she was truly exquisite, a clear embodiment of Jiangnan beauty. Chuer has returned. Madame Lin grasped Lin Chu's hand. Nodding as she added, Chuer, your father has gone to Lingshan City to discuss business. I called you back this time. I discussed with your father how effective your soap has been. I sent a few bars to your grandparents, and they have been requesting more. Thus, it is advisable for you to produce a greater quantity for sale in our own establishment, as this venture may prove to be more lucrative than the grain shop. Ideally, we could have the character Lin engraved upon them. Lin Chu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Mother, that is certainly feasible. However, I lack suitable personnel. Please send a group of individuals to the estate, and I shall instruct them accordingly. This matter should remain confidential. I will speak to your father and dispatch some of our own craftsmen, but ultimately, Lin Si will oversee the operations, as he is a man of integrity. Madame Lin responded, her gaze resting on Lin Chu's face, subtly conveying her admiration. After pondering for a while, Lin Chu remarked, Mother, since we are embarking on this endeavor, we should also produce goose quills. This time, I require 100 craftsmen. Consequently, we will need to fortify Chu Manor. Later, I shall seek additional hands to elevate the walls higher and make them thicker, and construct several arrow towers around the perimeter, employing some archers, in short. We must diligently safeguard the estate. My son is indeed thorough in his considerations. I shall instruct your father to prepare the necessary personnel within the next few days, and all will adhere to your directives, Madame Lin affirmed. Grasping Lin Chu's hand with a pat of satisfaction, she then turned her gaze toward Shirun, stating, This maid is quite capable, adept at serving others. She possesses a natural talent for it. I have trained her for over a month, and her skills now rival those of Chunlan. Since you have returned, you may take her with you. Truly, mother, your ability to cultivate talent is commendable, Lin Chu flattered, eliciting further joy from Madame Lin, as her son had never been so eloquent before. She tightened her grip on Lin Chu's hand, noting its softness and warmth, still damp with perspiration. The rain continued to fall as Lin Chu made his way back to his quarters. Accompanied by Shirun, both sharing an umbrella. At-14, Shirun was slender, yet her bright demeanor was endearing. Come closer to me. We wouldn't want you to get wet, Lin Chu gently advised, pulling her into his embrace. Shirun shivered slightly, her cheeks flushing, yet a smile of delight graced her lips. Beneath the oiled paper umbrella, the two drew close together, gradually returning to the manor. Shirun exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance, subtle yet appealing, which momentarily caught Lin Chu off guard. This purchased maid was indeed extraordinary. Upon returning to the manor, Lin Chu observed that the room had been tidied impeccably, and after introducing Shirun to Zhang Tsai, he softly instructed, Shirun, from now on, listen to Tsai. She is a few years older than you and will handle matters with greater attention to detail. Yes, young master. Shirun replied obediently. Lin Chu settled into his study, gesturing for the two to leave. Chapter 14. The Kunlun slave in the warm April of Yu Mountain City, Lin Chu had grown robust after a month of training, no longer fearing the cold. His movements had become much more agile, and he had gained some height, now measuring 1.76 meters, with a considerable amount of muscle. He could perform over 40 push-ups and manage at least 7 or 8 pull-ups. During the evening bath, as Zhang Tsai heated the water, Shirun followed him into the bathing area to assist him in undressing. Lin Chu felt no embarrassment. After all, she was his personal maid and was expected to perform such duties. While bathing, Shirun also removed her clothing and sat behind him in the tub, washing his hair. In this era, it was uncommon for people to wash their hair frequently, but Lin Chu could not abide by that. He insisted on washing at least every 2 to 3 days. Shirun, do not emulate others who wash their hair only once every 6 months. You must wash it every 2 to 3 days, understood? My maid must always smell delightful, Lin Chu gently instructed. Shirun replied, I shall heed young master's wishes. After bathing, Lin Chu retreated to his study to write. While Shirun entered her room, he was composing essays on strategy. As the provincial examination was just a few months away, he had to prepare. Passing the exam to become a scholar did not seem overly daunting. Next year, he would have to take the imperial exam in the capital, and if successful, he would be granted the title of Jinshi, allowing him to serve in the government, either in the 6 ministries or as a local official. However, he held little interest in a bureaucratic career. The Lin family was exceedingly wealthy, and being far from the capital, they would likely avoid the emperor's scrutiny, provided they remained cautious. Yet, caution was still necessary. One must always have an escape plan in case their wealth attracted unwanted attention, or if his maternal grandfather angered the emperor for some reason. dragging the Lin family into turmoil. Such matters required vigilance. Thus Lin Chu felt the need to cultivate some self-defense capabilities. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, "Must life be so fraught with caution? Why can't we live in peace? Nevertheless, I must take action. Even if I do not pursue an official career, merely becoming a scholar will afford me some respect, allowing me to be regarded as a local magnate in Yu Mountain City. If the emperor takes notice, I could simply flee." Contemplating this, he thought of Yushan. If all else failed, he could retreat to Yushan or even to Nanjing, which would serve as a fallback, albeit requiring the assistance of the martial community. Upon returning to his room, Lin Chu felt a bit overwhelmed. He was still a youth, burdened with such weighty considerations, which was quite exhausting. Thus, he needed to find some bodyguards, not elite soldiers, but at least individuals with a commanding presence for self-protection. In bed, Shi-Ren lay there, warming the quilt for him. As Lin Chu climbed into bed, the quilt smelled fragrant and delightful, though subtle. It carried the essence of femininity. Shi-Ren blushed slightly, sleeping on the outer edge. Lin Chu settled down and patted her waist, saying, "Get some rest." She was merely clad in a belly band, her back and curves unmistakably visible, yet Lin Chu felt no improper thoughts. After all, she was still quite young. "Young master, I am here to serve you," Shi-Ren whispered. Lin Chu was taken aback and then shook his head. "That will suffice. Wait a couple of years, you're still too young. And it is not good for your health." "Young master, I am already 14. I am not a child anymore. My mother was just 16 when she gave birth to me," Shi-Ren asserted. Her expression earnest. Lin Chu smiled. "You do not understand. It is best to wait a few more years now, sleep." In truth, he was quite fatigued, having exercised extensively and pondered many matters, leading to a sense of weariness. His head hit the pillow, and within a minute, he was fast asleep. However, Shi-Ren found it difficult to slumber. She felt a tinge of shyness, for she was still a maiden. Only upon seeing Lin Chu asleep did she muster the courage to turn and gaze at his face. He was indeed quite handsome, albeit somewhat slender, exuding a scholarly air. During her month in the Lin household, she had learned much and understood the family's esteemed status, feeling exceedingly fortunate. Tentatively, she reached out to gently touch Lin Chu's brow, biting her lip in delight, unable to suppress her happiness. "Young master, I know that I will be your personal maid from now on, and if fortune smiles upon me, perhaps I could even become your concubine." Shi-Ren whispered her hopes, her heart swelling with joy as she contemplated her destiny. When she finally rose, Lin Chu perceived an even stronger scent of femininity lingering in the air, while Shi-Ren remained asleep. He slowly got up, but as he turned over her form, she awoke and quickly sat up. "You may rest a while longer. You are still growing," Lin Chu chuckled. Shi-Ren hesitated, then resolutely shook her head. Rising to assist Lin Chu with his clothing, in this era, who treated their maids with such kindness. Yet, she dared not overstep her bounds. Lin Chu made no objections, allowing her to help him dress. As it was indeed cumbersome to don such intricate garments alone, especially with his arms still feeling sore. Once dressed, he playfully pinched Shi-Ren's cheek, smiling gently. "Do not think that flattery will suffice. You should take a moment to rest. We are returning to the estate today, and you will accompany me. The conditions there are quite decent. Please tidy up quickly so we can have breakfast and depart." "Young master, I shall attend to it immediately," Shi-Ren replied. Lin Chu stepped outside, where Zhang Tsai stood ready, having prepared his toothbrush and warm water for washing his face, displaying her thoughtful care. After getting ready, Lin Chu cast a glance at her before heading out. The rain had ceased, and he jogged on his way as they returned to Chu Manor. Both Zhang Tsai and Shi-Ren sat beside him in the carriage. The bustling market was alive with noise as they passed through, and Lin Chu drew back the curtain to glance outside, momentarily stunned as he noticed a commotion. The carriage halted beside the crowd, where a tall, imposing figure stood in their midst, his skin dark and towering at nearly 2 meters. A truly formidable presence. "So, this is the Kunlun slave. He is indeed remarkably tall. His waist must be 3 times as thick as mine. It is said that this Kunlun slave possesses the strength of 9 oxen, yet has a temper to match." Lin Chu disembarked and approached, feeling a mix of emotions. The legendary Kunlun slave was said to hail from ancient India, specifically from the Dravidian people. Others claimed they originated from the southern seas. Typically gentle and not particularly tall, making such a towering specimen exceedingly rare. Rain Shaoqing shouted, "Stand back!" The onlookers paid no heed, but the guards pushed through the crowd, creating a path for Lin Chu to advance. Up close, the Kunlun slave appeared even more imposing. He wore only trousers, his upper body bare, his hands and feet bound with leather straps. He stood over 2 meters tall, likely around 2.2 or 3 meters. This Kunlun slave is priced at 100 taels of silver. He possesses immense strength and is quite docile. He would be an excellent guardian for your home, proclaimed the seller. A middle-aged man who did not seem to be of Central Plains descent. The Kunlun slave glared, his eyes radiating an intimidating aura, and then let out a roar, uttering a string of unintelligible words. Lin Chu was taken aback. That was clearly Hindi, likely ancient Indian dialect, which he could understand. Chapter 15. Qingwen, you deceived me. You deceived me. The words of Kunlun Nu roughly translate to this meaning. Lin Chu glanced at him with keen interest and replied in Hindi, Are you willing to come with me? You? Kunlun Nu was taken aback, his gaze falling upon Lin Chu. Then he nodded, his eyes sparkling brightly. Lin Chu produced 100 taels of silver and handed it to the middle-aged man, gently saying, If you encounter such individuals in the future, remember to seek me out. Thank you, young master. The middle-aged man beamed with joy. Ignoring him, Yu Xiaqing interjected with a hum. Remember, my young master is the eldest son of the Lin family. If suitable candidates arise, do not forget to bring them to me. The Lin family? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned before his face lit up with delight. Thank you, young Master Lin. He turned and returned to the carriage. Kunlun Nu did not walk quickly, as he was bound at the legs. Lin Chu instructed someone to release his restraints. As the carriage moved forward, Kunlun Nu's pace quickened significantly. Lin Chu observed him closely. He was barefoot, and as he ran, it appeared effortless. Should he truly sprint, his speed would surely be astonishing. After a journey back to the estate, Lin Chu sat in the main hall, watching Kunlun Nu, who knelt before him, looking up with newfound hope. Do you speak our language? Where do you come from? What is your name? Who deceived you? Lin Chu inquired. Kunlun Nu spoke rapidly, but Lin Chu interrupted him, asking him to start anew. The ancient Hindi language bore some differences from the later dialects, and Lin Chu required time to comprehend it. Soon, he grasped that Kunlun Nu was indeed a Daropitha person, albeit of mixed blood, with ancestry tracing back to ancient Ghana. He had come to the East purely out of desperation due to his impoverished background. Living on the fringes of society, he had heard tales of golden opportunities in the East, which prompted his journey. However, upon arrival, he was captured by a squad of well-trained soldiers. These individuals were formidable and dealt painful blows, yet he managed to slay 4 or 5 of them before fleeing. His speed surpassed that of a galloping horse, but ultimately, exhaustion led to his capture. To keep him subdued, he was fed only 1 bun a day, leaving him weak and famished. His name was Muley Jia. A phonetic translation, as Lin Chu could not grasp the original term. Muley Jia, go take a bath and clean yourself up, then find some robes. No, you are of such tall stature that ordinary robes would not fit. Instead, I will have a tailor come to customize some garments for you. It's better to design them looser for your frame. When you return, I have matters to discuss with you, Lin Chu said softly, instructing Yu Xiaqing to escort him away to the side courtyard. When Muley Jia returned, he had transformed into a clean figure, even his hair washed and less disheveled. That moment, someone brought in food, only porridge and about 10 salted eggs. After so many days of hunger, he was not fit to indulge in rich meats, which could lead to complications. Muley Jia bowed his head and ate voraciously, consuming an impressive 7 to 8 pounds of porridge in one sitting. Along with several salted eggs, he set down the bowl with a sigh and looked at Lin Chu, saying, You are a good person. I will follow you from now on. Very well, if you wish to live in the Central Plains. You must learn to speak the local dialect. Starting today, I will teach you. From now on, your name shall be Lin Yi, though that seems inappropriate. Since the household steward was named Lin Yi, perhaps Muley Jia shall be called Lin Wan instead. Lin Chu sighed softly, Let us go with Lin Wan. He then explained in official language, and Muley Jia, though his accent was thick, managed to respond, Young master. Lin Chu let out a breath of relief. The tailor arrived in the afternoon to take measurements for Lin Wan. Lin Chu designed not the traditional robe but rather a set of separate top and pants, ensuring a looser fit. The trousers were wide but tapered at the legs, and he instructed Yu Xiaqing to have soft armor made for him. With such a physique, should he don a full set of armor, he would surely appear formidable. Lin Chu dedicated 2 hours each day to teaching Lin Wan the official language, and after 2 days, workers sent by Lin Qingha arrived, prompting Lin Chu to resume his busy schedule. He ordered the walls to be thickened and raised, built arrow towers around the perimeter, and established a training ground on one side. Although Lin Wan was strong as an ox, he lacked martial knowledge. And Lin Chu could not find anyone to teach him, so he simply had him practice with a sword, focusing on continuous slashing and thrusting, as well as physical conditioning. The training ground needed to be leveled, requiring 3 days of watering and mud hardening. In the evening, Yu Xiaoqing accompanied Lin Chu as they watched Lin Wan practice with the sword. Why, Yu Xiaoqing remarked softly, "Young master, with Lin Wan's strength, if he were to practice external martial arts, he would become exceedingly powerful, unrivaled on the battlefield. Do you have any connections?" Lin Chu inquired. Why, Yu Xiaoqing shook his head. None. However, there should be some in southern Jian. I recall a sect called Hunyuan Zong in eastern Zhou, proficient in Hunyuan force, focusing on breath control. This is internal strength, not external martial arts. Yet, this internal strength can fortify the body, rendering one as robust as an ox, impervious to blades and spears, with corresponding techniques that are the most formidable. Southern Jin has many martial sects, like the Panchurgong and King Kong Jin, all of which are external practices. I could ask friends to investigate a bit. Friends? Lin Chu cast a knowing glance at Yu Xiaoqing. Yu Xiaoqing's heart tightened. Young master, I swear my loyalty. Let the sun and moon bear witness. Enough. Make haste. Also, when will my sword be ready? Lin Chu asked. Why, Yu Xiaoqing replied earnestly, Young master, I have already begun. I have been forging high-quality steel for a month, and I have just started refining the sword. Please rest assured. Understood, Lin Chu replied softly. As he turned, he entered the main residence, where Zhang Liang approached with several sheets of paper. Young master, here are the recent price list for the purchases made by the estate, including blue stones and other materials for the wall expansion. The glutinous rice was sourced from the Lin family grain store, and the weapons for the training ground were obtained from the governor. Lin Wan feels the weapons are too light. We have a blacksmith, so we will craft him a suitable one. We will ask him what he requires, Lin Chu acknowledged. Zhang Liang paused, then said quietly, Young master, it seems somewhat inappropriate to privately forge weapons. No need to worry about it, Lin Chu replied, shaking his head. There are so many weapons on Yushan, and no one seems to have confiscated them. Zhang Liang nodded, taking a deep breath before responding earnestly, I will follow your lead, young master. Upon entering the room, Zhang Tsai cleaned his hands and used a warm towel to wipe his face, yet she stood before Lin Chu without leaving his side. Lin Chu was taken aback and glanced at her. What is it? Do you need something? Young master, I know that the name of Shiren was given by you, and I too wish to have a name, Zhang Tsai said softly. Lin Chu rubbed his forehead. Shiren previously had no name. I named her as she is my maid, and it is only fitting for me to give her a name. I am also your maid, Zhang Tsai insisted earnestly. Lin Chu contemplated saying something, but Zhang Tsai continued, Young master, though there is no longer a contract, I have made my decision. Even if you do not want me, I will hold to it. That is just my nature. Once I decide on something, I do not change. Zhang Liang follows you? And my mother is here as well. In this life, I only wish to be with them. Lin Chu remained silent for a moment before nodding. From now on, you shall be called Qingwen. Her fiery character and strong-willed nature indeed resembled that of Qingwen, and she was undeniably beautiful. Perhaps it was his wicked amusement, but it was rather delightful. Chapter 016. Inopportune benevolence amidst the drizzle, swallows flew. The spring in Jiangnan was perpetually rainy. Lin Chu found himself at leisure, strolling through the streets accompanied by Lin Wan and a single guard, with Yu Xiaoqing and Zhang Tsai, now named Qingwen. Lin Chu noticed that although Yu Xiaoqing rarely spoke the truth, his ability to navigate social interactions was exceptional. Adept in gathering information and contacts. The first batch of soap and goose feather pins had been produced and launched at the Lin family grain store, utilizing plum blossom juice and magnolia flower juice for the soap. The snow-white soap bore the character Lin engraved in its center, with the outer packaging printed with various fragrances, plum blossom, osmanthus, magnolia, and a wildflower scent, totaling 4 variations. The estate had already planted rice, and Lin Chu had also arranged for sheep and pigs to be raised, numbering in the hundreds in the backyard. At just 18 years old, Lin Wan had been consuming meat daily, becoming somewhat plump and increasingly robust. Through the rain, Lin Chu looked out of the carriage window and rubbed his forehead, saying, Yu Xiaoqing, finding archers seems rather challenging. Young master, it is indeed difficult to find archers, but we can seek out hunters. 300 miles south of Yu Mountain City, the inhabitants make their living through hunting, so locating individuals should not be problematic. Additionally, there are sects in the martial world known for their expertise in hidden weapons, such as Kaishaman, which specializes in crafting various concealed arms. We can recruit a few of them and train some individuals from the estate as well, Yu Xiaoqing explained gently. Lin Chu was taken aback. This was indeed a viable approach. Furthermore, while cultivating archers is arduous, he could produce crossbows that do not require advanced archery skills. Training a group of 40 to 50 individuals would suffice. This era already possessed crossbows, though they were not particularly powerful. Lin Chu could have them create a repeating crossbow and forge powerful bows capable of firing 20 to 30 arrows at once. Although cumbersome to move, he had no intention of relocating them, merely wishing to secure a defensive capability for Chu estate. However, he is unable to manipulate such things, leaving him only to ponder upon them. Yet, he remembers the 8-bull crossbow, which is indeed something that can be crafted. Amidst the gentle drizzle, a horse approached from one side, and upon seeing the person on its back, he was taken aback. Xiao Wu, riding atop the steed, turned his head for a glance, his gaze fervent. Upon spotting Lin Chu, he too was momentarily stunned, then with a beaming expression declared, "Sir, I have come to seek your guidance." "Excellent. I am currently residing at Chu Manor in the outer city. You may proceed there on your own. With my jade pendant, no one shall impede your passage," Lin Chu replied, smiling. However, Xiao Wu shook his head, saying, "Sir, I would prefer to accompany you. I wish to enlist a few capable individuals. The guards my father hired are mere decorations, utterly ineffectual," Lin Chu stated softly. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, then whispered, "Sir, do you dare to recruit from the Jianghu? In this Yueshan city, I should be able to move freely, yet I have no desire to recruit those who are ruthless murderers. For me, that is a fundamental boundary. There lingers within me a fragment of untimely benevolence. Perhaps it is my weakness, but I am determined to persist, unwilling to change or relinquish my ideals." Lin Chu spoke gently. Qingwen, seated at his feet, was momentarily stunned, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Xiao Wu, too, was taken aback, and then softly remarked, "Rest assured. I understand your intentions. I shall take care of this matter and arrange for people to come. Then you may return. Your presence brings me peace of mind," Lin Chu said. Gently lowering the carriage curtain, as the carriage made its way back, the drizzle continued. Qingwen glanced at him, wrapped her arms around his leg, and gently massaged his calf, murmuring, "Young master saved me. Was it also due to that fragment of kindness in your heart?" "Perhaps," Lin Chu replied softly, then looked at her and continued, "The essence of being human lies in that bit of kindness. Should it be extinguished, one can no longer be deemed human." Qingwen gazed at him, somewhat entranced, and then softly inquired, "Young master, why did you bestow upon me the name Qingwen? Is there some deeper meaning behind it? The clear moon is rarely encountered, and colorful clouds disperse easily. Aspirations soar high like the heavens. Yet life is as fragile as paper." Lin Chu subtly altered the phrasing from Qingwen's poetic judgment. Qingwen was momentarily taken aback, digesting his words, her hands kneading his calf, drawing his foot into her embrace. Resting it upon her soft belly, Lin Chu felt a stirring in his heart, casting a glance at her, taking a deep breath. At this moment, youthful ripples indeed surfaced within him. Qingwen lowered her head. Her ears flushed crimson, yet she continued to massage, even bringing Lin Chu's other foot into her embrace. Upon returning to Chu Manor, Lin Chu welcomed Xiao Wu in the main hall, with Lin Wan also present. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu posed questions about unfamiliar characters, and Lin Chu addressed them one by one, pausing after nearly an hour. "Sir, you are truly remarkable, resolving my doubts in an instant," Xiao Wu expressed satisfaction, then glanced at Lin Wan, asking, "Kunlu Nu?" Lin Chu nodded, feeling a spark of inspiration, and with a smile said, "This is my newly acquired guard. Though he is strong and robust, he lacks a martial art for training. Xiao Wu, do you have Hunyuan Jin on your side? If not, Pan Shigong or Jingang Jin will suffice. I merely wish to strengthen him further." Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head, saying, "Sir, Hunyuan sect is one of the most formidable sects of the Eastern Zhou. Hunyuan Jin is not easily learned. Pan Shigong and Jingang Jin can be obtained, yet training them is quite challenging and not suited for everyone. I can assist you in searching for someone. Then I shall trouble you with this. Given the rain today, you may stay at the manor and take the opportunity to review your studies. If there are still uncertainties, you may consult me again in the evening," Lin Chu said softly. Xiao Wu bowed with gratitude. As the rain led Xiao Wu away, Lin Chu instructed Lin Wan to depart as well. He was currently residing in a side room of the courtyard, ensuring Lin Chu's protection. The reputation of the Lin family store had grown considerably, not just in Yueshan City, but throughout the entirety of Jiangnan. The inventions of soap and Lin Lang pins were immensely popular, and it appeared that the profits from these two items might indeed surpass that of grain. Lin Chu sat in his study, contemplating the tasks ahead. He knew he must commence production of glass. Having already pinned the formula, he tasked someone with overseeing the kiln. He even considered firing cement, which would greatly facilitate construction, allowing for the creation of higher and sturdier walls. That evening, Xiaowu visited once more, seeking answers to additional questions. He was indeed eager to learn, possessing considerable insight regarding military training. Having observed the layout of Chu Manor, he specifically addressed its defenses the following day. Sir, having constructed the manor to such height and thickness, you must be aiming to guard against bandits, correct? I believe we ought to select some individuals for concentrated training. With seamless cooperation, 100 men can defeat those skilled in the Jianghu. Truly trained soldiers are not something those bandits can contend with, Xiaowu stated. Lin Chu found this somewhat odd, as he himself was a bandit. Yet he nodded earnestly. Xiaowu, why not stay and assist me in training some individuals? Sir, it would be better to select from the city defense forces. There are indeed several renowned generals among the Yueshan city defense troops, Xiaowu chuckled. Declining Lin Chu's proposal, Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, saying nothing further as he saw Xiaowu off. His maternal grandfather held the position of a governor, but seeking assistance from his commanders for military training would undoubtedly be inappropriate. Thus, he had to devise his methods. Upon returning to the house, Qingwen approached him and gently remarked, "Young master, you are soon to participate in the local examinations. It would be wise to prepare diligently and not remain out for too long. It might be best to study at home from now on." "Do not worry, a month's time will suffice," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Yet, Qingwen still appeared somewhat concerned, softly urging, "Young master, you ought to exercise caution. After all, there is little to attend to at home." "I understand," Lin Chu nodded. Recently, he had been studying as well, for the Lin family possessed a substantial collection of books. After 2 days of rain, it ceased, and additional structures such as pigsties, sheepfolds, and chicken coops were erected in Chu Manor, all tidied and organized according to Lin Chu's plans. The entire manor was quite expansive, extending 5 li in depth and 3 li in width, though fortifying the walls would require some time. While reading, Lin Chu had Zhang Liang keep an eye on the kiln, entrusting him with the glass production. The initial attempts at firing had taken considerable effort, resulting in several failures. However, these tasks were not overly complex, and success was achieved 2 days later. Lin Chu first had them create mirrors, which reflected images with exquisite clarity, far surpassing that of copper mirrors. He prepared one for Qingwen and Shiran, making several extras to gift to Madame Lian. By the time he replaced all the windows in the main building with glass ones, it was already late May, and the weather had grown quite warm. During this period, he had indeed focused on his studies. The upcoming local examination was set in Qinghu City, approximately 300 li from Yueshan City. Scheduled for the 5th day of the 8th lunar month, Lin Chu planned to depart in mid-July. However, Lin Xinghe had already sent someone to Qinghu City to purchase a residence, specifically to provide Lin Chu with a place to stay. Upon returning to the inner city, Madame Lin, upon seeing the mirrors sent by Lin Chu, was filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Chuer, is this a mirror? It is truly marvelous. How can it be so clear? Mother, if you like it, please use it first. I have already instructed the production of a batch that will be sold at the Lin family store, and they can be priced higher since the current output is still limited," Lin Chu replied gently. Madame Lin praised, "That is only right. This is indeed a remarkable item. The Yang family of Qinghu has long been in competition with our Lin family. With these items, we should be able to surpass the Yang family." "Mother, what business does the Yang family engage in?" Lin Chu inquired, somewhat surprised. The 4 prominent families of Jiangnan? He was genuinely unaware of these matters and had not anticipated the complexity of mercantile affairs. Madame Lin gestured for him to sit down, gently explaining, "The Xie family deals in tea, the Chu family in wine, the Yang family in textiles, and we handle grain out of course, that is merely their primary business scope. In truth, the 3 families also have grain shops. The Chu family not only produces wine but also sauces, while the Yang family deals in ready-made garments and horse trading, having a horse ranch with many steeds. I have heard that they maintain a good relationship with Shiliang, which presents them with a significant advantage. The Yang family has 4 sons and 3 daughters. Your father disapproves of them." And his previous visit to Lingshan was, in fact, to propose a marriage with the Xie family. Marriage proposal? Mother, am I not too young to marry? Lin Chu's heart raced. Madame Lin playfully tapped his forehead, smiling, 17, and you think it's too early to wed? It would be better to marry early and have several children. The Xie family is the largest tea merchant in Yongan and also deals in silk. Their daughters are known for their elegance and grace, and it is a source of pride throughout Yongan to marry a Xie family daughter. Mother, I think I should wait a bit longer. I still aspire to achieve something significant. Besides, I am about to take the local examination, and next year I will have to sit for the provincial examination. If I were to achieve the highest honors, I might have the opportunity to marry into a prominent family in Jinling. Perhaps even the daughter of a minister. There is no necessity to marry a Xie family daughter, Lin Chu asserted seriously. Madame Lin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. That does hold some merit. Let us wait a while longer. We shall discuss it again after you have passed the provincial examination, however. The Xie family has yet to respond. Marrying a Xie family daughter is no small feat, as they are indeed individuals of stature and talent. Lin Chusong let out a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the master of Yushan. Had he married such a valiant woman back then, it would surely have given Lady Lin a tremendous surprise. Accompanying Lin Chu were Lin Wan and Qingwen, along with Yuxiaking. The rainy season in Jiangnan was soon to arrive, yet the current weather remained quite pleasant. Lin Chu strolled leisurely with Lin Wan and Yuxiaking through the streets, eventually arriving at Osmanthus Alley, where the Osmanthus cakes were indeed delightful. According to Lady Lin, the Xie family's tea, the Chu family's wine, and the Yang family's cloth were all highly regarded. The Xie family resided in Linshan, the Yang family in Qinghu City, and the Chu family in Ningtaicheng. As the carriage swayed, Yueshan City revealed its considerable size, passing through long streets lined with vendors selling a variety of goods. Lin Chu's attention was drawn to a stall selling fresh white shrimp. Stirring something within him. Yuxiaking, please purchase some white shrimp and have it delivered to the Lin residence, Lin Chu instructed gently. Yuxiaking alighted from the carriage, negotiated with the shrimp vendor, paid the silver, and arranged for delivery to the Lin estate. Just as they were about to depart, a sudden sound of metallic clanking caught Lin Chu's attention. Turning his head, he was momentarily taken aback. A group of 12 soldiers approached, each bearing wounds and smeared with blood, their legs shackled with fetters. Flanking these soldiers were 6 others, clearly soldiers of the Zhou kingdom, armed and watchful. Lin Chu leaned forward and called out, "Who are these individuals?" The Zhou soldiers raised their heads, their eyes glinting with menace, but upon seeing Lin's carriage, their expressions softened, and smiles appeared as they clasped their hands in salute. "Young Master Lin, these are prisoners of war from Nanjing. They trespassed into our Dezhou and were captured. Though they are gravely injured and nearly incapacitated, we intend to sell them. Each can fetch 50 taels of silver. Despite their injuries, they still possess strength, and there are those who desire them," the soldier commander explained. Lin Chu nodded thoughtfully, then after a moment's contemplation, he dismounted and handed over 1,000 taels in silver notes. "I shall purchase them. Please have them sent to the Lin residence." "Young master, if you wish to take them, we dare not accept your silver," the soldier commander shook his head. After all, Lin Chu was the grandson of the governor, and he did not wish to offend him. Lin Chu patted his arm reassuringly. "Take it. As for the remainder, you may handle it as you see fit. We are not strangers." The soldier commander finally accepted the silver, his face brightening in a smile. "Young master, we shall deliver them immediately, but these individuals may be difficult to manage," he cautioned in a low voice. Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. I shall handle everything." The soldier commander then led the prisoners away. Lin Chu observed the group of Jin soldiers, feeling a stirring within him. He had noticed that their gazes were devoid of fear, replaced instead by an expression of indifference, a resolute steadfastness that was inexplicable. This sentiment resonated with him, for he too had once embodied such unwavering determination. Chapter 018. The libertine in front of Osmanthus Alley. A considerable line remained for the Osmanthus cakes. Lin Chu stood among the crowd. Moving forward slowly, when his turn arrived, he presented his silver, smiling at the woman wrapped in a headscarf, who was undeniably beautiful. If one were to compare, Qingwen was undoubtedly more attractive, the most beautiful woman Lin Chu had ever known, possessing a unique allure. Even among those he had encountered in his previous life, she would rank among the top 3, including those stunning celebrities who had captivated time itself. Yet this shopkeeper exuded an indescribable tranquility. It was worth noting that Lin Chu was not young. Having experienced much in both lives, he found himself easily calmed by her presence. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze, the shopkeeper turned to him, narrowed her eyes and huffed, "Libertine, please conduct yourself with decorum. How dare you speak to my young master in such a manner?" Yuxiaking interjected, adopting an obsequious stance. However, before her words could finish, Lin Chu halted her with a gentle hand on her shoulder. Bowing slightly. My apologies. I shall return another day. With the osmanthus cakes in hand, he turned and left, his departure graceful. The woman was beautiful, yet he was no naive youth, and he appreciated the encounter with forthrightness. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his retreating figure before shaking her head and resuming her work, dismissing Lin Chu as a typical wastrel. Lin Chu purchased a considerable amount of osmanthus cakes, sending a box to the governor's residence upon his return. He had visited the governor. After all, Lu Jianshan, his maternal grandfather, was quite fond of him. The governor had 2 sons and a daughter, and he treated Lin Chu's mother, Lu Wanwan, with particular affection. On a sunny day, Lin Chu reminisced about his last visit to the governor's residence, a smile creeping onto his lips, warmth flickering in his eyes. Young master, 12 bloodied individuals have arrived at our estate. How shall we proceed? Qingwen inquired softly as she entered. Lin Chu nodded. I shall go take a look, by the way. Here are some osmanthus cakes. Do indulge. But do exercise restraint, lest you become rounder and it becomes uncomfortable to embrace. As he spoke, he pinched her cheek, noticing that her face seemed a little fuller than before, yet still somewhat slender. Young master. Qingwen's cheeks flushed, and she stamped her foot, betraying a hint of shyness. Lin Chu chuckled heartily and stepped outside. Qingwen watched his retreating figure, her lips curling into a smile as she glanced down at her waist. Pinching it lightly. Have I truly gained weight? She murmured, then reached to caress her backside, a hint of pride evident as she whispered, Mother once said I am easy to nurture. Indeed, I am a bit more voluptuous than others. The soldiers from Nanjing were arranged in the side courtyard, and Lin Chu approached with Yuxiaking and Lin Wan. The 12 men sat huddled in a corner, silent, their eyes averted. A man in his 30s occupied the center. Upon seeing Lin Chu, none of them spoke, nor did they look his way. Yuxiaking called out, Young master has arrived. Why do you not rise to pay your respects? Silence reigned, prompting Lin Wan to step forward with a heavy snort. Lin Chu held Lin Wan back and surveyed the 12 men before gently stating, Yuxiaking, please arrange for a carriage to take them to Chu Manor. We shall return together shortly. Also, please purchase some medicinal herbs for treating their wounds, primarily external injuries, and procure some tonics as well. Acquire some ginseng too, and don't forget clothing, both inner and outer garments. Lastly, buy some wine, enough to send 2,000 jin directly to Chu Manor. Yuxiaking turned and departed, while Lin Chu regarded the men before him with calm composure. Prepare yourselves. Soon we shall head to the outer city, where I will tend to your injuries. He spoke softly, then turned to leave without further elaboration. The Jin soldiers harbored a touch of pride, which he could understand. Their expressions revealed a sense of despair. Yet they had not chosen to end their lives, indicating they were unwilling to succumb to death, perhaps still harboring thoughts of escape. After a brief period of preparation, Lin Chu bid farewell to Lu Wanwan and set off for Chu Manor. In the carriage, Qingwen brought along a considerable amount of luggage, including 2 boxes of osmanthus cakes. She had only indulged in 2 pieces, exercising restraint. Leaning against the soft cushions, Lin Chu glanced at her. Why not eat a bit more? My young master mentioned I have gained weight. I must exercise some self-control lest I become unappealing, Qingwen replied softly. Clearly harboring some feminine concerns, Lin Chu looked at her, gently saying, Oh, you? Qingwen smiled, playfully lifting Lin Chu's feet and resting them on her abdomen, massaging his calves with a look of delight. Lin Chu was 17, while Qingwen was already 21, which in this era marked her as an old maid. To his surprise, Lin Wan was also 17, the same age as him, but his height was indeed remarkable, suggesting he might still grow taller. Upon returning to Chu Manor, Yuxiaking arranged for the belongings to be moved. The 12 men emerged one by one, their faces showing little hostility. Lin Chu led them into the side courtyard, where the accommodations were ample, complete with a natural small lake at the back. Since you have chosen to follow me, it indicates your acceptance of the current circumstances. I am Lin Chu, a scholar. Now, I will have someone tend to your wounds. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Lin Chu spoke softly, fixing his gaze on the 30-year-old man among them, his demeanor calm. The man finally raised his head, revealing blood from a knife wound marring the left side of his face. He nodded. What you say is true, young master. We have never contemplated death. Surviving is our utmost wish. You have trespassed into the Zhou kingdom, yet I believe it was not for war, but rather in flight. Correct? The Jin kingdom must be in some turmoil, Lin Chu articulated gently, his gaze steady. The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, and the remaining 11 exchanged glances, a hint of confusion lingering. Young master, we indeed fled from the Jin kingdom. Coming to Zhou with no ulterior motives, only seeking a place to reside, the man replied softly, then stood. I am Yin Chuan, a captain of the Blood Armor Army. You may reside in this courtyard. There are plenty of rooms, and each of you shall have one. Lin Chu spoke gently. Two physicians entered to tend to the 12 soldiers' injuries, while Yuxiaking freed them from their shackles. Yuxiaking appeared startled, her expression perplexed. Young master, that Yin Chuan is a 4th-tier expert. And there is another at the 3rd tier. Lin Chu was taken aback. Was this the classification of martial prowess in the Jianghu? Yuxiaking's insight was indeed commendable, suggesting she possessed some discerning ability. Release them. With Lin Wan present. I trust there will be no issues, Lin Chu replied, shaking his head. Yin Chuan's gaze flickered, but he said nothing. Lin Chu turned and left, making his way to the rear courtyard. In one of the rooms there. Lin Chu entered, his gaze landing on a side. The room was immaculate, adorned on one side with a set of glassware that unmistakably served as distillation equipment, crafted by his own hands during this period. After mastering the art of glass melting, he conducted numerous experiments, ultimately resulting in the creation of such apparatus. He poured liquor into it, initiating the distillation of alcohol. Chapter 019. Men of the Jianghu. Alcohol required evaporation. In this era, the wine was quite turbid. Thus, Lin Chu distilled it 6 times before finally collecting the alcohol. He inhaled deeply, the potent aroma of the liquor wafting through the air. After securing it in the glass bottles he had previously fashioned, he turned to leave. Upon entering the residence, Qingwen approached him hurriedly, exclaiming, Young master, a few individuals have arrived outside, seeking an audience with you. They seem to be men of the Jianghu. Lin Chu paused, nodding slightly. What if she run? She has yet to make an appearance since my return. She is boiling water, claiming it is for your bath, Qingwen replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Then whispered, Tonight, I wish to warm your bed. Lin Chu chuckled. In the sweltering summer, is there truly a need for that? Qingwen faltered, her eyes reflecting deeper sorrow. She cast a glance at Lin Chu but remained silent. He playfully pinched her cheek, saying, This evening, I wish to hear you sing. Do remember to wait for me on the bed. With that, he stepped outside. Qingwen stamped her foot in frustration, yet her cheeks flushed a charming hue. In the front courtyard stood 3 individuals. Lin Chu walked among them, with Yu Shaoqing accompanying him. Among the trio were 2 men and a woman. One man was impressively tall and robust, towering nearly 2 meters. His hands were particularly striking, large and thick, with fingers that resembled tree trunks, the skin akin to rough bark. The other man was somewhat smaller, dressed in a blue robe, carrying a sword on his back. He was delicate-featured, standing about 1.68 meters, with a fair complexion and an air of refinement. The woman, appearing to be in her 50s, bore the guise of an elderly matron. Though not short, she matched the sword-bearing man in height. Clad in a white cloth garment and floral trousers, her skin notably dark. Upon seeing Lin Chu, the matron stepped forward, presenting a piece of jade pendant, softly stating, Young Master Lin, we 3 come to pledge our loyalty, and shall serve you diligently in the days to come. Lin Chu accepted the pendant, examining it closely. Indeed, it was the very piece he had given to Xiao Wu. He nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, my safety shall henceforth rely upon you 3. Lin Chu replied, a spirited expression gracing his face. All 3 exhaled in relief. The matron bent slightly, introducing herself. I am Lu Chushui, an elder of the Thousand Hand sect. I am Ding Wu of the Pancher sect. And I am Li Chongfeng from the Chongjian sect. The other 2 introduced themselves. With the towering man named Ding Wu and the more slender man Li Chongfeng, Lin Chu's heart stirred. The Pancher sect was known for its mastery of the Pancher strength. Therefore, Ding Wu's arrival perhaps heralded Xiao Wu's intent to have him impart the Pancher technique to Lin Wan. Xiao Wu's recommendations were indeed trustworthy. It seemed they had fled here due to a bounty placed on them by the southern Jin. Lin Chu arranged for the 3 to reside in the side courtyard and spoke privately with Ding Wu about the Pancher technique. Without hesitation, Ding Wu declared, Young master, I find myself alone and adrift in Dongzhou, fortunate to be taken in by you. Should you require it, I will impart my skills to Lin Wan. Tomorrow I shall formally teach him, thereby allowing the Pancher sect to re-establish its lineage in Dongzhou. Lin Chu nodded, offering him some words of reassurance before departing. He made his way to Yin Chuan, where the physicians were attending to 12 soldiers. All 12 were stripped bare, their injuries severe. 2 had broken legs, 1 an arm, all sustaining grievous wounds, while the rest bore superficial injuries. Initially, Yin Chuan's group had numbered over 80, yet during their escape, over 70 had perished. Lin Chu instructed the use of alcohol for sterilization before proceeding with treatment. These injuries were not trifling and would require time to heal. Once the 12 were attended to, they were given fresh clothing and had their hair washed with soap before retreating to rest. Yin Chuan's injuries were relatively minor, affecting only his face, which was marred and disfigured. Among the 12 was Yin Chuan's younger brother, Yin He, who bore no injuries as he had remained hidden as an archer throughout their ordeal. With these individuals settled, Lin Chu sighed in relief. Though Yin Chuan's group may not possess genuine loyalty, Lin Chu felt secure knowing he had protection. Ding Wu and Li Changfeng were both 5th-tier experts, while Lu Qiushui was of the 6th tier. This information had been relayed to Lin Chu by Yu Shaoqing, though he remained unaware of how she discerned such details, as he himself felt no such awareness. Upon returning to the rear residence, he found Zhang Mu had prepared a lavish meal. Both Qingwen and Shiren were present. Arranging the table filled with dishes, Lin Chu's appetite had increased lately, likely due to his consistent training, and his health had improved significantly. After refraining from consuming the Wusher San, his vitality surged. However, he had no inclination to practice martial arts. Content with the protection he had. In June, Jiangnan was fully enveloped in summer. This season brought an abundance of culinary delights, with offerings beyond mere fish, including shrimp. The bounty of Yueshan City was truly remarkable, and the aroma of fried shrimp wafted through the air, crispy and delectable. Zhang Mu had also stewed venison, which was tender and flavorful, earning Lin Chu's unreserved praise. Once seated in the study, Lin Chu began his readings in preparation for the upcoming provincial examination. He needed to familiarize himself with the patterns of the tests. Strategies and poetry would pose little challenge for him. He did not aspire to rank among the top, but merely aimed to qualify for the subsequent examinations. As night fell, he returned to his chamber, where Qingwen had already nestled beneath the covers, while Shiren remained outside. The summer bedding was thin, merely laid over a mat, and thus did not require warming. However, Qingwen's presence infused the sheets with a delicate fragrance. It was a unique scent, reminiscent of locust blossoms, subtly sweet yet distinct, with a slight potency that rendered it quite delightful. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. Possessing a naturally fragrant woman was an exceedingly rare treasure. As he embraced Qingwen, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and she softly inquired, "Young master, shall I sing now?" "Not tonight. I am rather fatigued. Just let me hold you." "You smell so wonderful," Lin Chu complimented, enveloping her in his arms. She wore nothing but a simple bodice, her skin smooth and her figure exquisite, evoking admiration, possessing the allure of fertility. Indeed, he was somewhat weary. The day's activities had been numerous, and though he felt a twinge of desire, he soon succumbed to sleep. Qingwen pouted slightly, harboring a trace of melancholy. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Chu's peaceful slumber, she remained silent, merely teasingly tapping his nose with her finger. In a hushed voice, she mused, "Young master, you are truly handsome. I am already 21. At this, she leaned forward, planting a swift kiss on his nose before retracting, furtively glancing at him to find he remained asleep. Unperturbed, she sighed in relief. "Young master, men as kind-hearted as you are rare. I consider myself fortunate. From now on, I shall always—" Qingwen continued to murmur, her voice dwindling to a whisper, barely audible, embracing his waist. Her head nestled against his chest, she felt a profound tranquility wash over her. Gradually, she drifted into slumber. Chapter 020. Refugees. Upon awakening, the scent in the room had intensified. Lin Chu found himself enveloped in softness, silently praising Qingwen's figure, truly exquisite. To have spent an entire night holding such a captivating beauty without any impropriety felt somewhat shameful. As he rose, Qingwen stirred awake, glancing at Lin Chu before quickly getting up to assist him in changing attire. Shiren entered as well, lending her aid in the summer heat. Lin Chu donned a light garment and resumed his routine of running, planking, and performing pull-ups with methodical precision. After bathing in his room, assisted by Shiren, with Qingwen boiling water, she had now assumed the role of the head maid in the household, while Shiren shared similar duties. However, due to Qingwen's literacy, she managed the affairs of the rear residence. Lin Wan was practicing pancher strength with Ding Wu while simultaneously honing his martial skills. Lin Chu tasked Yin He with teaching archery to a portion of the guards at Chu Manor. The young men in the manor were plentiful. Lin Chu had gathered 100 from various estates to train in archery, military formations, and martial arts. Yin Chuan, having served as a soldier and a captain, was the ideal person to lead the training. Days passed, and the activity in Chu Manor escalated. Before long, July arrived, and Lin Chu prepared for his journey to Qinghu City. The injuries sustained by Yin Chuan's group had mostly healed. He dispersed the 10 individuals brought with him among the 100, assigning them as squad leaders, thus accelerating the training process. By mid-July, they were set to journey to Qinghu City, and Lin Chu planned to bring Ding Wu, Lu Qiushui, and Yin Chuan with him, leaving Lin Wan and Li Chongfeng to guard the manor, with Zhang Liang managing daily affairs. During this time, Lin Wan had been diligently practicing pancher strength. He struggled to comprehend Ding Wu's instructions, requiring Lin Chu to translate, yet he managed to grasp the technique. Recently, they found themselves at a critical juncture, making it inconvenient for Lin Wan to leave. Lin Chu's decision to take Yin Chuan stemmed from concerns regarding any potential changes among the men he brought. After all, he would not be present at the manor, necessitating precautions. Without Yin Chuan's oversight, the others would face challenges, but with Lin Wan and Li Chongfeng guarding the estate, he felt assured of their safety. As they prepared to depart, Lin Chu bid farewell to Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan, embarking on the journey with 2 of the household's senior maids. Yu Shaoqing, as the steward, naturally accompanied them. During this time, Qingwen and Shi Run had continuously warmed his bed, yet he had refrained from any advances, feeling he needed more time. His body had not yet reached its peak condition. He believed that by the end of summer, he would be ready, particularly after the provincial examinations concluded. The scenery along the journey was pleasant. However, despite the beauty of Jiangnan, wealth remained concentrated in the hands of a select few, leaving many of the lower-class citizens struggling to make ends meet. Recently, the southern region of Nanjing, particularly near Jiangnan, has been afflicted by severe flooding, resulting in numerous disaster victims appearing along the roads, having fled from Nanjing to the state of Zhou. On the carriage, Lin Chu gazed thoughtfully at the hundreds of disaster-stricken individuals trudging by, many of whom were dressed in tattered clothing and bore expressions of despair. Shi Run cast a glance at them, her eyes reddening, presumably recalling days of yore. You feel sympathy for them, do you not? Lin Chu inquired. Shi Run clenched her teeth and nodded in agreement. Lin Chu smiled lightly. It is nearly time for a break. We shall prepare some porridge for them shortly. By now, it was approaching noon. Lin Chu was traveling with a substantial amount of luggage, driving a carriage laden with several hundred pounds of white rice. Although Qinghu City boasted a grain store belonging to the Lin family, Lin Qinghe had arranged for provisions, fearing that Lin Chu might find the fare on the road unpalatable. Thus, they brought along rice and even a few plump chickens. When they paused to rest by the official road, Yin Chuan kindled a fire while Lu Qiushui remained by Lin Chu's side, and Ding Wu stood slightly ahead, his imposing figure serving as a deterrent. Shi Run prepared porridge in a large pot, and as the savory aroma wafted through the air, she approached the refugees, inviting them to partake. The victims, each clutching bowls, rushed over at her call, creating a chaotic scene. Lin Chu furrowed his brow and commanded, "Form a line." One at a time. Yin Chuan, armed with a spear, stood up to maintain order upon hearing Lin Chu's words. Those who disobeyed were met with a few swift strikes of the spear, and gradually, a line began to form. 3 large pots of porridge were prepared, ensuring that everyone received at least a portion. While it was impossible for all to fill their bellies, at least their hunger would be somewhat alleviated. The children, at least, were fed satisfactorily, while Lin Chu and his party only had porridge themselves. As they departed, the refugees rose to follow Lin Chu onward. As the carriage moved forward, someone knelt in front of them. Lu Qiushui turned the horse around and leaned closer to the carriage window, softly saying, "Young master, someone wishes to offer their child to you as a servant, without any silver in return." Lin Chu was taken aback for a moment, then pondered before alighting from the carriage to approach the kneeling figure. The girl appeared to be around 10 years old, and he squinted his eyes, taking in the sight of a gaunt man in his 20s. His complexion sallow and his physique frail, yet he bore a gentle demeanor. "You need not feel gratitude. Your child should be raised by you, as it is essential for her future." Lin Chu spoke softly, his expression calm. The man shook his head, a look of sorrow etched on his face. "Young master, I can no longer care for her. With you, she may at least survive. Should she remain with me? I fear for her safety when food becomes scarce, as no one will be able to maintain composure in such dire times." Lin Chu felt a stir of compassion within him. He understood the unspoken truth behind the man's words. Reflecting on the past few months, he had purchased many lives, even in the prosperous Jiangnan, revealing the stark inequities of the world. "Very well, I shall accept her," Lin Chu replied. allowing Yu Xiaqing to finalize the contract of servitude. Upon signing the agreement, as Lin Chu rose, the 10-year-old girl's eyes glistened with tears, and she turned to him, pleading, "Young master, I beseech you to take my father as well, please." As she cried, she clutched Lin Chu's arm. Lin Chu was momentarily startled, glanced at the man, then nodded to Yu Xiaqing without uttering a word, and turned back to the carriage. Such matters could not be resolved for everyone, and it was perhaps best to remain silent. The girl was placed in the rear of the carriage, while Yu Xiaqing and her father also signed the contract, becoming servants of the Lin household. Many eyes around them sparkled with interest, and they rushed forward, while Yu Xiaqing shouted a few reprimands, and Ding Wu intervened to disperse the crowd before they set off again. Prior to reaching Qinghu City, Lin Chu consistently instructed his companions to prepare porridge for those who trailed behind them. On the carriage, Qingwen gently inquired, "Young master, you've acquired another servant. How will you arrange her?" "Let it be your concern. Someone must attend to household duties, such as laundry," Lin Chu replied softly. Qingwen responded with a cheerful acknowledgement, and observing a hint of jealousy in her demeanor, Lin Chu smiled, playfully stepping on her soft abdomen. She grasped his foot, pressing it against her leg, her eyes alight with tenderness. Chapter 021. Arrogance after 2 days of travel. They were but half a day away from Qinghu City. The number of refugees trailing Lin Chu had dwindled to only a few dozen, as many had exhausted their strength and could no longer keep pace, dispersing into the small towns they passed. Nevertheless, Lin Chu had ensured that each person received a pound of rice. Continuing onward, as noon approached and they neared Qinghu City, Lin Chu halted to rest. The sound of hooves echoed from the side of the official road, as 6 riders approached at a gallop towards Qinghu City. The leader was a young man, not much older than Lin Chu himself, who halted at the porridge stall. Sniffing the air, he waved his hand, and one of his companions dismounted, striding over to demand, "My young master is hungry. Serve him a bowl of porridge and a chicken leg." The chicken was freshly roasted, prepared by Shirin specifically for Lin Xiaqiu. Yu Xiaqing shot him a glare, retorting, "That belongs to my young master. We only have porridge here. If you wish to eat, line up at the back, or be gone." "Impudent!" the burly man lashed out, striking towards Yu Xiaqing's face with his whip. In a swift motion, Ding Wu stepped in front of Yu Xiaqing, grasping the whip and yanking it, causing the man to stumble forward. With a casual release, Ding Wu's large hand struck the man's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The leading man, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and dismounted, glaring menacingly at Lin Chu, who he recognized as the one in charge. In Qinghu City, few dare to oppose the Deng family. I am Deng Ming, and those who strike my people must pay the price. Hand over your servant. He referred to Qingwen, his gaze sharp. Lin Chu felt a sense of relief. As he realized the man was not from the Yang family of Qinghu City, he smiled at Deng Ming. "I thought you were from the Yang family. I didn't expect such audacity from the unremarkable Deng family. Now be on your way." Deng Ming was momentarily stunned, gesturing to his companions, who surged forward and collided with those waiting in line. 2 of them fell to the ground, unable to rise, clearly injured. Ding Wu advanced a step, swiftly dispatching a few of the attackers before they could reach Lin Chu. Soon, only Deng Ming remained before Lin Chu, who stood up, approached him, and playfully struck his face. Deng Ming, startled, retreated a step, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Your courage is lacking. You have harmed others. Compensation is due. I have no interest in fighting you, but you must make amends." Lin Chu scoffed, his expression brimming with arrogance, embodying the essence of a spoiled heir. Deng Ming gritted his teeth, tossing down 100 taels of silver, and kicked the fallen individuals before turning to leave. The others scrambled to their feet, as Ding Wu had not been heavy-handed, ensuring they could still move. This time, none dared to collide with them, avoiding their path as they rode away, somewhat dejected, with Deng Ming not even inquiring about Lin Chu's name. This was Lin Chu's first encounter with such a spoiled scion. During his time in Yueshan City, he had not witnessed such entitlement. Of course, in Yueshan City, he himself had been the most spoiled. Unmatched in his excesses, as for the injured, Lin Chu refrained from handing them the 100 taels directly, as it would only bring them trouble. He instructed his companions to escort them into the city, where they would be reunited with their families, including parents and brothers, though none of the siblings had married yet. Upon entering the city, Lin Chu parted ways with the remaining refugees, distributing 1 pound of rice to each. The Lin family's carriage, accompanied by a pass from Yueshan City, along with Lin Chu's status as a scholar, faced no scrutiny as they entered. Many travelers flocked to Qinghu City, primarily scholars heading for the examinations. Although most sought lodging in inns, the Lin family owned a residence in Qinghu City, located at the heart of the inner city. Lin Chu made his way to the estate, where the guards greeted him with respect. Yu Xiaoqing took charge of the estate, adeptly managing affairs far better than the guards. Yin Chuan oversaw the guards, and Lin Chu trusted in their capabilities to handle matters efficiently. Two senior maidservants entered the rear courtyard to organize their belongings. As Lin Chu intended to stay in Qinghu City for an extended period and needed to ensure his comfort. In the front courtyard, Lin Chu met with the two families he had brought along. Seated on a chair, he spoke gently. The primary reason for bringing you into Qinghu City is your safety. As you are aware, the Deng family compensated you 100 taels of silver, 50 taels for each family. Had this been given outside the city, given the circumstances, you would not have been able to retain it. Now that you are within the city, you are safe. I have also prepared an additional 20 taels for you, totaling 70 taels for your family. Accept this. Our business here is concluded. You may engage in small trade in Qinghu City, and with diligence, you should be able to support your family. Thank you, young Master Lin. The families knelt in unison, bowing deeply. Lin Chu waved his hand, and Lu Qiushui gently remarked, "The young master is weary. You may take your leave now. I shall escort you out. Ensure you secure the silver." As the group rose to depart, Lin Chu rubbed his temples, and a familiar sound of footsteps approached from outside. The man entered with the 10-year-old girl in tow. Two individuals knelt upon the ground, and the man, whose complexion appeared somewhat sallow, gently addressed, "Yurong pays his respects to the young master. This is my daughter, Yu Qiui. I am deeply grateful for your kindness in taking us in." "What was your profession previously?" Lin Chu inquired, his gaze resting on Yurong's face with an air of indifference. Yurong replied, "I was once a shopkeeper in Wuzhou, a city of the southern Jin kingdom, where I operated a rouge shop. Alas, my establishment was usurped by others, forcing me to flee. The southern Jin has fallen into disarray. Recently, a faction of the formidable Blood Armor Army was falsely accused, resulting in the slaughter of 1,000 men, with only a few escaping. The emperor, misled by deceit, has executed many loyal subjects, and the palace is plagued by malevolent consorts who harm the faithful. Even the empress has been relegated to the shadows. Coupled with the rising might of the underworld, banditry has surged, making life exceedingly difficult for the common folk. Yurong, having been a shopkeeper, do you possess the confidence to reopen your shop?" Lin Chu inquired softly. His knowledge of the affairs of southern Jin was limited, and he felt little inclination to become involved. Yurong nodded. "I do have some experience in commerce. I shall not disappoint your expectations." "Young master, in that case, you shall go to Jinling and establish a shop there, specializing in soap, quills, mirrors, and crystal bottles. These are rare commodities and command a high price," Lin Chu advised, subsequently sharing some commercial strategies with Yurong. The methods he described were drawn from his previous life, in an era where commerce thrived, and he sold unique items without competition, a distinct advantage. The shop's decor must be opulent, spacious, and the staff well-trained, embodying both the elegance of scholars and the humility of waitstaff. Lin Chu elaborated extensively, while Yurong listened attentively, momentarily dazed. These strategies were entirely new to him, yet he felt a profound resonance with them. This was undoubtedly a premier strategy. He focused intently, acknowledging each point, preparing to commit them to memory upon his return. Chapter 022. The Deng family. Yurong possessed considerable insight, and after Lin Chu granted him a seat, they conversed for half an hour before Lin Chu presented him with a silver note for 10,000 taels. "You shall go to Jinling to purchase a shop, one of substantial size. However, it would be unsafe for you to travel alone. I shall assign 4 guards from the residence to accompany you. Shortly, I will pen a letter to be sent to Yueshan City, and thereafter, someone will supply you with goods. The Lin family shops are widespread throughout Jiangnan, though none exist in Jinling. Once you arrive, do not use the Lin family name. Instead, adopt a new title. Let it be called Shituju. 10,000 taels should suffice." Lin Chu spoke gently, and Yurong nodded, rising to bow before turning to leave. He harbored no concerns regarding Yurong's potential greed for his silver, for he would have individuals monitoring the journey. The guards were appointed by Lin Qinghe, seasoned veterans of the Lin family, and their loyalty was beyond question. Moreover, with Yurong's daughter still present, his act of kneeling in the street to present her was a testament to his good intentions. Leaving Lin Chu at ease. "Young master, I shall serve you diligently in the future. Please bestow upon me a name," the young girl standing to the side said softly. Lin Chu glanced at her. Since Qingwen and Shiren already had names, he decided to continue with the theme from Dream of the Red Chamber. After a moment of contemplation, he said, You shall be called Pinger. Now, go to the inner courtyard and follow Qingwen's arrangements. Thank you, young master, Pinger replied and promptly departed. The name chosen by him, derived from the literary work, held its own significance, aligning with the descriptions found therein. With a slender waist, shoulders tapered, and a figure that is both delicate and exquisite. Such portrayals abound, with Qingwen standing out even more, possessing the quintessential physique, a perfect embodiment of beauty. Lin Chu smiled, summoning Lu Qiushui, who currently served as his personal guard, ever ready to respond to his summons. He tasked her with locating Yu Shaoqing to arrange for 4 individuals to accompany Yu Rong to Jinling, as well as procuring 4 horses. After ensuring all was in order, he strolled through the courtyard. Given his current vitality, he felt no fatigue. The estate was expansive, featuring a lotus pond teeming with koi. And the rear courtyard was equally vast and tranquil. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Chu, accompanied by Lu Qiushui and Shiren, set out to explore Qinghu City, the provincial capital of Jiangnan. The streets bustled with people, and as lanterns were lit, commerce thrived along the roadside. Lin Chu observed the numerous shops belonging to the Yang family, primarily dealing in textiles, as their fabrics were renowned. The Yang family also operated grain stores in Qinghu City, alongside ready-made garment shops, stables, and even establishments selling horses. Occasionally, one might spot Lin family grain stores, Xie family tea houses, and Chu family taverns. Surprisingly, there were also numerous shops belonging to the Deng family. Unfamiliar with their circumstances, Lin Chu decided to enter the Xie family's tea house. The Xie tea house exuded elegance, yet in terms of allure, it paled in comparison to later establishments that featured tea wares and charming tea girls. Accompanied by the soothing strains of the guqin, Lin Chu surveyed the modest selection of teas, only 4 or 5 varieties, including Longjing, white tea, Biluakun, Junshan yellow tea, and a particular Dahong Pao. Upon seeing the Dahong Pao, Lin Chu paused in surprise. The shopkeeper, a man in his 40s, approached with a slight smile, inquiring, "What tea may I assist you with, young sir?" "1 portion of Dahong Pao, please," Lin Chu replied gently. The shopkeeper handed him a packet of tea leaves, stating, "Sir, this is the finest Dahong Pao, priced at 3 taels of silver for 3 taels of tea." The price was indeed steep, and Lin Chu sighed inwardly, placing down the 3 taels of silver. Raising his brow, he asked, "Shopkeeper, are you familiar with the Deng family in Qinghu City?" "The Deng family?" The shopkeeper paused, then chuckled. "Of course, they are a prominent clan in Qinghu City, renowned for their scholarly supplies, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The Deng family's inkstones are famous throughout Jiangnan, cherished by many officials in Jinling, and also favored by talented scholars. Thus the Deng family's reputation is quite esteemed." Lin Chu was taken aback. The Deng family was indeed formidable. Yet he remained indifferent, as the Lin family ranked among the 4 great clans of Jiangnan, and he was the grandson of the governor of Yueshan City. People would naturally accord him a measure of respect. As he departed, Lin Chu meandered through the streets, passing by a tavern where he entered with Lu Qiushui and Shiren. Initially, he had intended to bring Qingwen along, but she was occupied with instructing Pinger and managing matters in the inner courtyard. For Qingwen's capabilities far surpassed those of Shiren. The tavern spanned 2 stories, and upon entering, Lin Chu surveyed the bustling first floor, nearly filled to capacity. The waiter guided him to a side table, and Lu Qiushui raised an eyebrow. "Are we not permitted to ascend to the 2nd floor?" "Of course, but the cost on the 2nd floor is no less than 5 taels of silver." "While the 1st floor imposes no such restrictions," the waiter replied with a slight smile. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. This establishment truly enjoyed thriving business, indicating that the quality must be commendable. Contemplating this, he turned and ascended to the 2nd floor, inquiring, "Waiter, who is your proprietor?" "Why, it is the Yang family," the waiter replied with a hint of pride. Lin Chu fell silent for a moment. Indeed, the Yang family was a powerful clan, managing even a tavern. Once seated on the 2nd floor, Lin Chu invited Shiren and Lu Qiushui to join him, yet they stubbornly refused, with Lu Qiushui stating that their statuses were different. Lin Chu replied earnestly, "When dining, such distinctions need not apply. You are both my closest companions, so please take a seat." Shiren, accustomed to his ways, sat down without further protest, and Lu Qiushui followed suit. Lin Chu ordered 7 or 8 dishes, instructing the waiter to serve them. The 2nd floor was relatively quiet, with only about 10 tables occupied, as 5 taels of silver was not a sum affordable to the average family. Qinghu City's culinary offerings were abundant, primarily featuring lake delicacies, steamed whitefish, salt-edged shrimp, steamed crabs, and braised soft-shell turtles. With a total of 8 dishes, the 3 of them dined heartily. The window was open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying the humid scent of the lake, which alleviated some of the summer heat. Lin Chu's appetite had indeed increased. He consumed the most, followed closely by Lu Qiushui. As he set down his chopsticks, Lu Qiushui regarded Lin Chu and remarked softly, "Young master, your appetite is quite impressive. It seems you are growing stronger and taller." Lin Chu smiled but said nothing. Turning his attention elsewhere, at a nearby table, individuals were conversing about the Deng family. That fellow Deng Ming encountered a setback today and returned home in tears. The Deng family is conducting a covert investigation into the matter. Yet it appears to have come to nothing, and they have even instructed Deng Ming not to venture out. I have heard of this incident as well. It seems Deng Ming has provoked someone he ought not have. Perhaps someone from the Yang family? Impossible. The Yang family members are few, and Deng Ming cannot possibly be unaware of who they are, so it must not be someone from the Yang family. I've heard that the Deng family is expected to personally visit this individual tomorrow, and we shall soon discover the truth. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. The Deng family had not sought trouble with him, which suggested they were aware of his identity. Perhaps they would indeed pay a visit to the Lin residence the following day. Chapter 023. The gift from the Deng family. The cuisine at the Yang family tavern was indeed impressive, and Lin Chu felt a stirring ambition. If he could entice such a chef to his establishment, he could open a tavern of his own. However, he had no desire to meddle with the Yang family. The nights in Qinghu City were vibrant, with no curfew in place, and the streets were filled with people, particularly in the brothels, where laughter and song echoed throughout. Yet Lin Chu had already retired for the evening. Cradling Qingwen in his arms, inhaling the fragrant scent of the locust blossoms, feeling somewhat intoxicated. Was this not far superior to the pleasures of a brothel? Qingwen, no longer the shy maiden of yore, had grown accustomed to Lin Chu's presence over time, and with frequency, she had adapted. "Young master, I am already 21, Qingwen said wistfully, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Lin Chu smiled gently and embraced her tightly, saying softly, "You have mentioned it before. Regardless of the circumstances, you and Shirun have always been my warm refuge, hence you shall undoubtedly be my most cherished maid. Your status has changed after the provincial examination. I shall officially accept you into my household. It is time to unveil your identity. From now on, you shall be regarded as a concubine, and you will manage the affairs of the inner quarters." "Thank you, young master," Qingwen replied joyously, holding him close. Lin Chu cast a glance at her, burying his face in her hair, inhaling deeply, and kissed her lips, soft and fragrant. Lin Chu felt somewhat intoxicated. The knots in Qingwen's heart had dissolved, and she appeared transformed. Upon waking, she had already risen and was tidying her garments. Her smooth back was as white as snow, and her slender waist resembled that of a water snake, so delicate that one could grasp it with a single hand. Lin Chu's gaze fell upon her back as he reached out to caress it. Startled, Qingwen turned to him and smiled, saying, "Young master, I'm here to assist you with your clothing." Shirun entered from the outer chamber, taking the initiative to help Lin Chu change. She had become increasingly refined over the past few months, her figure blossoming, and her silk garments enhanced her beauty even further. In the morning, indeed, someone from the Deng family arrived. Lin Chu instructed Lu Qiushui to usher them into the front hall. The Deng family had sent 2 individuals, Deng Zian, the eldest son, and the chief steward, Deng Zhou. This demonstrated the Deng family's considerable regard for Lin Chu. For with his standing, it would be unlikely for the family head to personally visit him. "Brother Zian, please take a seat. How may I assist you?" Lin Chu clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, his demeanor warm and gracious. Deng Zian smiled, saying, "Lin brother, my younger brother Deng Ming has acted foolishly and offended you. I have come to offer my apologies. This incident was entirely Deng Ming's fault. Yet our family sincerely wishes to foster a good relationship with you. That matter is already behind me. It was merely a trivial misunderstanding," Lin Chu replied with a smile, maintaining his politeness. Deng Zian signaled to steward Deng Zhou, who presented several items: an inkstone, ink sticks, rice paper, and brushes, a substantial offering. "Lin brother, our Deng family specializes in writing implements. This inkstone is a cherished family heirloom, perfect for your upcoming provincial examination. As for the brushes, they are made from wolf hair, totaling 10 in number for your use. By the way, I have heard that a certain goose feather brush from Yueshan City is exceptionally fine. You must see it next time." Deng Zian spoke softly. Lin Chu nodded. "Brother Zian, I happen to have brought a few such brushes. I shall have someone fetch them. Lu Qiushui was instructed to retrieve the brushes from the inner courtyard. When Deng Ziyan examined the goose-feather brush, he scrutinized it closely, wrote a few characters, but found it somewhat unfamiliar. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly ingenious. Lin brother, you are remarkable. This design breaks free from previous constraints, making this brush much more convenient and seemingly allowing for swifter writing. It is merely a clever design. Brother Ziyan, here are 10 brushes. Please accept them, and when you visit Yueshan City in the future, I will ensure to send you a large batch as well," Lin Chu replied gently. Deng Ziyan was taken aback, then clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you, Lin brother. I have heard that goose feather brushes are exceedingly expensive, and these 3 brushes even have gold inlays. Your generosity is much appreciated. Mutual exchange is the essence of friendship," Lin Chu nodded. Deng Ziyan smiled and engaged in conversation with Lin Chu for a while before taking his leave, even suggesting they dine together the following day, not at Yang's restaurant, but at the Deng family's establishment. Does the Deng family also have a restaurant? Lin Chu pondered, recognizing this as the most logical arrangement, though he was uncertain if the Lin family had a restaurant in Yueshan City. Upon returning to his study, Lu Qiushui brought in the items sent by the Deng family. The inkstone was of pure stone quality with no impurities, its sides intricately carved, and felt cool to the touch, a fine inkstone indeed. The brushes were commendable as well, but Lin Chu set them aside, for he had already prepared his writing implements for the provincial examination. Picking up a brush, he inscribed a few characters on the rice paper, "Stone Residence." He wrote in the yen style, bold and majestic. Quite beautiful. After a moment's thought, he summoned Pinger. When she entered, Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. She was impeccably tidy, her hair elegantly pinned up, dressed in a green skirt that clearly marked her as a maid. And she appeared quite charming. "Young master, you called for Pinger?" she inquired, performing a respectful bow, her youthful demeanor lending her an air of cuteness. Lin Chu replied, "Please deliver this piece of calligraphy to the second steward and have him arrange for it to be sent to Jinling, to be made into a sign for the new shop." "Yes, young master," Pinger responded, turning gracefully. Lin Chu watched her retreating figure, contemplating his hopes for a smooth conclusion to the provincial examination. However, his enthusiasm for an official career was rather lukewarm, even if he were to achieve the status of a jinshi. He had little interest in serving in the capital. If he could become a local official, he would prefer to return to Yueshan City, closer to home, with fewer responsibilities. After all, being a second-generation aristocrat was quite appealing. The next day, upon meeting Deng Ziyan, Deng Ming was also present, beaming as he greeted Lin Chu. The Deng family restaurant was quite impressive, the dishes delightful, garnering admiration. "Lin brother, many scholars have come from Qinghu City, among whom are several exceptionally talented individuals. However, in my eyes, they pale in comparison to you, Lin Shang. Recently, an event has been organized, a poetry gathering to be held in 3 days at Wudong Courtyard, where participants will share their poetry and discuss various strategies, hoping to inspire some scholars." Deng Ziyan spoke gently, then shifted the conversation. "As you are also a scholar, why not attend?" "I have no interest," Lin Chu replied, shaking his head, then asked, "Brother Ziyan, I presume you are already a jurin?" Deng Ziyan shook his head. "I am quite ashamed to admit, Lin brother, that I did not pass even as a scholar. I relied on family connections for this opportunity. I previously attempted the jurin examination but failed. Such connections do not influence the provincial examination, so I must try again this year. In a sense, I am now a fellow examinee with you." Lin Chu was taken aback. Deng Ziyan was likely 4 or 5 years his senior. Yet they were considered peers as they were part of the same examination cohort. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Deng Ming, who forced a dry smile. "Lin brother, I am not even a scholar. I shall try again next year." Lin Chu nodded. Somewhat puzzled by the number of individuals aspiring to pursue the imperial examination in this era, was there truly no one considering a career as a military officer? Chapter 024. Full Wudong Courtyard is quite renowned in Qinghu City. Generously donated by the Yang family. It is expansive and often serves as a venue for scholars to exchange ideas, housing numerous calligraphic works. The courtyard is managed by the celebrated talent, Miss Ning, who is not originally from Qinghu City but hails from Jinling, visiting each year to stay for half the year due to her maternal grandfather's residence in Qinghu City. Such details were unknown to Lin Chu. Having been introduced by Deng Ziyan, yet he still had no intention of attending Tio Lin Chu. Qinghu City was merely a passing stop. He longed to reside in Yueshan City. The provincial examination would consist of 3 sessions, each lasting 3 days, totaling 9 days, covering the 4 books and 5 classics, strategy discussions, and poetry composition. Lin Chu perused the 4 books and 5 classics, merely refreshing his memory. For him, these texts were familiar from his childhood, and he could simply transcribe the evaluations of renowned scholars from his previous life. He worried he might not memorize everything, so he reviewed from the beginning. Fortunately, his memory seemed to have improved, feeling distinct from before, allowing for more efficient study. 3 days later, while Lin Chu was reading in his study, Pinger entered and bowed. "Young master, Sister Qingwen asked me to inform you that someone from the Deng family has arrived." "The Deng family?" Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. Pinger confirmed, "It is Deng Zian, the one who visited last time." Lin Chu contemplated for a moment, then rose to exit. Indeed, Deng Zian was seated in the front hall. "Lin brother, let us go to Wudong courtyard together. Your talent is remarkable. I feel somewhat lacking in confidence and could use your support. Would you ride in my carriage?" Deng Zian suggested with a smile. Lin Chu hesitated, then replied, "I shall go and see. I can take my own carriage." As they set off, Lin Chu was accompanied by Lu Qiushui, with Ding Wu driving. Lin Chu rubbed his temples. He had been practically dragged here by Deng Zian. Yet, he was not a poet of any renown and questioned what verses he could compose. Nevertheless, meeting more people would prove beneficial for networking. Should anyone manage to pass the provincial examination alongside him, they could support one another, as they were all from Jiangnan and could foster a sense of camaraderie. Wudong Courtyard was located somewhat on the outskirts of Qinghu City, adjacent to the lakeshore. The carriage halted by the lakeside as Lin Chu alighted, with Lu Qiushui accompanying him into the courtyard while Ding Wu remained by the carriage. Deng Zian's driver also stayed by his carriage, and the 3 entered the courtyard. Upon entry, they were required to verify their identities, but as the eldest son of the Deng family, Deng Zian was well known, allowing them to enter smoothly. Inside Wudong Courtyard, there were many individuals, mostly scholars, discussing the upcoming provincial examination, with numerous speculating on the exam questions. Others were engaged in discussions about newly composed poetry. Lin Chu listened for a moment, finding no interest. With his familiarity with the 300 Tang poems, he recognized the varying levels of poetic skill. Deng Zian accompanied him as they toured, after which he joined a group of acquaintances for conversation. Lin Chu glanced around, lifted his gaze to the sky, feeling quite warm. He pondered for a moment and settled down in a shaded area of the grove, where several large trees provided cover from the sun, and he reclined on the grass. Liu Qiushui sat beside him and gently remarked, "Young master, why not engage in conversation with the scholars? When learned individuals gather, they can support one another when they eventually enter the officialdom. Originally, I did come here to meet some people, but after observing, I found it rather uninteresting. There are too many pedants, and it's quite dull. I might as well find a place to relax in the shade," Lin Chu replied softly, squinting as he gazed at the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches. Liu Qiushui was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, saying, "Indeed, young master is far superior to those individuals. I believe you will surely achieve the highest honors." "Then I shall borrow your auspicious words," Lin Chu responded with a smile. The sound of footsteps approached, and a man's voice rang out, "This weather is truly sweltering. It is much better to hide here and enjoy the coolness. That group of fools only knows how to flaunt themselves, insisting on chatting under the scorching sun. They merely wish to show off in front of Miss Ning, hoping to catch her attention." Another man's laughter followed, his voice somewhat deep. Lin Chu turned to look as 2 men approached, momentarily taken aback when they saw him. The leading man was quite handsome, his appearance comparable to Lin Chu's, though he was slightly shorter, around 5'6". The other man was tall with a square jaw, nearly 5'9". Though not strikingly handsome, he exuded an aura of righteousness, his eyes bright. "Ah, there are indeed some clever individuals here." The handsome man came closer, seeming quite familiar as he took a seat beside Lin Chu and clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Xie Guanghai, from Lingshan City." The upright man followed suit, clasping his fists as he sat down, stating, "I am Zheng Honglu, also hailing from Lingshan City." Lin Chu, still reclining, finally sat up upon hearing their introductions and softly said, "I am Lin Chu, from Yueshan City." "You are Lin Chu?" Xie Guanghai scrutinized him for a moment, his expression one of surprise. Lin Chu was taken aback. "What, has my reputation already reached Lingshan City?" "That is not what I meant. You are from the Lin family of Yueshan City, correct?" "I am from the Xie family. Lin Yuanlai once visited the Xie family in Lingshan City to seek a match for you with my elder sister," Xie Guanghai explained. Lin Chu was momentarily dazed, furrowing his brow. "You are Xie Xiangning's younger brother?" He was aware that Lin Qinghe had gone to Lingshan City to seek a marriage proposal, And the woman in question was indeed Xie Xiangning. My sister declined the proposal. Our family circumstances are somewhat different. She is quite independent-minded, and my parents cannot impose their will upon her. Much of the family business is managed by her, and she has stated that she must marry someone she loves. Otherwise, she would rather remain unmarried, Xie Guanghai said, his expression one of pride. Had I known Lin Bro was such a clever person, I would have advised my sister accordingly. What leads you to believe I am clever? Lin Chu found it somewhat amusing. Xie Guanghai grinned cheekily. On such a hot day, Lin Bro is wise to seek refuge in the shade alone, quite carefree, unlike those fools who are desperate to socialize. It is indeed wise to seek the company of useful individuals. But the key is that they must be genuinely useful. The people they associate with are clearly fools. What benefit is there in that? You truly are an exceptional individual, Lin Chu shrugged, inwardly finding the Xie family to be rather decent for nurturing such an interesting person. Zheng Honglu smiled gently, calm and composed. Lin Chu glanced at him and then reclined again. Are you here to participate in the provincial examination as well? This is my first time taking the provincial examination. Is it your first as well, Lin Bro? Zheng Honglu asked. Lin Chu nodded. Yes, it is my first. Just as he finished speaking, cheers erupted outside. Xie Guanghai remarked with a smile. It seems Miss Ning has appeared. Those fools truly believe she would be interested in them. What sort of person is Miss Ning? Even in the capital Jinling, she is a top-tier talent. How could she possibly take notice of such fools? Xie Guanghai scoffed. Zheng Honglu responded, there are indeed talented individuals present this time. Perhaps the 4 great talents of Jiangnan might have a chance. Only a slight chance, though. They have already been recognized and will participate in the next examination after the new year. We'll see if they can become Jinsher, Xie Guanghai remarked lightly. Showing no disdain this time, it appeared that the 4 great talents of Jiangnan did possess some merit. Lin Chu lay there, raising his brows. His expression tranquil. Lu Qiushui presented a bowl of fruit to him. The bowl contained diced watermelon, adorned with ice, perfect for quenching one's thirst in the summer heat. Though Lu Qiushui was a 6th-grade expert, she had learned a thing or two about attending to others during her time with Lin Chu. Since following him, her life had been quite comfortable, and she felt a sense of gratitude toward him. Striving to serve him well, Xie Guanghai and Zheng Honglu's gazes were fixed, not on the watermelon, but on the glass fruit bowl, so transparent and pure. Such a bowl was undoubtedly valuable. A single bowl could fetch several hundred or even 1,000 taels of silver, and one could hardly find it for sale. Lin Bro, is this bowl made of crystal? Xie Guanghai inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Lin family's shop sold glass products, but only mirrors and occasionally crystal balls. Such fruit bowls were not available. Zheng Honglu also exclaimed in admiration, remarkable! To use a crystal bowl for fruit. I fear there is only one Lin Gongzi in the world capable of such extravagance. This is truly a treasure. It is merely a fruit bowl. I shall gift each of you one later. Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. Xie Guanghai immediately seemed invigorated, earnestly stating, Lin Bro is generous. When you visit Lingshan City, I shall treat you to the pleasure houses. Our city's courtesans are renowned in Jiangnan, truly beautiful. Such a generous offer. I am unworthy to accept it. I shall also gift you something treasured from my home in return, Zheng Honglu said earnestly. Just as Lin Chu was about to respond, a woman's voice resounded from outside, reciting poetry, an excellent piece of minor regulated verse. Xie Guanghai and Zheng Honglu listened intently, nodding in unison after a moment. Xie Guanghai praised, Miss Ning is indeed a talented woman. She is truly remarkable. Those fools have no right to approach her. By the way, Lin Bro, when I return to Lingshan City, I will certainly persuade my sister. A young talent like you surely has an extraordinary future, and it would be beneficial for her to marry into the Lin family. Spare me. I am not one to impose my will on others. Lin Chu waved his hand, his expression nonchalant. Outside, the voices of scholars composing poetry could be heard. Lin Chu listened to a few lines and found it unbearable. Some were somewhat decent, but others produced nonsensical verses, which he found hard to endure. Among the crowd, one person turned to look, his gaze landing on Lin Chu and the others under the tree, pointing at Xie Guanghai and chuckling. In the summer heat, cicadas buzz annoyingly. Beneath the trees, chickens strut like scholars. This line instantly infuriated Xie Guanghai, who jumped up and shouted, Who are you calling a chicken, Fancy? Do you even know how to compose poetry? Zheng Honglu quickly followed him out, while Lu Qiushui gently suggested, Young master, would you like to go and see? Let us go take a look. Xie Guanghai is a decent fellow, and Zheng Honglu is also worth befriending, Lin Chu replied softly. rising to his feet. Outside, everyone had gathered around a small lake, but Miss Ning was seated in a pavilion at the lake's center, flanked by two maidservants. Dressed in white, her face veiled with a white cloth. Her tall figure and delicate hands exuded an air of nobility, captivatingly beautiful and possessing a remarkable presence. Among the surrounding men, Xie Guanghai was nearby, pointing at a young man and gesturing a few times. The young man had a bodyguard beside him, who suddenly flicked his wrist, sending a few fruits, likely apricots, tumbling towards Xie Guanghai's face. Lichu's expression darkened. She stepped forward to stand beside Xie Guanghai, gracefully flicking her sleeve, catching all the apricots before they fell. This scene was swift, and no one noticed, not even Xie Guanghai. However, the bodyguard paused, casting a wary glance at Lin Chu. Ignoring him, she took a few steps back and returned to Lin Chu's side. At that moment, Miss Ning's voice rang out, "Gentlemen, this is a poetry gathering. Quarreling tarnishes the dignity of such an occasion. I kindly ask you to maintain silence." Xie Guanghai reluctantly stepped back, shooting a glare at the young man. The next moment, he leaned closer to Lin Chu and whispered, "This is from the Fan family of Yueshan City. The young man is Fan Chongqing, the second son of the Fan family. They are not merchants. Fan Chongqing's grandfather was once a deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel and is still alive, while his father serves as a fourth-grade official in the Ministry of Rights." Lin Chu nodded. Miss Ning's voice inquired, "Do any of you have poetry to share?" Xie Guanghai glanced at Lin Chu and quietly urged him to compose a poem, but Lin Chu shook his head. Then, he whispered a few words to Xie Guanghai, who brightened up. "Fan Erzi, I shall gift you a line of poetry. Your names and lives shall perish, yet rivers and streams shall flow eternally. You, a mere fool, even your insults are crude." Xie Guanghai proclaimed aloud. Miss Ning was taken aback, turning to look, and exclaimed, "This line of poetry is truly wonderful. May I inquire which young master composed it?" "I am Xie Guanghai from the Xie family of Linen City," he declared proudly. His spirits lifted. To be acknowledged by Miss Ning was a matter of great pride. Miss Ning nodded. "I shall remember that, but this verse seems incomplete. It is a pity. I hope young Master Xie can complete it in due time." Xie Guanghai replied with a nod. Saying nothing further, merely clasping his hands in greeting, Lin Chu gazed at Miss Ning in the distance. She was indeed a beauty, yet he found himself lacking the inclination to engage. He exchanged a glance with Xie Guanghai, who leaned closer and softly suggested, "Let us depart. This place holds little interest. We should seek a tavern to enjoy some drinks. Perhaps the Deng family tavern would suffice." "Very well. I shall summon Zheng Honglu." "And we can go together," Xie Guanghai affirmed, patting Zheng Honglu's arm. The three of them simultaneously exited, squeezing through the crowd, indifferent to the happenings around them. Miss Ning cast a distant glance, momentarily taken aback upon spotting the trio. Before calling out, "Might young Master Xie compose another poem before taking his leave?" "Thank you for your concern, Miss Ning. Truth be told, I am not particularly adept at poetry. The verse I recited earlier was penned by my companion." "Brother Lin," Xie Guanghai replied with a cheerful smile. Lin Chu was startled, turning to glare at him, while Xie Guanghai winked back at him. Miss Ning raised her voice again. "I implore you, young Master Lin, to compose a poem for us." "Miss Ning, poetry requires inspiration, and I fear I lack the talent." Lin Chu stepped forward, smiling gently. Miss Ning waved her hand dismissively. "Young Master Lin should give it a try. It is midsummer. Why not compose a poem about the season?" Lin Chu paid her no heed, bowing slightly before her and outright declining. Chapter 026, Divine Artifact. How could Lin Chu write poetry? While he could resort to plagiarism, such a display would be too ostentatious for this occasion. After all, the poems he could recall were renowned verses from antiquity. Miss Ning called out, "Young Master Lin." At Wudong Courtyard, there is a rule that if a poem is selected for display in the hall, a musical instrument will be awarded as a prize. Perhaps you might consider trying, this time. It could be a pipa. A plump man nearby fixed his gaze on Lin Chu. He was not particularly tall, standing under 1.7 meters, yet his eyes were rather large, and his figure was round and pale. Clad in a white robe, he appeared somewhat out of place. Lin Chu, a member of the Lin family from Yu Mountain. Merely a pedantic scholar, how could he possibly write poetry? The rotund man scoffed. Then added with a smirk, "Lin Chu, I heard you were captured by the Yushan bandits and had to part with a fair amount of grain to secure your release. I trust you did not suffer too greatly?" "And you are?" Lin Chu responded, then smiled. "With such a plump and pale visage, you must hail from a wealthy family, no?" The rotund man was taken aback. staring at Lin Chu with wide eyes, and barked, "Are you calling me fat? Am I fat? I am neither fat nor thin, just a dashing figure. Am I not handsome? Handsome? I can only discern that you are fat," Lin Chu asserted with a straight face. Xie Guanghai leaned in closer, whispering, "Brother Lin, that is a member of the Yang family from Qinghu City, a very powerful clan, and this residence was purchased by them." The plump man barked again, pointing at Lin Chu. "Lin Chu, do you think someone like you could write poetry? Why, if I could write poetry, would you offer me some fine gifts?" Lin Chu chuckled. The plump man laughed, proclaiming, "If you manage to write a poem, I will let you choose 2 items from my room. If you fail, then I shall take your maid as my prize." Lin Chu was taken aback, his expression darkening. The Yang family was aware of his maid, evidently informed by Deng Ming'ai in the crowd. Deng Xian's face also fell. The Lin family was one of the 4 wealthiest families in Jiangnan, on par with the Yang family. Deng's family had worked hard to befriend Lin Chu, hoping for future collaborations. It was disheartening to learn that Deng Ming had divulged such information to the Yang family, leaving him uncertain on how to face Lin Chu. "My maid can never become a wager. In this lifetime, she shall remain my own," Lin Chu declared, raising his voice. "Should I lose, I will give you 10,000 taels of silver." "Very well," the plump man acquiesced. Miss Ning lifted her head, glancing at Lin Chu with a peculiar expression. Lin Chu proclaimed, "Since Miss Ning has set summer as the theme, then Aunt Lu, prepare the ink for me. I shall compose a poem." Aunt Lu Chushui stepped to the side and began grinding ink for Lin Chu. Such poetry gatherings naturally provided the necessary writing materials. Despite her age, Aunt Lu's hands were delicate and fair, a testament to her prowess as a top-tier expert in hidden weapons. Lin Chu took a deep breath, picked up the brush and wrote, "Amidst the windows, ripe plum falls from its stem. Beneath the walls, bamboo shoots emerge from the forest. Unaware of spring's departure in the continuous rain, only upon the sun's return does one realize summer's depth." Setting down the brush, Lin Chu exhaled in relief. Xie Guanghai raised his eyebrows and strode confidently towards a nearby pavilion with the parchment in hand. A maid approached, accepting the paper from Xie Guanghai in such occasions. The parchment was of the finest quality produced by the Deng family, accompanied by the best ink and brushes. Upon seeing the writing, Miss Ning was momentarily stunned, and as she examined the poem, her delicate brows lifted in surprise. The characters were vibrant. Lin Chu had employed running script, reminiscent of Wang Sun's style, honed through years of practice with the Bo Yuan Tai, which was one of his favorite calligraphy manuals. "Splendid poem. Exquisite characters," Miss Ning exclaimed, then raised her gaze to Lin Chu, saying, "Young Master Lin is truly remarkable." At this, Miss Ning instructed a nearby maid to hang Lin Chu's writing for all to see. Murmurs of admiration arose from the crowd, while the plump man gritted his teeth and remarked, "I find it rather mediocre. A poem with 5 characters per line lacks beauty, thus it does not qualify as true poetry." Laughter erupted, and Xie Guanghai retorted, "Are you questioning Miss Ning's taste? Miss Ning is indeed extraordinarily talented. I would never doubt her judgment. However, this poem fails to earn my admiration." The plump man huffed. Lin Chu chuckled, "So, it seems no matter how many poems I write, you shall never concede, will you?" "Not at all. As long as you compose another poem that earns Miss Ning's praise, I shall be convinced." The plump man raised an eyebrow. Lin Chu regarded him thoughtfully, then nodded. "Very well, Aunt Lu. Continue grinding ink." Aunt Lu resumed her task, and Lin Chu pondered before lifting the brush once more, writing, "In the season of Huangmei, rain falls on every household. Frogs croak in every green pond. An appointment unfulfilled by midnight. I casually strike the chess pieces, the lantern's light flickering." After completing the poem, Xie Guanghai once again presented the parchment to Miss Ning. She glanced at it, a slight smile gracing her lips as she praised, "Excellent poem, full of leisure and charm. In contemporary literature, this piece would surely rank among the finest summer poems." Such a commendation was indeed high praise. Lin Chu turned to glance at the plump man, offering a subtle smile. "If you are still unconvinced, then so be it. After all, the embarrassment will not fall upon me," Lin Chu chuckled, turning to leave. The plump man blocked his path, his expression darkening. "I concede. You can go to my room and select 2 items, and I shall let it go. I will have someone guide you there." Lin Chu smiled, following a servant towards a side courtyard. The Wudong courtyard was indeed quite lovely, with the plump man residing in an elegant outer courtyard. Complete with a river and fish, the residence was spacious, housing 2 attractive women whom Lin Chu observed, Unsure if they were the plump man's concubines or maids, he paid them no mind and ventured into the courtyard. The servant explained the situation, and the two women regarded Lin Chu with curious expressions, swaying in front of him. Lin Chu did not search meticulously. He merely wandered about, moving from the courtyard to the kitchen, where various items were piled up, before returning to the main room. After a brief search, a thought struck him, and he turned back towards the kitchen, glancing to the side in a corner of the kitchen. He spotted a heap of items, firewood and bamboo shoots, but his gaze landed on a pile of sweet potatoes at the bottom. Approaching, he smirked. It was unexpected that the Yang family possessed such items. He turned to Aunt Lu and said, "Aunt Lu, please gather these and take them with us." The servant was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing his face, yet he said nothing. Lin Chu shot him a glance, inquiring, "Where did these come from?" "Young Master Lin, our Yang family has merchant ships that sail overseas. Once, we encountered foreign traders in the South Sea and exchanged for 3 bags of these. They were left here as we intended to plant them. But they do not grow easily, so they have been neglected. We occasionally boil a few. They taste quite good, and these are the leftovers," the servant explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu's interest was piqued. "What else did you trade for?" "1 bag of chili peppers," the servant replied softly. Lin Chu was taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. "Anything else?" "Yes, in the storeroom, but no one likes them as they are too spicy," the servant confirmed. Lin Chu felt a wave of relief. This truly was a divine item. He had not anticipated that the Yang family possessed maritime trade connections, a rare find, which ultimately benefited him. Chapter 027. Brother-in-law. The sweet potatoes filled a sack, accompanied by a small bag of chili peppers, perfectly matched. Lin Chu understood why the Yang family could not cultivate sweet potatoes. They required sprouting before planting, ideally in sandy soil. As he returned to the front courtyard, the plump man appeared anxious. Pulling the servant aside and urgently questioning him, the servant responded to each query, "By the end." The plump man exhaled in relief, muttering, "I feared he would choose my 2 favored concubines, but it seems his taste is not as refined. One of my concubines has a waist as slender as a willow, while the other possesses unparalleled charm. If it came to it, the experience would be akin to ascending to immortality." Young Master Lin's poem has been displayed in the hall. "And I have prepared the pipa," Miss Ning's voice rang out. Lin Chu paused, making his way to the lakeside pavilion, where Miss Ning stood, bowing respectfully as she handed him the pipa. The pipa was crafted from precious red sandalwood, one side inlaid with jade, exuding an air of exquisite craftsmanship. He accepted it, returned the courtesy, and his gaze swept across her face. Although it was partially obscured by a white veil, her facial structure was discernibly pleasing, confirming her beauty. "Does young Master Lin play the pipa?" Miss Ning inquired. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her with a hint of confusion. If he claimed to know how to play, Miss Ning might very well request a performance. Conversely, if he admitted he could not, would she then reclaim the pipa? It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Yet, upon seeing the sparkle in Miss Ning's eyes, he nodded. This instrument, while capable of producing melodies akin to those of a guitar, was somewhat limited with its mere 4 strings. Nevertheless, it sufficed for accompaniment. Miss Ning smiled. "Why not play a tune for us?" "Young Master Lin." "Miss Ning, I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps another time I must take my leave." Lin Chu clasped his fists and turned to depart without the slightest hesitation. He had no desire to perform for such a large audience. Moreover, with that rotund fellow from the Yang family present, he felt he had no right to entertain them. Striding away, Miss Ning's 2 maidservants appeared somewhat indignant, yet Miss Ning herself raised an eyebrow, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, whispering, "Please investigate young Master Lin's background. Why has he not been renowned before?" Lin Chu exited the Wudong courtyard, followed closely by Deng Xian, with Xie Guanghai and Zheng Honglu also departing. However, his 2 poems had already begun to circulate, garnering respect from all in the carriage. Lin Chu glanced at the 2 bags, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The sweet potatoes had a high yield and were easily stored, providing a solution to food shortages. Yet, it was impractical for him to cultivate them in Qinghu City. He should return to Yueshan City for planting. Considering the timeline, it was nearly time to initiate this process. He needed to devise a strategy to have them planted. As it was of utmost urgency, he envisioned fragrant roasted sweet potatoes lining the streets, certain to attract many. Arriving at the Deng family restaurant, Lin Chu alighted from the carriage, and the 4 of them ascended to the 2nd floor. Xie Guanghai looked at Lin Chu, beaming, "Lin brother, you are now a distinguished talent. My sister will surely welcome you, and you shall become my brother-in-law. Lin brother, Yang Tianbao has learned of your maid's situation. It must have been Deng Ming who divulged it. I will certainly confront him upon my return, Deng Zian said, a look of guilt on his face as he clasped his fists towards Lin Chu. Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. This matter has nothing to do with you. Zian, I merely need to understand the Deng family's stance. Thank you for your understanding, Lin brother. This meal is on me, Deng Zian said softly. Xie Guanghai shook his head. That will not do. I shall treat. My brother-in-law has rendered me a great favor, and I must repay him. But this is our Deng family's restaurant, Deng Zian replied, taken aback. Xie Guanghai waved his hand. That does not matter. He is my brother-in-law. Not yours, is he? I have no sister, only a younger sister, Deng Zian countered, shaking his head. Lin Chu found this exchange amusing. There was no possibility between him and Xie Xiangning, who had already turned him down, rendering the term brother-in-law rather perplexing. The Deng family's restaurant was thriving. Lin Chu observed Deng Zian and Xie Guanghai bickering over the bill, a smile creeping across his lips as he savored his meal. When the gathering concluded, it was Xie Guanghai who settled the account. Having indulged a bit too much, Xie Guanghai embraced him, repeatedly calling him brother-in-law with great familiarity. Upon returning home, the sun shone brightly. Lin Chu contemplated planting the sweet potatoes in the backyard to sprout. He calculated that they should emerge in 3 to 5 days given the warm weather. Afterwards, he summoned Yu Xiaqing to instruct her on planting sweet potatoes and peppers. Intending to reiterate the process daily, initially, he had planned to return to Yueshan City, but realizing time was too short, he decided to have Yu Xiaqing arrange it instead. The Lin family possessed over 10,000 acres in Yueshan City. After careful consideration, he resolved to cultivate 300 acres of sweet potatoes and 10 acres of peppers, which should suffice. The peppers could be transformed into chili powder and chili sauce, and he could later prepare lamb skewers. Undoubtedly establishing a distinctive restaurant in the backyard, Lin Chu washed his hands to rid them of sand and dust. Shiren approached him, wiping them clean, then gently remarked, Young master, the pipa you brought back seems rather impressive. It should be quite good. Can you play? Lin Chu inquired. Shiren shook her head, replying softly, Young master, I cannot play at all, but Qingwen can. She is currently playing a tune. Lin Chu was taken aback. Qingwen indeed had some talent. However, Shiren's tone carried a hint of melancholy. He playfully pinched her cheek, saying, Who claims you cannot do anything? You excel at warming the bed, attending to others, and cooking. Quite impressive indeed. Does young master truly find me useful? Shiren raised her brow. Her face glowing with joy, Lin Chu nodded. You are undoubtedly very useful. In the future, you could. His voice lowered as he leaned closer to whisper in her ear. After a moment, her cheeks flushed, yet her expression remained delightfully pleased. With a gentle huff, Shiren turned and hurried away, her silhouette becoming increasingly alluring as it retreated. Lin Chu hummed a tune as he entered the main hall. Where the sound of Qingwen playing the pipa reached his ears, her technique commendable, evoking the sensation of pearls cascading upon jade. Pinger and Shiren sat to one side, their hands cradling their faces, gazing at her with an air of admiration. Lin Chu applauded, prompting Qingwen to hastily rise, setting down the pipa as Shiren and Pinger followed suit. Do continue playing, Lin Chu smiled. Qingwen pouted, Young master, would you play a tune for us as well? What sort of young master plays for you? Lin Chu teased, lightly pinching her cheek, his fingertips gliding over her smooth skin. Pinger looked down, hesitant to speak, while Qingwen, understanding Lin Chu's nature, leaned closer, grinning, Young master, we only wish to appreciate your talents. Please play. Lin Chu chuckled. She had indeed grasped his temperament well and knew how to be endearing. Nonetheless, there was a traditional streak within her, making her exceedingly obedient towards him. Settling into a chair, Lin Chu took up the pipa and played a piece, treating it as a guitar. The melody was somewhat simple, yet distinct from the tunes of this era and remarkably pleasing to the ear. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, Lin Chu sang as he played, recalling memories from a previous life. Regrettably, he could never return, and he must make a home here. Upon finishing the piece, the eyes of the three women sparkled brightly. Qingwen exclaimed, Young master, you are indeed a gifted talent. This piece diverges from the traditional styles passed down, and the lyrics are exquisitely penned, expressing the poignancy of parting and evoking deep sorrow. Enough flattery, Qingwen, I must attend to my studies. Please prepare tea. Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively, rising to leave. In the study, he perused his books. Only a few days remained before the provincial examination, and he needed to prepare adequately. Lin Chu instructed to seal off the estate, refraining from going out. He was concerned about unforeseen complications. And Yang Tianbao from the Yang family might cause trouble, thus he wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. The sweet potatoes had begun to sprout, and on the 3rd day of the 8th month, Lin Chu arranged for Yu Xiaqing to return to Yueshan City with supplies, including the sweet potato sprouts and chili seeds. This trip was accompanied by Ding Wu for protection, and upon their departure. It was indeed the 3rd day of the 8th month. As night fell, Lin Chu embraced Qingwen, the fragrance of locust blossoms wafting around them, the intoxicating scent of her body particularly delightful. During this period, he had mostly held Qingwen, as women with captivating fragrances were always more appealing. Young master, the provincial examination is the day after tomorrow. I have prepared all your belongings, and I will prepare the food box in advance. So it will be a bit of a task for you, Qingwen said gently, her head resting against his chest, her hair slightly disheveled. Lin Chu nodded, inhaling her hair's scent, which also carried the fragrance of locust flowers. In truth, during this era, both men and women seldom washed their hair. However, Lin Chu could not tolerate unpleasant odors, thus he insisted that the women in his household maintain cleanliness. Qingwen's hair was smooth and free of greasiness. His hand glided over her back, firm and smooth, her form perfectly rounded. To him, she was undoubtedly the epitome of beauty. With his experiences from both lives, he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite allure. Thus, he was always eager to indulge in these tender moments. At dawn, Lin Chu awoke to find Qingwen had already risen. He slowly got up, and she ran entered to assist him with his attire. Her cheeks flushed. After exercising his body, Lin Chu was drenched in sweat. After this period of strengthening, he felt significantly improved, no longer as frail as before. With the provincial examination looming, everyone in the Lin household felt a twinge of anxiety. That evening, Lu Qiushui arranged for an extravagant feast. In the main hall of the rear courtyard, Lin Chu, along with the 3 maidservants and Lu Qiushui, sat down to dine. His gaze swept over the 4 of them, and he smiled. What is the matter? Smile a bit more. It is merely a provincial examination. Is it really so nerve-wracking? Young master, it is not as simple as that. If you succeed in the examination, you could enter the court and serve as an official. Civil officials are currently highly regarded. If you succeed, your status will be transformed, Lu Qiushui replied earnestly. Qingwen nodded in agreement. Aunt Lu is correct. But young master is exceptionally talented and will surely pass. If I succeed, I will have to go to Jinling for the next examination next year. I have never been there, Lin Chu shrugged. The 4 of them laughed. Ren wore a proud expression, while Pinger appeared somewhat timid, biting her lip as she slowly smiled. Lanterns adorned the Lin family's courtyard, adding a touch of festivity. The next morning, Lin Chu rose early, engaging in his usual exercise routine, perspiring profusely. After showering and changing into fresh attire, he set off directly. The examination venue was expansive, and Lin Chu, clad in snow-white garments, appeared particularly handsome. Lu Qiushui and Qingwen escorted him over. After a brief inspection, Lin Chu found his own private room, which was quite satisfactory. He set down his luggage and tidied up a bit before gradually settling into a focused state. When the examination questions were distributed, Lin Chu glanced at them without any hesitation and immediately began to write in terms of elucidating the principles of the 4 books and 5 classics. Lin Chu had assimilated the essence of thousands of years of interpretations. Recalling some materials he had seen in his previous life, he transcribed the answers with ease. This time, both Xie Guanghua and Zheng Honglu participated, as did Deng Xian from the Deng family. However, they were not in the same examination center, so Lin Chu did not encounter them. The 3 rounds of examinations lasted 3 days each, during which bathing and hair washing were prohibited, making it quite uncomfortable. Yet, Lin Chu was unfazed. In his previous life, he had been a resilient individual, and such trivial matters could not deter him. After 3 days, the first round concluded. Lin Chu took a stroll in the courtyard, where many were discussing various aspects of the examination. He chose not to engage, merely listening as he scanned the group, noting a few faces belonging to individuals of considerable talent who eloquently cited classics. He thought it would be beneficial to cultivate friendships, even for a merchant, as companions were indeed necessary. The subsequent 2 rounds included a poetry and prose examination, which posed no difficulty for Lin Chu. He effortlessly transcribed a poem. The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, washing away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure, all turn to emptiness. The green mountains remain, with the sunset glowing. This type of poetry was not spontaneous, but needed to adhere to the requirements of the prompt. After completing all 3 rounds, Lin Chu felt a slight soreness in his legs. Enduring 9 consecutive days of examinations was indeed exhausting, which indirectly indicated that his physique was not particularly robust. Upon exiting the examination venue, Qingwen approached him, took his luggage, and with a concerned expression said, "Young master, you've lost weight. Has it become that apparent in just a few days?" Lin Chu shrugged with a smile. Lu Chuxue glanced at him and nodded. "It is quite noticeable. Young master has indeed slimmed down. It's normal to lose a bit of weight when the food isn't great. However, it's finally over. I need a bath. I feel quite unclean." Lin Chu shrugged again, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Once they boarded the carriage, Lu Chuxue took the reins while Qingwen nestled his feet in her lap, gently massaging his calves. He let out a comfortable hum and softly remarked, "The scent is rather unpleasant. You can let go now." "No. Young master, your scent is quite delightful," Qingwen replied earnestly. Lin Chu observed her flushed face, and his heart stirred slightly. This charming demeanor was too tempting. Perhaps he should indulge tonight. Qingwen raised her brows and caught his fiery gaze, her face reddening as she quickly lowered her head, gently biting her lip, feeling flustered. Upon their return home, a large crowd gathered as Lin Chu alighted from the carriage. He waved his hand. "I'm back. Tonight, let us buy 2 sheep and stew some lamb." The crowd cheered, and Lin Chu smiled as he entered the back courtyard. Pinger prepared hot water while Qingwen assisted Lin Chu in bathing. The large wooden tub was filled with steaming water, and Qingwen sat in it, washing his hair, which had become slightly tangled after 9 days without washing. "Qingwen, tonight," Lin Chu began softly but did not finish. Instead, reaching down to squeeze her foot, Qingwen looked up, a smile playing on her lips, and nodded, her voice as soft as a whisper. "I've been preparing for this, young master." Chapter 029. Yin Yang's footsteps echoed. Shiren hurriedly entered, bowing as she announced, "Young master, the young master of the Xie family has arrived. Let him wait a moment. Serve him a cup of tea first. It need not be the finest tea. The Xie family sells tea and possesses the best varieties, so there's no need to prepare anything extravagant," Lin Chu replied gently. Shiren acknowledged and departed. Qingwen had already finished washing his hair and had combed it neatly before continuing to wash his body. Throughout, Lin Chu held her delicate foot, soft and smooth. Qingwen's cheeks remained flushed, her body soft, yet she said nothing. After washing twice, Lin Chu finally felt much more comfortable and stepped out of the tub. Qingwen dried him off and helped him into a long robe. With a maid around, the hassle of dressing was resolved. Lin Chu merely had to stand with his arms raised. His hair remained loose. As it had not yet dried, he glanced at Qingwen, who still had droplets of water rolling off her skin, exuding an indescribable allure. Lin Chu embraced her, and she gasped, "Young master, you're still wet? Even being wet is fragrant." Lin Chu chuckled, playfully tapping her bottom before turning to leave. Qingwen's face blushed, yet her heart felt sweet to lie in the front hall. Xie Guanghai had already been seated for half an hour, having consumed 3 cups of tea. He spat out the tea foam and remarked to Pinger beside him, "Is this the only tea your Lin family serves?" "Young master Xie, I'm not sure. This is all arranged by our young master," Pinger replied honestly. Just as Xie Guanghai was about to say something, Lin Chu's voice rang out, "Our Yueshan city is not like Lingshan city. We don't have particularly good tea, so make do with this." "Brother-in-law, you say that as if it's an outsider's perspective. You may not have it, but we do. Our Xie family produces tea, and we have an abundance at home. Rest assured, once I return to Lingshan city, I'll send some good tea to the Lin family for you to enjoy. It will fill the room with fragrance," Xie Guanghai said earnestly. Lin Chu smiled. He was indeed quite astute. Sitting beside him, he inquired, "Guanghai, what brings you to me?" "Brother-in-law, the provincial examination has concluded. We ought to celebrate. Shall we gather at the Yinyu building?" Xie Guanghai suggested. Lin Chu was taken aback. "Celebrate? It's merely finished. We don't yet know the results. So is it worth celebrating?" "Of course, if you pass, it's a reason to celebrate in advance. If not, it doesn't matter. Either way, we should be cheerful, don't you agree, brother-in-law?" Xie Guanghai raised his brows with a smile. Lin Chu nodded. For a prominent family like the Xies, passing the examination was not overly significant. As he pondered, he gently said, "Then let us go together. By the way, how did you fare in the exams?" "I feel it went well. But if I were to pass, it would only be at the bottom of the list. I lack the talent compared to my sister. When it comes to trade, I have confidence, but in the imperial examinations, my self-assurance is lacking. That's the strength of families like ours. I'm fortunate in that I've passed the Shokai examination, but Deng Xian from the Deng family even bought his way through that. He can forget about passing the provincial exam. He originally intended to spend money to purchase a degree, but this year the emperor has been monitoring for examination fraud, so no one dares to engage in such activities. It's likely to become increasingly difficult in the future. Xie Guanghai nodded, and Lin Chu pondered. Such things indeed happened, and there was no escaping them. He greeted Pinger and asked her to inform Qingwen, as well as to call Lu Chishui out. He tidied himself and stepped out. The Yinyu building was located on the outskirts of Qinghu City and was quite large. Under the setting sun, the red lanterns swayed in the breeze, and Lin Chu paused, realizing it was a brothel. From its name, he had assumed it was an inn, not a brothel. However, from the outside, the Yinyu building exuded elegance. The three-story structure was quite imposing, adjacent to a lake surrounded by weeping willows, offering a picturesque view. The place was already bustling, filled with Jiangnan scholars who had come to partake in the provincial examination, reveling in wine and merriment. Lin Chu followed Xie Guanghai to the third floor. Chatting as they walked, Guanghai, is it appropriate for you to bring me here? Aren't you worried your sister will find out? Brother-in-law, isn't it perfectly normal for men to discuss business in a brothel? If my sister were to interfere with such matters, it would be unbecoming, Xie Guanghai replied. Looking bewildered, Lu Chishui followed closely behind Lin Chu, equally unperturbed. Lin Chu felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, this was a wonderful era where everyone deemed such things perfectly reasonable, so he needn't worry. In the private room on the third floor, Zheng Honglu had already arrived and stood to greet the two. After they sat down, Zheng Honglu poured drinks for them before gently remarking, Brother Lin, as a great talent, you ought to have passed the provincial exam this time, right? We'll know at the end of the month. There's no rush, Lin Chu smiled. Not directly answering the question, Xie Guanghai waved his hand. Enough of that. I've heard that tonight, there will be performances by renowned artists from Jinling. I'll arrange for some entertainers to join us. Lin Chu did not object. He was not one to feign moral superiority. Such experiences were worth learning from, and he anticipated that the insights gained would be significant. The Yinyu building sent over 3 young women who were quite pretty, though not exceptionally so. Compared to Qingwen, they fell short, and even in comparison to Shirun, they lacked a certain charm. Yet, they were still considered beauties, particularly with their alluring demeanor, their eyes painted with a hint of red, exuding a captivating allure. As the music played and the beauties danced, the scene was enchanting. The girl sitting beside Lin Chu playfully curled her pinky, her nails painted with purple dye, giving her a slightly seductive appearance. She smiled and said, Young master, please drink. Lin Chu accepted the cup of wine she handed over and inquired, Which esteemed artist is performing tonight? It's the renowned Yin Yang from Jinling, she replied. Lin Chu's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained unchanged. Yin Yang? Faint memories stirred in his mind. She was the one who had provided him with the wuxia powder, which had left him physically weakened. This fragment of memory belongs to Lin Chu of this lifetime. Initially, Lin Chu had dispatched someone to investigate in Yu Mountain City for a period, but they were unable to locate this Yin Yang. So he eventually let it go. To his surprise, he discovered her whereabouts in Qinghu City. She hails from the capital, Jinling? Or is she from the esteemed families of the present day? Such a multitude of coincidences is indeed quite intriguing. Lin Chu smiled faintly, raised his cup, and drank down the wine, his gaze flickering. He must meet this Yin Yang soon. Chapter 030. The art of seduction. The allure of the brothel is inescapable. Even the most refined establishments bear the mark of their nature. The melodies of the performers and the enchanting curves of the dancers enveloped him. Lin Chu sipped his drink, his hand grazing the waist of the woman beside him as he listened to the music drifting from the first floor, reflecting on how little it differed from the clubs of his previous life. The woman beside him urged him to drink, while Xie Guanghai and Zheng Honglu welcomed every invitation with enthusiasm. However, Lin Chu was not so easily swayed. He drank casually. Xie Guanghai and Zheng Honglu consumed 7 or 8 cups each, while Lin Chu had merely 1, remaining quite indifferent. The woman beside him's eyes sparkled as she urged him again, Young Master Lin? You've only had 1 cup. You are far behind Young Master Xie and Young Master Zheng. You are called Lei Heng, are you not? You speak the truth. When it comes to drinking capacity, I cannot compete with them. So I shall drink less, Lin Chu replied with a smile, unfazed. Her approach was clearly an attempt to ignite the youthful spirit of competition, considering Lin Chu was merely 17, still possessing a touch of youthful arrogance. Yet, within him resided the soul of a man in his 30s, rendering him impervious to feminine wiles. Moreover, her methods paled in comparison to the women from his previous life, who were all adept at charming and performing, spinning tales of saving husbands from paralysis or curing ailments through their service. However, as Lin Chu gazed at Lei Heng, he could not help but feel a strange allure. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with a captivating light. Lin Chu pondered for a moment, then stood to leave, claiming he needed to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, he exchanged a glance with Lu Qiushui, who followed him towards the side restroom. "Aunt Lu, is there truly such a thing as seduction techniques in this world?" Lin Chu inquired. Lu Qiushui paused, then replied softly, "Young master, I will investigate. Indeed, there are seduction arts in the martial world, with the Shiliang Chan sect being the most prestigious. There is also a sect in the east, known as the Yin sect, which excels in such arts." Lin Chu nodded, and Lu Qiushui departed. After freshening up, he exited and started back. Lu Qiushui approached him, whispering, "Young master, that Lei Heng indeed possesses seductive skills, though they are not particularly formidable. She is likely not a core disciple." "Understood. Aunt Lu, remain vigilant," Lin Chu acknowledged. Lu Qiushui's expression turned serious as she murmured, "Young master, will there be unexpected developments tonight?" "Perhaps it is wise to remain cautious," Lin Chu replied. Shaking his head, he reached into his pocket, handing her the pouch of money before turning to enter the room. Lei Heng's gaze flickered as she rose to greet him, her graceful form leaning into his embrace. Lin Chu wrapped his arm around her waist, akin to a serpent, and his hands wandered with a sense of audacity. Xie Guanghai laughed from the side as Lin Chu settled into a seat, just as Lei Heng was about to speak. The sound of stringed instruments filled the air, a melodious tune from a guqin, reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing waters, enchanting to the ear. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, releasing Lei Heng and turning to gaze out the window. A woman in purple attire, her face veiled in the same hue, sat elegantly at a high platform on the first floor, playing the guqin. Her fingers were slender and delicate, dancing gracefully across the strings. The atmosphere in the Yinyu Tower fell silent as Lin Chu squinted, recognizing that this must be Yin Yang. A faint memory stirred within him. He recalled seeing her veiled before, yet she always exuded an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being. With strength unmatched, my spirit soars, yet time is unkind, and the steed does not hasten. What can be done when the steed does not hasten? Oh, you, what can be done? Yin Yang's rendition of the Gai Xiagu, a song of grandiosity, was transformed into a lament filled with emotional yearning. The Yinyu Tower grew even quieter. Lin Chu sighed, deeply impressed. This was the true essence of seduction. Previously, he had been utterly oblivious and easily entranced. Yet now he felt none of that enchantment, which puzzled him, considering he was not skilled in martial arts. As the song concluded, applause erupted, and a man's voice rang out, "Another song." Beside Yin Yang stood a gentleman in white, exuding charm and elegance, who smiled slightly and said, "I am the owner of Yinyu Tower. Yin Yang comes from Jinling. She is a master of music, traveling the world, and has come to Qinghu City to entertain the scholars of Jiangnan. May all the scholars succeed in the upcoming examinations." Cheers continued to resound as Lin Chu observed him without any reaction, merely noting the excitement of Xie Guanghai and Zheng Honglu as they applauded, prompting him to join in the applause. Then let Yin Yang perform another piece. She began again, her voice truly melodious, echoing throughout the Yinyu Tower. This time she sang an ancient tune from the Book of Songs, The Call of the Deer. Lin Chu swayed along, recognizing that in his previous life, such classical artistry would have catapulted her to the pinnacle of fame. After the performance, as Yin Yang retreated, Lin Chu seized the opportunity to rise and leave. He glanced down at the bustling first floor, realizing the crowd was too dense to navigate through. Although he had seen Yin Yang retreat into a side corridor, he could not squeeze through. After some consideration, he ascended to the second floor, traversing to the long corridor at the back, where he discovered a view of the lake, something not visible from the third floor. Observing the distance from the first floor, it was approximately 3 meters away. The ceiling heights of this era were indeed quite imposing. Fortunately, Lu Qiushui had followed him, whispering, "Young master, I will accompany you downstairs." With that, she grasped Lin Chu's back and, in a swift motion, leaped down to the first floor. Lin Chu barely had time to utter a sound, feeling a sudden weightlessness as the wind whipped around him, and he found himself standing on the first floor. Right by the lake, he turned to see Lu Qiushui pointing towards a window. Lin Chu approached, preparing to emulate scenes he had seen in films from his previous life by stealthily poking a hole in the paper window. However, Lu Qiushui's form appeared before him. With a flick of her sleeve, She released a hidden weapon that sliced through the window paper, yet all of it vanished into her sleeve. The torn paper revealed the interior, where he saw Yongan and the owner of Yinyu Tower, accompanied by a maid whose eyes glimmered with malice, indicating that she was the one who had thrown the hidden weapon. Chincho sect? The maid spoke in a low voice. Lu Qiushui remained silent, and Lin Chu ignored her, his gaze fixated on Yongan, feeling a momentary daze as he murmured, Yongan, is that you? This was, of course, an act. In this lifetime, Lin Chu was deeply infatuated with Yongan, which explained his lack of interest in any maidens, an unfulfilled desire in his heart that the reborn Lin Chu fully embraced. Chapter 031. Murder. Yongan's gaze flickered as it landed on Lin Chu's face. After observing him for a moment, she gently remarked, Ah, it is young Master Lin from Yu Mountain City. It has been several months since we last met, and I did not expect you to have changed so much. Indeed. Lin Chu had undergone significant transformation. He had grown taller, his physique had strengthened, and his complexion had improved, radiating confidence, with a smile that outshone his former self. Yongan, I wish to speak with you, Lin Chu said softly, still exuding confidence. Yongan's eyes sparkled alluringly, causing Lin Chu to momentarily lose himself in their depths, swaying slightly. This was, of course, a deliberate display. Having absorbed the details shared by Lu Qiushui regarding those ensnared by seduction techniques, he was merely acting, and he was adept at it. Young Master Lin, shall we take a stroll by the lake? Yongan suggested softly, turning to walk out. Her movements were graceful and unhurried, swaying elegantly, her waist twisting in a manner rich with allure. The maid attempted to follow, but Yongan raised her hand to stop her, the maid's expression shifting to one of concern. Miss, it is dangerous. No need to worry. Young Master Lin is a scholar and will not act rudely, Yongan reassured her with a wave of her hand. Lin Chu smiled, following her along the lakeside. Lu Qiushui tried to keep pace but was halted by Lin Chu, who shot her a calm glance. They were in Yinyu Tower, the domain of others, undoubtedly in a precarious situation, despite Lu Qiushui's prowess. In the event of a conflict, he was uncertain of her ability to ensure their escape. Thus, it was not problematic to wander alone with Yongan. After all, danger was present regardless, and she appeared manageable. At that moment, he found himself resenting Yu Shaoqing, who had yet to complete the sword he was crafting for him. He was unsure if the process was still underway or had been abandoned altogether. The lake was expansive, the setting sun casting a crimson hue across the surface, reflecting the verdant trees, a truly exquisite sight. Yet the summer heat was oppressive, and Yongan's flowing purple dress fluttered in the breeze. Perspiration glistening on her forehead, the scent of her femininity wafting through the air, intoxicatingly pleasant. Young Master Lin, I heard you were captured by the Yushan bandits and taken to Yushan. I was quite concerned for you. But seeing you now, it is truly a relief, Yongan said softly, her words as melodious as a lark. Lin Chu replied, Yongan, it has been several months since I last saw you. Had I not come to Qinghu City, I fear I would never have had the chance to see you again. You have a heart as cold as ice. Yongan is also a victim of circumstance. However, Lin Gongzi, do you still possess the divine artifact I previously bestowed upon you? Yongan spoke softly. Lin Chu shook his head. I have used it all. I shall provide you with another vial, Lin Gongzi. Yongan nodded, her gaze flickering with an unusual glimmer. Lin Chu responded with an acknowledgement, his eyes lingering on her face. Feeling a hint of infatuation, albeit feigned. Their pace was leisurely, but as they walked, the sky darkened. The lanterns of the misty rain tower flickered faintly, casting a dim light. Yongan halted in an open space, adjacent to the deep waters of the lake, where the lotus flowers bloomed vibrantly, their faint fragrance wafting through the air. Lin Gongzi, I have resided in Jinling City for quite some time. For me, playing the lute and singing daily is not my desire. It is merely that the world is enamored with beauty. The city is filled with high-ranking officials and nobility, and I live quite modestly. During this period, I have not attended to you, and I hope you can understand that this path is inherently fraught with difficulties. By the way, I have heard that you have recently accomplished many feats, having invented the goose feather pin, which has already become a sensation in Dongzhou. Furthermore, I also heard that you are the creator of soap. To be honest, I am truly astonished by your talent. I had not perceived this before, only knowing that you were engrossed in your studies. Yongan articulated gently. However, upon reaching this point, Lin Chu's heart jolted. She was not unaware of him, having evidently been investigating him all along. This insinuated that she might harbor intentions of harm. In the next moment, Yin Yang raised her hand to strike his chest, her palm lacking great force, yet still conveying a sense of power. Astonishingly, she was skilled in martial arts. Lin Chu felt fortunate to have sensed the danger early, yet he found himself with no choice, for he was untrained in combat. A step backward would plunge him into the water, while moving forward was equally unavoidable. Nevertheless, his rich experience allowed him to remain composed as he grasped her hand firmly and pulled her toward him. Her delicate, snow-white hand struck his chest, causing Lin Chu to soar into the air and land in the lake. Yet, he maintained his grip on Yin Yang, dragging her into the depths with him. A splash resounded, and Lin Chu felt a pressure in his chest, blood trickling from his nose. Fortunately, due to his tug, Yin Yang's strength had not fully coalesced, preventing a fatal blow. Lin Gongzi, I know you cannot swim, so I must apologize. Perhaps we shall meet again in another life. Yin Yang spoke softly. Lin Chu sank deeper into the water, where he heard Lu Qiushui's booming voice approaching. Several leaps brought her closer. A maid swiftly positioned herself before Yin Yang, her sleeves swaying as a flurry of hidden weapons surrounded her. Yet, with a graceful flick of her sleeves, Yin Yang effortlessly dispelled the projectiles in the commotion. She countered with a volley of her own. The maid managed to deflect a few, but two weapons veered towards her chest. A flash of white appeared as the proprietor of the Misty Rain Tower intervened, drawing a soft sword with a swift motion. The clanging of metal echoed as two hidden weapons were repelled. Lu Qiushui's expression hardened. She was a sixth-tier expert, already formidable in the martial world. Yet she had not anticipated that the proprietor of the Misty Rain Tower was also of the same caliber, and with such impressive swordsmanship. Why do you seek to harm the young master? Lu Qiushui demanded. The proprietor of the Misty Rain Tower chuckled. No reason is required. The Lin family is a prestigious clan in Jiangnan. If you slay the young master, the entire Misty Rain Tower shall perish alongside him. Lu Qiushui gritted her teeth, her silver hair flowing as she hurled several hidden weapons. The projectiles arced through the air, displaying extraordinary skill. At this moment, Lin Chu had submerged. He was not the Lin Chu of this life. Possessing exceptional swimming abilities, he concealed himself beneath the surface. Yin Yang turned towards the lake, revealing that while she had some proficiency in swimming, it was not particularly remarkable. Lin Chu smirked, seizing her ankle, which felt remarkably smooth to the touch. He could not deny that this woman was indeed enchanting. Regrettably, her heart was as venomous as a serpent's, willing to kill without a second thought. With a firm tug, he pulled Yin Yang into the water, prompting her to kick at his hand. However, Lin Chu released her ankle and instead pinched her backside. Yin Yang gasped, but her protest was cut short as water filled her mouth. In the next moment, she rummaged through her sleeve, drawing a short sword and thrusting it towards Lin Chu. Like a fish, he evaded it, then struck her wrist with considerable force. Executing techniques underwater requires great skill. Yet for Lin Chu, it posed no challenge. As an extreme sports enthusiast, his experience was vast. As Yin Yang kicked again, they engaged in a series of exchanges beneath the surface, Lin Chu remaining unscathed while Yin Yang struggled for breath. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the short sword from her grasp and aimed for her chest. Chapter 32. The saucy kick. Yin Yang twisted her body, kicking towards Lin Chu's wrist. He recoiled slightly but continued to thrust. However, her breath was growing increasingly erratic. Her underwater skills were lacking, while Lin Chu's swimming ability far surpassed hers, allowing him greater agility below. After several exchanges, Lin Chu's dagger found its mark on her calf, causing a crimson bloom to rise in the water. Yin Yang took this chance to surface, exhaling heavily. Lin Chu also emerged, delivering a kick to her backside. This woman was insufferable, having attempted to harm him before and now seeking to kill him. To refrain from retaliating would be insufficient to quell his fury. The kick was powerful. Despite the water's resistance, Lin Chu's understanding of swimming allowed him to land a solid blow. Yin Yang cried out, her head colliding against the lakeside, instantly forming a bump on her forehead. Her backside visibly swelled, a testament to the effectiveness of Lin Chu's saucy kick, which left him quite satisfied in the next instant. He lunged forward with his sword again, the sound of slicing air echoing as a figure appeared before Yin Yang, deflecting Lin Chu's blade. His hand jolted, and he sank into the depths. The moment he submerged, he caught sight of his assailant's face. It was Yin Yang's maid, who possessed commendable martial skills, having caused pain to his wrist with her strike. With her intervention, Lin Chu dared not linger and swiftly swam to the other side. Surfacing, he reached the shore, rubbing his chest as he glared at the maid. The sound of footsteps approached, and a throng of individuals emerged from the misty rain tower, causing Lin Chu's heart to race. With so many people, escape seemed impossible. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted, "Help! Yin Yang is here." His voice echoed, prompting numerous windows of the misty rain tower to swing open, gazes fixed upon the lakeside. Yin Yang, drenched in her purple attire, clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Her neck was particularly slender, exuding an irresistible charm. In terms of beauty, she ranked among the finest, only slightly inferior to Qingwen. What captivated the attention further was her seductiveness, enhancing her allure. "It truly is Yin Yang," someone exclaimed. A multitude leapt from the windows, a massive crowd surging forth, among them a robust man who called out as he ran, "Yin Yang, I am coming. My senior brother wishes to meet you. I shall carry you back." Yin Yang's expression shifted as the crowd barreled towards the man, yet he pressed on relentlessly, crashing into several individuals. The proprietor of the Misty Rain Tower was engaged in combat with Lu Qiushui. Yet it was evident that without her reliance on hidden weapons, Lu Qiushui was at a disadvantage, for the proprietor's agility and swordsmanship were exceptional. Upon witnessing Yin Yang in danger, he swiftly disengaged from the fight. But Lu Qiushui attempted to intervene. A flurry of lights flashed in the air, and in the next moment, the proprietor of the Misty Rain Tower swung his sword, the sound of clashing metal ringing out, followed by a groan from him. A hidden weapon struck his left arm, and he proclaimed, "The injury I sustained today shall be avenged in the future." "Do not speak so boldly. I will ensure that the Misty Rain Tower is laid to waste," Lin Chu retorted, diving back into the water and returning to the other side, racing towards Lu Qiushui. Regardless of the circumstances, his life was paramount. Had it not been for Lin Chu's consistent physical training over the past few months, his vitality would have been insufficient to withstand Yin Yang's relentless assaults. Fortunately, he had avenged himself. The wound he inflicted on her left leg still bled profusely. Lu Qiushui helped her up, saying, "Young master, I am powerless. Aunt Lu, it is not your fault. It is merely the enemy's treachery. Let us depart. We must bolster our defenses tonight. I doubt Yin Yang will pay me any mind this evening." Lin Chu smiled, turning to see the robust man colliding with the proprietor of the Misty Rain Tower. The latter's expression shifted dramatically after just a few exchanges. "Hunyuan Jin," the proprietor of the Misty Rain Tower exclaimed, taking a few steps back. "A comrade, I am Yu Qingniao, an elder of the Drizzle Tower." The man halted, eyeing Yu Qingniao with a furrowed brow. "You are from the Drizzle Tower?" "The Drizzle Tower is allied with the Hunyuan sect. This matter can be resolved. Please relay to Yin Yang that my senior brother wishes to see her. We will depart shortly, as my senior brother is dining by the Qinghu Lake, and family should not stand on ceremony." "Yin Yang is unwell. It would be better to arrange for tomorrow," Yu Qingniao replied, his gaze betraying a hint of anger, though now was not the time for fury. A further 20 individuals gathered, all eager to meet Yin Yang. The man scratched his head. "Then I shall stay here for a day. Tomorrow I will escort Yin Yang to meet my senior brother. Otherwise, if she goes alone, my senior brother will be unaware of my contribution." Lin Chu smiled slightly. Such straightforward individuals had their principles, which was rather amusing. Observing the situation at hand, Lin Chu turned to leave, contemplating Hunyuan Jin, a formidable internal martial art capable of developing a body of steel. At its peak, it could even enhance one's strength. However, Hunyuan Jin was not meant for public dissemination, and the Hunyuan sect was one of the most powerful martial sects in Dongzhou. Not to be coerced, as Lin Chu made his way to the front building, he spotted Xie Guanghai and Zheng Honglu amidst the crowd. The two hurried over, with Xie Guanghai displaying an expression of astonishment. "Brother-in-law? What happened? Why do you look so disheveled?" "I nearly met my demise at the hands of Yin Yang, but by a stroke of luck, I managed to escape. We must leave quickly." Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. Xie Guanghai was momentarily taken aback before assisting him in departing, conversing as they walked. "Brother-in-law, is that Yin Yang a formidable figure in the martial world? She is not exceptionally powerful, but she certainly surpasses us by a significant margin." Lin Chu shook his head. Xie Guanghai nodded in agreement. "That is to be expected. We lack any martial skills. If Yin Yang dares to harm you, this matter is far from over. Once I return to Linshan City, I will ensure she faces severe consequences. She is currently in Jinling, and you cannot possibly venture there to confront her, so it is best not to dwell on it." Lin Chu gestured for him to dismiss the thought. Upon entering the carriage, Zheng Honglu spoke softly. "Lin, I will seek out Deng Xian to discuss this matter. Regardless, if Yinyu Tower dares to harm you, We must teach them a lesson. That is indeed an excellent idea, Lin Chu replied, a smile gracing his eyes. Having such friends is truly delightful, especially considering the Deng family holds some renown in Qinghu City. They would be one of the best allies against Yinyu Tower. Zheng Honglu clasped his fists together. Leave this matter to me, Lin. You needn't worry. Once they settled into the carriage, Lin Chu leaned back against the soft cushions, exhaling deeply. His boots were thoroughly soaked. An uncomfortable predicament indeed. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Chu made his way directly to the rear courtyard. The moment Qingwen caught sight of him, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Pinger, heat some water." She run, prepare clothing. I will attend to the young master. A flurry of activity ensued. Lin Chu shrugged nonchalantly. Qingwen, there is no need for such alarm. I have merely sustained a minor injury. Nothing serious. Still injured? Qingwen blinked in surprise, biting her lip anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Chu reached out, playfully pinching her cheek. Do not fret. The situation at Yinyu Tower is far worse than mine. Especially for Yin Yang, who took a sword strike from me and received a kick as well. Just imagine a renowned figure limping while playing the guqin. That would be quite amusing. Chapter 033. The Nameless Sword in the Dim Chamber. The flickering flame of the red candle danced. Lin Chu felt a dull ache in his left chest, quite uncomfortable. Qingwen summoned a physician, who massaged him for a while and prescribed some medicine. Fortunately, his rib was not fractured, and he bore no significant external injuries, although his wrist throbbed with a bit more severity. The physician wrapped it tightly in cloth. Reclining on the bed, Lin Chu held the short sword in his left hand. The blade was not long, and the hilt appeared to be crafted from jade, exuding a warm touch. The sword was entirely white, topped with a blood-red gem seamlessly embedded within. The blade shimmered faintly red. Clearly forged from metal and appearing exceptionally sharp. The more Lin Chu examined it, the more he cherished it. After pondering for a moment, he called out, and Shiren hurried in. What can I do for you? Young master, please fetch me a cloth, Lin Chu instructed. Shiren, clad in a thin garment, had been sleeping in the outer chamber to care for Lin Xichu. As Qingwen was occupied brewing medicine, she was absent. Upon receiving the cloth, Lin Chu took it from Shiren and, wielding the sword with his left hand, effortlessly sliced the cloth in two. Shiren gasped in astonishment. What a sharp sword, young master. What kind of sword is this? The Nameless Sword, alas? Lin Chu praised, his heart filled with admiration. Acquiring this sword was undoubtedly a significant gain, yet it was certainly a precious item, one that Yin Yang would likely treasure greatly. With her influence, this enmity was now established, and if she were to strike covertly, those around him might struggle to protect him. However, in Yu Mountain City, the presence of the army offered some assurance. Yet, given the unpredictable nature of the martial world, he would need to enlist a few more skilled fighters. Lu Qiushui, being merely a 6th-grade cultivator, seemed insufficient. Finding masters was no simple task. He would have to seek assistance from the Yu Mountain faction. The strategists there seemed to be quite capable, and he intended to draft a letter outlining the situation the next day. Reflecting on this matter, he found it oddly amusing. He had been abducted by the Yu Mountain bandits, only to later seek their help in a time of need. A rather intricate relationship. Shiren gently remarked, Why do you feel regret, young master, when you have acquired such an excellent sword? Because it lacks a sheath. If only I could obtain a sheath, that would be even better, Lin Chu sighed, then raised his eyebrows, exuding a spirited demeanor. However, life is often filled with disappointments. Having such a fine sword should be enough to satisfy. Shiren nodded with a smile. Clearly pleased. After securing the sword, Qingwen returned, offering him tea and assisting him with his dental hygiene. Her delicate hands, dipped in salt, provided a uniquely refreshing experience, as she lay beside him, clad only in a single undergarment. Lin Chu's hands began to wander, but Qingwen restrained him, whispering, Young master, the physician warned that due to your injury, you must not share a bed. Is that so? Lin Chu was taken aback, feeling a sense of absurdity. His body was in fine condition. Surely that couldn't be the case. Qingwen remained resolute. Young master, it would be best to wait a little longer. There is no rush. He embraced her gently, responding with a soft murmur, his eyes narrowing as he felt a strange sensation. He had indeed matured. The fragrance of her body, reminiscent of locust flowers, wafted through the air, utterly delightful. When Lin Chu awoke, the discomfort in his chest had nearly dissipated. He should be fully recovered. However, his right wrist still throbbed slightly. Fortunately, his provincial examination had concluded, or it might have affected his performance. Qingwen was conversing with Shiren in the outer chamber, her voice melodious. Shiren, tidy up a bit. We will return to you Mountain City today. Aunt Lu mentioned there may be dangers, and it is safer to return home. I will inform the others. Once the medicine is prepared, ensure the young master consumes it upon waking. Aunt Lu left early this morning to gather information. So please convey that to the young master. Shiren acknowledged her, and soon Pinger's voice echoed, Sister Qingwen, young master Deng has arrived and wishes to see the young master. I will check if the young master has awoken, Qingwen replied. Turning to enter the inner chamber, Lin Chu smiled at her and nodded, get dressed. I will go meet Deng Zian. Shiren promptly entered, and the two assisted him in dressing. Lin Chu felt the urge to visit the restroom, and Qingwen accompanied him. The restroom within the inner chamber was remarkably clean and spacious. As Qingwen supported him, Lin Chu couldn't help but marvel at how pleasant this experience was. After freshening up, Lin Chu proceeded to the front courtyard, where Deng Zian was seated. Upon seeing Lin Chu approach, he rose with a look of concern. Lin, I heard that the rogues from Yinyu Tower have injured you. I have already sent someone to address this matter. It appears that Yinyu Tower has been quite tumultuous since last night. Many martial artists have gathered. I heard that someone attempted to forcibly invite Yongan, which led to a confrontation with a disciple from the Hunyuan sect, resulting in half of Yinyu Tower being destroyed in the chaos. The disciples of Hunyuan sect were truly furious, and the events have been quite remarkable. Currently, both the people from Yinyu Tower and Yongan seem to have left Qinghu City. I am uncertain of the accuracy of this information, but I have dispatched someone to inquire. Deng Zian spoke softly, and Lin Chu was taken aback. Such events had transpired last night. That disciple from the Hunyuan sect was quite formidable, as he contemplated. He arranged for breakfast, sharing a meal with Deng Zian. The congee was served with salted duck eggs, along with pan-fried venison and venison buns, all exceptionally tender. Liu Chuxue approached hurriedly, standing beside Lin Chu as she whispered, Young master. Regarding Yinyu Tower? At this point, she glanced at Deng Zian, and Lin Chu gestured for her to continue. The people from Yinyu Tower have all departed, presumably heading to Jinling. They are unlikely to concern themselves with you any longer. I initially intended to return to you Mountain City promptly, but now there is no need to rush. Liu Chuxue spoke softly, and Lin Chu sighed in relief. That is indeed good news. We owe much to that disciple from Hunyuan sect. By the way, has Yu Xiaoqing not returned yet? She is en route. According to her previous letter, she should arrive today, Liu Chuxue confirmed. Lin Chu nodded, and Liu Chuxue withdrew. Deng Zian smiled. Lin, Yinyu Tower is surely destined for destruction. With this provincial examination, you will undoubtedly succeed, correct? It is hard to say. Do you have confidence, Zian? Lin Chu shook his head, fully aware that he had purchased his position as a scholar, and his chances of success were virtually nil. Deng Zian vigorously shook his head. Not even half of it has been completed. There is absolutely no hope. Lin Chu chuckled softly. It matters little. If I do not succeed, I shall simply live as a wealthy man. After all, I am still a member of a prominent family in Qingshan Lake. Deng Zian laughed along with him, and after finishing breakfast, he took his leave. Pinger came over to assist Lin Chu with washing his hands and face, after which he returned to the rear courtyard and began writing a letter. The letter was addressed to Xiao Wu, expressing his concerns. Regardless, should Yongan still harbor intentions to kill him, he had no means to defend himself. If she had even more skilled fighters by her side, a nighttime ambush could very well spell his end. He was not afraid of a direct confrontation, as the army provided a layer of protection. A single expert could not easily slay thousands. After completing the letter, Lin Chu arranged for a trustworthy guard to deliver it. Chapter 034. Wind occupies Luo Yu Xiaoqing returned in the afternoon, accompanied by Ding Wu. Lin Chu greeted him in the front hall. Observing Yu Xiaoqing's refined demeanor, he smirked and teased, Yu Xiaoqing, it has been half a year. My sword has yet to be completed, has it? Young master, this time I forged it into a blade, which is why it took longer. It is nearly finished. Once it rests a bit, I will perform the final steps, Yu Xiaoqing replied earnestly. Lin Chu scoffed lightly, if I do not see the blade upon returning to Yu Mountain City, you shall be responsible for the consequences. Rest assured, young master, there will be no issues at all. The rain fell steadily as Yu Xiaoqing spoke earnestly. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. From swords to knives. What credibility do you think you still possess? Young master, out of your benevolence, I assure you I can craft it well, Yu Xiaoqing replied, lowering his head, clearly a bit anxious. Despite Lin Chu's usual gentle demeanor, Yu Xiaoqing was aware of his sharp discernment. If he were to fixate on him, life would undoubtedly become arduous. Lin Chu exhaled. I require a sword sheath for this very sword. You have 5 days to produce a sturdy and functional one. Yu Shaoqing was taken aback. Glancing at the nameless sword, his eyes lighting up, he exclaimed, "What a fine sword!" He scrutinized it repeatedly, his gaze tinged with something unusual, then glanced at the red bead, pondering for a moment. "What, you don't mean to say this sword was forged by you?" Lin Chu chuckled. Yu Shaoqing shook his head. "Young master, I lack the skill to forge such a sword. It must be the work of Feng Zhanlua. Observe here, at the base, there is a character for Luo. Feng Zhanlua is the contemporary Oyezi, the most renowned weaponsmith in the realm, having created numerous weapons. This sword, however, is unknown to the world. I have never heard of it, yet it is indeed formidable. All right. Go ahead and create the sword sheath. By the way, have the sweet potatoes and peppers been planted?" Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. Yet, he felt a sense of unease. Yu Shaoqing's knowledge was indeed extensive. This fellow might be somewhat lecherous, but he possessed certain capabilities, even if his martial skills were lacking. Why Yu Shaoqing cheerfully detailed his tasks, and upon returning, he personally supervised the planting of the sweet potatoes and peppers. The quantity of sweet potatoes was modest, with a total of 50 acres cultivated, while 10 acres were dedicated to peppers. The Lin family was not short on fertile land, but Lin Chu had previously instructed Yu Shaoqing not to use the finest fields, opting instead for those of mediocre quality. The sweet potatoes were not particularly demanding in terms of growing conditions, and even less fertile soil would not yield significant differences. After Yu Shaoqing departed, Lin Chu rubbed his temples and encountered Ding Wu. Ding Wu was rather straightforward. He first inquired about Lin Chu's health before respectfully stating, "Young master, should I encounter that enchantress again, I shall undoubtedly take her head." "There will be opportunities," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Then shifted the conversation. "Is everything well over in Yueshan City?" Ding Wu nodded. "All is well. Lin Wan has reached the 2nd level of the rock-solid technique, now considered a 3rd rank. However, due to his innate strength, his true battle prowess is not beneath the 4th rank. To what level have you attained the rock-solid technique?" Lin Chu inquired. Ding Wu replied softly, "The 4th level, though there are only 7 levels in total. Reaching the pinnacle is merely 8th rank, but as one progresses, the training becomes increasingly arduous. Thus, in the entire rock-solid sect, there are no 8th ranks, only 7th. My master, however, has hope of advancing to 8th rank in the future. But my talents are lacking. I fear 7th rank is my limit. As long as you do your best, the outcome is of little consequence." Lin Chu waved his hand. Ding Wu chuckled. "Thank you, young master. These days spent with you have been the happiest of my life. It is the most carefree time I have ever known, all thanks to you, and I shall forever cherish it." Lin Chu waved his hand. Saying nothing further, Ding Wu bowed and turned to leave. As his footsteps faded, Shiren entered, presenting an invitation to Lin Chu, gently stating, "Young master, Miss Ning has invited you to the Wudong courtyard to enjoy the lotus flowers." "Miss Ning has invited me?" Lin Chu was taken aback, then glanced at the invitation. Miss Ning's given name was Ning Zichu. After reading it several times, he noted her elegant and powerful script, indicative of a woman well-versed in literature and art. "Will you be attending, young master?" Shiren inquired. Lin Chu nodded. "Yes, please inform Aunt Lu. We shall depart shortly." "Young master, is your injury a concern?" Shiren asked, her worry evident. Lin Chu waved his hand. "It's a minor injury, nothing to fret over. Please make the arrangements." As the carriage rolled out of the Lin residence, the sky darkened ominously, hinting at impending rain, for August in Jiangnan was indeed a season rife with showers. The Wudong courtyard was tranquil, and today, remarkably, there was no one present. Ning Zichu sat in the pavilion at the center of the lake, surrounded by a guqin, a pipa, and even a dot beside her were piled fruits, pastries, and tea, all facing the lake adorned with lotus blossoms. Creating a picturesque scene, Lin Chu, guided by a maid, entered the pavilion. Ning Zichu stood and bowed to him. "Greetings, Lin Gongzi. Thank you for gracing me with your presence. Miss Ning is renowned for her literary talent and possesses a benevolent heart. I have long held deep admiration for you," Lin Chu replied earnestly. Ning Zichu smiled, gesturing for him to sit. Though she still wore a veil, her figure was pleasantly plump, not in a way that suggested excess, but rather a softness that hinted at allure. The gentle movement of her form, combined with her slender waist, created an irresistible charm. Lin Chu inhaled deeply. Though he had seen Ning Zichu previously, he had not observed her closely. Today, however, he was struck by her allure. which surpassed even that of Qingwen. For a beautiful woman should possess a certain fullness. Once seated, the maid served tea and presented 2 platters of fruits, including grapes, watermelon, and peaches. Lin Chu, not one to stand on ceremony, began to indulge, while Ning Zichu smiled gently. Lin Gongzi, your poetic talents are well known, and the 2 poems you previously composed have become quite famous throughout Zheng. I heard that Yin Yulu nearly caused you trouble, and today I wish to visit you. Upon hearing you were well, I invited you to join me. You mentioned you also have knowledge of music. I was hoping to engage you in a discussion. If your health prevents it, I can perform a piece on the guqin instead. My wrist has sustained some injury, so I cannot play the pipa. However, I might manage to try the, Lin Chu stated earnestly. Ning Zichu was taken aback. You can play the? That instrument hails from the north, said to have originated from the grasslands, and few can master it. I too acquired one by chance and have been learning, but I am not very skilled. I shall certainly seek your guidance in the future. In truth, I have only scratched the surface of its techniques and do not consider myself an instructor, Lin Chu replied seriously. His time in Qinghu City was limited, and once the rankings were announced, he would have to return, leaving him little inclination to teach others. As a gentle melody reverberated through the pavilion, Lin Chu played the piece Farewell on the, infusing it with a touch of melancholy. This sadness was different from the tragic tones of The Moon reflected in the Urquin Spring, yet it still resonated deeply within the soul. Ning Zichu gazed at his face, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mist, revealing her delight. Although Lin Chu's wrist still ached, playing the was manageable, and it did not hinder his performance. Upon finishing, he set down the instrument and offered a slight bow to Ning Zichu. She returned the gesture. Lin Gongzi, you possess extraordinary talent. Your playing is truly remarkable. Would you be willing to teach me? Lin Chu nodded, and Ning Zichu rose to sit beside him. Clad in a white, she exuded a dignified grace, yet her figure was undeniably curvaceous, accentuating her allure. Lin Chu inhaled deeply, for she exuded a rare fragrance, akin to orchids and musk, a scent that was refreshing and delightful. It did not demand intricate techniques, so Lin Chu shared the essentials, emphasizing that mastery required extensive practice. The piece, Farewell, was relatively simple and easy to grasp. Lin Chu jotted down some notes, and after a while, he was perspiring. Miss Ning, I must take my leave now, Lin Chu stated earnestly. Faced with a woman of Ning Zichu's caliber, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed, his heart racing. He imagined that embracing her would be even more pleasurable than with Qingwen. Yet, he was acutely aware of her complicated background. Born in Jinling, her maternal grandfather was the governor of Qinghu City, a detail he learned from Deng Zian, which made him cautious of harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Ning Zichu reached out, grasping his sleeve, shaking her head. Lin Gongzi, please dine with me. I have much more to discuss with you, such as poetry. Your poems are truly impressive. I heard that you're also included poetry. I wonder what you have composed. Would you share it with me? If Miss Ning wishes to hear it, I would be glad to oblige, Lin Chu replied. Ning Zichu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, appearing quite enchanting. Lin Chu recited the poem, The Long River Flows East, and Ning Zichu was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. The grandeur of such a poem weighed heavily upon her heart. After a brief silence, she exhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on Lin Chu. Lin Gongzi, this poem is truly exquisite. It may very well resonate through the ages. If you could sing it, it would be even more marvelous. Of course, since this is your work, I shall refrain from publicizing it until the results are announced. Thank you for your understanding. Miss Ning, Lin Chu nodded. Ning Zichu beamed, arranging for the meal to be served, and she led Lin Chu to a side table. The feast was lavish, and though Ning Zichu was typically demure, she spoke freely in Lin Chu's presence. Lin Gongzi, I usually do not indulge in such an abundance of dishes, but since you are here, I had them prepare extra. These are the shrimp and fish from Qinghu, and this is crab, though it is not the season. So they are not particularly plump, and this is lamb from Qinghu City. The meat is tender and exceptionally delicious. Qingyang has always been a royal tribute, cherished by the imperial family. As Ning Zichu introduced, Lin Chu's appetite had notably increased compared to before, as she had been diligently exercising, thereby invigorating her vitality and consequently enhancing her food intake. After their meal, Lin Chu, inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from Ning Zichu, detected a faint hint of perspiration intermingled with it, suggesting that she might possess a naturally sweat-prone constitution. When it came time to part ways once more, although Ning Zichu felt a twinge of reluctance, she nevertheless escorted him out. After bidding farewell to Lin Chu, she settled in the lakeside pavilion, cradling her face in her hands, her gaze drifting into a distant haze. "My lady, what troubles you? Why do you appear so listless?" a maid inquired as she approached, placing a cup of tea before her. Ning Zichu shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. You may leave." "My lady, are you perhaps pining for someone? Lin Gongzi is indeed a rare talent," the maid teased. Startled, Ning Zichu's face flushed, and she retorted, "Do not speak so foolishly." "Very well, my lady. I shall refrain from further comment. I had intended to offer you some advice, but now I shall forego it," the maid responded with a hint of disappointment. Pursing her lips as she turned to leave, Ning Zichu grasped her arm and huffed, "Then do tell. How might we resolve this? I had previously inquired about Lin Gongzi. He is merely 17 and unmarried. His family? The Lin clan is esteemed in Yueshan City, with his maternal grandfather serving as the governor there. The Lin family is one of the 4 major merchant families in Yongan, with business endeavors spanning the entire region, and even extending into the territories of the southern Jin'an lady. The goose feather pins and soaps you recently used were inventions of Lin Gongzi, whose pen name is renowned across the land. Such an admirable gentleman has captured the attention of many young ladies, and you must strategize early. I propose that we request your father to send someone to propose marriage to the Lin family at this opportune moment. If we delay until after the provincial examination results are announced, should Lin Gongzi achieve success, there will be even more suitors vying for his affection." The maid spoke gently, and Ning Zichu nodded in agreement. "That seems reasonable. Let us proceed with that plan." "My lady, do you truly consent?" the maid asked in astonishment. Ning Zichu glanced at her. "Is it not your suggestion? Why should I not agree?" "It's just that I believed you, being a refined young lady, would never entertain such notions," the maid replied. Ning Zichu shook her head. "As you said, he is exceptionally talented. If we do not act swiftly, what if someone else claims him first?" "But what if your father is unwilling?" the maid retorted. Ning Zichu pondered for a moment. "I will have my maternal grandfather arrange it. Although I cannot rule out that he may have other intentions, I shall write a letter, and you will deliver it to the Lin residence shortly. I will be proactive and express my affections to Lin Gongzi. If he reciprocates, the matter will be simplified, and at worst, I shall elope with him." "Ah!" The maid was momentarily taken aback. Ning Zichu's audacity was indeed remarkable. Ning Zichu playfully tapped her on the backside, which felt soft and pliable, then huffed, "Prepare the ink." After writing the letter, she gently blew on it to dry the ink before folding it with a bright smile. Dispelling the earlier pangs of longing, she carefully placed the letter in the maid's hands, instructing her to deliver it, while she herself returned home to discuss matters with her family. Meanwhile, Lin Chu remained blissfully unaware of Ning Zichu's intentions. Upon returning to the Lin residence, he reclined beneath the shade of a large tree by the melon patch, gazing at the scattered watermelons, feeling quite content, with little else to occupy his time. He contemplated taking a leisurely stroll, as the scenery in Qinghu City was delightful, boasting both mountains and waters, with beauty at every turn. Upon receiving Ning Zichu's letter, Lin Chu found himself utterly perplexed. It was only after reading the contents that he realized, albeit somewhat subtly expressed, that it was indeed a love letter. His heart skipped a beat. In this era, the prospect of mutual affection was exceedingly rare. Making such an opportunity with a talented woman like Ning Zichu all the more precious. Reflecting on her qualities, Lin Chu deemed her to be quite remarkable. He penned a reply, writing with a light and breezy tone. "To have won the heart of Miss Ning brings me great joy. However, matters of love require the approval of our elders. I have no objections on my end, yet the outcome rests entirely with you, Mississippi." He also included a short poem, considering that even if he were to become a wealthy gentleman, Ning Zichu would still be an excellent choice. She possessed talent, was well-renowned in Jiangnan, and hailed from a respectable family. If marriage were to be a necessity, she would undoubtedly make a splendid partner. In Lin Chu's view, she could facilitate his ascent to becoming a prosperous man. After sending the letter, he engaged in some physical activity around the courtyard. Aside from a slight discomfort in his wrist, his body showed no signs of weakness, having largely recovered. Yet, thoughts of Yongan lingered in his mind, prompting him to rub his forehead as he contemplated how to resolve the matter. Initially, her administration of wuxia powder had been clearly aimed at controlling him, with the likely intention of exerting influence over the Lin family. After all, he was the sole heir, and controlling him equated to controlling the entire family, which held substantial lands in the southern Jin. That night, as Lin Chu held Qingwen in his embrace, the fragrance of the locust blossoms wafted pleasantly through the air. Just as he was about to act on his desires, she halted him. "Young master, The physician has advised restraint. We must wait at least a month before sharing a bed. I cannot jeopardize your well-being, Qingwen gently asserted, pushing him away a few times. In that moment, Lin Chu found himself unable to proceed further and could only indulge in a fleeting caress. He had to admit, her figure was truly exquisite, her skin smooth and fragrant, yet he was unable to fulfill his desires. During this period, Lin Chu's vitality surged, his health restored, and the vigor of youth became increasingly evident. Upon rising in the morning, he felt a heightened sense of energy that lingered throughout the day. He engaged in various exercises, including planks and running, until he felt sufficiently recuperated. His wrist pain had subsided, allowing him to write without issue, although he still experienced some discomfort when attempting pull-ups. After bathing, Lin Chu decided to visit Ning Zichu, bringing along some food. When they met, Ning Zichu greeted him warmly. Taking his hand as they conversed, Lin Chu reveled in the experience. Her hand was soft, even more so than Qingwen's, and being naturally prone to perspiration, it felt moist yet fragrant in his palm. Women who sweat easily often possess a captivating allure, a sentiment Lin Chu was well acquainted with from his previous life. However, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied, as their conversations revolved solely around poetry and literature. Lacking the intimate exchanges he yearned for, seated under the shade of a tree in the courtyard, Lin Chu admired her profile, her skirt accentuating her rounded figure and slender waist, creating a curvature reminiscent of the moon. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to caress her, internally applauding her softness, which surpassed that of Qingwen, flowing like water. "Ah Chu, please behave yourself," Ning Zichu chided. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a reproachful glance. Lin Chu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "If mutual affection cannot be expressed through tenderness, then I find it insufficient. Life cannot be solely comprised of poetic sentiments. There are practicalities to consider." Practicalities? Ning Zichu appeared momentarily perplexed. Lin Chu suspected she had misconstrued his words. Her interpretation of practicalities was not aligned with his intention. Yet, he bore no objection to her misunderstanding, as it was simply part of life. "Zichu, we are indeed two souls in harmony. Thus affection is requisite. You are stunning, however. What shall we do should your family oppose our union?" Lin Chu gently inquired, his gaze fixed upon her face. Though still veiled, her large eyes sparkled, revealing a beauty that was undeniably captivating. Ning Zichu firmly grasped his hand, declaring, "Ah Chu, should my family object, I shall elope with you to Yueshan City. We can find a secluded corner to live together." "Very well, I shall arrange for someone to propose to your family. I must travel to Jinling regardless." Lin Chu nodded in agreement. Ning Zichu smiled. "I shall return to Jinling next month. I will await you there." "Zichu, how is it that your waist is so slender, and your figure so curvaceous? I have never encountered such a delightful form. It is truly enchanting," Lin Chu marveled, reaching out to caress her waist and hips, marveling at her exquisite shape. Ning Zichu blushed, lightly swatting his hand away, reproaching, "Ah Chu, do not be so restless." "I am merely assessing your potential to bear children," Lin Chu replied earnestly. Ning Zichu paused, hesitating. "Is that even discernible?" "Of course, sharp and round are distinct, and large and round tell another tale altogether. Rest assured, you shall bear sons, Zichu. Shall we embark on an autumn outing?" Lin Chu suggested. Ning Zichu shook her head. "I am not prepared today. Let us postpone." For Lin Chu, there was no urgency in Qinghu City. He and Ning Zichu spent their days courting, sometimes for the entire day, other times merely half. Their discussions ranged from poetry to music, yet the majority of their time was spent in affectionate exchanges. Their bond grew ever stronger, to the point where Ning Zichu no longer attended poetry gatherings, dedicating her days solely to love with Lin Chu. As August drew to a close, the results of the provincial examinations were imminent. As night enveloped the city, Yu Shaoqing presented Lin Chu with a box, saying, "Young master, this is the sword sheath. I have completed the crafting." Lin Chu opened the box to reveal a beautifully made leather sheath, seemingly crafted from cowhide, adorned with a circle of steel rings, a testament to Yu Shaoqing's impeccable taste. "Secure the sword," Lin Chu said, trying it several times. It was quite satisfactory, and he couldn't help but nod, saying, "Tomorrow the results will be announced. You can go check for me. Young master will surely succeed." Yu Shaoqing replied earnestly. Lin Chu glanced at him and inquired, "Has anyone from the Xie family returned to Linshan City during this time?" "Young master, the young master of the Xie family has returned, but it seems he came back again yesterday." Just to await the results, Yu Shaoqing nodded. Lin Chu waved his hand, signaling him to leave. After Yu Shaoqing exited, Qingwen entered, looking somewhat anxious, and said, "Young master, with the results being announced tomorrow, I feel quite nervous. Why is it that you seem unfazed?" "Whether I am nervous or not is of no consequence," Lin Chu shrugged. Qingwen playfully nudged his arm and chided, "Young master, you must accompany me to view the results tomorrow." "I don't intend to go. Let Yu Shaoqing check for me," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Shaking his head, Qingwen insisted, "Young master, that simply won't do. You must go, all right?" Chapter 37. The top scholar. When the results were announced, a multitude gathered in front of the academy. This was Qinghu Academy, a prestigious institution renowned throughout Yongan. Servants and maids from various families had gathered, crowding the walls, eagerly awaiting the announcement. Lin Chu was also present, leaning against a carriage, with Qingwen by his side, while Yu Shaoqing drove, and Ding Wu sat at the front. All waiting for the results, a carriage approached from the side, adorned with the character Ning, belonging to Ning Zichu. When her carriage drew alongside Lin Chu's, Ning Zichu leaned out, and her maid Lei Heng disembarked to knock on the carriage door. Lin Chu pulled back the curtain and glanced outside. Meeting Ning Zichu's smiling face, he smiled back and stepped down to board her carriage. Ning Zichu's carriage was slightly smaller, lined with soft cotton cushions. While Lei Heng took a seat in Lin Chu's carriage alongside Qingwen, Lin Chu reclined slowly. The carriage was filled with the delicate fragrance of Ning Zichu, particularly pleasant and refreshing. Leaning to one side, Ning Zichu sat next to him, her hip brushing against him as she softly said, "The results will be out soon. I believe you will surely succeed, though whether you can be the top scholar remains to be seen." "I do not pursue the title of top scholar. Simply succeeding is sufficient," Lin Chu shrugged. Ning Zichu took his hand, her soft palm feeling almost boneless, her small, sweaty hand emanating a sweet scent, her head resting on his shoulder. Lin Chu's arm encircled her slender waist, a rather bold gesture. As such an exceptional woman was undeniably appealing. Ning Zichu had grown accustomed to his playful advances, her cheeks flushed as she squinted her eyes but said nothing. Moments later, the city guards arrived to announce the results, and a crowd gathered as several officials affixed the list to the wall. Yu Shaoqing and Ding Wu squeezed forward, with Qingwen and Lei Heng following closely, both craning their necks to view the list. Starting from the last name. "Qingwen, we should start from the beginning. With young master's abilities, his name will undoubtedly be at the forefront," Yu Shaoqing said earnestly. Qingwen nodded, seeing the logic in it, and turned her gaze to the first name. In the first column and first row, the name Lin Chu appeared. "He succeeded. Young master has become the top scholar," Qingwen exclaimed, her voice ringing out excitedly. Yu Shaoqing and Lei Heng simultaneously looked up, and indeed, Lin Chu was the top scholar. The group immediately squeezed out of the crowd and rushed to the carriage. Ning Zichu's expression turned anxious as she asked, "What was the outcome?" "Miss, Lin Gongzi has been named the top scholar," Lei Heng announced loudly. Many nearby turned their attention, envy written on their faces, and Ning Zichu cheered. Wrapping her arms around Lin Chu's, shaking him gently, "Top scholar. Ah Chu, you are amazing." "It's nothing much. I merely performed steadily. We should head back now," Lin Chu shrugged nonchalantly. Ning Zichu playfully retorted, "While there are many who succeeded, being the top scholar is truly exceptional and rare. You are indeed the most outstanding. Then let us celebrate. We shall return and have a barbecue." Lin Chu agreed. Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out, "Brother-in-law, you have become the top scholar. Shall we go to the Deng's tavern for drinks later?" Lin Chu leaned out, smiling, and asked, "Guanghai, did you succeed?" "No, none of us succeeded. It seems we are not cut out for studying," Xie Guanghai replied. Yet he wore a proud expression. "Brother-in-law has become the top scholar. You must treat us." Lin Chu waved his hand, saying, "I must return to Yueshan City first. I will treat you then." "All right. Then we shall meet in Yueshan City," Xie Guanghai replied with a smile. Lin Chu withdrew his head, and Ning Zichu glanced at him, a teasing smile on her face, asking, "Brother-in-law? Whose brother-in-law?" "Just a casual remark. I am not yet married," Lin Chu replied earnestly. Wrapping his arm around her waist, Ning Zichu playfully swatted him, replying seriously, "Do not touch me. Are you feeling jealous now?" Lin Chu shrugged, mischievously squeezing her waist, which was one of his favorite gestures. Ning Zichu shot him a glare and chided, "Then tell me, who exactly is his sister?" "He is from the Xie family in Linshan City, named Xie Guanghai. His sister is Xie Xiangninged I in the past. My father sought a marriage proposal with the Xie family." but was rejected by Xie Xiangning, Lin Chu explained, elaborating on Xie Guanghai's situation. Ning Zichu chuckled softly and said, the Xie family's daughters are quite renowned in Jiangnan. Marrying a daughter from the Xie family is akin to acquiring a precious jewel. It is a point of pride for many in Jiangnan to marry into the Xie family. Have you never felt tempted? Since you are now the top scholar, with unparalleled poetic talent, you should have no trouble proposing. I have no interest. Being able to marry you, Xiao Chu, is enough for me, and no matter how remarkable the Xie family's daughters are, they cannot compare to your grace. Nor can they nurture and care as you do, Lin Chu replied earnestly, squeezing her waist a few more times. This time, Ning Zichu did not stop him, whispering, what do you plan to do? I will propose upon my return. I will have my father go to Jinling, Lin Chu affirmed, his hand becoming increasingly daring. Ning Zichu glanced at him and said, I will be returning to Jinling tomorrow. I will wait for you there. If you dare not come, I will bring people to Yueshan City to find you. How could that be? Lin Chu chuckled and shrugged. Xiao Chu is truly to my liking. Ning Zichu then smiled brightly at him. Having experienced Lin Chu's charming words in a previous life, she realized he had a knack for handling women. What kind of man had women of this life ever encountered? Thus, Ning Zichu was thoroughly enchanted by Lin Chu. If he were truly the type to take advantage, he would have long since taken her innocence, but he was not that kind of person. He always thought of cherishing their bond. Ning Zichu understood his intentions, having spent so long together. He had only been playful, without any ulterior motives, and she permitted his advances. Inside the carriage, Lin Chu's hand had slipped beneath her clothing, and Ning Zichu softened, glancing at him, whispering, Lin Lang, spare me. Will you dare feel jealous again in the future? Lin Chu teased. Ning Zichu shook her head. I won't dare. I will listen to Lin Lang from now on and will not feel jealous. The daughters of the Xie family are proud. Having rejected Lin Lang once, they will certainly not turn back. After saying this, she giggled, and Lin Chu's hand continued to explore. Her eyes fluttered, glistening with moisture. The carriage returned to Lin Manor, and as they disembarked, Lin Chu held Ning Zichu's hand, leading her inside. Qingwen arranged for Shiran and Ping Er to pack their belongings in preparation for their return home the next day. They had been away for over a month, and Lin Chu missed Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan. Moreover, upon returning, he planned to open a tavern, and with the addition of chili peppers, a new batch of barbecues would surely attract business. He could even open a branch. Yu Rong was in Jinling opening a shop, and he intended to establish a few taverns there as well, planning to send him to handle these affairs once everything was settled. Chapter 38. The treasure. As Lin Chu's carriage entered the main district of Yueshan City, he pulled back the curtain and looked outside, the familiar streets greeting his eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, I am back. Qingwen smiled, pressing her small face against the carriage window, leaning close to him, looking delighted. Young master, you have become the top scholar. The master and mistress must be overjoyed, Qingwen said gently. Lin Qinghe was indeed elated. The news had spread back to Yueshan City a few days prior, and the Lin Manor was festooned with decorations, hosting a banquet for 2 days straight. As the carriage entered Lin Manor, Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan awaited in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Chu disembark, Lu Wanwan rushed forward to embrace him, joyfully exclaiming, My son is truly a literary star descended to earth, the top scholar of Jiangnan. Chuer, I have been hosting a banquet for 2 days. Today is the final day? And your grandfather has come as well, still preparing for the feast. I promise to hold it for 3 days. Soon you will need to toast. Lin Qinghe clapped Lin Chu on the shoulder. Lin Chu smiled. Father, let us go. I have something to discuss. Anything is permissible. You are the top scholar of Jiangnan. Our Lin family has never had such a distinguished scholar before, Lin Qinghe said proudly. Thumping his chest, the three of them walked side by side toward the main house, and as they walked, Lin Chu recounted the general situation regarding Ning Zichu. Lin Qinghe was overjoyed. The Ning family of Jinling? Excellent. I will set off tomorrow to propose. The Ning family's young lady is quite renowned in Jiangnan, with unparalleled talent. I have also heard that her grandfather is the governor of Qinghu City, and their family is well off. It is a good thing for you to have mutual feelings with her. This is even better than a daughter from the Xie family. Lin Chu nodded slightly. Yet his heart sank. Ning Zichu's grandfather was one of the 6 ministers. He had never mentioned this to him. Contemplating this revelation, he felt increasingly gratified, for if he were to become a wealthy man in the future, he would have something to rely upon. The banquet at home was quite lavish, with many guests in attendance, including Lin Chu's grandfather, Lu Jianshan. Tall and in his early 50s, he exuded a certain scholarly elegance. Upon seeing Lin Chu, he was particularly delighted, patting his shoulder and saying, "Chuer, you have grasped the essence of the Yuan. This is a blessing for the Lin family. If you were to become a jinshi in the future, that would be even more splendid." "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall exert myself to the utmost," Lin Chu replied earnestly. Lu Jianshan, as the governor, favored those with soaring confidence, and Lin Chu was determined to cater to his tastes. The atmosphere in the city of Yueshan was bustling, and the hearty laughter of the crowd echoed around, including officials and military leaders. Lin Chu raised a toast to the guests before turning to depart. Having returned from Qinghu City, he naturally felt weary. Upon entering his courtyard, he found Pinger and sheer boiling water. Lin Chu immersed himself in the hot water, the fatigue from his long journey finally easing, and he let out a long sigh. Qingwen was also seated in the large bath, washing his hair. The fragrance of soap wafted through the air, pleasant and inviting. As she gently rinsed his hair, she remarked softly, "Young master, Miss Ning is very gentle. I think she is quite delightful. If the proposal is successful, I will certainly speak to her as my chief maid. You will be included in my household as a concubine," Lin Chu said lightly. Qingwen's face flushed, and she shyly responded, "Haiteng asked me many peculiar questions the other day. As Miss Ning's personal maid, she too will eventually be included in a household. She ranks behind you. You and Sheer will undoubtedly precede her." Lin Chu nodded in agreement. Regardless, for him, Qingwen and Sheer were the ones who had always stood by him, so it was only fitting to secure their places early. The steam rose, reddening Qingwen's cheeks, her skin appearing tender and dewy. An enchanting sight. After bathing, Lin Chu changed into fresh clothes and engaged in a bit of light exercise before returning to his room to lie down. The weather in Yongan in September was neither too hot nor too cold. Quite pleasant indeed. Qingwen had prepared a meal featuring local specialties, including fish and shrimp, as well as Taihu water plants, all very light. After dining, the sky grew dark, and the lively sounds from afar reached Lin Chu's ears. He smiled faintly, knowing these were the people drawn by his success, a testament to Lin Qinghe's joy. Next year, he would have to travel to Jinling for the imperial examination, so he still needed to study diligently. A night passed without incident, and when he awoke, the festive atmosphere at home had already subsided. Lin Qinghe had departed for Jinling, while Lin Chu held Qingwen in his arms. The scent of locust flowers lingered, and her skin was truly exquisite, a fair rosy hue that was captivating. Lin Chu reached out to caress her, and as Qingwen slowly awakened, she gently pushed him away, saying, "Young master, this isn't appropriate." "What is inappropriate?" "I am quite well, lively and vigorous. If you continue to disobey, I shall have to punish you by forbidding you from entering the house," Lin Chu replied sternly, letting out a playful huff. Qingwen cautiously glanced at him before laying down a white cloth beneath her, shyly reclining there. Her legs were long and slender, and as she walked, she possessed a certain grace akin to a crane, which Lin Chu particularly admired, now holding her delicate feet. This embrace lingered, and Lin Chu exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. His energy gradually settled, ushering him into a contemplative state. Qingwen stretched her legs, lying on his chest. Warm and slightly damp with sweat, even her back glistening. The sunlight streamed through the windows, which Lin Chu had renovated with glass to enhance their transparency. His hands, restless, roamed freely from top to bottom. And Qingwen hummed softly, her voice melodious, clearly indulging in playful affection. "Young master, I can hardly move," she whimpered, folding the white cloth with care, treating it as a treasure. Lin Chu gently took it from her, saying, "Place it in my treasure chest, beneath the valuables. Do not misplace it. Later, I shall inscribe your name on it, as it shall serve as my most cherished memento." In this era, how many men truly valued women so highly? Hence, Qingwen's heart swelled with a special joy, nodding slightly and planting a kiss on Lin Chu's chin. The soft, tender breath belonged to a woman, and she was truly delightful. To Lin Chu, she was a treasure, possessing an innate allure that was utterly irresistible to him. By the time Lin Chu rose, Qingwen had already drifted back to sleep. He felt not the slightest bit fatigued, but rather invigorated upon his return. His primary concern remained his grand ambitions regarding the growth of sweet potatoes and chili peppers. Thus he headed directly to the outer city to inspect his estate. The construction of the estate had been completed, fortified against intrusions, and the sweet potatoes had sprouted remarkably well, thriving in the abundant waters of Jiangnan, their verdant vines curling up. As for the chili peppers, they flourished even more, with half a bag of seeds still remaining. Lin Chu instructed Yu Shaoqing to find a shop in Yueshan City, as he intended to open a restaurant specializing in barbecued delicacies. Within the estate, Yin Chuan was training soldiers, all selected from various estates, totaling precisely 100. Chapter 039. The blade. Initially, the estate had not boasted such a number of individuals, but gradually, they had been supplemented. On the other side, Yin He was training 50 archers. He was Yin Chuan's younger brother, yet the most exceptional archer, a renowned sharpshooter in the military. The term military sharpshooter refers to archers of 7th rank or above, and Yin He, being of 7th rank, was indeed a notable expert in archery. This was undoubtedly a cause for celebration for Lin Chu, for 7th rank archers are rare and often found among military elites. Were it not for the Southern Jin military, Lin Chu would have had no opportunity whatsoever. After months of training, Yin He's recruits had become quite proficient, and the 8-cow crossbow he designed had been crafted and installed on the arrow rack. Watching Yin He lead the training, Lin Chu squinted his eyes. Yin He turned and approached, kneeling on one knee and earnestly saying, Yin He pays his respects to young master. Rise. You have worked hard during this time. Lin Chu acknowledged, then shifted the conversation. Yin He, do you wish to return to Southern Jin? Yin He shook his head earnestly. Were it not for the young master, I might have perished long ago. After escaping Southern Jin, I had no intention of returning. Life alongside the young master is what both my brother and I have longed for, so I shall not leave. We will forever follow the young master. Forever is too abstract. Thus, I do not place much importance on it as long as you can uphold the persistence in your hearts. I believe that is sufficient, Lin Chu replied, shaking his head and patting his arm. He and Yin Chuan were indeed brothers, and besides them, there were 10 veteran soldiers, each commanding a squad of 10. Yin He said nothing further, though his eyes reflected an increasing determination. In truth, he had not been a 7th rank sharpshooter before. He had been at the 6th rank. However, during their escape, he had fought valiantly and ultimately evaded capture, and upon regaining his strength, he had ascended to the 7th rank. In this world, not everyone possesses Lin Chu's boldness, nor does everyone value talent as he does. Which is why Yin He felt genuine gratitude towards him. Lin Chu exhaled deeply. With a 7th rank sharpshooter at his disposal, he felt more assured in dealing with Yin Yang. The 8-cow crossbow, once fired, could easily overwhelm even a 7th rank expert. The atmosphere at the estate grew increasingly favorable, and Lin Chu went to check on Lin Wan. Lin Wan had progressed to the 3rd level of the rock-solid technique, making him a 4th rank expert. His speed of cultivation was indeed astonishing, showcasing exceptional talent. Upon seeing Lin Chu, Lin Wan beamed, kneeling and bowing several times, clutching Lin Chu's leg and refusing to let go. Lin Wan, why have you mastered the rock-solid technique so swiftly? Lin Chu inquired. Ding Wu, standing nearby, also wore a curious expression. Lin Wan pondered for a moment before responding. I simply imagined a little figure moving about inside my body, guiding it to become stronger. As he illustrated, Lin Chu began to comprehend, nodding in understanding. However, Ding Wu stood there, dumbfounded. Is that even possible? It is worth noting that Lin Wan was a 4th rank expert. Yet he possessed innate strength, effectively making him equivalent to a 5th rank expert. With true capabilities comparable to Ding Wu. It would not be long before Lin Wan surpassed Ding Wu. Keep practicing diligently, Lin Chu said, patting Lin Wan on the shoulder. He had grown a bit taller. Although he was the same age as Lin Chu, he now stood nearly 2 meters and 25 centimeters, robust like a mountain. As he turned to head towards the inner residence, Yu Shaoqing hurriedly approached, handing over a box. Young master, your sword has been completed. This blade is truly a treasure. Lin Chu paused, glancing at Yu Shaoqing. His heart stirred. Could this fellow genuinely forge weapons? I shall go see it right away. You have worked hard, Lin Chu replied. Nodding, Yu Shaoqing solemnly declared, to serve the young master is to dedicate oneself wholeheartedly, leaving no effort spared. Where lies the hardship? Enough of the theatrics. Lin Chu huffed. Why? Yu Shaoqing quickly shook his head. Young master, I assure you I am not acting. These are my heartfelt sentiments. Your brilliance shines like the sun and moon, illuminating my path forward. Lin Chu found it difficult to listen further and turned to enter the inner residence, taking a seat in the study. The wooden box felt somewhat heavy. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Inside lay a blade, not excessively long but robust. He lifted it, estimating its weight to be around 3 pounds, not particularly light. The blade was sharp and the scabbard was substantial. Lin Chu practiced a few motions, nodding in approval. He could easily carry this sword at his side from now on. However, He was not proficient in any form of swordplay. He merely intended to practice chopping and thrusting, which was sufficient, for this knife was quite suitable. During his training, Lin Chu often found his arms sore for the entire day, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, not for any other reason but purely to strengthen his physique. His body had grown significantly stronger than before, yet it still fell far short of the prowess he had achieved in his previous life, necessitating further practice. After bathing in the evening, Lin Chu lay upon his couch, feeling somewhat fatigued and soft in body, with blisters forming on his hands from the relentless grip of the knife, a testament to his toil. Qingwen nestled beside him, the sweet fragrance of locust blossoms wafting through the air. Invigorating Lin Chu instantly in this life, he had shed the identity of his youth, and with Qingwen being the kind of alluring woman she was, his heart burned with fervor. Qingwen, equally passionate, relished the novel sensations of intimacy. Whispering sweet nothings as she embraced him tightly, Lin Chu's palm rested on her back, slick with perspiration, the smoothness of her skin a delightful contrast. They conversed for a long while, the gentle night enveloping them in tranquility. And gradually, they both drifted into slumber. When Lin Chu awoke, it was still early, and Qingwen remained asleep. As he rose, Shiren was there to assist him with his attire, her vigilance evident despite her youth. She was but 14. Thus Lin Chu refrained from any impropriety. Strengthening his body included practicing with the sword, which now occupied his time. At sunrise, Yu Shaoqing arrived cheerfully, proclaiming, "Young master, I have found the tavern you desired. It is situated at the heart of Yueshan City, spanning 2 stories. Let us go and take a look." Lin Chu exclaimed joyfully. The tavern was not far from the Gao family Zhuangyuan building, merely 2 streets away. Upon surveying the location, Lin Chu deemed it quite favorable and instructed Yu Shaoqing to arrange for renovations. After outlining his requirements, he also tasked her with finding a chef, as he planned to prepare a barbecue upon returning to Chuzhuang to test it out. A goat had been slaughtered at Chuzhuang, and as Lin Chu grilled the skewers of lamb, the enticing aroma filled the air, enhanced by a sprinkle of chili powder that sent savory scents wafting. A large crowd gathered to partake, each person inhaling with delight and exclaiming their satisfaction. Why, Yu Shaoqing, standing aside, remarked, "Young master, this truly is a divine delicacy, exceedingly delicious. From now on, we shall have someone prepare this regularly. This seasoning will be exclusive to us," Lin Chu replied softly. Lu Qiushui nodded in agreement. "Young master is indeed remarkable. The lamb has become delicious in an instant. I believe our future business will flourish." Chapter 040. Michelin. The renovations of Lin Chu's tavern attracted considerable attention. Christened as Michelin.it was an unusual name, its meaning unknown to many, yet Lin Chu adopted the image of the tire as its sign, even adding 3 stars. He intended to publish a Michelin restaurant guide in due course, making the name quite fitting, especially since he had numerous delectable dishes to share. The tavern's decoration would require some time, and Lin Chu dedicated himself daily to physical training, running, planking, and practicing with the sword. He focused on 2 simple movements, swinging and thrusting, knowing that the simplest actions, when perfected, could yield significant results, as he was unfamiliar with martial arts, and the external techniques did not suit him. He focused solely on training for self-defense. Days passed, and Lin Chu developed calluses on his hands. Though not abundant, they were sufficient to prevent further blisters, and he had grown accustomed to the knife he wielded. Lin Qinghe returned from Jinling, and, upon seeing Lin Chu in the main hall, his expression was inscrutable. "Father, judging by your demeanor, have you been turned down by the Ning family?" Lin Chu inquired, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. He still held fond memories of Xiao Chuchu, particularly her unique physique, plump, slightly sweating, and exuding a rare fragrance, a quality he had measured with care. Lin Qinghe shook his head. The current head of the Ning family, the grandfather of Zichu, is indeed one of the 6 ministry's high officials, with an esteemed lineage. Initially, he was reluctant to agree, yet Zichu was adamant about marrying into our Lin family. Thus, the Ning family's official stated that if you wish to wed Zichu, you must pass the imperial examination and place among the top 3. How utterly unreasonable! Lin Chu scoffed, contemplating. "I must write to Zichu. No, a letter may not reach her. I must travel to Jinling to discuss it with her in person. If all else fails, we shall elope as long as she arrives in Yueshan City. We can arrange the marriage, and the Ning family's objections will be inconsequential." Lu Wanwan, standing nearby, clapped her hands in approval. "Chuer, I support you. Your reasoning is sound. We shall marry her first, and the 6 ministry's officials are not to be feared." Madam, that cannot be. Lin Qinghe interjected hastily. Lu Wanwan shot him a glare. Lin Qinghe, I know you are timid. But in Yueshan City, we shall not fear the 6 ministries. If they dare to press us, we can always retreat to Nanjing, where we have substantial land and good relations with the local Miao villages, ensuring our survival. Madam, Chuer is the top scholar. It should not be difficult for him to succeed in the examinations. I believe this is a reasonable request from the Ning family, not to make things difficult for him. But for Zichu's honor, consider, if Chuer passes the examination and the Ning family marries their daughter, it reflects well on them. Regardless, the Ning family holds a noble status, so it is only natural for them to have certain expectations of Chuer. Lin Qinghe grasped Lu Wanwan's arm. Speaking earnestly, she paused then nodded. That makes sense. Chuer's talent is exceptional. Passing the examination should indeed be within reach. Very well, during this time, Chuer, focus on your studies. I shall assign Chunlan to keep a close eye on your progress, as your other maidservants are too distracting. Lin Chu cleared his throat gently. Chunlan was rather plain, not at all eye-catching, and having her by his side would be a torment and contrast. Merely gazing upon Qingwen and Shiren daily brought him joy. With Pinger also blossoming into a beauty recently. Mother, I truly need not study excessively. For me, passing the examination is a mere formality, and Chunlan is unnecessary. Lin Chu shook his head, then shifted the subject. Mother, I intend to take Qingwen as a concubine. She is not young anymore, and she is very attentive. Having passed the examination, I am eligible to take a concubine. It is only fitting to give Qingwen a recognized status. Lu Wanwan was taken aback, then recalled something, whispering, Chuer, have you compromised Qingwen? Mother, I am already an adult. If Qingwen were to become pregnant, would that not be a blessing for our Lin family? Lin Chu stated earnestly. Lu Wanwan immediately laughed. Excellent. Since Qingwen's family is at Chuzhuang, I shall personally deliver the betrothal gifts, and we shall have a family meal to finalize this matter. Zhang Liang was Lin Chu's chief steward, also Qingwen's younger brother. Thus their connection was rather close. Lin Chu bowed respectfully, then turned to leave, preparing to return to Chuzhuang, a place bustling with life and far more entertaining than residing in Lin Manor. However, just before his departure, Lin Chu decided to purchase osmanthus cakes from Hohot Alley. The fragrance of osmanthus had begun to waft through Yueshan City, and Lin Chu had instructed someone to gather the flowers, as Zhang Liang was busy with this task, which served as a material for soap making. Naturally, during the summer, Chu Zhuang had also collected numerous lotus flowers and various wildflowers, stockpiling them at home, even gathering locust flowers in the spring, amassing an array of floral scents. In Hohot Alley, Lin Chu queued to buy osmanthus cakes, his gaze drawn to the female shopkeeper, her serene demeanor effortlessly endearing. Moreover, she possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, sparkling and captivating. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze, the woman looked up, frowning slightly upon seeing him, and huffed, Lecher, why have you returned? I crave osmanthus cakes, Lin Chu replied earnestly, then shifted his tone. My name is Lin Chu, a member of the Lin family from Yueshan City. The woman paused, contemplating before responding, the Lin family. You are the top scholar from this county examination, the one who pinned The Green Hills Remain. How many sunsets have I seen? That is indeed me, Lin Chu affirmed, nodding with a smile. Maintaining a calm demeanor without a hint of arrogance, among the queue behind him, someone exclaimed in admiration, so it's Lin the top scholar. Remarkable. Our Yueshan City has produced such a talented individual. It seems the literary star has descended. Lin the top scholar has come to buy osmanthus cakes. Splendid. Shopkeeper, you should have the scholar write a new inscription for you. He is a grand talent from Jiangnan. Lin Chu clasped his hands in salute, saying gently, your osmanthus cakes are exquisite. I would be honored to inscribe for you. No need. The shopkeeper shook her head, then added, I kindly ask that you refrain from staring at me in the future. I will not become a concubine. Lin Chu was taken aback, then nodded. This shopkeeper was quite spirited, rendering him embarrassed, yet he didn't mind, for his skin was thick enough. Clutching the osmanthus cakes, Lin Chu turned and left, smiling brightly, radiating confidence. The shopkeeper stole another glance at him. His smile was particularly charming, a blend of scholarly elegance and masculine allure, prompting her to look at him a few moments longer. Chapter 041. Taking a concubine. The incident of being labeled a lecher did not trouble Lin Chu. Instead, he found it rather amusing. The beautiful shopkeeper was spirited, yet held herself with integrity, earning his admiration. Upon returning to Chuzhuang, he was unexpectedly greeted by a letter from Xiao Chuqiu. In the letter, Xiao Chuqiu expressed some discontent, stating that her family's opinions did not reflect her own. Her heart was entirely devoted to Lin Chu. She even conveyed her feelings of longing for him. And although her words were simple, Lin Chu's heart ignited with fervor. After contemplating, Lin Chu summoned Yu Xiaqing and instructed him to personally travel to Jinling to find Yu Rong, urging him to establish a tavern there and to meticulously arrange the grilling of skewers, particularly focusing on the application of chili powder. Currently, Lin Chu possessed a considerable amount of chili powder, finely ground using a stone mill, layer by layer. Yu Xiaqing set off with 2 guards, also carrying a letter from Lin Chu meant for Xiao Chuqiu, with specific instructions to ensure it was delivered to her maid, Lei Heng. Lin Chu was uncertain about Yu Rong's situation in Jinling, as he had not received any correspondence from him. He simply wanted him to concentrate on his work and open several shops, following his own ideas. Sending Yu Xiaqing was also intended to assess the circumstances there and offer some fresh perspectives. Within the Chu manor, the fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air as Lin Chu observed the workers gathering the blossoms. He sat lazily in his study when Qingwen entered, her cheeks flushed. Standing beside Lin Chu, she gently remarked, "Young master, the old madam has come to propose a marriage, and my mother has already consented. From now on, you shall be my concubine. Let us choose a date for both families to share a meal. By the way, I have a gift for you." Lin Chu smiled, understanding Qingwen's joy. Her status had changed, and she would now hold a certain position within the Lin family. As he spoke, he pulled out a bracelet from his pocket and adorned her wrist with it. The golden bracelet was exquisite, elegantly designed, and it complemented her fair wrist beautifully. Qingwen's eyes glistened with tears as she glanced at Lin Chu. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close, his hands wandering. Such intimate gestures were common between them, and Qingwen had grown accustomed to it. After they shared a tender moment, Lin Chu finally released her. Qingwen rose to leave, her body feeling somewhat languid, swaying her hips with an alluring grace. The date for the marriage was set for a few days later, chosen on an auspicious day. The 2 families dined together at the Chu manor, celebrating with the slaughter of a few sheep. Qingwen officially became Lin Chu's concubine, and the entire manor began to address her as side madam, treating her with increased respect. Zhang Liang and Zhang Mu were also elated, yet they did not become haughty. They remained as humble as before, particularly Zhang Liang, who became even more diligent in his work. The Zhang family resided in a separate, spacious courtyard within the manor, well decorated, and Zhang Mu managed her affairs without the help of maids. Qingwen sat inside the house, while Zhang Liang and Zhang Mu occupied the heated kong. This kong was arranged by Lin Chu to provide warmth during the winter months. Zhang Liang, the young master, is meticulous and possesses boundless ambition. You must support him, for although you are merely a steward, once he attains the position of a jinshi and serves in Jinling, your status will rise as well, Qingwen gently advised. Seeking to reassure Zhang Liang, he nodded, "Sister, rest assured, I understand well. The young master has great talent, and success as a jinshi is inevitable. Our family is currently thriving, so I will always stand by the young master. However, since you have become his, it is essential to bear children soon, even if they are illegitimate sons, as they can assist in managing the family business. After the young master marries, the affairs of the official world should be handled by the legitimate wife. But the commercial matters will still rely on you, so having children early will be beneficial." Qingwen was taken aback and nodded slightly. Zhang Mu also earnestly added, "Lianger is right. You should bear children sooner. Your figure is splendid, and you are certainly capable of giving birth to sons." "I have been making efforts lately and hope to conceive soon," Qingwen replied with a nod. With the matter of taking a concubine settled, the Chu manor returned to tranquility. Lin Chu maintained his daily routine, primarily focusing on physical training and overseeing military drills within the manor. As the weather grew colder, the Kong was put to use. A brilliant invention by Lin Chu. The autumn in Jiangnan was often rainy, and on one such night, as Lin Chu held Qingwen, she was slightly damp. The warmth of the Kong enveloped them, and beneath the covers, the fragrance of her sweat mingled with the scent of locust blossoms. She gasped, her previously vigorous demeanor now softened. "Young master, when shall we go to Jinling?" Qingwen inquired. Lin Chu smiled, "Perhaps after the new year, however. You need not accompany me. Stay here and manage the affairs of the manor. Ask my side, madam. If I am absent, you must oversee things. I will take Shiruan and Pinger with me. Pinger can also visit her father. And with the production of soap and goosefeather pins, Zhang Liang cannot handle everything alone. You will need to take charge, especially with the paper production, which is crucial for the future financial growth of the Lin family." particularly the production of toilet paper, which may alter some customs. Lin Chu had initiated the production of paper, focusing on writing paper and toilet paper, which was soft, cut into pieces, and packaged in boxes made of sturdy paper. Lin Chu had instructed the blacksmith to create a beautiful mold for the knife used in the process, elegantly imprinted with the character Lin. His endeavors were centered around improving the quality of life. As the absence of toilet paper was indeed inconvenient, he even standardized the collection of waste through a flushing system. For him, ensuring personal comfort was paramount, thus these essential items needed to be produced. Young master, I will heed your advice. That toilet paper is indeed convenient, easy to use and dispose of, and quite soft and clean, Qingwen remarked. As long as it is useful, rest early now, Lin Chu replied with a nod. His hands still wandering, caressing such a delightful figure and inhaling her fragrance was a true pleasure of life. As the days grew chillier, frost appeared each morning. Lin Chu donned a thicker robe while exercising in the courtyard when Zhang Liang hurriedly approached. Young master, someone has arrived from Yushan, Zhang Liang said softly. Lin Chu was taken aback, then filled with joy. This must be a person sent by Yushan to aid him in dealing with Yinang. He had been concerned about Yinang's situation but lacked a viable solution. Now, with someone from Yushan arriving, he could proceed with his plans. Chapter 042. The arrival of the hero. The visitor from Yushan was a hero, appearing as laid back as ever, clad in a blue robe and carrying a sword on his back. Lin Chu welcomed him into the main hall, offering him tea before clasping his fists in greeting. Hero, what brings you here? Mr. Lin, the strategist sent me. I am aware of the situation regarding Yinang. She is the holy maiden of the hidden sect, which operates in secrecy within the realm of pleasure. Although Yinang may not excel in martial arts, her charm is unparalleled. The hidden sect boasts formidable experts, including those of the 8th rank, hence we prefer not to be at odds with them. I have come to resolve the grievances between you and the hidden sect. I plan to visit Jinling to meet Yinang. If she is willing to compromise, this matter will be settled. If she refuses, I will have no choice but to eliminate her. It is unwise to create enmity with the hidden sect, yet Yushan is not overly concerned. Even the most powerful of the hidden sect would not dare provoke us. So Mr. Lin can rest easy. The hero spoke calmly, and Lin Chu was elated. Thank you, hero. This is the strategist's arrangement. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward him. The strategist mentioned that although Mr. Lin has not become our mountain stronghold's consort, there is still a bond of affection, and we must assist you. The hero smiled, and Lin Chu nodded, presenting him with 1,000 taels of silver, which the hero accepted with a glance. He then stood and said, Mr. Lin, I shall head to Jinling now. Once this matter is resolved, I will return and inform you. Lin Chu saw him off, asking as he departed, Hero, how is everyone else? All is well. They have been training diligently. We also appreciate the formation you provided. Our second-in-command has recently made significant progress, becoming even stronger, the hero replied. Lin Chu thought of the stout second-in-command, whose formidable strength was quite intimidating, and as he bade farewell to the hero, he mounted his horse and departed swiftly. Lin Chu exhaled, returning to the manor where Yin Chuan approached quietly, whispering, Young master. Was that person a hero? Indeed, he is a hero. Do you know him? Lin Chu inquired, surprised. Yin Chuan nodded. He was a top-tier master in southern Jin, an 8th rank expert, and once served as the captain of the guard for the Duke of Liang. After the Duke rebelled and was captured by the court, the hero's whereabouts became unknown. The Duke of Liang? Lin Chu was taken aback, a sense of intrigue surfacing within him. Yin Chuan nodded. The Duke of Liang was a military god in southern Jin, commanding the Taizhan army, undefeated in battle. Had he not perished, the power of the Jianghu would not be as rampant as it is now. The Duke has been dead for a decade. It is surprising that the hero is still alive. He once guarded the eastern borders, and no one dared to challenge his prowess. He truly was a military god. Lin Chu fell silent for a moment. If that were the case, the Yushan bandits must have some connection to the Duke of Liang. As he turned, Lin Chu sighed. Such significant figures could simply perish, and ultimately, no matter how powerful an individual, they still had to heed the emperor's commands. Such is the lamentable state of affairs. In a vague moment of clarity, Lin Chu seemed to grasp a fleeting insight. Regardless of the circumstances, one must seize the opportunity to govern one's own fate. The frost thickened, and the sweet potatoes were being harvested, as anticipated. The yield was bountiful, with an impressive 5,000 jin per mu, totaling an astonishing 250,000 jin from 50 mu of land. The chili peppers also flourished, filling Lin Chu with delight. As he planned to vigorously promote sweet potatoes the following year, for their yield was indeed remarkable, and they could even be consumed raw. How splendid it would be if potatoes could be cultivated as well. Not only could they serve as a staple, but they could also be prepared as a dish and are excellent for storage. This matter, however, relied heavily on the Yang family of Qinghu City. The Michelin 3-star restaurant had completed its renovations and was set to open its doors in 2 days, prompting Lin Chu to include roasted sweet potatoes on the menu. As evening descended, the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted through the air, sizzling over the fire. Lin Chu distributed one to each person, and as they savored it, they found it to be both sweet and fragrant, a perfect antidote to the chill lie in the expansive field. A chorus of voices arose. "Master, these sweet potatoes are simply exquisite. So sweet and fragrant. Delicious. We must plant more next year," praised Ding Wu Choshui, Li Chongfeng, Yin Chuan, Yin He, and others echoed their admiration, while Qingwen nibbled delicately at hers. Lin Chu nodded, declaring, "Next year, we shall cultivate 2,000 mu. These are easy to store and quite filling. Nevertheless, we must continue to plant rice and wheat, as there are myriad ways to prepare them. Rest assured, master, I will make the necessary arrangements for the land next year. Our Lin family possesses tens of thousands of mu of fertile fields in Yueshan City, ample for distribution. We also have land in the Jiaozhou region of Nanjing, with over 10,000 mu. However, the relations between the two nations are rather strained, and our merchants must exert some effort to traverse. Fortunately, neither nation prohibits trade, so we still have our chances. Yet, I have never ventured to Jiaozhou. The master has been there frequently. I think it prudent to investigate further, ideally to bolster the defenses in that region," Zhang Liang gently suggested. Lin Chu pondered before responding, "Indeed, it is essential to take a look. Nanjing is somewhat tumultuous. In a few days, let us embark on a covert reconnaissance. We still have time before next year's imperial examination. Once I attain the title of Jinshi, it will be much harder to venture out. It is best to arrange everything beforehand, for Jiaozhou is our Lin family's granary, and we cannot afford any missteps. Jiaozhou produces grain 3 times a year, making it of utmost importance to Lin Chu. Recently, he had commissioned the production of cement, which had proven successful. With cement in hand, establishing a Lin family fortress in Jiaozhou would become significantly easier. Nonetheless, that area ultimately belongs to Nanjing, and should he attempt to infiltrate surreptitiously, he would need to recruit a considerable number of individuals. The region is predominantly inhabited by the Miao people. Fostering amicable relations with them would be ideal. Though it remains a formidable challenge, Lin Chu had no assurance in these matters, but felt compelled to investigate. The round trip would take at least a month, and there was still time. However, Lu Wanwan vehemently opposed the idea of traveling to Nanjing. To her, Lin Chu had already achieved the status of a scholar, and it sufficed to develop steadily in Dongzhou without risking himself in Nanjing. Lin Qinghe also expressed his disapproval, for Lin Chu was the sole heir of the Lin family, and should anything happen, the family's future would be jeopardized. Lin Chu earnestly explained, "Father, mother, over half of our Lin family's grain comes from Jiaozhou. It is of great significance, and we must make arrangements. I will take a group of people there. We can discreetly go under the guise of merchants without attracting attention, as Jiaozhou is quite distant from the capital of Nanjing. During this trip, it would be beneficial to establish good relations with the Miao villages, so that in the event of conflict, they might protect us. Those Miao people are notoriously unreasonable, revering strength and prone to violence. It is no easy task to subdue them," Lin Qinghe sighed. Lin Chu smiled, "Father, some matters must be pursued. How can we know it won't work unless we try?" Chapter 043. Robbery. As autumn deepened, the trees by the roadside remained lush and green. For the southern autumn lingers longer. Vast stretches of fields lay fallow on either side of the official road, casting a sense of desolation. A convoy of horse-drawn carts traversed the thoroughfare, with Lin Chu leaning against the carriage wall, while Shiren sat at his feet, gently kneading his legs. Only Shiren accompanied him this time, with Lu Choshui driving, while Ding Wu and Lin Wan followed, and Zhang Liang, as the chief steward, joined as well. Yin He led 20 archers, while Yin Chuan commanded 3 squads of soldiers, the group laden with a dozen carts of sweet potatoes. Their passage from Dongzhou into Nanjing was remarkably smooth, as both sides placed minimal restrictions on merchants, merely conducting cursory inspections before granting passage. After several days of travel, they had now entered the heart of Nanjing, where Lin Chu observed the remnants of bones along the road, a testament to the hardships endured by the local populace. Upon leaving the official road and turning onto a narrower path, they encountered no significant troubles. After all, with over 50 individuals in their company, they conveyed an unmistakable air of authority. Jiaozhou lay at the southernmost tip of Nanjing, necessitating a journey of 11 to 12 days. They had covered roughly half the distance, yet Lin Chu was in no rush. Content to survey the local customs and culture, ahead, the landscape was dotted with undulating hills, and as they approached midday, Zhang Liang rode closer, leaning over to softly suggest, "Master, it is nearly noon. We ought to set up camp." "Very well. Let us make camp," Lin Chu replied gently. Their pace was quite brisk, and the time spent setting up camp was brief. Throughout this period, everyone feasted on sweet potatoes. As they camped, Lin Chu alighted from the carriage, sitting beneath a tree, and said, "Go gather some wild vegetables. Let us have something special for lunch today." Lin Chu had also brought flour, freshly milled, and although steamed buns were available in this era, he opted to prepare a soup with dumplings, a dish previously unheard of. After incorporating the wild vegetables and stir-frying them, some individuals caught shrimp and crabs by the riverbank. Lin Chu cleaned them thoroughly before adding them to a large pot of dumpling soup, the aroma wafting enticingly as they feasted. The flavors of the shrimp harmonized beautifully with the broth, prompting Lin Chu to commend the dish. The shrimp of this era were indeed fresh and entirely wild, with a rich flavor, and the crabs were particularly succulent, eliciting praise from all. "Master, you truly are a culinary genius. This noodle soup is delightful," Lu Qiushui exclaimed while eating. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. "If I may suggest, let us name it Lin Lang Noodle Soup, as it is the master's creation and will surely achieve great renown, much like Zhuge Wu Ho." The group cheered in approval, and Lin Chu smiled. Consuming sweet potatoes alone can be hard on digestion. In the future, let us enjoy some noodle soup, for it offers both broth and meat, providing ample nutrition. "Master, what is nutrition?" Yin He inquired from the side. Lin Chu paused, contemplating before responding. "It refers to the essential elements our bodies require. For instance, previously, you struggled to see the path at night, making travel difficult. After I encouraged you to consume more animal organs and ensured you had meat at every meal, you can now see clearly at night. Correct? That is a sign of sufficient nutrition." Many individuals in this era suffered from night blindness due to nutritional deficiencies, and Lin Chu had insisted that everyone consume meat and animal organs. After several months, their vision had improved remarkably. Even Yin He possessed notably good night vision, often matching his daytime speed when traveling at night, even without a torch. After their meal, Lin Chu instructed his companions to clean up the site, burying any remnants and ensuring the area was left spotless, fostering a habit that would benefit them in the future. As they journeyed onward, the mountains rose steeply on either side, adorned with towering trees. By evening, as the sun began to set, an unusual commotion ahead caught their attention. Yin He and Ding Wu stood at the forefront, where a group of burly men blocked their path, led by a particularly tall figure with a round belly wielding a large axe. "The Axe King of Shuangyang Mountain is here. Leave behind your toll for safe passage," bellowed the man. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, peering out and reflecting on the comical absurdity of such a foolish and brazen method of robbery. However, each of these men bore an intimidating demeanor, appearing far from benevolent. Ding Wu shouted as he dismounted, striding forward with his sword drawn. The Axe King swung his axe, and the two clashed with a resounding impact. Ding Wu staggered back a step, finding himself at a disadvantage in strength against the Axe King. Nonetheless, Ding Wu remained undeterred. He swiftly pivoted and charged into the Axe King's embrace, striking his abdomen. The Axe King let out a muffled grunt, enduring 5 or 6 blows before collapsing to the ground. The remaining 10 or so men rushed forward, but Yin Chuan commanded a squad to charge out. These soldiers were all well trained, swiftly subduing the assailants after a few exchanges. The soldiers bound each of the robbers securely with ropes. Lin Chu chuckled, noting that these individuals were indeed capable of highway robbery, confirming that Nanjing had descended into utter chaos. "Master, how shall we deal with these men?" Yin Chuan inquired respectfully. Lin Chu contemplated for a moment before responding, "Let us execute them. Allowing them to live would only bring further harm to the common folk. And who knows how many innocent lives they have robbed." "Master, spare us," the Axe King cried out, kneeling on the ground. Though his hands were bound behind him, he fervently bowed his head several times. Panic etched across his darkened face. The next moment, he exclaimed, "Master, we do not rob the local populace, for I am one of them and know well the hardships they endure." Lin Chu's gaze fell upon his face, and after a moment of reflection, he asked, "Are you familiar with this road?" "Very much so. I trained in martial arts at Yangshou Mountain to the south and was an outer disciple under the Wuzong sect. I have ventured as far as the Miao villages and have dealings with them, The Axe King declared loudly. Lin Chu nodded. Rise. You shall accompany us. Are you familiar with the route to Xinya? Xinya? That lies at the southernmost edge of Nanjing, facing Danzhou, with Miao villages dotting the vicinity. The Axe King responded with an affirmation, and Lin Chu chuckled. Let us be off then. Young master, we haven't eaten for 2 days. Could we perhaps have a bite to eat? The Axe King sighed in relief. A broad smile plastered across his face, clearly striving to curry favor with Lin Chu. Lin Chu paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of bandits reduced to such a state. He nodded. Very well. We shall eat when we set up camp. What is your name? Young master, I am called Wang Dazhu, replied the Axe King. Let us proceed. You all follow behind. Yin He, ensure he is well disciplined, and arrange them into a line. Lin Chu nodded in agreement. Wang Dazhu's group comprised 14 individuals, which could prove somewhat useful. If necessary, they could also engage in farming, as labor was indeed a valuable resource in these times. Yin He shouted for a captain to explain the rules to Wang Dazhu and to cover certain aspects of military training. Wang Dazhu's martial prowess was modest, approximately at the 2nd rank. Yet he possessed innate strength, which was why he became a bandit, an admirable feat, considering he was still quite young, not yet 20. Chapter 044. Martial Sect. Young master, this noodle soup is truly delectable. If I could enjoy such soup every day, I would feel like a deity, Wang Dazhu exclaimed, his dark face glowing with delight as he savored the meal. By this time, night had fallen, and the group had set up camp, surrounded by torches. Wang Dazhu and his companions feasted heartily, as if they had been starved for days. These individuals hailed from nearby villages, having turned to banditry out of desperation. They only targeted outsiders, who were already few in number, resulting in meager spoils. Moreover, whenever affluent families passed through, they typically traveled with guards, leading to the bandits often being beaten back and forced to flee, living a rather miserable existence. As for the martial sect, Lu Qiushui elaborated. It was one of the most powerful sects in the southern Jin. This sect was rather peculiar, reputed for its inclusive approach, accepting all aspirants, though most were outer disciples. Only those with true talent were admitted as inner disciples. The martial sect's strength lay not only in its numerous disciples, but also in its reputed grandmasters of the 9th rank, and it was even believed there might be transcendent beings of higher rank. Such individuals were exceedingly difficult to slay. There were only a handful of supreme beings in the world, which rendered the martial sect a transcendent presence in southern Jin. Lin Chu exhaled, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. The prowess of these martial experts was indeed formidable, making him feel somewhat unsteady as he lay down to rest. The sounds of insects resonated in the forest, hinting at vibrant life. Wang Dazhu was assigned to keep watch, while a captain was training him in military discipline. All military regulations had been established by Lin Chu, essentially guiding these individuals through military training to instill a sense of order. Training had commenced since the Chuzhuang, encompassing running, planking, sit-ups, and even folding blankets, which were all included in the assessments. This training yielded fruitful results. Everyone obeyed Lin Chu without question, exhibiting a discipline akin to iron, at ease. Stand straight, commanded the squad leader, as Wang Dazhu and his companions, drenched in sweat, persevered, spurred on by the rations provided by Lin Chu. They trained while advancing, maintaining a swift pace. Ahead lay a grand city, the Sihai city of southern Jin, yet Lin Chu's group had no intention of entering. Instead, they would circumvent it. In 2 to 3 days, they would reach Xinya, where the Lin family owned land and nearly 10,000 people resided, constituting a separate settlement. After bypassing Xinya, the number of travelers on the road increased. Lin Chu occasionally encountered merchant convoys, as southern Jin had a fair share of itinerant traders, though most were small caravans. At this juncture, Lin Chu was mounted on horseback, accompanied by a small merchant convoy known as Baiyuxing, specializing in various porcelain wares, with a manager in his 40s. Southern Jin's porcelain was renowned, widely regarded as the finest in the land. The manager of Baiyuxing, named Mo1, was also en route to Xinya. The in Xinya were numerous, with many Miao people favoring the porcelain from the Central Plains, thus ensuring a thriving business. Lin Chu, though not accustomed to riding, gritted his teeth and persevered. Young Master Lin, ahead lies the territory of the martial sect. According to regulations, every merchant convoy must pay a toll of 3 taels of silver, after which they may display the flag of the martial sect, Mo1 cheerfully informed him. Lin Chu nodded, gaining further insight into the martial sect. A mere 3 taels of silver per convoy amounted to a substantial income, especially since the martial sect controlled a vast territory, reportedly spanning nearly an entire prefecture. Sure enough, individuals were stationed ahead to block the path. Zhang Liang handed over 3 taels of silver without hesitation, recognizing the prowess of the martial sect and understanding the futility of provoking them. The martial sect conducted their affairs with efficiency, granting immediate passage. As the convoy displayed the flag of the martial sect. They were now under its protection. As they continued, Imowen remarked, "Young Master Lin, recently in the Eastern Zhou, someone has developed soap and toilet paper. Have you had the chance to try them?" "I have. And they are quite effective." Lin Chu nodded in agreement. Imowen stroked his beard and sighed. If the Lin family in Yueshan City were to receive divine assistance, the soap, as white as jade, emits a floral fragrance, providing a truly refreshing bathing experience. This product will surely bring in considerable wealth. It won't be long before the Lin family rises to become the foremost merchant in the Eastern Zhou, surpassing our Zheng family in Southern Jin. Furthermore, the toilet paper, priced reasonably, has become a favorite among the nobility. Our Jin dynasty's royal concubine especially adores it. Her skin is as fair as jade, and it is said she can sense a pea placed under 10 layers of bedding. Her complexion, soft as white jade, earns her the emperor's favor, and she is known as the Jade Beauty. The Zheng family is connected to her, which is why they have businesses spread throughout southern Jin, regarded as one of the 3 wealthiest merchant families in the world. Almost all profitable enterprises in southern Jin are under Zheng family control, and they have a talent for commerce. It is said that the current head of the Zheng family is Miss Zheng Erdai in terms of lineage. She is even the aunt of the Jade concubine, possessing great intellect, which has allowed the Zheng family to amass wealth rivaling nations. However, from my perspective, the Lin family will soon surpass the Zheng family. Young Master Chu's exceptional talent has led to the invention of so many remarkable products, which is truly impressive. Manager Imo, the Zheng family is based in the capital, Wuzhou, is it not? Lin Chu inquired. Yet, he felt a twinge of disquiet regarding the Jade Beauty. One who could capture the emperor's affection must possess extraordinary beauty. Nevertheless, the Zheng family was essentially a royal merchant, and such prominence was difficult to maintain. Being within that sphere, it was challenging to discern the nuances. Lin Chu, however, did not aspire to be a royal merchant. He preferred to amass wealth from the shadows rather than bear the burdens of being the world's richest merchant. As there were no benefits to such heights, falling from great heights would result in a severe crash. Owen chuckled, "Young Master Lin, the Zheng family is not located in Wuzhou, but rather within Sihai City. Being too close to the royal family invariably leads to many restrictions." Lin Chu was taken aback, nodding slightly. The Zheng family indeed had astute individuals. As night fell, and they set up camp. Members of the 2 merchant convoys gathered to start a fire and cook. The enticing aroma of noodle soup wafted through the air. Someone had even caught a few mountain chickens, stir-frying the pieces and adding them to the soup, enhancing the fragrance. After enjoying a bowl, Imowen praised, "Young Master Lin's noodle soup is truly remarkable. Here is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it and try our porcelain." Lin Chu accepted the porcelain, which was translucent and exquisitely crafted, consisting of 3 cups and several bowls. He examined them closely and nodded in approval. "Manager Imo, your porcelain is indeed impressive. I would like to place an order for a batch of spice jars. Would that be possible?" Lin Chu gently inquired, retrieving his drawing of the jar design meant for storing chili powder. Previously, he had made these jars himself, quite simply. However, using Bai Yuxing's porcelain would undoubtedly elevate their quality. Initially, Lin Chu had considered crafting glass spice jars for an even higher standard, but upon seeing the white porcelain, he felt it would suffice. One examined the drawing and nodded. "No problem, young Master Lin. How many do you require?" "I will need 100,000 pieces, with ongoing demand in the future." Lin Chu replied softly. Mo1 was momentarily taken aback, his gaze lingering on Lin Chu's face, revealing a hint of astonishment. Chapter 045. Xinya in the carriage, Shi-Run was massaging Lin Chu's legs. After riding for most of the day, the inner sides of his thighs felt sore and swollen. Dressed in a light garment, Shi-Run applied soothing herbs, the cool sensation providing immense relief. Lin Chu sighed, and Shi-Run softly said, "Young master, you should refrain from riding anymore. It's better to sit in the carriage. Look at your legs, it truly pains my heart." Shi-Run's appearance was charming, her hair cascading down as she let it loose, her face glowing brightly. Lin Chu smiled gently, shaking his head slightly. "The road to Xinya may not be easy. If the carriage cannot proceed, we will have to ride. But if you continue to ride, you may end up with sores," Shi-Run replied softly, her eyes slightly reddening. Lin Chu embraced her. Her form was light and somewhat slender. He sighed, caressing her back gently. If trouble arises and we need to flee, I will surely carry you along. Riding is always faster. Then I can learn to ride and hold on to young master, Shiren replied eagerly. Lin Chu shook his head, playfully pinching her rounded backside, chuckling without saying more. With her head resting against his chest, Shiren felt a warm, fiery sensation, yet she only clung tighter, making no further moves. Lin Chu felt a surge of warmth within, yet refrained from any excessive actions, for Shiren was still quite young, and he deemed it prudent to wait a few more years. Upon awakening, a slight chill lingered in the air. Southern Jin was not particularly cold, and once one reached Xinya, winter was nearly absent, with snow seldom falling, allowing rice to be cultivated in 3 seasons. Someone was kindling a fire to prepare a meal, as Lin Chu busied himself tidying up and, while wiping his face, Imowen emerged from one side, holding a roll of tissue. Young Master Lin has risen? We shall reach Xinya tomorrow. I will be residing in Xinya City for a while. Should you wish to return, simply find me at Lei Heng, Imowen said with a respectful clasp of his fists and a warm smile. Lin Chu returned the gesture, replying, I may wish to stay a bit longer. We shall see when the time comes. After breakfast, the group set out. Although it was already early October, the weather remained warm, and the trees lining the roadside were still verdant, with not a hint of frost. Lin Chu refrained from riding, as his legs felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet Imowen displayed remarkable resilience, seated firmly upon his steed. Exuding an air of nonchalance, by midday, they entered the land of Xinya, where mountains abounded, and in the distance, several rudimentary villages could be seen. That is the 10,000 Great Mountains. The local governor of Xinya is rather indifferent to his duties, as managing the Miao people is no simple task. Despite being appointed by the court, the local chieftains act as true sovereigns, and the court dares not offend them. Often, governors find themselves unable to fulfill their roles and resign. This current governor has only been in office for a year. Prior to his appointment, there was no governor for 5 years, and even now, he remains quite idle, Imowen explained softly. Lin Chu nodded, feeling a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Ahead, 2 paths diverged. Imowen's route led to Xinya City, and he bid Lin Chu farewell as they parted ways. The road felt somewhat desolate after their separation. Lin Chu was just 2 hours away from the Lin village in Xinya. Significantly closer than Xinya City, an hour later, nearly 100 individuals appeared ahead, led by a middle-aged man clad in a long robe. Upon spotting Lin's carriage, he dismounted and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Old servant Lin Chi pays his respects to young master. Lin Chu lifted the carriage curtain for a glance, smiled, and alighted to approach. Lin Chi was the most trusted steward of Lin Qinghe, which is why he had been assigned to Lin village. He was quite capable and managed the affairs there excellently. Of course, Lin Qinghe's prowess was not to be understated. His ability to elevate the Lin family to such prominence, ranking among the 4 wealthiest merchants of Jiangnan, was a testament to his skill. Although he was not well versed in the ways of the Jianghu, he had a keen eye for talent, and Lin Chi was diligent, harboring little selfishness. Lin Chu supported Lin Chi with both hands and earnestly inquired, Steward Chi, you have worked hard. How are conditions here? Young master, please board the carriage and we shall converse as we travel, Lin Chi replied. Once aboard, Lin Chi rode alongside him, gradually detailing the basic situation of Lin village. The Lin family had cultivated this village for several decades, starting from Lin Chu's grandfather's land purchases, investing hundreds of thousands of taels of silver to acquire 20,000 acres. Currently, the Lin family employed over 10,000 tenants, primarily individuals brought from the Central Plains, alongside some who had been purchased and a few Miao people. Surrounded by mountains, Lin village was situated on a hillside, and although the village was well constructed, being near the Miao village, it fell within the territory of the Bolong chieftain, necessitating an annual tribute of 10,000 taels of silver. This arrangement had persisted for quite some time. Due to the presence of Bolong's men, the southern Jin court refrained from intervening in Lin village's affairs. Lin Chu nodded, feeling a strange sensation. An annual tribute of 10,000 taels indicated that the Bolong chieftain was indeed quite wealthy. Along the roadside, numerous signs indicated the sale of children, and Lin Chu squinted, feeling a sense of unease. Lin Chi explained, Young master, there are indeed many private slaves among the Miao people, living in dire conditions, leading some to sell their children for a meager sum. The children for sale were numerous, both boys and girls, with girls being somewhat more prevalent. Lin Chu observed for a moment, sighing. Such misfortunes were universal. However, it was evident that the scale of child selling in southern Jin far exceeded that of eastern Zhou, suggesting that this region was rife with turmoil. In contrast, the Miao village seemed relatively stable. Having remained much the same over the millennia, Lin Village sat atop a gentle hill, not particularly high, encircled by trees, while the adjacent farmland sprawled across the plain, appearing endless. 20,000 acres was indeed considerable. As the sun dipped low in the west, Lin Chu entered the village, greeted by over 1,000 residents, some singing and dancing in celebration. Lin Chu exchanged a few words of comfort and instructed that Lin Lang's noodle soup be shared with the locals, urging them to prepare it for their meal. The finest house in the village was beautifully constructed. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Chu gazed into the distance as Lin Chi meticulously provided details about the area, noting that the Bolong chieftain resided a mere 10 miles away on a neighboring mountain. The mountains connected seamlessly, truly embodying the essence of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lin Village also boasted a grand river cascading down from the mountains, situated in a remarkably advantageous location. However, to ensure the security of this place, the construction of a fortified city was imperative. If only there were cement, it would be perfect. Cement walls could be erected swiftly, towering and formidable, making them difficult to scale. With over 10,000 tenants, it would not be challenging to defend the village, but the Miao people could be troublesome, thus relying on Yin Chuan and Yin He would be essential. Moreover, Lin Chu had no intention of antagonizing the Miao. As long as both parties remained peaceful, all would be well. Spending some money would be worthwhile, but the means of self-defense must be established. Chapter 046, Conflict in the Mountains of Xinya. Lin Chu stood atop a high vantage point, extending his hand to caress the stones, signaling to Ding Wu beside him. Ding Wu, accompanied by Wang Dazhu, began wielding a heavy hammer to break the stones, swiftly creating a pile. It must be said that Wang Dazhu was quite adept at labor. Lin Chu planned to produce cement, requiring limestone. The process of making ordinary cement was not particularly complicated in his previous life. The ratios were public knowledge, as this material was of little concern to anyone in the mountains. Yin Chuan and Yin He were selecting individuals to prepare for military training. Lin Chu requested the formation of a 1,000-strong contingent, and as most of the tenants were Lin family servants, selecting 1,000 would not pose significant challenges. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Chi organized workers to dig a kiln, which was completed in just 3 days, sometimes. Having more hands made the work progress more swiftly. In October, Xinya remained pleasantly warm. On the mountain paths, Lin Chu rode his horse, surveying the area and marking the boundaries of the Lin family's fields. To construct a more defensible village, greater thought must be applied. Once the cement was produced, all the fields could be enclosed. While 20,000 acres, when consolidated, was not excessively expansive, the presence of mountains and water ensured sufficient self-sufficiency. After several days of busyness, Lin Chu felt utterly exhausted. Early one morning, as he arose, he found Shirun still sound asleep in his arms, having worn herself out over the past few days. Initially, Lin Chi had dispatched a dozen maids to Lin Chu, but he had dismissed them. He preferred not to use unfamiliar individuals. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chu persevered to get up, as physical training was an essential part of his routine. Should he grow complacent? He might not be able to maintain his regimen in the future. Although he believed that rising to run on such a morning paled in comparison to holding Shirun in his arms. The fragrance of a woman enveloped him, her skin soft to the touch, a slender leg resting atop him, all contributing to a fervent longing within. Despite her youth, Lin Chu refrained from overstepping boundaries. Yet, there were times when indulging in a fleeting touch was a human delight, especially when witnessing her shy demeanor, which captivated him all the more. Nevertheless, Lin Chu rose. If only he could cultivate some inner martial arts at this time. Though such a dream was clearly unrealistic, the sun cast its warm rays, instilling a languid air. Lin Chu rode his horse, accompanied by Lu Qiushui and Lin Wan, intending to explore the nearest city. The closest city, 20 miles away, was named Xinlong City, under the Bolong chieftain's control, bustling with activity and filled with passers-by. Entering the city was straightforward. Lin Chu glanced around. The city walls were not tall, and the town itself lacked prosperity, far from being a grand city. Stalls lined both sides of the road, selling various goods, a stark contrast to the bustling Yueshan city in Jiangnan. The sight of child vendors still abounded, and Lin Chu squinted, riding slowly and observing intently. Many shops offered local specialties. Numerous varieties of porcelain were available, confirming Mo Wen's assertion that the Miao people had a fondness for porcelain. There were also shops selling weapons. Lin Chu noted that the smelting techniques here were inferior to those in Jiangnan, resulting in subpar weaponry. He purchased a sturdy iron staff from a weapons shop, gifting it to Lin Wan. Lacking weapons, Lin Wan's strength made a staff quite appropriate. The staff was robust, solid iron weighing over 70 pounds, a burden too heavy for most, yet Lin Wan wielded it with ease, creating a powerful gust as he swung it, exuding an aura of strength. Just as they exited the shop, a few Miao women approached from one side. The leader, possessing alabaster skin, wore a Miao short coat above and a short skirt below, revealing her long, bare legs, adorned with a golden anklet that jingled as she walked. Her long hair was elegantly styled atop her head, exuding an exotic charm, flanked by two robust women, only slightly smaller than the second-in-command of Yushan, each carrying curved sabers and bearing fierce expressions. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze, the woman shot him a fierce glare and barked, "What are you staring at?" Lin Chu was taken aback. This woman was indeed formidable, possessing beauty akin to a porcelain doll, yet her temper was unexpectedly foul. This was his first encounter with such a woman. Even though Enian was intent on taking his life, it was not always so from the outset. Lin Wan stepped forward, lowering his gaze upon the woman, exuding an air of ferocity. Lin Chu reached out to stop Lin Wan, curling his lips in a smirk as he remarked, "Isn't it to be seen by others that you emerged?" "Silence," the woman commanded sharply. A robust woman stepped out from behind her, raising her hand to strike Lin Chu. In an instant, Lin Wan countered with a swift motion, his palm connecting with the woman, sending her flying into a nearby hat stall, where a multitude of hats flew into the air, several of them crushed in the process. The hats, woven from rattan, were quite sturdy. The stall owner, a man in his 40s with deeply tanned skin, wore a sorrowful expression. Lin Chu glanced at him and strode over, offering him a couple of silver coins. The stall owner looked at the coins in his hand, his face lighting up as he began to speak a rapid stream of local dialect, which Lin Chu could not comprehend. "That will suffice. Leave the goods here. I'll take them all. You may go now," Lin Chu replied in Mandarin, waving his hand dismissively. The woman's gaze fixed upon Lin Chu with increasing hostility, and she pointed a finger at him, declaring, "You shall wait." "Why should I wait for you?" Lin Chu chuckled, then shifted his tone. "You are hardly worth my time. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave, and the woman did not pursue. Well aware of Lin Wan's exceptional prowess, Lin Chu continued to several more shops, inquiring about the prices of grain. The rice here was plentiful and considerably cheaper than in Jiangnan, with numerous local specialties and even various game available. His primary purpose for coming was to explore the possibility of opening a shop here to sell soap, toilet paper, and other such goods, though these items were precious and the locals might not afford them. Nevertheless, establishing a shop was essential. The porcelain here was exorbitantly priced, and Lin Chu believed that earning wealth from the affluent would suffice. He planned to arrange for someone to purchase a shop and hang the name of Shituju. By midday, Lin Chu found a modest tavern and dined with Lin Wan and Ding Wu. The tavern was somewhat rudimentary, and Lin Chu ordered a few dishes of cured meats, such as cured chicken, laying out a feast as Lin Wan had an astonishing appetite. The stewed pork was quite delectable, infused with an unknown spice that rendered it ungreasy and oddly fragrant. After a few bites, Lin Chu silently praised the dish, while the rest of the offerings were rather unremarkable. Halfway through the meal, a commotion erupted at the entrance, and a group of over 10 individuals strode in, led by the strikingly pale woman. She pointed at Lin Chu, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Calmly, Lin Chu assessed the situation, recognizing that the newcomers were evidently a private militia. "That's him, seize him," the woman commanded. The captain of the militia approached Lin Chu, drawing his sword, as Lin Wan and Ding Wu rose, positioning themselves protectively at Lin Chu's sides, their gazes fierce. "What crime have I committed?" Lin Chu inquired, maintaining an air of tranquility. The militia captain replied in a deep voice, "We are the private militia under the command of the Bolong chieftain. This is Miss Jin Lan from Qingshan village. She claims you are guilty, thus you are guilty. I am Lin Chu, the chieftain of the Lin village in Xinya, under the jurisdiction of the Bolong chieftain. If the Bolong chieftain refuses to protect Lin village, we shall sever our ties and seek refuge with another chieftain," Lin Chu stated softly, his eyes still calm as he stared at the militia captain, showing no sign of retreat. The captain inhaled deeply. "Lin village? There seems to be a misunderstanding. The Bolong chieftain is unaware of this matter. I believe the chieftain would surely wish to mediate the conflict between you two. Then we shall await mediation. For now, we will return to Lin village." Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. Given that Lin village paid an annual tribute of 10,000 taels of silver to the Bolong chieftain, it was evidently significant. Providing Lin Chu with the confidence to test the waters, Jinlan scoffed, "Lin village? We shall launch an assault on Lin village tonight." With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Chu merely smiled, unperturbed, as it was unlikely a battle would ensue. The Miao villages had not seen conflict for over a decade. Moreover, Lin village had its defenses. Lin Chi had made numerous arrangements, complemented by archers brought by Yan He, leaving Lin Chu unconcerned. The Miao soldiers were not numerous either, with the largest village comprising merely tens of thousands. And even if 1/10 were capable soldiers, that would amount to just over 10,000. Lin Chu continued to eat, and upon finishing, he rose with Lin Wan and Ding Wu to depart. The sun was warm. And Lin Chu rode his horse, a sword at his waist, leisurely making his way out of Xinyun City, eventually returning to Lin Village. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that someone might be watching from the roadside. But he paid it no mind, suspecting it was likely someone from Qingshan Village. Upon returning to Lin Village, Lin Chu summoned Yan Xuan and Yan He, instructing them to dispatch guards. He had also brought 10 powerful crossbows, placing them on the arrow tower at the village gate. That night, no one from Qingshan Village came, and Lin Chu paid it no heed, falling into a deep slumber with Shi Ren. 3 days passed, during which Lin Chu successfully developed the cement and had walls and arrow towers constructed. Fortunately, it was not the busy farming season, so everyone participated in the construction of the village. The walls incorporated bamboo strips to serve as reinforcement, resulting in a solid structure nearly half a meter thick and 5 meters high, difficult for ordinary individuals to scale. The walls were straight, and the outer surface was embedded with numerous bamboo spikes. Densely packed, the village on the hillside had also been renovated, with an impressively large gate designed for defense. Lin Chu even planned for houses to be built, designating a considerable area, intending to complete them within 2 months. On the 5th day, a swift horse arrived at the entrance of Lin Village, ridden by a dark-skinned man in his 20s, bare-chested and clad in deer-hide trousers, bearing a large sword, appearing quite formidable. Lin Chi. I am Longley, a subordinate of the Bolong chieftain. Tomorrow morning, the Bolong chieftain will host a banquet in Xinyun City for your chieftain Lin Chu, and individuals from Qingshan Village will also be in attendance. Since Qingshan Village is the largest Miao village under the Bolong chieftain, Lin Chu must apologize to Miss Jinlan in person, understood? The man declared loudly. Lin Chu stood atop the wall, responding, I am Lin Chu. But I shall not apologize to Jinlan. This matter is not my fault. Should the Bolong chieftain refuse to deliver justice, Lin Village will seek refuge under the Song chieftain, and the annual tribute of 10,000 taels will be delivered to the Song chieftain's village from now on. Among the 3 major chieftains of the Miao, the Bolong chieftain governed Xinya, but the Song chieftain was not far off, merely 60 miles to the east of Lin Village. For Lin Chu, switching allegiances to another chieftain was not a significant issue. Longley tightened his grip on the sword hilt, shouting, Then we shall meet in battle tomorrow. Farewell. Lin Chu called back. Lin Village had constructed about a quarter of its defenses. The old village was nearly complete, and Lin Chu believed that as long as they could withstand the initial wave of attack, they would be fine. The village extended approximately 12 miles in length and 5 miles in width, with 3 miles already constructed in both the northern and southern sections. Lin Chu contemplated and decided to build a crosswall, establishing a defensible position, while the other areas could be completed gradually. In the village's council hall, Lin Chu gathered everyone from Lin Village. He sat at the head of the table, with Lin Chi, Yan Xuan, Yan He, Lin Wan, Lu Qiushui, Ding Wu, and Zhang Liang all present. Yan He. If the Bolong chieftain's people truly arrive tomorrow, use the powerful crossbows to counter. How are your men prepared? Lin Chu inquired, genuinely wishing to avoid a conflict with the Bolong, as Lin Village's current strength was insufficient, and he aimed to survive here in the long term. However, the Bolong's evident bias toward Qingshan Village was not favorable for Lin Chu. He could not bow to Jinlan, so they would have to fight first. Yan He nodded, Young master, it is not a problem. This time, my brother and I have gathered 1,200 men, 200 of whom are archers. I have trained them over the past few days. They can operate the powerful crossbows and have learned some archery basics. My brother has another 1,000 men, who are also well trained. The quality of the local troops is not high, but as long as we form an effective formation, it should not be difficult to handle. That is good. We will form the Crescent Moon formation with Lin Wan and Ding Wu as the base. If a battle ensues, we need not hold back. We shall fight to the finish. Lin Chu nodded. Then shifted the conversation. Lin Chi, send a letter to the Song chieftain. Choose someone swift of foot for the task. I fear there may be an obstruction from the Bolong's side. Rest assured. Young master, we have someone with excellent agility in our village who has always assisted in delivering messages, Lin Chi replied. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Young master, are we truly going to ally with the Song chieftain? The Tian family of Qingshan village is the Belong's right-hand ally. Even if we withstand this time, there will inevitably be a next time. So we must find a new ally. Moreover, I have inquired and discovered that the Song chieftain has an excellent reputation. He is known for his benevolence. The governor of Guangming City, where he resides, has served for 10 years and remains in position. This indicates that the Song chieftain is a gentleman of propriety and sentiment. He is not far from us. And his forces are robust. Aligning with him will not result in a decline in our circumstances. Lin Chu spoke gently, and Lin Chi nodded in agreement. In fact, I have had prior contact with the Song chieftain. He is indeed quite humble. I once mentioned this to the master, but he felt that establishing a connection with the Bolong was challenging, and switching to another ally might be inappropriate, so the matter was set aside. I will draft a letter shortly. You can send it tonight. Lin Chu nodded slightly. Chapter 048. The Siege. The vision of the Miao people was not particularly good at night, and given their proximity to Lin village, they could not afford to use torches on a large scale, thus increasing the chances of escape. Early the next morning, shouts of battle echoed from outside, prompting Lin Chu to rub his forehead and rise. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed down, observing approximately 2,000 people gathered outside. Long Li was also present, and a contingent from Qingshan village had arrived. The attire of both groups differed slightly, with nearly 1,000 individuals on each side, and to Lin Chu's surprise, Jinlan was among them. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chu thought it was reasonable for conflicts between Miao villages to be resolved internally. For instance, the discord between Lin village and Qingshan village should not involve Bo Long. As a chieftain, Bo Long's role should only be to mediate, indicating that Qingshan village was sufficiently powerful. Glancing at Yin He murmured, when the fighting begins, focus on Bo Long's men. Strike to kill and aim the 8 bull crossbows at them. Do not spare the bolts. Rest assured. Young master, I shall take care of it, Yin He replied, nodding and gesturing to the side. Zhang Liang, somewhat perplexed, looked at him and softly remarked, Young master, it is evident that Qingshan village is at fault in this matter. Why must we confront Bo Long's chieftain? Bo Long's side has over 1,000 men. If they remain here, do you think he can still suppress Qingshan village? Qingshan village is strong and holds a reputation in Xinya that rivals Bo Long's, Lin Chu responded with a smile. Everyone fell silent, and Lin Chi's eyes flickered before he exclaimed, Young master, your foresight is remarkable. If Bo Long's power wanes, he will have no energy left for other matters and will need to guard against the Tian family. Although the Tian family has remained patient, their influence has grown significantly, and it is rumored they aspire to become one of the 4 major chieftains of the Miao. If Bo Long cannot contain them, they will become independent. The southern Jin court would likely not mind an additional chieftain, as this would also serve to fragment the power of the Miao, which indeed benefits us. Lin Chu chuckled softly, though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Upon arriving in this world, his sole desire had been to become a wealthy gentleman, marry several wives, and indulge in the company of various women, basking in their fragrance. He had not anticipated being drawn into warfare, for to him, war always meant death. However, his resilient character meant he would not exhibit any undue mercy. By Jean Lan's side stood a robust man in his 50s, his face lined with wrinkles, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chu. He pointed a finger and declared, Are you the one who has bullied my daughter? Lanner? Lin Chu was taken aback. This must be Jean Lan's father, and thus the chieftain of Qingshan village, Tianbuchai. In recent days, he had gathered some information about Qingshan village. The Miao people were not particularly good at keeping secrets, making it relatively easy to learn about the Tian family. Qingshan village boasted a population of around 100,000, comparable to Bo Long's village. Tian Buki had taken 5 wives and fathered over 20 children, with Jean Lan being the only daughter cherished since childhood. Additionally, Tian Buki had numerous brothers, resulting in Jean Lan having as many as 100 brothers. This meant that among the direct descendants of the Tian family, she was the sole female, fostering her brash demeanor, quick to resort to violence over trivial matters. Lin Chu raised his voice, Chieftain Tian, I will not admit to wrongdoing in this matter, nor do I believe I am at fault. If you choose to withdraw, we can consider this incident resolved, and I will not hold a grudge. However, if you insist on attacking Lin village, I can assure you that not many of your men will survive. And Longli, this is a conflict between Lin village and Qingshan village. Bo Long should only mediate, not take up arms, as it is against the established rules. Should word of this spread, I am certain hundreds of villages in Xinya would not acquiesce. While Lin village may have been established later, we have been here for over a decade. We have always adhered to the rules, and our annual tribute of 10,000 taels of silver is never lacking. Thus, it is evident that Bo Long has erred, and we have decided to align ourselves under Chieftain Song. Long Li's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Chu, shouting, "Attack! Take Lin village by force. All the captured women will belong to you, and half of the grain can be kept, with the other half divided among you." The crowd erupted in excitement. Though the scene grew somewhat chaotic, Lin Chu remained calm, watching as over 1,000 people charged forward. He exchanged a glance with Yan He, who shouted, and several soldiers adjusted the aim of the 8-bull crossbows, launching their bolts. The range of the 8-bull crossbows was impressive, and Yan He controlled the distance, allowing the bolts to fly only when the assailants were 400 meters away. As the bolts flew, nearly 100 men fell, clearing the front ranks. It should be noted that the 8-bull crossbow was a powerful siege weapon, capable of firing up to 1,000 meters, requiring the coordination of dozens of men to operate. The bolts were primarily made of wood, easily sourced from the surroundings. One bolt shot forth, piercing through multiple individuals with tremendous force. The people from Qingshan village were momentarily stunned by the sight. And Tian Buki's expression changed. Such a formidable weapon, if wielded by Qingshan village, could potentially decimate their forces. Yan He raised his hand. "Archers." Dozens of archers drew their bows and began firing. As a 7th-rank archer, Yan He shot with remarkable speed, each arrow finding its mark and swiftly claiming lives. In the blink of an eye, several men had perished at his hands. Bo Long's soldiers immediately began to scatter. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the gate swung open wide as he led 500 men forward. Ding Wu and Lin Wan charged out alongside him, forming a crescent formation, in the midst of the chaos. Long Li bellowed, striking down 2 to 3 men nearby, commanding, "Do not retreat." Lin Wan, who was unmounted, broke away from the formation, wielding his long staff with agility, cutting down several men in his path in no time. He had reached Long Li, who was just then stabilizing his men. Lin Wan swung his staff down upon Long Li. Long Li parried with his blade, leveraging his horse's momentum, which caused Lin Wan to step back slightly. And Long Li staggered. Lin Wan shouted fiercely, wielding his staff with increasing vigor, drenched in sweat and roaring in anger. Meanwhile, Ding Wu brandished his sword, continuously thrusting as their crescent formation swept through, leading to the rout of Bo Long's men. With over 300 slain and hundreds surrendering on the spot. From the original force of over 1,000 men, only a little over 100 remained, beginning to crumble under pressure. On the other side, Jinlan turned to Tian Buki, saying, "Father, we must take action. If we delay any longer, Bo Long will face utter defeat. Daughter, we must not. If we charge now, those fearsome crossbow bolts will slay our warriors," Tian Buki replied. Shaking his head, he then looked up at Lin Chu on the city wall and smiled. The chieftain of Lin village proves to be quite a formidable figure. Impressive indeed. Lanner, what do you think of him? Chapter 049, Defeat. Jean Lan paused, gritting her teeth as she declared, "That little rogue is always leering. I find him most displeasing." Leering? Lanner, the chieftain of Lin possesses admirable looks. Observe his scholarly demeanor, refined and charming. And he is evidently quite strategic, far superior to the young men of the Miao, Tian Buki remarked lightly, maintaining his smile as he watched Bo Long's forces being thoroughly subdued, with none escaping. Long Li's personal guards had all perished, and he was left bloodied from Lin Wan's staff, his chest a gruesome sight, as he fled on horseback, leaving a trail of blood, clearly gravely injured. Yen Xuan led the army towards Qingshan village, proclaiming loudly, "Chieftain Lin, I believe we can have a discussion. Please, Chieftain Tian, enter the village. Are you bold enough?" Lin Chu called out, his demeanor cheerful. Tian Buki smiled, bringing Jin Lan and 20 personal guards into the village, while the remaining troops set up camp outside. Lin Chu guided them into the main hall, where Jin Lan continued to regard him with disdain. Nevertheless, she was indeed a sight to behold, clad in a colorful garment that revealed her midriff. Her waist slender, and a deer leather skirt accentuating her long legs, adorned with strands of golden ornaments that jingled at her ankles. Her most striking feature was her fair complexion, dazzlingly pale, even more so than Qingwen and Xiao Chu, rendering her quite captivating. Once seated, Tian Buki gently inquired, "Chieftain Lin, do you truly intend to submit to Song Yuanming?" "Certainly. The men from Song's camp should be arriving soon. I have also conveyed in my letter that should we successfully repel Bo Long's forces, we shall align ourselves with Guangming village, providing only an annual tribute of 1,000 taels," Lin Chu affirmed with a nod. Tian Buki chuckled, "A young hero indeed. That wooden crossbow you employed earlier was astonishing. Did you invent it?" It was not my invention. It was crafted by the artisans under my command, Lin Chu replied with earnestness. Tian Buki smiled. Would you be willing to sell it? Not for sale. We possess only 10 of them, and they are of great utility. Lin Chu resolutely shook his head. Tian Buki took a deep breath, having repelled Bo Long. What are your plans moving forward? This territory is still under the dominion of Bo Long. When you wish to transport grain, you will undoubtedly traverse many lands governed by Bo Long, which could lead to complications. I believe he will have little desire to interfere with me now. With only 3 chieftains in the 10,000 Great Mountains, it feels insufficient. I think there should ideally be 4 chieftains, Lin Chu mused gently. Tian Buki's gaze narrowed, then he chuckled. What does Chieftain Lin mean by this? Master Tian, the strength of Qingshan village is not inferior to Bo Long, and they maintain an excellent relationship with the newly appointed Taisho of Xinya. If one wishes to become the 4th Tusi, it is not a difficult task, Lin Chu said with a smile. Tian Buki remained silent for a moment before nodding. Master Lin, your village can be considered a major one in Xinya, with a population exceeding 10,000 and considerable wealth. You are still somewhat distant from Song Yuanming's Guoming village. Would you be willing to form an alliance with our Qingshan village in the future? By the way, Master Lin, I presume you are still unmarried? I am indeed unmarried, Lin Chu replied, somewhat perplexed by Tian Buki's intent. However, in the next moment, his gaze followed Tian Buki's to fall upon Tian Jinlan, causing a sudden jolt in his heart. Composing himself, he stated seriously, nevertheless, I have already chosen a lady whom I admire and am in the process of proposing. That is of no consequence. Among the Miao people, we can marry up to 7 wives, Master Lin. I have a younger sister who is young and beautiful, well-versed in literature since childhood. If you are willing, our families could unite through marriage, Tian Buki said with a smile. Lin Chu felt a vague sense of relief, while Tian Jinlan, on the other hand, looked stunned and shot Lin Chu a fierce glare, filled with hostility. Lin Chu maintained his serious demeanor. Master Tian, let us discuss this matter at a later time. If you become the 4th Tusi, what benefits will our Lin village reap? Our 2 villages forming an alliance means we become allies. In the future, we can work closely together, and you need not pay us the annual tribute. We can share resources, Tian Buki stated plainly. Lin Chu smiled slightly, then let us await your ascension to Tusi. As for Tusi Song, Tian Buki replied, gazing at Lin Chu. Lin Chu nodded. Tusi Song is known for his benevolence among the Miao villages. I believe he will not take issue with these matters. Even if I ally with Tusi Tian, we can still remain friends. Tian Buki laughed and then said in a low voice, Master Lin, my sister is quite renowned for her beauty among all the Miao villages in the Wanshan Mountains. Are you truly not considering her? Master Tian, I am a firm believer in mutual affection. I trust you understand my meaning? Lin Chu replied with a smile. Tian Buki nodded. Indeed, we Miao villagers rarely engage in arranged marriages, Master Lin. You are Han, correct? Our customs differ in certain aspects, but we also value mutual affection. If that is the case, I shall have my sister come and converse with you about Han poetry. I am certain you will come to admire her. Lin Chu nodded. Though he felt somewhat unsettled, Tian Buki was of considerable age, and his sister was likely in her 30s as well. Given Tian Buki's robust build, it was likely his sister would not be particularly striking. With the exception of Tian Jinlan, during the noon meal, Lin Chu hosted Tian Buki, arranging a table laden with dishes, primarily featuring noodle dumplings, along with some dried fish brought from Jiangnan. As Tian Buki savored the noodle soup, he was taken aback, finishing 3 large bowls and still yearning for more. Master Lin, this noodle soup is truly delectable. I have never encountered anything like it outside, Tian Buki remarked. Beside him, Tian Jinlan continued eating without looking up. While Zhang Liang smiled slightly, Tusi Tian, this was invented by our young master, known outside as Lin Lang's noodle soup. Master Lin is truly talented, Tian Buki praised. Tian Jinlan cast him an odd glance. And Lin Chu smiled. Tusi Tian, you may send a chef to learn this craft. It is not difficult. Master Lin is willing to share such a remarkable skill? Tian Buki was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chu nodded. All inventions that benefit the populace should be shared, rather than hoarded. How else can we improve the lives of the people? Master Lin is indeed a person of great vision, Tian Buki expressed with newfound respect. Clasping his hands in salute, Tian Jinlan shot him a glance and scoffed. Those are merely sweet words. I do not believe what you share will be identical to what you create. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. One need only taste the food to discern its authenticity. If it is merely for reputation, it will eventually be exposed, which would be unwise, Lin Chu replied.
shaking his head. He then sighed. Truth is revealed through practice. The true nature of a person is determined by their reputation and the opinions of many, not merely that of a single individual. Are you implying that I am blind to the truth? Tian Jinlan slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Lin Chu. Lin Chu smiled faintly. I never claimed such. That was your own assertion? With a huff, Tian Jinlan stood and stormed off in anger. After the Tian family departed, Lin Chu sat in the front hall, while Yin Xuan tallied the casualties. In this battle, 7 had perished, and over 30 were injured. Marking a significant victory, he personally consoled the families of the deceased, providing each with 50 taels of silver, and all the injured were successfully treated. Bolong's warriors had lost 520 men, who lacked loyalty. Lin Chu instructed Yin Xuan to disperse them and integrate them into the Lin village forces. Young master, there must be spies among these men, Zhang Liang remarked quietly. Lin Chu smiled. Treat them well and promote our methods. When Bolong sends someone next time, they can charge into battle and eliminate a few. Bolong was not particularly kind to these soldiers, as they were essentially his household slaves. However, Lin Chu was different, providing them with monthly silver, though not in abundance. It was tangible support. They even enjoyed ample meals, making it easy for Lin village's soldiers to accept Lin Chu. Moreover, he had consistently emphasized discipline, composing the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention into a song, which over time fostered a sense of self-discipline among them. This was the essence of learning. Lin Chu believed this was the true positive energy. Zhang Liang departed, and the construction of Lin village continued. However, Lin Chu anticipated that Bolong would soon come to see him, not for war, as he would not allow a second defeat. Such an outcome would severely undermine Bolong's prestige. Without absolute certainty, Bolong would not act recklessly. Lin Chi stood before Lin Chu and said softly, Young master, you are truly formidable. You defeated Bolong in the first battle. Previously, my father acted with great caution, having suffered numerous losses at Bolong's hands. They are numerous and powerful. My father feared Bolong would destroy our village, leading to a hard life for us over the years. Who would have thought you would avenge him so fiercely? Lin Chu patted Lin Chi's arm. His confidence in battling Bolong stemmed from his solid backing. Lin Qinghe.as, one of the 4 great merchants of Jiangnan. Even though the Lin family had lost their foothold in Jiaozhou, they still had alternatives. Thus, he felt unafraid, though he had not realized how much Lin Qinghe had suffered here, struggling to survive in a narrow space. This time, he had made the right choice. Housekeeper Qi, once we establish Lin village, we shall not bow to anyone, Lin Chu affirmed. Lin Qi nodded, somewhat boldly declaring, Indeed, I will follow your lead. If Tian Buki becomes the new Tusi, he will undoubtedly rely on our Lin village. This presents an opportunity for us. If you marry into the Tian family, our ties will strengthen further. Tian Qingwan is renowned for her beauty among the Miao villages, and many have sought her hand. Tian Qingwan? Is she truly beautiful? Lin Chu inquired, taken aback. Lin Qi shook his head. I do not know her personally. I've merely heard others speak of her. Many suitors have approached, but Tian Qingwan has high standards. She appreciates Han poetry, requiring any suitor to compose a poem that moves her. No1 has succeeded in recent years, and her family's elder has taken a liking to her, which has delayed matters. Lin Chu nodded, internally agreeing with what Tian Buki had said. It seemed the Miao people indeed valued mutual affection. Let us focus on the continued construction of the village. Also, next year, we shall cultivate sweet potatoes on a large scale and build more granaries. Lin Chu issued his directives, opting for cement for the granaries to minimize rodent issues and protect against moisture and pests. Extending the storage life of grains, he could also spread lime around to eliminate any potential for infestation. As Lin Chi departed, Lin Chu exhaled deeply and returned to the inner residence, feeling somewhat fatigued. The following day, Bolong arrived, personally leading a contingent of 1,000 men. When he entered Lin village, he brought only 20 or so, each a robust warrior carrying several large boxes, accompanied by an elderly man with a goatee. Bolong was not tall, his hair somewhat grizzled, appearing to be in his 50s, dressed in fine garments, exuding considerable strength. Lin Chu glanced at the elderly man with the goatee, who appeared refined and tall, reminiscent of Yu Shaoqing. Once seated in the parlor, Bolong smiled and nodded. Master Lin, this is our first meeting, and I did not expect you to be so handsome. In the past, I shared a friendship with your father. Old Master Lin was a man of great loyalty, and we have enjoyed a good relationship over the years. I was unaware of your arrival in Lin village. Regarding your conflict with Qingshan village, I must admit that I mishandled it. Longly acted without my knowledge to confront you. orchestrating everything himself. Master Lin, here is Long Li's head. I have slain him as an apology, and I have also brought gifts. You were correct. The fault lies with me, and I must make amends. With that, he waved his hand, and a burly man presented a package, placing it on the table. Upon opening it, Long Li's severed head lay within, bloodied and wide-eyed. Seemingly unable to rest in peace. 7 large boxes were placed before Lin Chu, and he casually opened them. Inside 2 of the boxes lay a glimmering fortune of silver, approximately 20,000 taels. The remaining 5 boxes contained 5 women, each strikingly beautiful, their forms supple and exuding an exotic charm. Lin Chu silently admired the cunning of Bolong, who had secured his position as chieftain through clever maneuvers. First, he leveraged emotional ties by using Lin Qinghe as a bridge. Then he bestowed favors by executing Long Li, a trusted confidant, and finally, he offered silver and women as tokens. It was worth noting that Long Li was a close ally. Such a swift execution would surely touch the hearts of many. But Lin Chu was not easily swayed by sentimentality. Chieftain, you are too kind. If this is indeed a misunderstanding, then let us clear the air. Long Li was a man of valor. His untimely death is indeed a loss. I insist you take back this silver. The Lin family values loyalty, and I share that sentiment. Rest assured, I have let go of this matter, and there will be no further misunderstandings between us. Lin Chu replied earnestly, his tone imbued with solemnity. After all, they were merely acting. Neither party held the upper hand in this charade. Bolong paused, squinting at him for a moment before breaking into a smile. An elder with a goat-like beard beside him remarked, Lin Zhaizhu, I have heard you have allied with Chieftain Song Yuanming. Previously, due to the incident with Long Li, I mistakenly believed Chieftain Bolong to be untrustworthy and sought an escape route by contacting Chieftain Song. Lin Chu nodded, feigning sorrow. The elder with the goat beard continued, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, you are welcome to return. Chieftain Bolong has stated that you need only pay 3,000 taels of silver annually. Chieftain, like my father, I am a man of loyalty and integrity. I have already made arrangements with Chieftain Song. If I were to go back on my word, that would be most inappropriate. Lin Chu shook his head, then sighed, ultimately, I take responsibility for this situation. Have someone deliver 30,000 taels of silver to Xinlong City as my apology to Chieftain Bolong. Chapter 51. Redemption. Chieftain Song Yuanming did not come to meet Lin Chu directly. As his previous letter was merely intended to establish contact, rather than express allegiance, in truth, Song valued Lin Chu highly. But Lin Chu believed that all actions ultimately revolved around maximizing personal gain. Forming an alliance with Tian Buki was more advantageous than complete subservience to Song Yuanming, as the latter would still place him under Song's command, while an alliance allowed for greater autonomy. However, Lin Chu would not disclose this to Bolong, though he knew Bolong would eventually uncover the truth. Observing Lin Chu, Bolong said gently, Lin Zhaizhu, you need not send silver to me. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, we can consider the matter settled. However, the public will still perceive me as the one at fault, so please accept these gifts. Otherwise, it may seem as though there is still animosity in your heart. Chieftain, I shall not be impolite, but I bear responsibility in this matter, so the silver must be sent to Xinlong City, Lin Chu declared, embodying righteousness. Bolong regarded him thoughtfully and nodded. After further conversation, Lin Chu's gaze frequently drifted toward the elder with the goat beard, a sense of unease stirring within him. Half an hour later, Lin Chu saw Bolong off, watching as he exited the village and led his troops away, finally exhaling a long breath of relief. Lu Qiushui, who had been by Lin Chu's side, whispered, Young master, that man is formidable, even more so than I have instructed Yan He to lie in wait, aiming his arrows at him, fearing he may pose a threat to you. Really formidable? Lin Chu inquired. Lu Qiushui nodded. He is likely a 7th-tier master. Neither I nor Dingwu could match him, but Yan He is a 7th-tier archer and should be able to suppress him with his skills. We also deployed 2 heavy crossbows. I believe he sensed this, which is why he refrained from acting. However, we must remain cautious of him in the future. Lin Chu nodded, feeling no surprise. It was only natural for Bolong to have skilled individuals around him. Given his status as chieftain, yet even the most skilled fighters could not withstand a large army, unless they were 9th-tier grandmasters or above, capable of extricating themselves from the battlefield. Master, what shall we do with those 5 women? Lu Qiushui asked. Lin Chu pondered momentarily before responding, let them serve as maids for now, ensuring they remain out of the inner quarters. These 5 were likely Bolong's agents, as their families were still in his grasp. So Lin Chu preferred to err on the side of caution. Upon returning to Jiangnan, he did not intend to take them along. Finally, the Lin village found a semblance of peace. Bolong made no further moves, and with the delivery of 30,000 taels of silver, all grievances were considered settled. By November, Lin village remained warm, reminiscent of spring, with all walls completed and its fortifications impressive, adorned with arrow towers. Lin Chu also commissioned the construction of granaries and housing to improve living conditions. Indeed, the cement houses were significantly more comfortable, awakening to the sound of rain pattering against the mountains. A soothing melody, Lin Chu heard footsteps approaching. Shiren entered, softly announcing, "Young master, the Tian family has sent word." Leaning against the headboard, Lin Chu opened the letter authored by Tian Buki, inviting him to meet in Xinyesity. Given that the Qingshan village was not far from Xinyesity, the location was quite suitable. After some contemplation, he summoned Lu Qiushui, deciding to take him and Dingwu along, accompanied by 70 archers led by Yin He. He remained wary of Bolong's intentions. Should Bolong truly harbor ill will, Lin Chu would prefer to be prepared. Xinyesity was the largest city in Xinjiang, situated over 100 miles away. Lin Chu set off early the next morning, arriving just past noon. Riding a horse, he encountered no significant troubles, though he felt considerable fatigue in his legs upon entering the city. Finding an inn, Lin Chu took over the entire establishment, ensuring his horses were well cared for. Though not of the finest breed, they were commendable, especially since the Lin family was affluent and had acquired numerous horses, over 300 in total. Their arrival on horseback certainly made an impressive sight. After settling in, Lin Chu sent a message to the Tian family, and Tian Buki replied, stating he would arrive that evening. Xinyesity was a bustling metropolis with high walls, home to the residences of the 3 great chieftains, and it was undoubtedly the most significant city in the entire Jiaozhou. As Lin Chu strolled through the streets, he noticed an abundance of shops selling various goods. Recalling the address given to him by Mo, one of the Bayou trading house, he inquired about its location and discovered it was not far from his inn. After some contemplation, he decided to visit. Navigating 3 long streets and turning several corners, he passed through areas known for their indulgences. Yet he felt no interest in such distractions. A commotion ahead caught his attention, and he turned to see a dark-skinned man bound in chains, struggling against his captors. Despite his immense strength, the 6 officers could not restrain him. Surrounding them were 10 other officers, with 4 more individuals in chains. 2 men and 2 women. One woman appeared to be a maid, while another donned a simple purple dress, her demeanor exuding a quiet elegance despite her ashen expression. Lin Chu narrowed his eyes, seeking information and discovering that the city's deputy magistrate had been raided. The woman was the deputy's daughter, destined for the brothel, while the dark-skinned man was a servant of the deputy, unwilling to part from her side due to his gratitude for her kindness. Lin Chu sighed inwardly, recognizing that being an official was hardly an enviable position, as one could easily fall victim to raids. With female relatives being sent to brothels, however, he wondered why the other women from the deputy's household were absent. The dark-skinned man shouted, his feet pounding against the ground as he leaped, pulling down all 6 officers holding him. He radiated ferocity. "Manchuo, if you continue to cause a ruckus, I shall kill Luo Yunjin." One officer barked, "At this." The man subdued himself. Lin Chu's interest was piqued. It seemed the deputy's daughter was named Luo Yunjin, and this servant's fierce loyalty was commendable. Contemplating briefly, Lin Chu approached, standing beside the officers with a slight smile, and quietly asked, might these individuals be available for purchase? Since they had been taken during a raid, they were likely to be sold. The officer paused, scrutinizing Lin Chu. Lin Chu discreetly slipped 10 taels of silver into his hand, whispering, "For 500 taels, I'll take these 5,500 taels," the officer exclaimed, shaking his head. "These individuals are to be sent to the brothel. If they are not delivered, we shall face consequences." Lin Chu smiled, sensing the officer's uncertainty. "Sir, you have a total of 16 individuals here, each worth 50 taels," he replied lightly, then shifted his tone. "If 500 taels is insufficient, what about 1,000? The officers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with interest. 50 taels was indeed a considerable sum, enough to sustain an ordinary family for a year. The officer inhaled deeply. "Very well, however, this area is crowded. Let us transact in a more secluded location." "Agreed." Lin Chu nodded, instructing a few words before retrieving silver notes from his pocket and handing them to Ding Wu, directing him to follow along with the rescue, totaling 1,800 taels. Chapter 52. The 4th chieftain Ding Wu returned swiftly, leading the 5 individuals, their faces concealed beneath garments, the chains that had bound them now removed. Closely following his side, Upon seeing Lin Chu, Luo Yunjin bowed gracefully, her expression one of sorrow. I, Luo Yunjin, am deeply grateful to you, young master, for your rescue. I pledge to serve you faithfully, repaying your kindness in any way I can. Miss Luo, what are your plans for the future? Do you have any relatives to turn to in Xinya City? Lin Chu inquired. Luo Yunjin shook her head in response. Ever since my father was imprisoned, all connections with relatives have been severed, and my mother has also gone missing. I hope, dear sir, that you might take me in. I possess some skills in women's handiwork and can manage accounts. I could be of service to you. Lin Chu paused for a moment in silence before nodding. You may accompany me for now, and we shall discuss matters further upon our return. He was reluctant to take in Luo Yunjin, for a lady of her stature could not possibly serve as a mere maid. She lacked the experience to attend to others. Furthermore, with Luo Tongpan incarcerated, it was evident he had fallen into disgrace, perhaps having offended someone of considerable standing. If Luo Yunjin were to be discovered, it was conceivable that trouble would follow, and Lin Chu wished to avoid such complications. Though he was not averse to difficulties, he preferred to steer clear of unwarranted troubles. After arriving at Lei Heng, Lin Chu had someone announce his presence. Moments later, Imowen hurriedly emerged, wearing a broad smile upon seeing Lin Chu. He clasped his fists in greeting. How fortuitous that you have come, young Master Lin. In 3 days' time, I shall be returning. Have all the porcelain sold out, Master Imo? Lin Chu asked. Taken aback, Mowen nodded. Indeed, all has been sold. I have exchanged it for some grain and procured various medicinal herbs. Xinya boasts a wealth of medicinal resources, and the quality here is excellent. Medicinal herbs? Lin Chu queried, surprised at Imo when confirmed. We at Lei Heng cannot return empty-handed. As is customary, we take back some medicinal herbs. There are numerous shops across the land that trade in such goods, and it is always a profitable venture. Lin Chu rubbed his temples. The medicinal herb trade was indeed viable. Yet he lacked knowledge in the field and thus had no intention of becoming involved. He would not venture into unfamiliar territory without expertise. When do you plan to return, young master? Imowen inquired with a smile. Lin Chu replied, next month. I intend to return for the new year and reunite with my family. I shall invite you for drinks this evening. Let us share a few cups, Imowen proposed earnestly. Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. I have prior engagements this evening, perhaps another time. Then let it be another time. By the way, young Master Lin, I have something splendid to show you, Imowen said with a grin. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow in curiosity and followed him into the back of the shop. Imowen entered a room and emerged holding a large, splendid lingji mushroom, exuding a fragrant aroma. Its golden hue suggesting its extraordinary nature. This is a century-old lingji, quite rare, Imowen declared with delight. Lin Chu was taken aback. In his previous life, he had researched lingji and knew it to be a spore-producing plant. Predominantly annual, with few surviving for decades under stringent conditions. Congratulations, Master Imo, Lin Chu said, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Such a lingji would undoubtedly possess remarkable properties, akin to a divine herb, Owen chuckled. It was merely by chance that I acquired it. Young Master Lin, how about I share half with you? That is unnecessary. I am still young and do not require such a thing, so I shall not deprive you of your treasure. Master Imo. Lin Chu shook his head firmly. Mowen countered, young master, you could prepare it for your elders at home. It is a life-saving resource, indeed very useful. Lin Chu grew increasingly wary at Imowen's insistence, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, Master Imo, my elders are all quite young and in good health. My purpose here is merely to visit you. Are you well versed in these medicinal herbs? Imowen shifted the conversation, young Master Lin. I was once affiliated with Guiyuan Hall, where I learned a bit about medicinal herbs. Guiyuan Hall, situated in Beiki, had a thriving business across the realm, making it the wealthiest merchant in medicinal trade. Lin Chu nodded, exchanging a few words with Imowen before taking his leave. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Chu found himself puzzled. Imowen seemed intent on selling him the lingji, likely harboring ulterior motives, or perhaps it was not truly a century-old specimen. After pondering for a while, he set aside these thoughts and arranged accommodations for Luo Yunjin and her personal maid, providing them with a separate room. Meng Tuo resided on the ground floor, accompanied by 2 other loyal servants of the Luo family, who had followed Luo Yunjin and were now housed alongside Meng Tuo. Lin Chu stood in the courtyard and had the innkeeper set a table laden with wine and dishes in his private quarters. At that moment, Tian Buki approached, greeting Lin Chu with a bow and expressing his happiness. Lin Jiazhu? By next month, I should become the 4th Tusi of the Miao tribe. Congratulations, 2C Tian. Lin Chu responded with a bow, genuinely delighted. The joy stemmed from the heart, with the Tian family rising to prominence. Lin Chu no longer needed to worry about matters in Bolong, which was certainly good news for him. Tian Buki chuckled, sitting down and pouring a drink. Lin Jiaizhu, we shall be true allies from now on. By the way, tomorrow my younger sister is hosting a poetry gathering at Tianjia village. The young talents of Xinya will be in attendance. You should come and meet some new faces, as many of them will surely enter the halls of power in the future. 2C Tian, do the Miao people also compose poetry? Lin Chu asked, bemused. Tian Buki shook his head. It is predominantly Han people. Of course, however, we Miao are divided into raw and cooked Miao. The cooked Miao have largely assimilated into Han culture and produced notable talents, some even serving in the court. Lin Chu was taken aback. He was not very knowledgeable about such matters and asked Tian Buki a few more questions before a thought struck him. As for the poetry gathering, I truly have no interest. I am but a merchant, ill-versed in poetry and verses. Lin Chu chuckled. Tian Buki shook his head. It would do you good to attend. There will be many young ladies from prominent families present. Since you are still unmarried, there may be an opportunity for you to find a suitable partner. As they conversed, they enjoyed a sumptuous feast together, the table laden with an array of dishes. And they drank for an hour and a half before concluding their meal. In the end, Lin Chu relented and agreed to visit Tianjia village the following day for the poetry gathering. When he returned to his room, he felt slightly inebriated. While the Miao liquor was not particularly strong, it had a lingering effect, and coupled with Lin Chu's moderate tolerance, he felt somewhat tipsy. Shiran had prepared a bath for him, helping him wash up and brush his teeth before gently assisting him onto the bed. As he lay down, the scent from Shiran enveloped him, a pleasant fragrance that lingered in the air. Naturally, he embraced her, his hands wandering as was his habit. He had always behaved this way with Qingwen, and it had become second nature to him. Chapter 053, Loyal Servant. Upon awakening, Lin Chu was greeted by a floral fragrance. The scent emanating from Shiran was subtle, unlike the sweet locust blossom fragrance of Qingwen, nor did it match the refreshing aroma that lingered around Ning Zichu. Yet, it was still delightful. His hand rested on her soft form, the sensation beyond description. It was still early, and Shiran was deeply asleep, so Lin Chu refrained from waking her and instead rose to exercise. In the courtyard, soldiers were training under the command of Shi, orderly and disciplined. After working up a sweat, Lin Chu turned to find Luo Yunjin standing beneath a plum tree, still clad in the same attire as yesterday. It dawned on him that she seemed to possess no other clothing. After some contemplation, he approached her. At that moment, Luo Yunjin was gazing up at the plum blossoms, tears streaking her face. After tidying herself, she appeared remarkably graceful, exuding a delicate beauty, while her figure was slender and unassuming. Her long legs were striking. In truth, she was not particularly tall, measuring around 162 centimeters, yet she exuded an air of refined elegance, captivatingly beautiful. Upon hearing his footsteps, she turned to face Lin Chu and quickly bowed. This servant greets young master. Miss Luo, my act of saving you was not to elicit gratitude. It was merely a response to the unwavering loyalty of your servant, Meng Tuo, which moved my heart. You are free to leave at any time. Once we depart Xinya City, you may go as you pleased. If it is inconvenient, I will pass through Sihai City, where you may also reside. A change of scenery could allow you to forget these misfortunes. In any case, you are free. Lin Chu spoke gently, his brow damp with sweat, his hair clinging to his forehead. Luo Yunjin gazed at him, her eyes filled with an unfamiliar emotion. After a moment, she murmured, "Is it truly possible to begin anew?" "Absolutely," Lin Chu affirmed, reaching into his pocket to produce a silver note, which he handed to her. "This sum shall serve as a loan. Should you be able to repay it in the future, you may do so." It was a 500 tael silver note, sufficient for her sustenance. After offering the note, he turned and returned to his quarters to wash up. Luo Yunjin watched his retreating figure, momentarily stunned, before tears streamed down her cheeks, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Since her family had been raided, she had lived in constant trepidation, facing hostility from everyone around her. This was the first time someone had shown her such genuine concern. Meng Tuo approached her side. Observing her tear-streaked face and the silver note in her hand, his own eyes glistening with tears. Though not particularly tall, standing at around 170 centimeters, he was robust, with sun-kissed skin and hair tied back, adorned with tattoos. "Miss, young Master Lin is a good person," Meng Tuo said softly. Luo Yunjin, her vision blurred by tears, looked up at him and whispered, Meng Tua, thank you da. Do you think we can truly be free? Certainly. However, the debt of gratitude is quite heavy. Meng Tua is willing to serve young Master Lin on behalf of the young lady. As a means of repaying his kindness, in the future, I shall become his household servant. After all, with the Da and Air around, they can take good care of the young lady and Xiu Zhu. Just now, I heard young Master Lin mention the possibility of going to Sihai City. So let us proceed there. Meng Tua is a simple man, not particularly clever, but I believe young Master Lin is right. If the young lady comes to a decision, she can discuss it further with young Master Lin and consider his opinion. Meng Tua spoke softly, kneeling on the ground to bow his head. Luo Yunjin looked at him and nodded. I will think it over, truly ponder. I miss my father dearly. He has been wronged and must have suffered greatly. And my mother, where has she gone? She disappeared the day my father was imprisoned, and we have yet to find her. I am so worried about her. Miss, the lady was rescued by someone that night. I saw a figure from the martial world come to the estate, and a skilled individual took her away. She hails from that realm. Meng Tua spoke gently. Luo Yunjin was taken aback, then nodded. Indeed, my maternal grandfather was once part of the martial world. It's just that my father wished to distance himself from it, hence there has been no contact for many years. At that moment, Lin Chu was soaking in a bath, and Shiran had already risen, washing his hair and preparing him, changing him into a white robe. Exine was still quite warm, though it was nearly early winter. The temperature hovered around 20 degrees, quite comfortable. After breakfast, Lin Chu summoned a tailor, as Exine City was a large place, abundant with people of various trades. Once the tailor arrived, he measured Luo Yunjin and her maid Xiu Zhu, both of whom were veiled. The tailor understood the necessity of this, as the restrictions on Han women were indeed numerous. After assisting the two in crafting 2 sets of garments, the tailor mentioned it would take 10 days. To which Lin Chu generously offered 20 taels of silver, prompting the tailor to promise completion in 3 days. After sending the tailor off, Luo Yunjin and Xiu Zhu unveiled themselves, kneeling before Lin Chu to bow deeply, sincerely expressing, Thank you, young Master Lin. Rise, there is no need for such formalities, Lin Chu replied gently, offering a light supporting hand. As Luo Yunjin and Xiu Zhu stood, their faces radiated gratitude. Xiu Zhu, possessing a more vivacious disposition, glanced at Lin Chu and remarked, Had it not been for your timely rescue, Miss would have been in grave danger. Once entered into the pleasure quarters, there would be no chance of escape. One would be neither human nor ghost. Thus, you are indeed the great benefactor of Miss, and I bow to you. Xiu Zhu knelt once more, her head knocking soundly against the ground. She was slightly taller, standing around 165 centimeters. With a curvaceous figure that contrasted with Luo Yunjin's, her oval face was strikingly beautiful, her charm even surpassing that of Shiran. Lin Chu quickly assisted her up, smiling gently, Enough, the formalities are complete. Let us move on. Please take good care of your young lady from now on. Can young Master Lin truly take me away from Exine? Luo Yunjin inquired, her eyes filled with hope. Lin Chu nodded, Of course. However, I sense that the South Jin is becoming quite chaotic. If you yearn for a life free from worldly strife, it would be best to go to Dongzhou. The state of Dongzhou is powerful and relatively safer. The Jiangnan region is prosperous and quite habitable. If you wish, I can escort you to Jiangnan. Thank you, young Master Lin. Luo Yunjin bowed in gratitude, her joy palpable. Xiu Zhu chimed in happily, Miss, your favorite talented scholar, young Master Lin Chu, is in Dongzhou's mountain city. If we can go to Dongzhou, we may pay a visit to young Master Lin Chu. His verdant hills remain, and the setting sun has indeed captured the essence of worldly glory and disgrace. This truly is splendid. Thank you, young Master Lin. As she prepared to kneel again, Lin Chu supported her, feeling a twinge of something unusual in his heart. His reputation had reached Exine, yet in South Jin, no one seemed to know he was the Lin Chu. It seemed not uncommon for names to be shared. Luo Yunjin and Xiu Zhu clasped hands, their faces bright with smiles, seemingly brimming with hope for life. Lin Chu let out a sigh, momentarily feeling a clarity in his heart. Chapter 54. The absence of father-son bonds. The sky over Exine City was pristine. The blue heavens were sparsely dotted with clouds. Lin Chu's carriage came to a halt outside a manor, and he descended slowly. Liu Chuxue followed closely, heading towards the courtyard, only to be halted by a gatekeeper. Young master, do you have an invitation? The gatekeeper inquired. Lin Chu paused, then shook his head, realizing that Tian Buki had invited him to the poetry gathering without providing any invitation. The gatekeeper, however, was courteous, lacking any air of arrogance, and smiled slightly. Young master may compose a poem on the spot. My young mistress particularly enjoys such an approach. Forget it, I shall not participate. Lin Chu waved his hand, turning to leave. After all, he had already come, which sufficed as a gesture towards Tianbuki. He could not be blamed for not having an invitation. The gatekeeper quickly added, if the young master cannot compose a poem, he may purchase an invitation on site. Purchase on site? Lin Chu was taken aback. Such a tactic indeed piqued his interest. In that moment, he became curious about Tianbuki's sister, who seemed quite clever to devise such a method, demonstrating both literary and commercial acumen. Taking a deep breath, he calmly asked, how much silver? 2 taels of silver, the gatekeeper replied. Quite expensive, Lin Chu thought, just as he was about to reach for his silver. Mocking voices rang from the side. Another admirer of the Tian family's young lady, lacking poetic talent, only possessing silver. Silver is easy to come by, but good poetry is hard to find. Most people in this world are mere empty vessels, reeking of the scent of copper. Another voice chimed in. Lin Chu turned to look, a smirk playing on his lips, and then calmly stated, paper and brush, please. The gatekeeper produced the writing materials, and to Lin Chu's surprise, it was a goose quill. Such items had already made their way to the Xianyu region. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Chu took up the brush and began to write a poem. The great river flows eastward, sweeping away countless historical figures. To the west of the old fortress, it is said, lies the famed red cliffs of the 3 kingdoms. Jagged rocks pierce the sky, waves crash against the shore, stirring up mountains of snow. The landscape is picturesque, with countless heroes emerging in a single moment. After finishing, Lin Chu left his name and directly handed the poem to the gatekeeper, who hurried away with it. The 2 who had been speaking earlier possessed invitations. Yet they did not enter. Instead, they lingered outside, watching Lin Chu with keen interest. Lin Chu glanced at the 2 calmly. One was a rotund figure in a blue robe, evidently a Han person with fair skin, who fixed his gaze on Lin Chu and asked, what good poetry can you compose? You are correct. Perhaps my poetry does not qualify as good, but it certainly exceeds yours, Lin Chu replied with a radiant smile. His disposition was resilient, and though he hailed from wealth in this life, there was no need to endure everything, especially from individuals clearly lacking in talent. The other man, tall and clad in white, exuded a certain handsomeness and scoffed. Do you think writing a poem will grant you entry to the poetry gathering of the esteemed Miss Tian? What, do you intend to wager with me? Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. The 2 exchanged glances, a spark of interest igniting between them, and the rotund man nodded. If you cannot gain entry, you must refer to us as foster fathers from now on. And if I do gain entry? Lin Chu regarded them with a calm demeanor, though a flicker of irritation stirred within him. The white-robed man responded, if you gain entry, we shall grant you 1,000 taels of silver. Is my foster father worth only 1,000 taels? I shall not settle for less than 10,000 taels, Lin Chu retorted, then shifted his tone. Alternatively, you may refer to me as foster father, how about that? Laughter erupted around them as the crowd gathered, drawn to their dispute. Such spectacles were timeless, and Lin Chu found it only natural. The rotund man's face darkened with anger. He rummaged in his robes and produced a bag, which he opened to reveal a perfectly round pearl, larger than an egg, shimmering with a mystical glow in the sunlight. This is a Yuan Chen pearl, capable of neutralizing all poisons in the world, worth a fortune. If you win, this pearl will be yours, the man declared loudly. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yuan Chen pearl, such a thing truly exists? It is said that Yuan Chen pearls are found in Xianyu. How remarkable that such a treasure truly exists. Indeed worth a fortune. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback. Could such a thing genuinely exist? This bordered on the supernatural, and he was skeptical. Yet, some matters were hard to dismiss, especially since his very existence in this world was already extraordinary. Thus wagering such a pearl was not out of the question. Moreover, the Yuan Chen pearl might not be as miraculous as legend claimed. It could merely possess different applications. Contemplating these thoughts, he nodded. Very well, I have no objections. I shall have Miss Tian serve as a witness. Miss Tian would act as a witness for you? The rotund man questioned with disdain. The white-robed man scoffed. Miss Tian would never deign to meet you. If your poetic talent were of such caliber. Just as he finished speaking, a woman hurriedly emerged, clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair elegantly styled, embodying traditional Han attire. Her long sleeves billowed, revealing delicate fingers and jade-like wrists, adorned with golden ornaments that accentuated her radiant beauty. She was notably voluptuous, standing at least 168 centimeters tall, towering over many men, yet her face remained obscured by a white veil. Lin Chu stole a glance, his heart racing. Her grace was truly remarkable. Was Tian Buki's sister truly this beautiful? The most remarkable aspect is her gait, which distinguishes her from the ordinary. She walks with a delightful sway, reminiscent of willows dancing in the breeze. The way she twists her waist and hips accentuates her supple and voluptuous form. "Where is Master Lin?" the woman called out, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings. All present were momentarily rendered speechless, forgetting to respond, but Lin Chu bowed respectfully and replied earnestly, "I am Lin Chu. Honored to meet you, my lady. Master Lin, my surname is Tian, and my given name is Qingwan. I was unaware that you had arrived. Please, come inside," Tian Qingwan said softly, her voice melodious. The portly man beside her and the gentleman in white were momentarily taken aback. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow and gently said, "Miss Tian, before we proceed, I must ask you to bear witness." After recounting the entire matter, Lin Chu clasped his fists and addressed those around him. "All gentlemen present may attest to this event. I would be grateful for Miss Tian's assistance. Master Lin is renowned throughout the realm. I naturally believe you. Thus, this Yuan Qin pearl shall belong to Master Lin," Tian Qingwan remarked, glancing at the stout gentleman, a smile illuminating her bright eyes. The man, though stunned and sweating, complied, placing the pearl into his bag and handing it over to Lin Chu. Without hesitation, Lin Chu accepted the bag and smiled faintly at the two men, saying, "What a pity. I had truly hoped for you both to call me foster father, which would suggest a father-son bond between us." Chapter 055. Medicinal materials. The Tian residence was expansive, with the Xianyi River gracefully traversing the courtyard, its banks meticulously tended. Following Tian Qingwan inside, Lin Chu paid no heed to the displeasure on the faces of the two men. A sizable pavilion stood nearby, where everyone gathered around. Tian Qingwan led Lin Chu into the pavilion, where he settled onto a soft cushion. "Master Lin, your poem is indeed grand, though it does not conform to traditional regulated verse. While somewhat unconventional, it is remarkably fitting. This literary style is quite intriguing. It must be an original composition of yours. Your talent is unparalleled in this age. I am grateful for your presence," she remarked. "Miss Tian, you are too kind. I merely wish to meet some of Xianye's literary talents, and I must thank you for this opportunity," Lin Chu replied, cupping his hands in acknowledgement and remaining silent thereafter. Tian Qingwan nodded with a smile, introducing those around him, and he exchanged pleasantries in turn. As she turned to discuss poetry with others, Lin Chu listened attentively. Her insights were profound, and her understanding of poetry was exceptional, showcasing her remarkable intellect. Lin Chu couldn't help but admire her, seated behind her, observing how her white dress accentuated her figure, her curves delightfully pronounced, invoking a sense of admiration within him. It seemed she was even more voluptuous than Xiao Chu. Although Tian Buki was rugged, it was astonishing that his sister possessed such ethereal beauty. The evolution of poetic forms has undergone significant transformation since our dynasty began, just as Master Lin's poem deviates from tradition, rendering it no longer merely poetry. Master Lin, to which category do you believe this poem belongs? It is quite well structured and captures the essence of the three kingdoms. Changes. Master Lin, Tian Qingwan's voice drew nearer, mingling with a fragrant aroma, snapping him back to reality. Lin Chu smiled slightly and replied, "Did you call for me, Miss Tian?" "Yes, I would like to inquire which literary category you believe your poem belongs to," she gently asked, her bright eyes narrowing slightly as if smiling. Without much thought, Lin Chu responded, "It cannot be classified as poetry. It could be considered a lyric." "Lyrics?" Tian Qingwan was taken aback. Lin Chu nodded. "Poetry and lyrics will no longer be distinct. Wherever there is poetry, there must also be lyrics." "That is quite appropriate." Tian Qingwan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gazed intently at Lin Chu, then nodded, saying, "Master Lin, you truly deserve the title of the greatest literary figure in the world." Lin Chu rose, stating, "Miss Tian, your earlier words were quite profound. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Tian Qingwan was momentarily stunned by his swift departure after less than an hour, and she hurriedly stood, exclaiming, "Master Lin, please wait. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Lin Chu nodded, and after a brief exchange, she led the way, and they entered a secluded grove. The forest was tranquil, a gentle breeze caressing them. Master Lin, you are indeed Lin Chu from Dongzhou, correct? Tian Qingwan's eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a starstruck admirer. Lin Chu paused, studying her intently, then shrugged. How did you come to know? It is rare to encounter someone with such poetic talent. Two Lin Chus cannot coexist. Master Lin, your poetry collection is remarkable, and you have also invented the Lin Lang pin and Lin Lang noodle soup, truly making you the most gifted individual in the world. When my brother spoke of you, I had an inkling you were the Lin Chu of Dongzhou. Therefore, I am delighted by your visit, she beamed, her joy unmistakable. Lin Chu felt a stir within. Indeed, many of his exploits had reached Exeni. Though he could not recall having published a poetry collection, he would need to procure one later. After a moment, he nodded. Miss Tian, I consider myself a friend of the Tian Tusi, and there will surely be future exchanges. Hence, I shall not partake in this poetry gathering. Master Lin, where do you reside? May I visit you tomorrow? Tian Qingwan's eyes gleamed even brighter. Lin Chu nodded, providing her with the address of the inn before bowing slightly and turning to leave. Tian Qingwan escorted him to the entrance, and as they reached the threshold, she whispered, Master Lin, rest assured. I shall keep your identity confidential. I in Dongzhou. You are revered as a poetic saint, and it is said you have also attained the Yuan understanding. Thus Dongzhou must hold you in high esteem. If word were to spread, perhaps the southern Jin would cast their eyes upon you. Thank you, Miss Tian, for your understanding, Lin Chu said, bowing once more. His admiration for her growing. She truly had a compassionate heart. Once aboard the carriage, Lu Qiushui drove them away from the Tian estate. Inside the carriage, Lin Chu retrieved the bag from his bosom and examined the Yuanshan pearl. This remarkable gem appeared extraordinary, and he intended to inquire about it from the locals. Luo Yunjin would indeed be fitting for this task. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Chu instructed Lu Qiushui to summon Luo Yunjin. Standing in the room on the second floor, he opened the window and gazed outside. He was still drilling his troops. His diligence was commendable, as he had trained a fine regiment. Their ranks impeccably aligned, executing commands seamlessly. Lin Chu couldn't help but commend him. This man was indeed worthy of trust. The sound of footsteps approached as the door swung open, and Luo Yunjin entered. Greeting Lin Chu with a bow. I have come to pay my respects, young master. Have you heard of the Yuanshan pearl? Lin Chu inquired directly, not bothering to correct her form of address. Although he preferred not to be called young master, he had grown accustomed to her usage. Luo Yunjin paused, contemplating, before responding, there are indeed legends regarding the Yuanshan pearl in Exini. It is said to be a pearl capable of dispelling toxins, formed within a type of turtle. However, I am unaware of its specific applications, but Meng Tuo should have knowledge, as his family possesses ancestral medical techniques and a profound understanding of medicinal materials. Meng Tuo is knowledgeable about medicinal materials? Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. Yunjin, please assist me in bringing him here. Luo Yunjin smiled slightly. Young master, do not worry. I shall fetch him at once. With a graceful sway of her waist, she departed, and Lin Chu exhaled, feeling relieved. Moments later, Meng Tuo entered, kneeling before Lin Chu and bowing his head. Meng Tuo pays his respects to the young master, he said solemnly. Lin Chu quickly helped him rise, smiling gently. There is no need for such formalities. I would like to ask if you are aware of the Yuanshan pearl. Yuanshan pearl? Young master, it is indeed a sacred antidote, suitable for medicinal use. It is not as mystical as it sounds. It is simply a pearl from within a turtle. Akin to a pearl, and this particular turtle is rare, known for its detoxifying properties, Meng Tuo explained softly. Lin Chu nodded. How is this substance utilized? It can be held in the mouth to absorb toxins from within the body. Once it turns completely white, its efficacy diminishes. It can also be steeped in water for consumption, though the effect will be slower, Meng Tuo replied. Lin Chu retrieved the Yuanshan pearl from his possession, momentarily stunned. Hold it in the mouth? Such a perfectly round pearl could only be held by someone with a sufficiently large mouth. Indeed, it must be held in the mouth. If a woman attempts it, her small mouth would only allow for steeping in water, Meng Tuo affirmed. Lin Chu chuckled. Excellent. Do you have knowledge of medicinal materials? Chapter 056. The Admirer. I possess some knowledge. I am familiar with most medicinal materials from the 10,000 Great Mountains, including their years and properties, Meng Tuo replied. Lin Chu nodded. Very well. I would like you to assist me in procuring a batch of medicinal materials. I intend to transport them back for business purposes. He intended to return to Jiangnan. And bringing back medicinal materials and grains was indeed necessary, especially since medicinal materials were far more valuable than grains, promising greater profits. There was no rush for grains, as supplies from Linjai were consistently delivered to Yongan. Young master, do not worry. I shall gather 10,000 pounds of medicinal materials, but it will require 10 days, Meng Tuo stated gently. Lin Chu nodded, no problem. Just ensure they are delivered to Linjai. Meng Tuo knelt once more to bow his head, then rose to leave. As night descended, Lin Chu sat on the terrace of the inn, gazing at the starry sky, the stars twinkling like scattered gems. The starlight enveloped the terrace, seemingly bridging the ancient and modern worlds. A peculiar feeling arose within him, reminiscent of the skies he had observed in his previous life. Shiren approached and sat beside him, softly saying, young master, someone has sent a congratulatory invitation. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the visiting card, realizing it was sent by Mo1, who wished to visit him the following day. Please convey to him that he is welcome to come for lunch tomorrow. I shall treat him to a meal, Lin Chu replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shiren turned to leave, clad in a delicate light green gown that was not overly thick, for Xianyi enjoyed a temperate climate. Leaning back in the lounge chair, with the breeze caressing him, Lin Chu felt increasingly at ease. However, he recalled that Tian Qingwan might also arrive the next day, and decided he would make arrangements accordingly. This thought led him to consider Meng Tuo. With Imowen's visit, he might bring that Lingji mushroom, providing an excellent opportunity for Meng Tuo to observe discreetly. Upon Shiren's return, she placed a cup of tea down and stood to the side. Lin Chu gestured for her to sit beside him on the lounge chair, taking her small hand into his, feeling its softness. Young master, Imo Zhanggui's people have already departed, Shiren said, her cheeks flushed. Lin Chu nodded, sipping his tea slowly while casting a glance at her, gently stating, I will be departing in a few days. If there is anything you wish to purchase, do so. Young master, the hair is quite exquisite, though it cannot be worn outside, as many are designed to expose the legs, which is rather impolite. I shall buy a long gown to cover myself, Shiren suggested. Then added, or perhaps some accessories. The gold ornaments here are particularly beautiful. I have my eye on a pair of anklets, which I would like to gift to Qingwenjie and Pinger. There are 300 taels in silver notes here. Tomorrow, have someone accompany you to exchange them for silver, and spend as you please, Lin Chu replied, handing her 3 silver notes. Shiren shook her head, about to speak, when Lin Chu shot her a stern look. Take it, as my maid. You deserve only the best. As he spoke, a stirring within him awakened. He found himself intrigued by the local accessories and thought he might explore them later. As night deepened, he settled into bed. Enveloped in warmth, Shiren's body, smooth and fragrant, felt as soft as jade. When he awoke, Shiren was already up, leaving only a lingering scent in the bedding. As he rose, she came over to assist him in dressing. After a rigorous morning of exercise, Lin Chu practiced his swordplay for a while before returning to his room. His strength had improved. Previously, his arms would ache from wielding the sword, but now, after half an hour of practice, such sensations were absent. Instead, he felt invigorated, a sign of progress as his vitality surged. While having breakfast in his room, a knock resounded from outside, followed by a guard's voice announcing, Young master, Miss Tian has arrived. So early? Lin Chu was taken aback. Shiren quickly stood and said, Young master, I shall go greet her. Lin Chu nodded as Shiren hurried down the stairs. Moments later, footsteps approached. The door remained open after her departure, and Lin Chu turned to see Tian Qingwan entering, with Shiren following closely behind. Tian Qingwan was adorned in a colorful gown, perfectly modest and covering her legs. Unlike Tian Jinlan, her figure, however, was exquisite, accentuated by a fitted design that highlighted her grace as she walked. Lin Gongzi, have I arrived a tad too early? She inquired softly, her eyes sparkling. Lin Chu smiled and rose to return her greeting. Have you eaten? If not, please join me. I have not dined yet. Thank you very much, Gongzi, Tian Qingwan replied with a smile as she took a seat. The breakfast spread was quite sumptuous. This inn had proven to be quite exceptional, though it primarily offered game meats. The venison was sliced after being boiled, served with sauce for dipping, alongside beef. The staple was a noodle soup, prepared by Lin Chu's servants, enriched with tender meat, bursting with flavor. Tian Qingwan had brought her maid, Yu Zhu, who was round and charming, with a lovely face. After savoring a bowl of the noodle soup, Tian Qingwan exclaimed, I have heard much about Lin Lang's noodle soup, yet never had the chance to taste it until today. It is indeed extraordinary. If you enjoy it, please have more, Lin Chu encouraged with a smile. Tian Qingwan shook her head. I cannot eat anymore. My appetite is modest, Yu Zhu. You must be cautious as well. If you eat too much, you shall gain weight, and I would not appreciate that. Yu Zhu, realizing her gaze lingered too long, reluctantly averted her eyes. Lin Gongzi, I possess your poetry collection, albeit a handwritten version. Last night, I transcribed your new poem. May I request you to bestow a title upon it? Tian Qingwan said, producing a booklet from her sleeve and extending it toward Lin Chu. He flipped through the pages, recognizing the poems as his own, composed during his correspondence with Ning Zichu. Seemed this collection had circulated from Ning Zichu. Given the demand, he could consider printing it. Upon returning to Jiangnan, he would arrange for this, as movable type printing was not particularly challenging, easier than forging weapons. The collection contained 10 poems, and with the new edition, it made 11. However, he felt the titles were lacking. After some contemplation, Lin Chu instructed Shiren to prepare ink, as he amended the titles. Subsequently, he inscribed his name on the cover. After Shiren gently blew on the ink to dry it, she handed the booklet back to Tian Qingwan. Tian Qingwan carefully turned the pages, her expression momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Chu's revised titles, before exclaiming, Lin Gongzi, your revisions are truly marvelous. The title of a poem holds great significance. It can be the finishing touch, akin to putting the final stroke on a painting. I have heard you also play the pipa and have composed a new tune, accompanied by lyrics? Lin Chu was taken aback. Such news had spread even to Exine? I have sung a piece, but I do not have a particular fondness for it, he replied, nodding. Tian Qingwan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Lin Chu shrugged, spreading his hands. I did not bring my pipa or eru, so I cannot sing. Yu Zhu, please fetch the pipa from the carriage, Tian Qingwan urged eagerly. Observing her excitement, Lin Chu found it difficult to refuse. She was indeed a quintessential fan, becoming his admirer, which was rather amusing. In his contemplation, his gaze wandered over her graceful figure, stirring an unusual sensation within him. As he lifted the pipa, Lin Chu rubbed his forehead and glanced at the 3 women before him, all with bright eyes, seated earnestly like students waiting for a lesson. He plucked a few strings, adjusting their tension slightly before beginning to play. Outside the long pavilion, his voice was slightly husky, imbued with a sense of nostalgia, a remembrance of a past life. No matter what, he could never return. As he finished the piece, he noticed Tian Qingwan's eyes glistening with unshed tears, her emotions evident. Though she admired Han culture and exuded the grace of a refined lady, she still possessed the warmth and openness characteristic of the Miao people, which allowed her to be unreserved in Lin Chu's presence. In contrast, Ning Zichu had never been so bold, despite their long acquaintance. She had only recently committed herself to him. Shiren observed Lin Chu with concern, while Yu Zhu continued to eat, oblivious to the unfolding events. Do you have burdens weighing on your mind, Gongzi? Tian Qingwan inquired gently. Lin Chu set down the pipa, replying softly, everyone harbors their own troubles, whether near or far. There are always ties that cannot be easily severed. Gongzi, I am willing to listen, Tian Qingwan said earnestly. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I, however, am already wed. I previously discussed this matter with the local chieftain. It would be impossible for you to become a concubine. Lin Gongzi, we Miao people can take 7 wives, and concubines do not count, Tian Qingwan replied generously. Lin Chu's heart stirred. He found himself somewhat intrigued. After all, she was a stunning beauty, and her alliance could strengthen his hold over Lin Zhai. After a moment's thought, he quietly asked, you truly would not mind? I do not mind. After all, you have your own village here. In the future, I may very well live here, assisting you with the affairs of the village, Tian Qingwan replied softly. Her face flushing as she lowered her gaze, falling silent. Shiren was astonished. Such discussions between men and women were quite unheard of in Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Yu Zhu remained unfazed, continuing to eat. Lin Chu reached out and took Tian Qingwan's hand. Her grip tightened as she reciprocated. Looking up at him with a bright smile in her clear eyes, Shiren stood and performed a respectful bow, saying, I have met the future mistress. As you are Lin Lang's personal maid, you may as well call me sister, Tian Qingwan gently suggested, grasping Shiren's small hand. Lin Chu was taken aback. She indeed knew how to win hearts. Marrying her to manage Lin Zhai might yield beneficial outcomes. Her hand was softer still, slightly damp with sweat, reminiscent of Xiao Zichu. After conversing for a while, Tian Qingwan began to feel fatigued. After all, she had risen quite early that day, according to her. She had awoken before dawn, eagerly anticipating her meeting with Lin Chu, which prompted her to arrive at breakfast. This indicated her heartfelt longing. Run guided her to Lin Chu's room, where she lay down on his bed. Imowen arrived before noon, accompanied by 2 guards, carrying a rather large box. That moment, Tian Qingwan had yet to awaken. Settling in the inn's lobby, Imowen addressed Lin Chu, Lin Gongzi. We shall be departing Xinyi City tomorrow. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Imo Zhanggue. Then today shall serve as our farewell, Lin Chu replied with a smile, signaling for the staff to bring out the dishes. Imowen nodded. Lin Gongzi. After the new year, I will return to Xinyi to deliver new porcelain and procure some medicinal herbs. Then we shall have the chance to meet again. I too shall likely return, Lin Chu responded. Imowen opened the box he had brought, smiling. Lin Gongzi. I have brought this Lingji mushroom, worth 500 taels. Would you care to share half? Master Imo, truly, it is unnecessary. I harbor no interest in such matters. Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. The more he insisted on selling his wares, the less Lin Chu felt inclined to purchase them, believing there must be some underlying issue at play. Meng Tuo approached from the side, assisting in the serving of dishes. A task Lin Chu had assigned to him for the purpose of discerning the authenticity of the Ganoderma. Lin Chu cast a glance at him, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. Meng Tuo sniffed, then examined the Ganoderma before turning and leaving without hesitation. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, featuring both fish and meat, though the chef's skills left much to be desired. Lin Chu planned to create a recipe book upon his return, aiming to promote it within the Michelin sphere. He envisioned dishes such as roasted duck and braised pork, for such culinary talents were sorely lacking in Jinling. Once these dishes were introduced, they would undoubtedly be a hit. After sharing a few more exchanges with Imo, he excused himself, claiming the need to attend to personal matters. Turning a corner, he entered a side room, with Meng Tuo following closely behind. Gently stating, "Young master, that Ganoderma is a hollow one." "What do you mean by a hollow Ganoderma?" Lin Chu asked, taken aback. Meng Tuo explained. "It signifies that it has not matured for a millennium. It is entirely hollow, the spores having been released, rendering it worthless. However, this particular specimen appears somewhat unique, as it seems to harbor other elements within. The aroma suggests it has been infested by the seeds of other plants. There should be new sprouts inside, possibly something akin to gastrodia." "Very well, I understand," Lin Chu nodded, exiting the room. Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, it became apparent that Imo harbored ulterior motives, evidently having suffered a loss and seeking to alleviate his burden by involving Lin Chu. Upon resuming his seat, Imo inquired once more, "Young Master Lin, are you truly not interested in this Ganoderma?" "Master Imo, we do share some camaraderie. This Ganoderma is hollow, and it would be inappropriate for you to sell it to me, especially at the price of 500 taels of silver." Lin Chu shook his head. Imo was momentarily stunned, his face flushing with embarrassment, before he clasped his fists and replied, "I did not anticipate that young Master Lin would possess such discernment. I seem to have strayed from proper conduct. In that case, I shall gift it to you, as it is indeed a loss, and its value has diminished. I hope you do not judge me to be a deceitful merchant because of this." With that, he placed the Ganoderma into a box and slid it across the table towards Lin Chu. Lin Chu, taken aback, smiled and said, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Master Imo, let us drink." The two enjoyed several cups of wine, accompanied by the dishes, with the staple being noodle dumplings, which Imo relished. After their meal, Imo gently asked, "I heard that young Master Lin acquired a Yuan Chen pearl yesterday?" "Indeed, that is the case," Lin Chu confirmed with a nod. Imo sighed. "That pearl was obtained by the He family, costing 300 taels of silver. It appears young Master Lin has struck a fortunate deal. I must admit, I have some interest in the Yuan Chen pearl myself. However, I imagine young Master Lin would not part with it. Given that you are not in need of silver, I shall have to seek another opportunity. There are still quite a few Yuan turtles in Xinya. Fortune seems to favor me." Lin Chu chuckled, signaling for tea to be served. He understood that Imo was indeed intrigued by the Yuan Chen pearl, but having had his thoughts laid bare by Lin Chu, he chose to let the matter rest. As they sipped tea and conversed, Imo promised to visit Lin Chu again next time. After bidding farewell to Imo, Lin Chu instructed Meng Tuo to take the box. Chapter 058. Recipe book. Meng Tuo produced a sharp knife. Slicing open the Ganoderma as he cut, he remarked, "Young master, there appears to be a small incision here, likely made by Imo previously. However, he did not cut it completely, merely a slight incision, which is why he discovered it to be hollow. Had he cut it more thoroughly, it would have been too evident, yet he cut too little. Hence he overlooked the presence of some medicinal sprouts. Furthermore, a portion of this Ganoderma is indeed usable. This portion can be ground into powder for consumption, which can treat internal bruising and also provide tranquility. It is quite valuable. I shall attend to the usable portion shortly. This occurred within Lin Chu's quarters, and he nodded in silence, observing as Meng Tuo dissected the Ganoderma. Inside, numerous medicinal sprouts were revealed, lush and green, numbering well over 1,000. Lin Chu praised Meng Tuo's prowess. These are the sprouts of dendrobium. We can plant them directly. This medicinal herb is highly valued and has absorbed the properties of the Ganoderma, making it unique compared to other dendrobium. Meng Tuo's face lit up with delight, and Lin Chu shared in the excitement. If this were the case, it would be possible to cultivate a plot of land in Lin Village to grow these herbs, thereby establishing a viable source of income in the future. Lin Chu left the remaining tasks to Meng Tuo, staying in Xinya City for another 2 days before returning to Lin Village. The garments for Luo Yunjin and Qiu Zhu were also completed. During these days, Lin Chu had grown closer to Tian Qingwan. Although nothing had transpired, her thoughts were entirely devoted to him. Upon Lin Chu's return, Tian Qingwan arranged to visit him in Lin Village in a few days. After all, she was the sister of Tian Buki and had to consider his reputation, making it impossible for her to leave Xinya City at will. During the journey home, Luo Yunjin and Qiu Zhu shared a carriage, with Meng Tuo accompanying them. Although Lin Chu required his assistance in procuring medicinal materials, there were still some sprouts that needed planting, so he would return to Lin Village first. However, Meng Tuo had already been busy gathering medicinal materials. Having organized several people for the task, Meng Tuo did not ride a horse. He sprinted alongside the carriage at an astonishing speed, keeping pace effortlessly, his breathing steady. Inside the carriage, Lin Chu glanced at a bag beside him, filled with jewelry he had purchased in Xinya City, all intended for women. Shirun had also acquired several pieces, arranging them as gifts for Qingwen, Pinger, and keeping a couple for herself, among other such items. There were many treasures from the Miao village, but the most surprising to Lin Chu was a type of foot adornment, crafted with delicate golden threads, designed to encircle the middle finger and cover the entire instep. Glimmering beautifully, with a pair of feet as fair as jade, the overall appearance would be enchanting. Shiren's feet were quite lovely, petite and snow-white, appearing exceedingly tender, thus shining brilliantly. However, such items were merely trinkets for the boudoir, as wearing such foot adornments would preclude the possibility of wearing shoes. Thus, they made their way back to Lin Village. Upon entering the gates, Lin Chu exhaled a sigh of relief. During his absence, Lin Village had seen enhanced construction. The outer walls were more fortified, and several arrow slits had been added. Houses were under construction, and the atmosphere was bustling with activity. As they entered, Qiu Zhu lifted the carriage curtain to peek outside, then froze in surprise, pulling Luo Yunjin over to share the view. Lin Village was not significantly different from other Miao villages, yet it exuded a vibrant vitality. The villagers wore smiles on their faces, diligently engaged in their work. Upon arriving here, Luo Yunjin felt her heart lighten, shedding the pressures she had experienced in Xinya City. Previously, she had been a demure young lady, rarely leaving her home, hardly even walking much. Ever since Luo Tongpan had been imprisoned, her life had changed dramatically, filled with anxiety. Though Lin Chu had rescued her, she still felt apprehensive, fearing she might be taken away again, until she reached Lin Village, where her heart finally found peace, for it was far removed from Xinya City. Lin Chu's residence was quite grand, resembling a 6-courtyard layout, with the main dwelling housing Lin Chu and his family. After settling in the front hall, a flurry of figures rushed in. Zhang Liang and Lin Qi were among them. Upon seeing that he was unharmed, everyone sighed in relief. It is a relief that young master has returned safely. Bo Long has not yet lost his composure. And I have been quite worried, Zhang Liang said softly. Lin Chu nodded. In a few days, we shall return. The ensuing matters will be entrusted to Steward Qi. However, Lin Village now boasts 1,500 warriors, which is ample. Yin Chuan, you shall remain to continue training the troops, while the others will accompany me back. With Yin He here, it suffices. As for the grain, we have prepared the granaries. We will store it for now. And in the future, Steward Qi can arrange for it to be sent to Yueshan City. Next year, we must promote the cultivation of sweet potatoes. Perhaps we can manage 2 harvests. Initially, Lin Village had only 1,000 warriors. But the previous battle against Bo Long had seen over 500 defectors. After Bo Long's arrival, he sought to reclaim them, yet they were unwilling to leave. The conditions here were far too favorable. And with Yin Chuan's continuous persuasion, These individuals had developed a stronger sense of belonging to Lin village, choosing to remain. Lin Chu assured him, young master need not worry. I have already coordinated with Steward Zhang. He has provided me with all the details, and there shall be no issues. Young master, perhaps I should remain as well. After the new year, following the spring planting, I can return. The climate in Lin village is temperate, allowing for an earlier spring planting. After the spring planting, I shall make my way back to Yueshan City. I would also appreciate it if young master could inform my mother that I shall not be returning for this year's ancestral rites, Zhang Liang suggested gently. Lin Chu regarded him and nodded, very well, I appreciate your efforts. While Lin Chi was competent, Zhang Liang was clearly more seasoned. With him stationed here, Lin Chu felt considerably reassured. After imparting a few more instructions, they dispersed. Meng Tuo took a group to plant the medicinal sprouts. The sprouts were not sown in the flat plains at the foot of the mountain, but rather in terraced fields among the hills, ultimately planting approximately 2 acres. After 2 days of diligent work, Meng Tuo finished and departed to return to Xinya City to gather medicinal materials. This round trip would take only 5 days. And Lin Chu had dispatched guards to accompany him to in the rear hall. Lin Chu sat in his study, using a quill to write. He was drafting a recipe book. During this time, whenever he had a spare moment, he worked on the recipes, which were not haphazardly composed. He meticulously selected 100 dishes, sufficient to establish a solid foundation for Michelin. A knock sounded at the door, and Luo Yunjin's voice came through, young master. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chu acknowledged her, and she entered. Draped in a vibrant, voluminous skirt, she had surprisingly donned an attire distinct from her usual garb, accentuating her long legs and leaving onlookers in awe. Young master, in a few days you will journey to Sihai City. I wish to visit Dongzhou Jiang and I wonder if there is any way for me to go. Luo Yunjin spoke softly, still unaware that Lin Chu hailed from Dongzhou, and more so, that he was indeed the Lin Chu she was referring to. Lin Chu paused momentarily, then smiled gently. There is no issue. You may accompany me. Thank you, young master. I possess nothing of worth and am uncertain if I can repay your kindness in the future. Thus, upon my return from Jiangnan, I am willing to devote my life to serve you eternally, Luo Yunjin said, kneeling with an expression of profound emotion. Chapter 059. Parting Lin Chu hastily reassured her, Yunjin, I have already mentioned that this matter is in the past. You need not dwell on it in any case. If you wish to go to Jiangnan, then live well while you are there. Luo Yunjin rose, casting a glance at Lin Chu, shaking her head slightly. Young master, some debts of gratitude must be repaid. If I cannot persuade you otherwise, then I shall cease my efforts. Return and prepare. We shall depart as soon as the medicinal herbs arrive, Lin Chu said softly. Luo Yunjin nodded and turned to leave. Within the village, Yin Chuan trained soldiers daily, and after his drills, he busied himself with constructing buildings, where cement played an invaluable role. However, cement production had ceased, with the last batch lying idle in the storeroom. Subsequently, Lin Chu ordered the cement kiln to be sealed, as he alone held the recipe, ensuring that no one else could manufacture it. He did not wish for cement to be disseminated, as it was the finest tool for construction. The remaining cement, aside from some reserved for repairs, Lin Chu planned to use for road construction, ensuring the paths within the village were impeccably maintained. Daily, he met with Zhang Liang to discuss forthcoming tasks. Finding Zhang Liang to be an exceptionally competent steward, Meng Tuo returned a day early, having transported over 20 carts of medicinal herbs. After making some arrangements, Lin Chu set out the following day. With the new year fast approaching, Lin Chu calculated the time, and it indeed seemed appropriate. Before his departure, as Lin Chu's entourage passed the intersection leading to Xinya City, a horse-drawn carriage came to a halt. With Tian Qingwan peeking out, Lin Chu signaled for the convoy to stop, dismounted, and climbed aboard Tian Qingwan's carriage. During this period, she had not visited the village but had corresponded with Lin Chu a few times. Tian Buki had recently traveled to the capital of the southern Jin kingdom, Wuzhou City, having become the 4th chieftain, to meet the emperor and await a decree, hence his absence. Under such circumstances, Tian Qingwan found it inappropriate to meet Lin Chu. The carriage was suffused with a woman's fragrance. Tian Qingwan donned a flowing white dress, her earlobes adorned with substantial gold hoop earrings, likely hollow to avoid being overly heavy. She possessed a curvaceous figure. And upon seeing Lin Chu, her eyes reddened, and she grasped his hand, exclaiming, Lin Lang, I have missed you dearly. I have missed you too, Qingwan. I must return home and will not be able to visit again until after next year's imperial examination, Lin Chu sighed. Tian Qingwan's tears began to flow as she gently implored, Lin Lang, you won't forget me, will you? Never, Lin Chu assured her firmly, wrapping his arms around her waist and tenderly squeezing. Tian Qingwan stiffened for a moment, then melted against him, clutching his arm. Lin Lang, I yearn to accompany you to Jiangnan. If you come, the Tian chieftain may have thoughts about me. It would be best to bear with it for now. After the examination, I will find time to visit you, Lin Chu replied gently, then shifted the conversation. I shall seek a position in a city close to southern Jin, and then I will come to find you. Lin Lang, you won't forget me, will you? Tian Qingwan asked once more, her eyes glistening with tears, a question she posed for a second time. Lin Chu shook his head, holding her tightly, his hand exploring gently, silently commending her form. Noting it was indeed impressive, comparable to that of Xiao Chu, with scarcely any difference. Tian Qingwan let out a soft whimper, her body yielding even further as she gazed up at Lin Chu, whispering, if you do not come before summer next year, I shall seek you out in Jiangnan and never leave your side again. Chapter 060. That Lin Chu the convoy continued onward, with Yen Chuan remaining in the village to persist with training. While Yen He accompanied Lin Chu as they journeyed northwards, bypassing Sihai City without pause. Luo Yunjin observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. Qiuzhu, equally puzzled, watched as the convoy veered, evidently heading towards the borders of Dongzhou. The nearest city to Sihai being Yingshui. Miss, when we stop to prepare a meal, I shall inquire of Lin Gongzi, Qiuzhu suggested softly. Luo Yunjin nodded, feeling a twinge of unease, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The group kindled a fire in the wilderness to cook. Wang Dachui's expression was a complex one. This was his homeland, yet due to a past robbery, he had chosen to follow Lin Chu. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets, for during his time with Lin Chu, he had experienced extraordinary happiness, with abundant meals each day. The thought of returning home to a life of uncertainty and hunger sent a shiver down his spine. He resolved to cling tightly to Lin Chu's coattails. During his time with Lin Chu, he had also come to learn more about the realities of life under the four great chieftains. Soldiers seldom enjoyed regular meals, sometimes going days without meat. This only served to deepen his admiration for Lin Chu, solidifying his determination to follow him unconditionally, striving to contribute in any way possible while remaining diligent in his training, constantly reminded of the three major disciplines. Diligently propagating Lin Chu's virtues as if he were a deity. Fortunately, his perseverance bore fruit, as his martial prowess rapidly improved. He had risen to the position of a captain, overseeing 100 men, including 10 squad leaders. Qiuzhu and Luo Yunjin alighted from the carriage and sat aside. Due to her limited mobility, Luo Yunjin could not walk far without discomfort, her demeanor somewhat demure. Miss, I shall go and ask, Qiuzhu whispered in Luo Yunjin's ear. Luo Yunjin nodded, and Qiuzhu turned to approach Lin Chu, gently inquiring, Lin Gongzi, are you not from Sihai City? Where are we headed now? Of course, we are bound for Yueshan City. Lin Chu shrugged lightly. Qiuzhu paused in surprise, asking, why? Because we hail from Yushan City, not Sihai City, Lu Qiushui replied with a smile from the side. Qiuzhu stared blankly, Yushan City? Aren't you from the southern Jin? So, you come from the eastern Zhou? Is Master Lin truly that Lin Chu? Can there be another Lin Chu in this world? My young master is the eldest son of the Lin family in Yushan City, Lu Qiushui affirmed. Qiuzhu let out a delighted shriek, jumping in place. Her voluptuous figure made the motion quite graceful. In the next moment, she rushed back to Luo Yunjin's side, gripping her hand excitedly. Miss? Master Lin is Lin Chu. Of course I know my master is Lin Chu. Qiuzhu, are you all right? Luo Yunjin replied, momentarily taken aback as she reached out to stroke Qiuzhu's forehead with a puzzled expression. Qiuzhu stomped her foot. Oh, miss, I am perfectly fine. Master is indeed Lin Chu from the Lin family in Yushan City. There is no other Lin Chu who can compose poetry. Only then did Luo Yunjin grasp the meaning behind Qiuzhu's words. Pausing for a moment before taking a deep breath and exclaiming, so Master Lin is Lin Chu from Yushan City? No wonder he can play the pipa. When Miss Tian visited that day, I heard beautiful pipa melodies coming from his room, a lovely new tune. So he is that Lin Chu. I must meet him. He is my favorite poet, and some even call him the poet saint of the Eastern Zhou. How remarkable! At that moment, Lin Chu was enjoying a bowl of noodle dumpling soup. As they approached the border between Eastern Zhou and Southern Jin. The weather had turned cold, and he donned a cloak. Luo Yunjin took a seat beside him, and someone served her a bowl of noodle dumpling soup. She placed it down and looked at Lin Chu earnestly. Master, you truly are Lin Chu from Yushan City? Indeed. And if you doubt it, you will find out when we reach Yushan City, Lin Chu replied with a gentle smile. Luo Yunjian felt a wave of relief wash over her. The further north they traveled, the lighter her heart felt. She felt as if she had distanced herself from the former Luo Yunjian. Yet, she had never imagined that the poet saint of the Eastern Zhou, Lin Chu, would appear by her side, the very poet she adored. Taking a deep breath, she looked at him earnestly and said, "Master, I am truly delighted. You are that Lin Chu. I shall serve you forever." "Yunjian, feel free to call me master, but let us address each other as equals. You see, Shiren is my maid, and she refers to me in the same manner," Lin Chu replied softly. Luo Yunjian nodded. "Then I shall heed your wishes." Master, may I request a copy of your poetry collection when it is published? It would be wonderful if you could inscribe a note for me." "No problem. Upon my return, I plan to print a batch of poetry collections for sale. I will ensure you receive one," Lin Chu agreed. Noting that this task needed to be prioritized, Luo Yunjian smiled brightly, her face radiant in the firelight, embodying the brilliance of womanhood. After their meal, Shiren helped Lin Chu wash his face, feet, and even brush his teeth. Given the cold weather, they used warm water. As Lin Chu lay down, Shiren nestled into his embrace, bringing a comforting warmth. Lin Chu found himself yearning for home. The heated Kong at home must be warm. Filling the entire room with coziness when he had remodeled the Kong, placing the stove outside, connecting the rooms, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. Lin Chu's legs enveloped Shiren's petite feet, which felt slightly cold as he held her entirely in his arms. "Master, it seems you've grown taller. I can hardly escape your embrace," Shiren remarked softly, her petite figure surprisingly well proportioned. Lin Chu was taken aback, measuring himself and realizing he had indeed grown a few inches. Perhaps nearing 6 feet, likely due to his consistent training. As he pondered, he tightened his hold on Shiren and gently said, "Sleep now. In 3 days, we shall return." "Master, I miss Sister Qingwen," Shiren replied. Lin Chu nodded. "I miss her too." "I know why you miss her, master. I understand everything," Shiren responded. Her cheeks flushed, though in the darkness, her expression remained hidden. Only her warmth could be felt against Lin Chu's chest. Moments later, she suggested softly, "Master, next time I could help push, so you could save some energy. How does that sound?" "That sounds good," Lin Chu replied with a smile, his heart racing at the thought of such a scene. Having been a monk for several months, he truly missed Qingwen. The warmth beneath the covers grew more comforting, and Shiren's body temperature rose, making their embrace all the more pleasurable. Chapter 61. Jiangnan. Upon returning to Yushan City, only 4 days remained until the new year. The streets were lively, bustling with vendors calling out their wares, selling Jiangnan rice cakes. This year, without gunpowder, there were no fireworks or firecrackers. Lin Chu surveyed the familiar streets, raising an eyebrow as he felt his heart completely ease. Qiuzhu and Luo Yunjian also watched, their faces reflecting the vibrant scene of Yushan City, with Qiuzhu murmuring, "Miss, Jiangnan is so prosperous." Luo Yunjian admired the scenery as well. Indeed, Yushan City's allure far surpassed that of Exinyi City, though the wind was rather fierce, causing her to shiver. "It truly is a land of abundance. How delightful," Luo Yunjian sighed. Lin Chu returned to the Lin residence, accompanied only by Lu Qiushui and Ding Wu, along with Luo Yunjian and her maid. The others had returned to Chuzhuang in the outer city, taking the medicinal herbs with them. The 2 horse-drawn carriages entered Lin Mansion, proceeding directly to Lin Chu's private courtyard. He then visited his parents. When Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan saw him, their faces lit up with joy. Lu Wanwan embraced him, worry etched on her face, her eyes slightly red as she patted his back. "Chu heir, your mother has been so worried for too long, always fearing something would happen to you in the Miao village. Now that you are back, I can finally relax. Promise me you won't go back again. There's no need. We'll send your father instead." Lin Qinghe's eyes twitched slightly. But when he looked at Lin Chu, pride radiated from him as he patted Lin Chu's arm. "Chu heir, let me go next time," Lin Qinghe said gently, raising an eyebrow. "We received a letter from Lin Qi, stating that you have been doing exceptionally well there. You've defeated Bo Long, and a 4th chieftain has emerged in the Miao village, all thanks to your efforts behind the scenes. You have also fortified the Lin village, securing a place for yourself in the Miao village. Truly impressive." Lin Chu smiled. "Father, mother, I should continue to go. I have gained a certain reputation there. However, all of this will have to wait until the imperial examinations are over. After the new year, I will likely head to Jinling." Lu Wanwan patted him a few more times, her fragrance wafting from her, her eyes still red. Lin Chu shared a meal with his parents, conversing for an hour and a half before finally taking his leave. Returning to his own courtyard, Shi-Run had already prepared water for him, assisting him in undressing and bathing. Sitting in the spacious bath, with warmth radiating from the fire outside, it was exceedingly comfortable. During the journey, Lin Chu had been unable to wash, and after bathing for what felt like an eternity, he emerged refreshed. The room was warm from the heated Kong, so it was not cold. Luo Yunjian and Qiuzhu stayed in the outer room, having bathed as well, with the lingering scent of soap, lotus fragrance, pervading the air. Master, Yongan is truly beautiful, though a bit cold, Luo Yunjian remarked softly. Lin Chu smiled. The timing is off. Come spring, it will be even more splendid. The flowers on the river bloom redder than fire, and when spring comes, the waters are as green as blue. Jiangnan will be even more enchanting then. Luo Yunjian's eyes brightened, savoring his words. What a lovely poem, she declared earnestly, then shifted the conversation. Master, when do you plan to print the poetry collection? Lin Chu pondered for a moment. After the new year. I need to write out the necessary characters and create the molds. I can assist with that, Luo Yunjian offered earnestly. Lin Chu felt a stirring in his heart. Her handwriting was quite beautiful, making it perfect for printing. He nodded. Then I shall trouble you. Please write. He entrusted her with all the poems and recipes. And he even composed several additional poems, for a mere dozen would not suffice for a collection. The poem, Jiangnan, would be included, and he intended to write a few more to reach 30. The next morning, Lin Chu returned to Chuzhuang, where Qingwen and Ping Er awaited him. Upon seeing him, Qingwen tightly embraced his waist, silent, her eyes glistening with tears. He looked down at her, feeling a pang of longing. Lifting her into his arms, he settled into a nearby chair, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb, reveling in the softness of her delicate skin. However, the tears kept flowing, like a string of raindrops. Qingwen, were you worried about me? Lin Chu asked softly, then shifted the topic. There are many things I must attend to, such as going to the Miao village. While I could pursue the imperial examination route, one must always prepare for the worst. It's essential to have a fallback plan. Should anything arise, that would be my refuge. My father will inevitably age, and at that time, I must support our family. Thus, my journey to Lin village is a decision I do not regret. There will be many foreseeable and unforeseeable events ahead, and I may face various adventures, so I need you to manage the household well. Qingwen lifted her head to gaze at him, her face radiant and beautiful. For months, Lin Chu had been ignorant of the taste of meat. His heart, aflame with longing, inhaled deeply as he cradled Qingwen and entered the inner chamber. After renovations, Chuzhuang had been equipped with heated Kong beds, rendering the room delightfully warm. The dimly lit space was suffused with a faint glow. The curtains crafted by Lin Chu's orders could not entirely obscure the light, casting flickering shadows, and the air was permeated with the scent of a woman's sweat. After a considerable time, Lin Chu held Qingwen tightly in his embrace. She sighed softly, her cheeks flushed. The sorrow that once adorned her features had vanished, leaving only a glimmer of spring in her eyes. Master, I miss you so much, Qingwen called out, then gently added. When we met earlier, I cannot explain why, but I felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Yet, I did not wish for you to see, so I held back, weeping silently. During this time, I fear nothing else, but I dread the thought of you being hurt or going hungry. Just thinking of you causes my heart to ache. I can only keep myself occupied with chores at the estate to distract myself from longing for you. Master, I will not hinder your endeavors in the future, but I hope to accompany you. Lin Chu reached out to pinch her soft backside, then spoke gently. Do your best, but you must learn to adapt. For we often cannot control our own destinies. Beneath the facade of prosperity lies a multitude of perils. We must possess some means of self-preservation, especially in these tumultuous times among the four nations. Master, if you have matters to attend to, I will surely accompany you, never to live apart, lest you feel lonely, Qingwen replied softly, her tone revealing a hint of determination. Lin Chu was taken aback and inquired, why? I have inquired about Shi-Run. For these past months, you have not been with any woman, enduring in silence. I know you would only seek the company of those who stir your emotions. Shi-Run is indeed a worthy companion, yet you insist on waiting until she turns 18. I understand your tenderness towards women. In my life, I have never encountered a man who cherishes women as you do, Qingwen murmured, her voice slightly breathless, lacking strength. She paused, her enchanting demeanor strikingly beautiful. Before she continued, aside from you, no other man could compare. You? Why not inquire about Zhongliang? Lin Chu chuckled. Qingwen shook her head earnestly. He works for you, master. My concern lies solely with your safety. For you are the pillar of our family. Lin Chu fell silent, embracing her, feeling a surge of strength within himself. Indeed, he had become notably stronger during this time. Chapter 62. Matters of the Hidden Sect. When he rose, Lin Chu was enveloped in the fragrance of locust blossoms, while Qingwen had already succumbed to slumber. In the main hall, Lin Chu sat in a space that had been transformed into a Kong-like setting. The ground heated by a stove, making it pleasantly warm throughout. Pinger brought him tea, and Yu Shaoqing entered, followed by others. Young master, everything has been settled in Jinling. Shirtu residence is up and running. Thriving is one of the top businesses in Jinling, especially with soaps, toilet paper, and napkins, as well as Linlang's pins. Sales have been exceptional. I believe it won't be long before it becomes a renowned enterprise across the land, Yu Shaoqing said, beaming with delight, then shifted the topic. I think Yurong is quite remarkable. When I shared your thoughts with him, he understood immediately. By the way, has the steward returned? Zhang Liang will be staying in Lin village for some time. During this period, you will oversee matters at the estate, along with the fourth steward. You will need to exert yourself a bit more, Lin Chu replied with a smile, a flicker of intrigue stirring within him as he nodded at Lin Si, who bowed in respect. Rest assured, young master, I will diligently fulfill my duties. By the way, how is Lao Chi faring? He is well, and has even sent back a letter for you, Lin Chu responded. Lin Si and Lin Chi were not true brothers but had been brought up by Lin Qinghe, accompanying him in commerce since their youth, thus becoming well-versed in various matters. The bonds among these stewards were strong, having been orphans in the past. They were adopted by the Lin family, who treated them with great kindness, leading them to regard themselves as part of the family. A portion of wheat had been planted at the estate. As per Lin Chu's request, the Jiangnan region was indeed suitable for wheat cultivation, with an earlier harvest time. After addressing everyone regarding the forthcoming tasks, particularly concerning the printing workshop, Lin Chu instructed Lin Si to select a group of individuals and find a blacksmith to create lead type. He hoped to produce a batch within half a month for printing poetry collections and menus. The menus were intended for guests, as illustrations could not be printed in this era, leaving only written words, which was already a significant breakthrough. Subsequently, Lin Chu wandered around the estate, observing the soldiers training under Yin He. During this time, the soldiers had exhibited a remarkable enhancement in their vigor, displaying traces of iron-blooded spirit. Yu Shaoqing remained by his side, gently speaking, young master, there is one thing I forgot to mention. A hero visited, waiting for you for several days before departing. He mentioned he would return before the year ends. I estimate it will be in the next few days. You will be taking the imperial examination in May of next year, so we must leave by March, and it takes about 8 days to reach Jinling. There are many wealthy scions and influential families in Jinling. Also, the first royal merchant of our Zhou country is based there. Although not comparable to the 3 great merchants of the world, they are only slightly inferior. Lin Chu nodded. The hero's visit was likely regarding Yongan, and he pondered whether the hero had dealt with her. Speaking of the 3 great merchants, they represented the pinnacle of commerce. Though the Lin family, one of the 4 great merchants of Jiangnan, boasted a stellar reputation, they still fell short compared to the 3 great merchants. This was primarily due to the royal business they engaged in, which yielded high profits, leading many smaller businesses to rely on the 3 great merchants. These 3 merchant houses could be said to be draining the lifeblood of the smaller enterprises, allowing them to expand into various fields, thus highlighting the advantages of royal merchants, which made it easier for them to grow. However, the greatest drawback of royal merchants was their lack of longevity. A change in emperor might result in the replacement of a royal merchant. Consequently, truly enduring royal merchants were rare. While the Lin family had operated in Jiangnan for over a century, adhering to the founding principle of not becoming a royal merchant, the Dongzhou royal merchant was the Lu family, the maternal family of the empress. In the past, they were merely a small business in Jinling, subsisting beneath the 4 great merchants of Jiangnan. After the Lu family became royal merchants, they had proposed cooperation with the 4 merchants of Jiangnan, but all requests were unequivocally declined. The Lu family was ostentatious, and one could only imagine their arrogance upon becoming a royal merchant after once being a mere small business. Their attitude towards the 4 great families of Jiangnan was indeed haughty. Nevertheless, the 4 great families possessed considerable influence in the court, so after the rejections, the Lu family found themselves powerless against them. Lin Chu understood Yu Shaoqing's intention. There were too many powerful individuals in Jinling, and they needed to maintain a low profile to avoid trouble. After a thorough inspection, Lin Chu turned back, contemplating whether to produce cement at Chuzhuang. However, there was no suitable limestone available, so it required further investigation. Moreover, the structure was already quite robust, so there was no urgent need for reinforcement. Upon reaching the back courtyard, a guard hurriedly approached, softly announcing, "Young master, the hero has arrived." Lin Chu was overjoyed and hurriedly made his way to the front hall. The matter concerning Yongan had always been a thorn in his heart. Jinling belonged to her territory, and should he fall victim to her schemes, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. In the front hall, the hero still donned humble attire, his beard unkempt, a sword hung at his waist, and an additional wine flask in tow, exuding an air of carefree solitude. "Hero, you have worked hard." Lin Chu bowed respectfully, casually handing over a silver note, another 1,000 taels. The hero accepted it, replying gently, "Young Master Lin, I have visited Jinling and located the hidden sect. I discussed matters regarding Yongan, and the hidden sect is willing to restrain her and resolve the conflict between you two. When you next visit Jinling, I will accompany you to converse in person, but the hidden sect is not lacking in skilled individuals, so I will also bring someone along." Lin Chu's heart tightened, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. The hero's words indirectly confirmed the formidable nature of the hidden sect. "Then I am truly grateful," Lin Chu replied with a bow. The hero smiled. "The strategist mentioned that young Master Lin has greatly assisted our stronghold. The Yanyu formation is exceptionally formidable, so regardless of the magnitude of the matter, we must lend our support and follow through to the end. By the way, I just spotted a Miao person, rather dark in complexion. Do you know who he is? His aptitude seems quite impressive. He must be a person from the martial world. Is he one of the new recruits you have brought in?" "Kind of. Why do you ask?" Lin Chu inquired. The hero nodded. "He appears to have practiced the Qianyi formula of the martial sect. He should be at the 5th rank, which qualifies him as an inner disciple. The Qianyi formula is one of the most potent martial arts in the world. Exceedingly domineering. I recently returned from a trip to Nanjing, where I brought Meng Tuo back with me," Lin Chu replied softly. The hero was taken aback, nodding. "So you went to Nanjing. I recall that your Lin family has a stronghold in the Miao village. You were there to handle matters regarding the stronghold, correct?" "Indeed, that region is a grain-producing area, crucial for our Lin family, so I went to attend to some affairs," Lin Chu affirmed. The hero remained silent, merely clasping his fists in respect. "Young Master Lin, I shall take my leave now. Before your journey to Jinling, do remember to send word, and I will bring people along." "Understood," Lin Chu replied, sending him off to the estate's entrance. The hero mounted his horse, his silhouette exuding a sense of solitude as he gradually faded from view. Chapter 63. The Qianyi formula. The new year had arrived, and Lin Chu returned to the Lin residence with Qingwen, Shiran, and Pinger. Luo Yunjin and Qiu Zhu also wished to accompany him, and he gladly included them. Yu Shaoqing, Lu Qiushui, and Meng Tuo followed suit, as 2 horse-drawn carriages departed from Chuzhuang. Before leaving, he personally pinned couplets, which were affixed to the grand entrance of Chuzhuang, adorning both the interior and exterior. Even he ensured that gifts were bestowed upon all the inhabitants of Chuzhuang, with each person receiving a pound of meat and 100 pounds of rice, which prompted the villagers to kneel outside the residence in gratitude. The simple folk, lacking alternative means of expressing their appreciation, remained ever so unpretentious. Upon returning to the Lin residence, he instructed Shiren to prepare the ink, and he composed a dozen couplets to adorn the entrance. This year, the custom of affixing couplets had yet to take hold, and the red paper was painstakingly crafted by Lin Chu himself. Luo Yunjin, intrigued, observed him as he wrote and gently inquired, "Young master, these couplets are splendid. What is their significance when placed upon the door?" "They merely express joy and serve as a plea for good fortune in the coming year. Apart from that, they hold little meaning," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Luo Yunjin nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "This truly pertains to the affairs of the common folk, who naturally wish for favorable weather and bountiful harvests in the year to come." "Yunjin, having arrived in Yu Mountain City for several days now, what are your intentions?" Lin Chu asked, then shifted the conversation. "If you wish to acquire a residence here, I can assist you. You are a well-educated and graceful individual, and given your beauty, finding a suitable husband should pose no challenge. With Qiu Zhu's care, along with Meng Tuo, Ade, and Aer, your living arrangements should be secure." Luo Yunjin's complexion paled as she gazed at Lin Chu. Shaking her head, "Young master, I only wish to serve you indefinitely. Having endured so much, my heart is resolute. Your rescue of me is a profound kindness that cannot be repaid with words alone. Thus, I am willing to be your servant, devoted to your care, and I shall never marry another. Please rest assured, young master. Lin Chu rubbed his brow, acknowledging her formidable determination. Qiu Zhu interjected, young master, Miss has long admired you. Back in Xinya City, upon first encountering your poetry, she was utterly captivated. Ever since, she has been consumed by thoughts of you, yearning for the chance to meet you, though she could not venture outside, often beset by melancholy. Now that she has finally entered the Lin household, she will surely not leave, hoping only for your kindness towards her, and she will diligently serve you. Qiu Zhu. Luo Yunjin stamped her foot. Her face flushed as she lowered her head and swayed slightly. Lin Chu chuckled, noting that if she truly felt embarrassed, she would not have allowed Qiu Zhu to finish her remarks, clearly using her words to convey unspoken sentiments. Nonetheless, she remained quite alluring, her entire demeanor soft and supple. Like a willow swaying in the breeze, her waist easily grasped, likely a result of her seclusion, having spent her days within the inner quarters, as Qiu Zhu said, rarely walking about. He took a deep breath and nodded, then stay. Luo Yunjin beamed with delight. Casting him a glance, bowing deeply, her cheeks growing ever redder. With the couplets now affixed, the atmosphere was jubilant, and Lin Qinghe was equally elated, bustling about and presenting gifts to various business partners. Lin Chu seated himself in the main hall and summoned Meng Tuo. Meng Tuo, are you affiliated with the Wuzong? Lin Chu inquired. Meng Tuo paused, confusion etched upon his face, then shook his head. Young master, I have never joined the Wuzong. I cannot be considered one of their own. Is that so? Then where did you learn the Qianiju? Lin Chu asked, taken aback, observing him closely. His demeanor did not suggest deceit. Meng Tuo spoke softly. Since you inquire, I must respond. I learned the Qianiju from the Mrs. maternal grandfather, a man of the martial world who saved me years ago and entrusted me with the care of the Mississippi. He imparted martial arts to me. Yet the master disapproved of mingling with those from the martial world, leading to a gradual severing of relations. The Miss's mother was also rescued by someone from the martial world, but when it came time to save the Miss, it was too late. Officials had skilled fighters covertly accompanying them, and the martial folk were heavily suppressed in Xinya City. Yet, I believe they would not allow the Miss to fall into the hands of the Jiafengxi. They sent word for me to care for the Miss, assuring me they would find a way to rescue her. Young master, this is the first time I have learned that the Qianiju belongs to the Wuzong. Lin Chu was taken aback, nodding slightly, feeling a peculiar sensation within. If that were the case, Luo Yunjin's grandfather must indeed be associated with the Wuzong. I understand. You may leave now, and please take good care of Yunjin. Lin Chu affirmed. Meng Tuo immediately knelt, bowing deeply. Young master, I shall no longer follow the Miss. I wish to serve you as a household servant. Since you rescued the Miss, a kindness of such magnitude cannot be repaid by her. So I shall serve you in her stead, willing to follow you faithfully. I grew up in Miao Village, and I possess great speed. My swiftness exceeds that of most horses, and I can run for 3 to 4 days without fatigue. Additionally, I can conceal my form and shoot bamboo arrows. I am certain I can be of assistance to you. Yunjin may eventually wed me as a concubine, which would suffice as repayment. You need not go to such lengths, Lin Chu replied. Shaking his head, Meng Tuo remained resolute, still kneeling. Young master, this is insufficient. You spent a great deal of silver to redeem the Mississippi then. You brought her to Jiangnan and cared for her well. She naturally admires you. So marrying you is only fitting. I shall continue to serve you as a household servant. Rise. Focus on your training and strive to achieve the 8th rank as soon as possible. Only then can you truly assist me, Lin Chu advised. Meng Tuo stood, smiling at Lin Chu. Previously, the Mrs. grandfather stated that I was of the 5th rank, but I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Chu was taken aback. At such a young age, hearing Luo Yunjin mention he was merely 17. If he were indeed to reach the 6th rank now, he would be a true prodigy in martial arts. Excellent, Lin Chu praised, then shifted the topic. So, Adia and Ayer also possess martial skills? Meng Tuo nodded. They were also taken in by the Mrs. grandfather, but their talents are lacking, so they did not learn the Qianiju. Instead, they studied another martial art. I believe it is called Qiyonggong, and they have only reached the 3rd rank. I see. You shall receive 10 taels of silver each month. Later, I will have the steward take you to acquire a few sets of robes, Lin Chu instructed, nodding. Meng Tuo bowed. Thank you, young master. Train diligently, by the way. Feel free to request any materials you require. The Lin family is relatively prosperous in Jiangnan, and anything purchasable with silver should be attainable, Lin Chu added. Meng Tuo nodded, then spoke softly. Those Lingji powders you provided are indeed beneficial. but if I could have some aged ginseng, it would be even better. The Qiani Ju is quite formidable, so additional medicinal herbs are necessary for balance. Lin Chu responded, understood. I will ensure you receive some in a few days. You may leave now. The matter of aged ginseng could be discussed with Gue Yuan Tang. Beiki had ginseng, and with the foundation of Gue Yuan Tang, they would certainly have access to it. He could negotiate a deal with them, selling the medicinal herbs he had brought back from Yao Village. Chapter 064. New Year lanterns adorn the eaves, swaying gently, as snowflakes drifted down. Thus fell the snow in Jiangnan. Inside the house, warmth enveloped the Lin family as they shared a meal. Lin Qinghe occupied the seat of honor, with Lu Wanwan and Lin Chu seated lower, while Qingwen attended to Lin Chu's needs. Her status had changed, now serving as Lin Chu's concubine, although there was no designated place for her. Lin Chu insisted she sit beside him, much to the approval of Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, featuring lamb and seafood among other delicacies. Chu heir, when do you plan to go to Jinling? Lu Wanwan inquired. Lin Chu pondered for a moment, replying, perhaps at the end of March. I will need some time to prepare once I arrive. Speaking of which, our family does not possess a residence in Jinling. After the new year, I will arrange for someone to purchase a house, Lin Qinghe remarked gently. Lin Chu shook his head. Father, there is no need. I have already made arrangements and purchased a residence. We can simply go there without troubling you. As he spoke, an unusual feeling stirred within him. This was true boldness, purchasing residences wherever he went, surely a sign of wealth. As long as it has been bought. That's good. Lin Qinghe's eyes sparkled with pride as he nodded, exclaiming, Chu heir is remarkable. Your dealings in commerce will surely flourish. Soap, toilet paper, and Lin Lang's pins will undoubtedly generate immense wealth. I suspect the royal family may procure these items. So you should establish a rapport with the Lu family. They have always been ostentatious, and I fear this may lead to trouble. Thus, if they seek to procure anything, it is wise to first connect with the inner court, which also has purchasing authority and does not necessarily have to rely on the Lu family. Your maternal grandfather may not be able to assist in this matter, but the Ning family certainly can. If you encounter Zichu, do seek her support. Lin Chu was taken aback, then nodded. Father, rest assured. I understand what to do. Regardless of whether the royal family makes purchases or not, I will contact the people from the inner court first. Royal business could pose a potential disaster for small enterprises, as some buyers often took goods without paying. However, with connections to the inner court, the people handling affairs beneath them would lack the audacity to act in such a manner. The current emperor of the Dongzhou dynasty was indeed quite wise. Thinking about the prospect of meeting Ning Zichu in Jinling filled Lin Chu with joy. After the meal, the household servants tidied up, and Lin Chu knelt on the ground, with Qingwen promptly following suit. Father, Mother, I wish you a happy new year, Lin Chu exclaimed, bowing his head. Qingwen mirrored his actions, saying nothing, then turned to Lin Chu and bowed, wishing the young master a happy new year. Lin Chu rose, helping Qingwen to her feet, and Lin Qinghe smiled, leading Lin Chu outside to the family ancestral hall. Inside the hall, the names of their ancestors were inscribed, and their graves were located in Yu Mountain City, where a mausoleum had been constructed. Lin Qinghe guided Lin Chu to kneel and bow. Revered ancestors, your descendant Chuer has now made significant progress and is about to take the imperial examination. There is a strong possibility that he will achieve the esteemed title of Jinsher, which would bring great honor to our Lin family. Our clan has never experienced such glory before. Qinghe is filled with joy and earnestly prays for the protection of our ancestors over Chuer, that our Lin family may flourish evermore. Lin Qinghe bowed his head repeatedly, murmuring his wishes. Lin Chu felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. It seemed that throughout history, the forebears of his family had always sought the blessings of their ancestors. Having concluded these matters, Lin Chu led Qingwen back to the courtyard. Inside, lanterns were hung, and couplets adorned the entrance. As Lin Chu settled into the hall, Luo Yunjin, Shiren, Pinger, and Xiaozhu approached him, kneeling to pay their New Year respects. Lin Chu retrieved silver notes from his sleeve, distributing one to each, his face alight with smiles. The denominations were modest, 100 taels each, a gesture of goodwill, yet substantial enough to sustain a family for quite some time. The group erupted into laughter, their faces beaming. Luo Yunjin gazed at him softly, asking, "Shall I prepare a bath for you, young master?" "No, let Shiren do it," Lin Chu replied gently, noticing her eyes were slightly red. He swiftly changed the subject, "You may come to warm the bed later." Luo Yunjin's face lit up with joy as she nodded and turned to leave. Qingwen, standing by, paused for a moment before smiling and following her out. In the cozy room, Lin Chu exhaled deeply, taking a bath under Shiren's attentive care, drying himself off and donning a thin undergarment before returning indoors. Inside, Qingwen lay in the outer chamber. Upon seeing Lin Chu enter, she embraced him and whispered, "Master, if Yongan tires herself later, I shall take her place." Lin Chu's heart ignited with fervor as he kissed her deeply, feeling a surge of passion. Regardless of the circumstances, her willingness to accommodate him indicated her indifference towards his affairs, marking a truly beautiful art. As Lin Chu lay on the warm kong, he found the bedding inviting, with Luo Yunjin turned away from him. The fragrant scent of a woman wafted through the air. It was a delicate fragrance, utterly pleasant. Initially, Lin Chu had no intentions of approaching her, but she was evidently prepared, leading him to resolve to address the matter sooner rather than later. She was indeed slender, yet her waist was remarkably petite, her entire form soft and supple, particularly her feet, which felt as if they were devoid of bones. This was likely due to her lack of movement. Unlike Qingwen, who, despite having well-maintained feet, had walked enough to retain firmness. Luo Yunjin was different. Lin Chu held her foot, which felt as smooth as jade. Though her upper body was not particularly ample, her rounded hips formed a generous curve. This could be attributed to her long hours spent seated, engrossed in reading and writing. Rather than venturing outdoors, as Lin Chu held her foot, her body began to radiate warmth. "Yunjin, I have not yet offered a betrothal gift, and since your family is absent, I shall arrange for a marriage document to be prepared tomorrow for the authorities to stamp," Lin Chu stated softly. Luo Yunjin replied with a delicate voice, "Master, I shall follow your arrangements." He took a deep breath, his heart ablaze. Her voice was faint, lingering in the air like a soft echo, adding a layer of warmth to the night. Lin Chu's stamina had indeed increased. Whether due to his persistent training or other reasons, it was undeniable. The sound of Luo Yunjin's breaths filled his ears, accompanied by the gentle rustling of Qingwen approaching to assist him. Her support continued for an extended period, and Lin Chu began to feel as if his dreams were being realized, as if a window had opened before him, revealing a different world in that moment. He couldn't help but admire how soft Luo Yunjin's feet were. They truly were a rare treasure. Chapter 065. Pushing upon awakening, the snow continued to fall outside. The rooftops and grass were blanketed in white. With a thick accumulation of snow, Lin Chu felt a sense of peculiarity. It was rare for Jiangnan to experience such heavy snowfall, a sight he had never witnessed in his previous life. However, for the refugees, this abundance of snow could spell trouble. The fragrant aroma of women lingered in the air, a blend of locust blossom and refined scents. Qingwen's figure was truly voluptuous and soft, her beauty rivaling that of Ning Zichu and Tian Qingwan, with a distinctly unique physique. Luo Yunjin was also a woman of exquisite beauty, albeit slightly too slender. Her rounded hips and delicate feet presented a beauty of a different kind. As he rose, he noticed Luo Yunjin still asleep, a white handkerchief adorned with red plum blossoms beside her, prompting a smile from Lin Chu. Qingwen, however, stirred groggily, glancing at him. He reached out to pat her bottom gently, whispering, "Sleep well, I shall go out for some exercise." "Master, my waist aches, my legs ache, my arms ache," Qingwen murmured. Lin Chu pressed his lips to hers, chuckling, "I can understand the waist ache, but what about the legs and arms? Last night, I helped you by pushing. My arms grew tired, so I used my feet instead," Qingwen replied, a playful smile gracing her lips, and the fragrance around her intensified. Lin Chu's heart warmed, feeling a desire to do something more. But upon observing Qingwen's exhausted state, he suppressed that thought and rose slowly. Sensing his intentions, Qingwen held him tightly, her body slipping beneath the covers. When Lin Chu rose again, he felt invigorated, while Qingwen had truly fallen asleep. The snow continued to fall, the sky not yet fully bright, lanterns swaying, their surfaces covered in snow. Shiren approached, glancing at him with a rosy complexion as she assisted him with his morning routine. Lin Chu playfully pinched her cheek, asking, "What troubles you?" "Young master, I can help with the pushing from now on. I observed Qingwen's movements yesterday. I'm sure I can manage," Shiren replied, her head bowed slightly. Lin Chu nodded, "Then you shall assist tonight." Shiren smiled, nodding in agreement. Lin Chu stepped outside, continuing his training against the biting wind and snow. After an hour, he returned to the room, his body drenched in sweat. He did not wash up, as Shiren brought a basin of water and gently wiped him down with care. For Shiren, Lin Chu held no secrets, and thus her service was meticulous. After dining, Lin Chu summoned Yu Xiaoqing to devise a plan to contact the people of Guiyuantang to sell the herbs from Chuzhuang and procure some old ginseng. Young master. Guiyuantang hails from Beiki and has numerous shops in Yuashan City and a pharmacy. They primarily treat patients. Their head manager is namely Yuan. I have met him once, Yu Xiaoqing explained, then shifted the topic. Their overall manager in our eastern Zhou is in Jinling. I hear he is quite a formidable figure. A core member of Guiyuantang. Lin Chu nodded. Handle it. I will spend another day with my parents. We shall return to Chuzhuang tomorrow. Yu Xiaoqing turned to leave, and Lin Chu visited Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan, sharing lunch and dinner with them while preparing the marriage document for Luo Yunjin, formally accepting her as a concubine. Since she had no family to present a dowry, Lin Chu arranged for a banquet, inviting everyone, including those from Chuzhuang. Luo Yunjin was elated, kneeling before Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan to pay her respects, then turning to Lin Chu to do the same. Lu Wanwan helped her up, gently saying, "You were originally a refined young lady, well-educated and sensible. In the past, you would never have accepted being a concubine. In a way, this is Chuer's fortune. Mother, this is my blessing. The master is a renowned scholar, known as the poet sage of Eastern Zhou. Even becoming his concubine is a great honor," Luo Yunjin replied earnestly. Lu Wanwan nodded in agreement, patting her hand and gifting her a box containing a bracelet made of gold. This was the second bracelet she had given, having previously presented one to Qingwen. Lin Chu smiled, leading her back to the courtyard. She walked with some difficulty, her naturally soft body making her movements sway like a willow in the wind. Her rounded hips swaying alluringly, yet she could not walk swiftly. Upon returning to the room, Qiuzhu assisted her in loosening her clothing and bathing her. When she lay on the couch, her small feet peeked out, white and glistening, with no trace of rough skin, indicative of her minimal walking. Lin Chu glanced over, his heart swelling with affection. As they prepared to return to Chuzhuang, the snow finally ceased, though the roads remained thickly blanketed. The carriage left deep tracks as they journeyed back. Chuzhuang was adorned with double happiness characters, a request made by Lin Chu, celebrating Luo Yunjin's acceptance as a concubine with 3 days of festivities and a continuous banquet. On one side, in the training grounds, Yin He led the soldiers in drills, singing Lin Chu's composed 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention, their voices robust. Despite the cold, everyone was filled with warmth, persisting in their training even as their faces flushed from the chill. The ranks of soldiers in Chuzhuang had increased, having recruited more individuals over the past few months due to the abundance of refugees. The soldiers were organized into different units, 100 infantry, 50 cavalry, and 50 archers, totaling 200 men. Everyone was engaged in training, and Lin Chu nodded approvingly before turning to leave. Yu Xiaoqing approached, hands tucked in his sleeves, exhaling puffs of breath. "Young master, Li Yuan said he would like to meet you. He is expected to arrive tomorrow, bringing along some old ginseng." Yu Xiaoqing spoke softly. Lin Chu glanced at him. "Do you recognize old ginseng?" "I know a little," Yu Xiaoqing replied with a slight smile. Lin Chu nodded. "How is our blacksmith faring? Have the lead characters been cast?" "They have indeed been produced. We utilize the letters pinned by Lady Su. Lead is still quite common, and we have a rather skilled blacksmith here named Lin Laolu," Yu Xiaoqing replied. While Lin Chu nodded, "Let us go and take a look together." The printing house had cleared a spacious area, conveniently situated beside the blacksmith's shop. These blacksmiths had previously crafted farming tools for the Lin family, and Lin Chu had specifically selected a group of the finest among them. Lin Laolu, in his 50s, was remarkably robust and tall, his face radiant with health as he swung his hammer with great vigor. In the past, he had been a servant purchased by Lin Qinghe, but due to his aptitude for blacksmithing, Lin Qinghe had entrusted him with the forge. The lead characters he produced were indeed exquisite, with a high degree of fidelity and clarity. Lead, being a relatively common metal, was not difficult to procure. Lin Chu inspected the work and nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Has the carpenter completed the molds?" "Yes, they are ready. We will simply need to insert the lead characters at the appropriate time," Yu Xiaoqing replied. Lin Chu cast a glance at Lin Laolu, who was beaming at him with a face full of eager deference. Lin Chu reached out and patted his arm. "Very well, I shall reward you with a sheep." "Thank you, young master. I shall certainly craft more copper characters for you," Lin Laolu exclaimed heartily, kneeling to bow his head in gratitude. Chapter 066. Ginseng. Lin Chu hastily helped him to his feet, his spirits soaring. "Do well." Someone on the side went to fetch a sheep and presented it directly to Lin Laolu, who grinned from ear to ear. Lin Chu then reviewed the progress of the lead characters, preparing to have someone tally how many more were needed. as he intended for each to be crafted. For now, it sufficed that his poetry collection and recipe book could be printed. Upon returning to the back residence, Luo Yunjin lay languidly against the headboard, with Qiu Zhu attending to her. Lin Chu observed her delicate feet resting over the edge of the bed and took hold of one gently. Luo Yunjin's face flushed crimson, yet she said nothing. Lin Chu silently praised her, for they were indeed exquisitely soft. In both this life and the last, he had never encountered such delicate feet. Yunjin, I just visited the blacksmith, and quite a number of lead characters have been made. When you are able, please write some more. I plan to have all the characters produced so that future printing will merely require changing the letters. Lin Chu spoke softly, to which Luo Yunjin nodded. Her cheek still flushed. Master, I will get up to write shortly. You need not move for the next few days. There is no rush. Let us wait a bit longer and focus on restoring your health first, Lin Chu replied. Shaking his head, his hand remaining clasped around hers, feeling a peculiar warmth within, Luo Yunjin nodded, her eyes gleaming with joy, her body growing increasingly pliable. As night enveloped the room, Shiren's gentle touch was undeniably enchanting. When Lin Chu awoke, Luo Yunjin still lay in a deep slumber, her body frail, almost devoid of muscle, and it was precisely this softness that lent her a unique charm. Qingwen clung tightly to his arm. The warmth of the blankets enveloping them, her skin damp with sweat, which clung to him as Lin Chu rose, Qingwen stirred, her body sliding downwards until he halted her descent. Where did you learn that? Lin Chu inquired with a smile. Patting her back, Qingwen murmured, My mother told me. She had a friend who frequented the pleasure quarters and often discussed such matters with her. My mother worried that I might not serve you well. So she informed me. Very good, I quite like it. Now, do sleep a little longer, Lin Chu said gently. Shiren entered from outside, assisting him with his attire. As Lin Chu departed, he playfully pinched Qingwen's bottom, eliciting a chuckle. The proprietor of Gue Yuan Tang, Li Yuan, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his hair flecked with gray, yet his long eyebrows and slender frame lent him an air of refinement, his beard hanging down elegantly. I have met young Master Lin before. This room is quite warm. The Lin family is indeed the foremost trading house in Yushan City, Li Yuan remarked with a bow. Lin Chu returned the gesture and invited Li Yuan to sit. Pinger served tea, while Yu Shaoqing, seated at the lower end, smiled slightly. Li shopkeeper, where's the merchandise? Li Yuan waved to a servant behind him, who approached with 4 boxes, which he opened directly. Inside were ginseng roots, clearly defined, while Yu Shaoqing examined them closely, and Meng Tuo emerged from behind Lin Chu to take a look, sniffing the air. Young master. This appears to be genuine. Among these 4 ginseng roots, one is 30 years old, another 20 years, and the remaining 2 are 10-year roots, Yu Shaoqing stated softly. Meng Tuo nodded in agreement. Lin Chu addressed Li Yuan. What price do you offer? Shopkeeper Li. Young Master Lin. For the 30-year root, 500 taels of silver. For the 20-year root, 200 taels. And for the 10-year roots, 100 taels each, Li Yuan replied gently. Why Yu Shaoqing quickly interjected, that is too high. Shopkeeper Li, we will be purchasing regularly. For the 30-year root, 300 taels. For the 20-year root, 100 taels. And for the 10-year roots, 50 taels each. Rest assured, we will take as much as you have. If you have 500-year roots, the 100-year roots would be even better. In any case, my young master is known for his generosity. That is too low. Li Yuan shook his head, then pondered for a moment. For the 30-year root, 350 taels. For the 20-year root, 150 taels. I shall forego the 10-year roots. Lin Chu nodded. Very well, I shall accept that. But do you have any 500-year roots? Young Master Lin is jesting. While 500-year ginseng does exist, most of it is supplied to the Northern Qi royal family and seldom becomes available. Occasionally, we might have 100-year roots. Currently, we have about 10 on hand, with a minimum price of 7,000 taels each, quite expensive. And generally out of reach for the average person. Such things require fortune to acquire, Li Yuan explained. Lin Chu chuckled, then do bring them. I will pay for whatever you have. Before that, I also have some medicinal herbs to sell to Gue Yuan Tang. Would you care to take a look? Medicinal herbs? Li Yuan exclaimed. Then nodded, rising to follow Lin Chu. The herbs were stored in a side warehouse, numbering several dozen carts. Li Yuan examined them closely, his face lighting up. These must have been sent from the Miao village in southern Jane. Indeed remarkable. They are of excellent quality, and the variety is quite abundant. Moreover, they are all thoroughly dried, with commendable medicinal properties. Young Master Lin, how much do you have here? 10,000 Jin. Lin Chu replied. Li Yuan contemplated for a moment. How about 1,000 taels of silver? Lin Chu calculated. He had spent 3,000 taels on these herbs, plus the transportation costs, totaling around 5,000 taels, yielding a significant profit. That is agreeable. Now, regarding the ginseng, Lin Chu affirmed. Li Yuan smiled. Tomorrow, I shall send Steward Lei to collect the ginseng. Yu Shaoqing was still known as Lei Heng in public. Hence the reference. Lin Chu nodded, instructing Yu Shaoqing to finalize the amounts with Li Yuan and arrange for payment in silver notes. He then returned to the front hall and handed the ginseng to Meng Tuo. Meng Tuo, do these ginseng roots hold any use for you? Lin Chu inquired. Meng Tuo nodded. They are indeed useful. This one should be 33 years old. Thank you, young master. That is good. Take it and cultivate diligently, Lin Chu replied. Nodding, Meng Tuo hesitated for a moment before gently suggesting, Young master, miss, Madam's constitution is somewhat frail. Perhaps we should allow her to consume this 20-year root instead. That is a good idea. You are thoughtful. However, there will be a continuous supply of ginseng coming in. Tomorrow, you and the second steward can visit Gue Yuantang to take a look, Lin Chu agreed, retrieving the ginseng. Given that Luo Yunjin had been engaging in minimal physical activity, it was indeed necessary for her to replenish her vitality. However, for him, his fondness for her soft, delicate form made him more intent on nurturing her health. With the ginseng secured, Lin Chu turned to leave. Entering the back residence, Qingwen had risen and gone to the workshop, while Luo Yunjin remained reclining on the bed, stretching her small feet, with Qiuzhu applying phoenix tailflower juice to her toenails. The violet polish on her toes was exquisite, complementing her fair skin beautifully. Master has returned, Luo Yunjin called out. Lin Chu glanced over, noting that her toenails were already painted. He handed the ginseng to Qiuzhu, instructing, from now on, have someone prepare chicken soup every morning and add a piece of ginseng to it. Yunjin's constitution is weak and needs fortification. She should drink this regularly. Also, starting tomorrow, I will arrange for goat's milk to be delivered, so Yunjin can wash her face and soak her feet and legs to nurture her skin. Young master is truly considerate of the young lady, Qiuzhu remarked cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 067. Silk Stockings. Lin Chu's poetry collection was printed after half a month, with Lin Chu Poetry Collection elegantly inscribed on the cover. The paper used for the entire book was self-made, not rice paper, but rather the sturdy paper Lin Chu had developed, resembling the double-gloss paper he had encountered in his previous life. The book was exquisite, with 3,000 copies printed. Lin Chu gifted one copy, each to Qingwen and Luo Yunjin. Both signed personally. He also arranged for 3 copies to be sent to the Miao village, all inscribed with his signature, intended for Tian Qingwen. The remainder, aside from those he kept for himself, was dispatched to Jinling, with a signed copy for Ning Zichu, while the rest were placed for sale at Shituju. He even visited his maternal grandfather, Lu Jianshan, presenting him with several copies. The weather remained chilly, yet both Luo Yunjin and Qingwen's skin had become increasingly fair and delicate. The two had been using goat's milk for washing their faces, soaking their feet, and cleansing their bodies, leading to remarkable improvements in their health. After consuming the ginseng, Luo Yunjin's vitality had indeed increased somewhat. Though it would take more time for the changes to become evident. As the new year approached, Lin Chu turned 18, with Luo Yunjin being of a similar age in the days that followed. Lin Chu dedicated himself to studying at home and preparing sauces. He intended to sun-dry soy sauce and yellow bean paste, aspiring to enhance the flavors of his dishes with superior condiments. By the end of January, a light snow fell upon Jiangnan, gently blanketing the mountains in a delicate white. Luo Yunjin and Qiuzhu were filled with excitement as they stood in the courtyard, reaching out to catch the snowflakes, occasionally engaging in playful banter. Miss, the snowflakes are so beautiful. I have never seen snow before, Qiuzhu remarked softly. Luo Yunjin nodded, her small face flushed from the cold. She exhaled a few breaths and said, Qiuzhu, do take it easy. My feet are feeling a bit uncomfortable. Miss, you've been using goat milk for your baths and foot soaks lately. Thankfully, there are plenty of goats in the estate. The young master has raised 2,000 of them, all on the back mountain. Otherwise, it would surely be insufficient. With such daily soaks, you must be softer than before. However, the young master mentioned that he is currently gathering some seeds to have someone craft you some soft and delicate shoes, Qiuzhu gently explained, offering her support. Luo Yunjin smiled slightly, her complexion strikingly white, a quality that Lin Chu often admired. She rarely ventured outside, and combined with the goat milk baths, her skin resembled fresh snow in any lifetime. No one was whiter than she. Qiu Zhu, I feel that my strength has increased a bit recently. It seems the ginseng is indeed effective. Yet, I find it peculiar that I have an incessant itchiness in front of me, Luo Yunjin gestured. Qiu Zhu paused, scrutinizing her closely, then whispered, Miss, it appears you have grown a bit indeed. Truly, you used to be as flat as a fried egg, now you resemble a duck egg. That's wonderful. Just look at Madame Qing. She is quite ample. Which is why the young master particularly favors her. And your back seems rounder as well. Rounder? I did think that this robe has been feeling a tad tight lately. I shall need to have a few new robes made. Luo Yunjin mused. As snowflakes settled upon her head, her hair gradually turning white, resembling a snow doll even more in the next moment, she glanced at Qiu Zhu and frowned. Was I truly as flat as a fried egg before? Miss, whether flat or not, you certainly ought to know, Qiu Zhu replied softly, her gaze a bit evasive as she straightened her posture, creating a delicate sway. Luo Yunjin's attention was instantly drawn to her, and she playfully tapped Qiu Zhu's arm, feigning discontent. Help me inside. My feet are still a bit uncomfortable, she said gently. Qiu Zhu assisted her indoors, and as Luo Yunjin reclined upon the couch, she lay barefoot, her soles indeed tinged with red. Footwear in this era was not particularly thick, and the coarse fabric of her socks made her feel especially uncomfortable. Recently, Lin Chu had arranged for cotton to be sourced. Jiangnan was rich in silk, and he was negotiating the creation of silk stockings, intending for them to be thin enough to offer a hint of translucence. However, the greatest drawback of silk was its lack of elasticity, often slipping down when worn. Nevertheless, this could be remedied with a strap to secure them tightly. Cotton seeds were found in early February, brought over from the Yingshui region, near the coast and adjacent to the southern Jin territory, which had a maritime office managing overseas exchanges. Lin Chu spent 300 taels of silver to procure a bag, planning to plant them in April, but due to the time constraints, he entrusted the task to Lin Si. The diligent steward took the responsibility, and just as Lin Chu was about to return indoors, Yu Shaoqing approached from the side, presenting a package. Young master, regarding what you asked me to procure, the finest tailor in Yushan City belongs to the Xie family. I have engaged a seamstress, and she will work at Chu Manor, becoming one of our own. The garments she creates should meet our standards, but what is this? I cannot decipher it. Is it merchandise intended for sale? With a puzzled expression, Yu Shaoqing looked at Lin Chu, who nodded solemnly. You will know when we officially sell it. Turning back to the inner courtyard, Lin Chu entered Luo Yunjin's chamber, where she sat on the couch. A small writing desk before her, diligently inscribing characters with a quill. Her penmanship had shown significant improvement, remaining as beautiful as ever. Recently, the printing house had been compiling a list of missing characters, and Luo Yunjin had been diligently filling in the gaps, with only a few remaining. She was close to completion at that moment. She was barefoot, her feet still quite tender, while Qiu Zhu assisted her in collecting the written pages. Upon seeing Lin Chu, Qiu Zhu bowed respectfully, and Luo Yunjin set down her pen, rising slightly to smile at him. Lin Chu settled on the edge of the bed, reaching out to hold her foot, gently caressing it, a habitual gesture that evoked an indescribable sensation, particularly stirring. Luo Yunjin smiled coyly, her expression radiating allure, and Lin Chu chuckled softly, noting that she had also learned to entice him, her toes playfully curling within his palm. I had shoes and stockings made for you. They are far more comfortable than trousers, Lin Chu remarked gently. Luo Yunjin nodded, watching as Lin Chu unveiled the contents of the package, revealing a collection of stockings in 2 colors, white and red. He encouraged her to try them on, and Qiu Zhu assisted her. Although the long skirt obscured them from view, only her small feet, encased in white silk, were visible, a delightful sight. At Lin Chu's insistence, Qiu Zhu helped her remove the skirt modestly. The stockings were slightly sheer and quite lovely, though they did not fit her legs perfectly, being a tad loose. These were standard long stockings, cinched at the top with a string tied into a knot. Luo Yunjin wore only a single undergarment. Lin Chu inhaled deeply, nodding in approval. Quite impressive. If only they could fit perfectly with your legs. Master, I am also skilled in needlework. I shall make some adjustments later, Luo Yunjin replied softly. Lin Chu's gaze fell upon her form, momentarily taken aback. She had indeed matured significantly, reminiscent of a ripe tomato from a past life. The shoes were also crafted from silk, with layers of silk padding inside. The soles were constructed from 5 layers of cowhide, while the upper was made from pigskin. However, since Luo Yunjin rarely ventured outside, she hardly required shoes, yet these were exceptionally comfortable, given silk's softness. The package contained over a dozen pairs of shoes, tailored to her size. According to Lin Chu's estimation, her feet were likely no larger than size 35, considering her height of merely 1m60-2. In contrast, Qingwen's shoes were a few sizes larger, probably around 38, as she stood at 1m70. With the shoes and stockings dispatched, Lin Chu entrusted the weaving workshop to Luo Yunjin's care, though her reluctance to walk prompted him to have a wheelchair made specifically for her, which Qiu Zhu would push. The wheelchair featured wooden wheels encased in thick iron, allowing her to sit in it after disembarking from the carriage. Otherwise, her stamina would make it exceedingly difficult to stand for even half an hour in the workshop. Concerning this matter, he had even consulted Yu Shaoqing on ways to bolster Luo Yunjin's strength. Yu Shaoqing suggested the secret internal cultivation technique of the hidden sect, the soft body method. This method nurtures inner energy, promoting longevity, enhancing a woman's physical strength, and even softening the body, significantly slowing the aging process. For those with special constitutions, it could even induce a fragrant essence within the body. However, this technique was exclusively suitable for women. Lin Chu deemed the situation somewhat challenging and resolved to discuss it with the hidden sect during his visit to Jinling. The invention of long stockings had ignited a fervent passion within Lin Chu, prompting a flurry of activity from Shiran over several days. Even Qingwen had been rising late, let alone Luo Yunjun. Tian Qingwan and Ning Zichu continued to correspond with him, but due to the distance, Tian Qingwan's letters arrived only once a month. In contrast, Ning Zichu wrote more frequently, sending 2 letters monthly, expressing her longing and admiration for Lin Chu's poetry collection, often commenting on specific verses and conveying her affection for him. Lin Chu's poetry collection had completely sold out, achieving remarkable sales. Consequently, he arranged for the printing house to produce another 10,000 copies, intending to send them to Ju once more. Each 3-volume set generated about 1 or 2 taels of silver, and the first batch alone yielded a profit of 1,000 taels, demonstrating that even in this era, writing could be quite lucrative. Reflecting on this, Lin Chu contemplated whether he should transcribe a lengthy novel for sale. Though suitable options were scarce, Journey to the West seemed appropriate, while the feasibility of Dream of the Red Chamber remained uncertain, as it likely appealed predominantly to women and contained subtle political allusions. Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin were unlikely to garner much interest. Thus he set those thoughts aside for now. So, Lin Chu began to slowly compose Journey to the West and Dream of the Red Chamber, albeit using the original title of Stone Record, for the latter, as for when to publish this book. He still needed to contemplate it to avoid any complications. He invested more time in Journey to the West, allowing him to write swiftly. After reaching 50,000 words, the first volume was printed, totaling 5,000 copies, which were also dispatched to Jinling, by this time. It was already March, and the scenery in Jiangnan had truly transformed, adorned with layers of green, from lush emerald to vibrant shades, with wildflowers blooming as well. The back mountain of Chu Manor was a tapestry of wildflowers, and the weather had warmed slightly. Qiu Zhu frequently pushed Luo Yunjin out for leisurely strolls. Lin Chu continued to sun-dry the sauces, though he required better sunlight, necessitating a wait of a few more months. As for the story of the journey, Lin Chu persisted in his writing, albeit at a leisurely pace, jotting down a bit whenever he had the chance. Cotton and sweet potatoes had already been planted ahead of schedule, along with peppers. This year, the cultivation area would be significantly larger, especially in Lin Village, where more peppers had been sown. In the rear courtyard, Qingwen reclined against the railing of the corridor, overlooking a small river that served as a scenic waterway. A gentle breeze blew, carrying warmth. She reclined in the chair, engrossed in reading Journey to the West. During this period, her figure had gradually become more voluptuous, yet her face remained petite, and her waist retained its slenderness. However, her allure had intensified, exuding a hint of maturity that was undeniably captivating. Luo Yunjin, on the other hand, was seated on the bed, leaning against a neatly folded quilt, also absorbed in the same text. The weather had turned mild, with sunlight cascading upon her face, pale and radiant. Save for the beads of sweat gathering at the tip of her nose, that moment, her legs were stretched out, her delicate feet adorned with a gold anklet, its bells dangling gracefully at her ankle. The anklet was the type that covered the top of the foot, with a circular ring at the front clasped around her middle toe, adding a touch of allure. Lin Chu strolled through the corridor, where Qingwen took his hand and spoke softly, "Master, this monkey is truly endearing, having mastered an array of skills that are quite extraordinary. Yet, this volume only recounts how the monkey was trapped in the 8 trigrams furnace by the Supreme Lord Laozi, and then escaped to cultivate the fiery eyes before returning to Flower and Fruit Mountain. After that, the narrative ceases. The monkey is indeed fortunate, turning misfortune into fortune. What happened next? Did the heavenly court capture him again? Lin Chu had elaborated on a portion of the tale, particularly emphasizing the tumultuous events in the heavenly palace, which had already reached 50,000 words. I have no time to write now. I must head to Jinling by the end of the month. I shall continue later. The first edition of this book has been printed in 5,000 copies and has already been sent to Jinling. I wonder how well it sells. Lin Chu spoke gently, to which Qingwen responded with a playful smile. Master, I have already inquired, and it is selling remarkably well, especially your poetry collection, which has sold out again. I am currently managing matters in the rear courtyard, so I have been keeping track of the profits from Shituju. I believe we should print another 10,000 copies. Journey to the West should also have an additional print run of 10,000 copies. It will surely not incur any losses. You can rest assured, I will handle this matter. When you go to Jinling this time, I will remain here to manage the estate while allowing Yunjin to accompany you. After all, you will return shortly after the imperial examination. You are truly considerate, Lin Chu said as he embraced her, bending down to place a few tender kisses on her. Qingwen emitted a soft, her cheeks flushing red. Kissing in broad daylight within the corridor was rather audacious. Fortunately, after such a long time under Lin Chu's tutelage, she had gradually come to accept it. Lin Chu playfully pinched her a few times before gently suggesting, "All right. We've had lunch. Let us take a nap." "Master, I'll arrange it," Qingwen said, her face still flushed as she turned to leave. Lin Chu smiled and entered Luo Yunjin's room, where she slowly rose. Her slender face unchanged, he grasped her delicate foot, and this time, Luo Yunjin did not blush. Her expression radiated joy, as she had fully embraced this situation. Lin Chu reclined against the quilt, pulling her into his embrace, softly stating, "You've grown a bit rounder. It's quite nice." "Master, I think this is sufficient. I feel a bit weary and can hardly walk anymore." "This is just right. I do not wish to grow any more," Luo Yunjin replied gently. She had transformed into an apple, and indeed, it was ample. It appeared that the effects of ginseng were quite remarkable. However, this transformation was undeniably challenging for her, as she had never borne such weight before, compounded by her naturally limited mobility and stamina, making it even more difficult for her to move around. Chapter 069. Departure. The midday sun radiated with the essence of spring, casting its warmth upon all things. Although the temperature was not particularly high, the warmth invigorated the spirit, prompting even the soldiers at Yinhe to train with renewed vigor. Inside the house, Lin Chu exhaled deeply, while Shirun, behind him, was drenched in sweat, her dress clinging to her. Luo Yunjin had already succumbed to slumber, her softness beyond description. Qingwen, too, had exhausted her strength, resting against his chest, her face nestled there, her eyes slightly unfocused, clearly fatigued. Lin Chu found it somewhat perplexing, despite not practicing any martial arts beyond physical training and knife practice. His stamina was astonishing. Even in such endeavors, Qingwen and Luo Yunjin together could not match his strength. After a moment of tenderness, Lin Chu finally rose, and Shirun wiped his body before he changed clothes. Life in the rear courtyard always seemed to pass swiftly, yet neither Qingwen nor Luo Yunjin showed any signs of pregnancy, which Lin Chu found somewhat odd. However, being still young, he was not particularly anxious. He would defer matters of children for now and focus on pressing concerns. By the end of March, Lin Chu prepared to take Luo Yunjin with him, accompanied by Qiuzhu, while Shirun and Pinger remained to assist Qingwen in managing the estate. This time, Yu Shaoqing would also accompany them, as Lin Chu arranged for the transport of a batch of wine to Jinling. The wine, distilled by Lin Chu, was around 30 degrees. He had tasted it, and it was rather strong, yet the aroma was astonishingly rich, with a purity far surpassing the muddled wines of this era. This batch was stored in small jars he had crafted himself, each holding a pound, totaling 4,000 jars of wine in addition to the wine. He had also produced 100 glass vases and 10 glass fruit bowls. Before departing, he spent a few days at the Lin residence, spending time with Lin Qinghe and Lu Wanwan. During this period, he would occasionally return to stay for a few days. The bonds between father and son, as well as mother and child, required nurturing. As the weather warmed, the flow of people in Yu Mountain City increased, prompting Lin Chu to make a special visit to Osmanthus Alley. The aroma of osmanthus cakes wafted through the air as he approached the stall, where the female shopkeeper remained as elegant as ever, exuding a sense of tranquility. Her headscarf danced gracefully with her movements, captivating to behold. 6 boxes of osmanthus cakes, Lin Chu said softly. 2 boxes were for his grandfather, 2 for the Lin residence, and the remaining 2 would be taken to Chuzhuang to share with the staff. Which was perfectly fitting. The shopkeeper glanced up at him, this time lacking any disdain, deftly packing the boxes while remarking, "Journey to the West is quite an enjoyable read." "Thank you," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Journey to the West was also available in Yu Mountain City, albeit in limited quantities, sold through the Lin family's grain shop, and some had been purchased, with sales proving to be quite good. The shopkeeper looked at him, inquiring, "When will the next volume be released?" "It should be after I complete the imperial examination. Currently, I must prepare for it and have no time to write," Lin Chu answered, then shifted the subject. "Am I no longer being called a lecher?" The shopkeeper's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. Huffing softly before ignoring him further, he turned to leave with the osmanthus cakes, feeling inexplicably uplifted. The young lady possessed a certain charm, yet his interest had waned somewhat, with Qingwen and Luo Yunjin in his life. Days were becoming increasingly pleasant, particularly with Luo Yunjin's enchanting demeanor, her entire form exuding softness, her feet seemingly weightless, and even her breath carried a fragrant essence. "Hey, when the next volume of Journey to the West is out, remember to deliver it to me. I'll exchange it for 6 boxes of osmanthus cakes," the shopkeeper's voice called out, sweet and melodious, distinctly reminiscent of the Jiangnan region. Lin Chu turned to glance at her, his smile radiant, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and nodded in acknowledgement. After arranging the osmanthus cake order, Lin Chu returned to Chuzhuang. Qingwen and Shiran were busy sorting through luggage, while Luo Yunjin assisted by folding robes. Her body was soft, walking slowly, needing to sway her hips for balance, thus she could not stand for long and chose to sit on the couch. Lin Chu also visited the side yard, where Yu Shaoqing was organizing the luggage, packing the wine and other supplies, totaling 30 carts, prepared to be sent to Jinling. This journey to Jinling would also involve meeting with the royal family, and there were numerous matters to address. "Young master, a letter has arrived from Lin Zhai," Yu Shaoqing said, handing him a letter. It was pinned by Zhang Liang, detailing recent shipments of Lin Chu's custom spice jars and updates on Lin Zhai's agricultural endeavors, which included planting chili peppers and sweet potatoes. Lin Chu smiled and turned to leave. This time, in addition to Yu Shaoqing, he had also selected Lu Qiushui, Meng Tuo, and Li Changfeng to accompany him. The heroes had been notified and would meet in Jinling, thus not traveling alongside Lin Chu. The soldiers would be led by Wang Dachui, commanding 2 squads totaling 20 men, to serve as Lin Chu's escort. Furthermore, the 30 carts would be driven by soldiers, all under Wang Dachui's command. They were set to depart the following day. Lin Chu instructed Steward Lin see about various matters. This trip would last nearly 2 months, and he needed to ensure that spring sowing would not be disrupted. If he succeeded in the examination, he would need to remain in Jinling or be dispatched elsewhere. That night, Lin Chu found himself sweating, with Shiran equally perspiring, resting beside him for a while before regaining her composure. "Young master, my legs are sore," Shiran remarked softly, then added, "It's such a pity I cannot accompany you to Jinling." Lin Chu smiled. "If you miss me, you can simply join the next convoy delivering goods." "Is that possible?" Shiran asked, her expression one of delight. Lin Chu nodded, and Shiran beamed with joy, slowly rising to sleep in the outer chamber. Upon waking, Lin Chu resumed his knife practice, continuously swinging the blade, one strike after another. The group set out before dawn, and Luo Yunjin was still asleep, her body soft and pliable. Lin Chu carried her onto the carriage. His carriage was quite spacious, lined with thick animal skins, layered with silk, offering great comfort. Qiuzhu attended to him and Luo Yunjin, who lay there, her legs adorned in a pair of long stockings, the white fabric tailored to fit her legs perfectly, though lacking the elasticity to match the aesthetically pleasing stockings of a previous era. Yet, she remained undeniably beautiful. Lin Chu curled the corners of his mouth, his heart contemplating the imminent meeting with Chu Chu. During this period, her letters had been imbued with a palpable longing, revealing her deep feelings for him. In truth, he too missed her, as her enchanting qualities were beyond mere words. The wheels of the carriage rolled onward, traversing a path adorned with verdant grass, exuding the fragrance of earth. Lin Chu narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He had been in this world for over a year now, and though the landscape had changed and people had shifted, he had acquired a measure of self-preservation. While his current companions were not particularly formidable, with time and perseverance, they would gradually accumulate strength and eventually transform into something remarkable. Chapter 070. Jinling. The official road from Yueshan City to Jinling was remarkably well-maintained and spacious. indicating that the Eastern Zhou's national strength surpassed that of the Southern Jin. Numerous merchant caravans traversed the route, alongside many individuals heading to Jinling for examinations. By the time they arrived in Jinling, a week had passed without any significant obstacles along the way. In this regard, the Eastern Zhou had performed commendably, unlike the Southern Jin, where bandits lurked at every turn. Outside the city of Jinling, Yurong had procured a sizable residence, conveniently located not far from the Qinhuai River. However, this stretch of the Qinhuai could not compare to the inner city, which was the most renowned locale for entertainment and pleasures in all of Jinling. The outer city merely served as a navigational route. The house, acquired at great expense, was well maintained, with a dozen servants employed, and had been refurbished within. After Lin Chu moved in, he entrusted the management of the residence to Yu Shaoqing, while the security was assigned to Wang Dachui. And it was still early. Initially, Yurong intended to purchase a house in the inner city, but Lin Chu preferred the tranquility of the outer city, where the presence of powerful figures was less overwhelming, thus minimizing potential troubles. After taking a bath, attended by Qiu Zhu, who was blushing from embarrassment as it was her first time, Lin Chu set out to deliver goods to Shituju. Shituju boasted 8 shops in Jinling, along with a warehouse, which was essentially a residence situated in the inner city, where Yurong resided. Upon storing the items in the warehouse, Yurong had arranged for meticulous inventory checks, showcasing his adept management skills. In the main hall, Yurong offered tea and welcomed Lin Chu. He seated himself and reported on recent developments. Shituju was indeed a treasure trove, with business thriving, and naturally, the Michelin establishment was flourishing even more. The skewers, seasoned with chili powder, attracted a multitude of patrons, ensuring consistent success. Michelin had opened 2 restaurants, one for skewers and another for stir-fried dishes. Although a chef for stir-fried dishes had been secured, he was still honing his craft, hence the establishment had not officially commenced operations. "Young master, how is Qiu Yi and Pinger doing now?" Yurong inquired softly. Lin Chu nodded. "She is well, having grown taller and proving capable in her tasks. You need not worry, she should be coming along with the next delivery." "Thank you, young master." Yurong bowed deeply. Lin Chu smiled. "This success is largely due to your efforts. I did not anticipate things would proceed so smoothly. Your capabilities are truly commendable. 8 shops, excellent. However, I have another batch of valuable goods." With that, Lin Chu instructed Meng Tuo to bring over several boxes, crafted from corrugated paper produced by his own paper mill. Upon opening one box, he extracted a glass vase and a glass basin, placing them upon the table. Yurong glanced at them, visibly shaken, and after scrutinizing them closely, he inhaled sharply. "Young master, is this vase made of crystal?" "It is indeed a remarkable artifact." Although Lin Chu had long since mastered glassmaking, he had only replaced the windows in his home with glass, specifically in the courtyard of Chuzhuang. Other glass items produced included mirrors, which had sold exceptionally well, while the glass basin, though crafted, had never been offered for sale, only gifted on a few occasions. "You shall determine the pricing for these items and manage their sale," Lin Chu instructed gently. Yurong took a deep breath. "Young master, selling these items in the Shituju shops may be inappropriate due to their novelty. They should command a high price. I propose we establish a high-end shop and host an auction to maximize the value of these crystals." "Excellent. I entrust everything to you," Lin Chu nodded. Yurong smiled. "Rest assured, young master, I have recently acquired 2 additional shops. Initially, I aim to expand Shituju for the convenience of the Jinling populace, as the city is vast and requires more outlets. One of the shops is particularly large, and I intended to make it the flagship store of Shituju. This shop is also in the inner city, not far from the Ning family, and has already been renovated. I plan to modify the layout, transforming the 2nd floor into an auction house for optimal functionality." "That sounds good. I leave it all in your capable hands. However, I believe we should select a new name," Lin Chu remarked. Yurong paused, then exclaimed, "Young master, your insight is impeccable. I had considered this before but could not find a fitting name, unlike Shituju, which is so evocative." "Let us name it the Shituju Flagship Store," Lin Chu suggested gently. Yurong was momentarily taken aback, his expression puzzled. "Flagship store? What does that signify?" "I often traverse the world in my dreams, visiting a wondrous place akin to a realm of deities, encountering many extraordinary items. The term flagship store denotes the largest and most distinguished among all shops, akin to a main store, yet superior to all branches, serving not only as a retail space but also providing various services," Lin Chu explained. After a moment of contemplation, Yurong nodded. "Brilliant, truly fitting. I shall attend to it promptly." "Let us proceed and inspect the store together," Lin Chu responded. As they departed, Lu Chishui drove the carriage, and Meng Tuo accompanied them. After visiting 9 shops over the course of 2 hours, Lin Chu nodded approvingly. Indeed, the business was thriving, and the store decorations were commendable. Upon reaching lunchtime, they arranged to dine at the Michelin barbecue establishment. As they disembarked, Lin Chu noticed individuals waiting outside, and his gaze fell upon 3 figures, momentarily startled. The individual clad in a white robe appeared to be Fan Chongqing, also hailing from Yueshan City, with whom Lin Chu had previously experienced some unpleasantness in Qinghu City. The Fan family had a notable legacy. Fan Chongqing's grandfather was a former deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, now retired and residing in Yueshan City, reportedly becoming somewhat senile. His father was employed in the Ministry of Rights, though his exact position remained unclear. Upon spotting Lin Chu, Fan Chongqing paused, then scoffed, "Ah, the eldest young master of the Lin family. Is Michelin a place one can enter at will? Queue up." The queue system was devised by Lin Chu himself, promoting fairness by adhering to a first-come, first-served basis. At this moment, the air was thick with enticing aromas, confirming Michelin's thriving business, with the delicious scents of meat and vegetables intermingling with the alluring fragrance of chili. Lin Chu smiled faintly, disregarding Fan Chongqing, and proceeded inside. The proprietor of Michelin noticed Yurong and offered a slight bow, leading the group upstairs to a reserved private room that had never been open to the public, designated as Lin Chu's personal space. Fuming, Fan Chongqing approached the proprietor, exclaiming loudly, "Master, how do you conduct business here? Was it not stated that fairness is paramount, and that one must wait their turn? Young Master Fan, you already possess a number. Those behind you have yet to enter. Does that not exemplify fairness?" The proprietor replied with a smile. Fan Chongqing pointed at the staircase. "What about those who just went up? Did they not take a number?" "That was our head manager. No number was required." The proprietor raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. Fan Chongqing stood momentarily stunned, then inhaled deeply, resentment glimmering in his eyes. The 2 individuals beside him approached, one inquiring, "Chongqing, what is the matter?" "Young master," that individual was Lin Chu. Fan Chongqing responded quietly. Chapter 071. Young master. The individual referred to as young master was a youth of no more than 16 or 17 years, possessing an undeniable beauty, almost androgynous. Lin Chu, the poet sage of the Eastern Zhou? Young master's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I must meet him. I am particularly fond of Journey to the West. That book is truly extraordinary." With that, he dashed into Michelin, racing up to the 2nd floor. After inquiring with a servant, he swung open the door to Lin Chu's room. At that moment, Lin Chu sat at the head of the table, with Yurong, Lu Qiushui, and Meng Tuo seated beside him. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, as their statuses differed, and it was customary not to sit together, yet Lin Chu remained unconcerned. Upon entering, young master gazed at Lin Chu and bowed. "I am Li Yuanqing from the Ziyuan Duke's residence. It is an honor to meet you." "Lin brother." Lin Chu had never heard of him, nor did he know much about the Ziyuan Duke, prompting him to glance at Yurong. Leaning in, Yurong whispered, "Young master, this is the son of Princess Hahua. His father is the Prince Consort Li Sheng, currently serving as a deputy minister in the Ministry of Rights. Lei Yuanqing holds a nominal post as a long historian in the Imperial Guard." Lin Chu finally understood. He was aware of Princess Hahua, as she was one of the emperor's favorite daughters. From a young age, she had a fondness for lotus flowers, prompting the emperor to create a lotus pond within the palace, planting exquisite varieties from across the realm. When she turned 16, she married the top scholar Li Sheng, and the emperor granted her a residence not far from the palace. "Ah, it is the young master." Lin Chu rose and returned the bow. Gesturing for him to take a seat, Lei Yuanqing settled himself down, a triumphant expression upon his face, and remarked, "Brother Lin, you are renowned as the poet saint of the Eastern Zhou. Your poetic talent has become legendary throughout the realm. However, I must confess, my fondness lies with your Journey to the West. Pray tell, when might the subsequent volumes be published?" "Young master, I have come this time to participate in the imperial examination. Thus matters of writing shall have to be postponed until after," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Li Yuanqing's countenance fell and he sighed. "This truly is exasperating. Such an exquisite novel is simply irresistible. By the way, Brother Lin, you must have some manuscripts left. Would you be so kind as to let me have a glimpse? I simply cannot wait to see that mischievous monkey wreaking havoc." "Young master, I have been preoccupied with other matters of late, and have regrettably found no time to write." Lin Chu shook his head. Li Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Lin, please refrain from addressing me as young master. Simply call me Yuanqing." You are 18 this year, a year my junior. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Yuanqing, let us partake in some food together. Lin Chu chuckled, then shifted the topic. Were you just with Fan Chongqing? He too has come to take part in the imperial exam. His family estate is not far from mine. And being from Yu Mountain City, he often brings along some delightful trinkets, hence our acquaintance. However, he lacks the grandeur one would expect. He pales in comparison to you, Brother Lin. Despite sharing the same origins, the disparity is quite evident. This evening, I intend to take you for a stroll along the Qinhuai River. They are currently hosting a courtesan contest, with 18 brothels participating, and now only 8 remain. Each night promises to be magnificent, featuring dancers and singers. Especially noteworthy is a beauty from Shiliang, with golden hair that shines like the sun. When she dances, it truly captivates all. Li Yuanqing spoke softly. And Lin Chu was taken aback. A golden-haired beauty. She must have come from the west. I am grateful. Yuanqing is a newcomer to Jinling. I am unfamiliar with such affairs. Lin Chu acknowledged, casting a glance at his companion. Yurong. Though Li Yuanqing held a modest official position, his father was a vice minister of rights, a considerable title. In Lin Chu's previous life, many dynasties prohibited the royal consort from holding actual office, relegating them to mere honorary roles. Yet, the Eastern Zhou allowed the royal consort to serve as a minister of the 6 ministries, which is truly remarkable. Furthermore, Princess Haohua is one of the emperor's most cherished daughters. And this connection will surely prove advantageous in the future, especially since Lin Chu operates Shituju in Jinling. Cultivating relationships here is undoubtedly beneficial. Yurong approached with a box, presenting it to Li Yuanqing. Taken aback, Li Yuanqing glanced at Lin Chu. Lin Chu smiled. Yuanqing, this is a small trinket recently produced by Shituju, which may be put up for auction in the future. Please take it back as a gift for Princess Haohua. Shituju is my enterprise, and this is Yurong, my esteemed manager. I hope you will extend your kindness towards him in the future. Li Yuanqing nodded, opening the box for a glimpse, his eyes widening. Is this a crystal vase? It is truly exquisite, flawless, and uniquely shaped. Brother Lin, this is an extraordinary gift, worth a fortune. How could I possibly accept it? He exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chu shook his head. Yuanqing, I have produced several. This is not a particularly precious item. Please accept it without hesitation. Then I shall not be polite. My mother will surely adore it. Li Yuanqing replied with a bright smile, his eyes still gleaming. Lin Chu nodded. Yuanqing, I presume the princess is acquainted with the Minister of the Interior? The Minister of the Interior? Are you suggesting that Brother Lin wishes to become a royal merchant? Li Yuanqing's expression shifted, a trace of caution in his gaze. Lin Chu shook his head. Our family's ancestral teachings prohibit us from engaging in royal commerce. However, items such as soap and toilet paper are necessities the royal family cannot do without. Thus, they will inevitably seek procurement. If we let the Liu family business handle it, I would have reservations. It is wiser to establish a direct connection with the Minister of the Interior to negotiate favorable terms. We may collaborate with the Liu family, but we must ensure the pricing is just. Should they attempt to suppress us, we can directly liaise with the minister. Are you not concerned about the Empress exerting pressure? Li Yuanqing inquired, his demeanor relaxing slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Chu shook his head. Our family has friends in the court. Moreover, should the Empress meddle in such matters, there would surely be censure from the censors. Very well, upon my return, I shall mention this to my mother and introduce you to her. The Liu family is indeed a bit overbearing, Li Yuanqing replied. Securing the vase, the dishes were soon served, an array of skewered meats sizzling enticingly, the aroma wafting through the air. The meat was pure lamb, accompanied by chicken, fish, and even shellfish, given Yu Mountain City's proximity to the sea. Procuring seafood was quite effortless. Li Yuanqing savored the meal, praising it as he ate. Lin Chu also relished a few bites. The flavor of the chili was not overpowering but added a delightful zest. And he could not help but commend the dish, noting that it was indeed not difficult to prepare. Below the Michelin restaurant, Fan Chongqing had already arrived, seated on the first floor, consuming food while keeping a watchful eye on the staircase. Clearly awaiting Li Yuanqing, a companion beside him noticed and remarked softly, Fan, I fear young master may not descend. It seems Lin Gongzi is the object of his admiration. It appears there is some history between you and Lin Gongzi? You are both scholars from Yu Mountain City. I believe it would be wise to foster a closer bond. Lin Gongzi's poetic fame is renowned, and I hear he is highly favored in the palace. His poem Memories of Chibi truly showcases his expansive spirit. Such a remarkable individual is indeed worthy of admiration. Chapter 072. The great Xiangwa temple having finished their meal, Lin Chu intended to visit Shituju's flagship store to discuss some layout designs. As he descended the stairs alongside Li Yuanqing, the latter, though slightly shorter, radiated vitality and exuberance. Upon spotting them, Fan Chongqing sprang up, hastily approaching. "Young master, our skewers have arrived," Fan Chongqing exclaimed, bowing slightly in a somewhat ingratiating manner. Li Yuanqing waved him off. "That's enough. I have already dined with Brother Lin. I must take my leave now. Do not seek me out again, as I have numerous matters to attend to." With that, he cast a glance at Lin Chu, bowing slightly. "Brother Lin, I shall take my leave now. We will arrange to meet another day." "Very well. I shall remain in Jinling until the conclusion of the examinations. There is ample time. Just let me know when you come, and I will gladly accompany you," Lin Chu replied, escorting Li Yuanqing out. Fan Chongqing trailed closely behind, continuing to speak. "Young master, are you heading back? Enough. I have said it. Do not seek me out again. My heart belongs solely to Brother Lin." Li Yuanqing shot Fan Chongqing a glare. Lin Chu chuckled, offering a respectful gesture as he watched Li Yuanqing board his carriage. Ignoring Fan Chongqing entirely as he strode towards his own carriage, Yurong and the others followed suit, leaving Fan Chongqing momentarily stunned. A young man accompanying Fan Chongqing approached Lin Chu, bowing respectfully. "Brother Lin, I am Zhang Feiyu, hailing from Linshan City, and I hold great admiration for you." Lin Chu returned the gesture, glancing at Fan Chongqing with a peculiar expression, then called out, "Zhang, let us board together. We can converse, as I have some matters to attend to." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Zhang Feiyu replied joyfully, following Lin Chu into the carriage. They headed towards Shituju's flagship store, where Zhang Feiyu and Lin Chu discussed poetry. Zhang Feiyu marveled, "Brother Lin, your talent is truly remarkable. The 30 poems in your collection will undoubtedly echo through the ages. It is no surprise that you have become the top scholar. Moreover, your invention of the goose feather pen, Lin Lang's soup, soap, and so forth, particularly the goose feather pen, has become a refined pursuit, now widely used in the capital for its convenience. I have heard of your renown as well. You, too, are regarded as a great talent in Jiangnan." Lin Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Feiyu, known as the Linshan talented scholar, originally held a reputation that surpassed Lin Chu's, but Lin Chu's arrival and poetic prowess had eclipsed him in fame. As they spoke, Lin Chu produced a box from his side and presented it to Zhang Feiyu. "Zhang, this is a specially crafted edition of the goose feather pin, intended as a gift for a friend." Zhang Feiyu, taken aback, slowly opened the box to reveal a goose feather pin encased in a tube of gold. A splendid sight indeed. The thicker tube provided a more comfortable grip, albeit at a higher cost. Zhang Feiyu looked up, shaking his head in refusal. "Brother Lin, such a precious item is beyond my means to accept. I must insist you take it back." His resolve was firm, though his eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. Lin Chu smiled slightly, appreciating his integrity. Gifts should not be judged by their value but by the sentiment behind them. There is no need for such formality. "Zhang." Lin Chu shook his head, pushing the box back towards him. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Feiyu accepted it, stating gently, "In the future, as we serve together in the court, I shall support you, Brother Lin." Lin Chu clasped his fists in acknowledgement, and the two continued discussing poetry for a while longer until the carriage came to a halt. The flagship store indeed boasted a grand structure, featuring 2 levels, with the second floor offering a splendid view of the Qinhuai River, a prime location indeed. Observing the river, Lin Chu pondered. Yuanqing had mentioned taking him to stroll along the Qinhuai River, which must be nearby. This evening, he would accompany him to witness the courtesan contest. After exchanging a few words with Yurong, he made several requests, such as ensuring the presence of a reception room for distinguished guests. On the first floor, refreshments were also offered to entertain the guests coming and going. Since it was a flagship store, it could not solely focus on selling products. The emphasis must also be on providing excellent service. Yurong nodded in agreement, taking notes diligently. Zhang Feiyu, standing nearby, sighed, "Brother Lin, your talents are remarkable. Even matters concerning merchants are well within your expertise." "I am someone who enjoys reading," Lin Chu replied earnestly. "Not only historical texts and classics, but I also appreciate various other writings. To govern effectively, one must understand the people's livelihood. Otherwise, one cannot perform well in their duties. Brother Zhang, even if we were to become successful candidates, we may not know our future roles, be it in the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Personnel, or the Ministry of Revenue. All our possibilities. It is essential to have broad knowledge. Ignoring worldly affairs is simply impractical. Governing a region without understanding its intricacies could lead to harm for both oneself and others. Zhang Feiyu listened attentively, bowing respectfully as he said, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your wise counsel. By the way, Brother Zhang, I have heard that there is a courtesan competition along the Qinhuai River. Is it nearby?" Lin Chu inquired while standing by the window on the second floor. Pointing in that direction, the banks of the Qinhuai River were beautifully landscaped, the water wide, adorned with bridges. People traversed the bridges above while boats glided beneath, most rowed by women who occasionally sang local folk songs. Their voices as soft as the river's flow. Zhang Feiyu nodded, saying, "It's not far. In that direction." "What, Brother Lin, do you also have an interest in the courtesan competition?" "There is a blonde, blue-eyed maiden who is truly radiant. I attended once before. When she dances, one cannot help but be mesmerized. She is undoubtedly the most exquisite beauty in the world, and this time, the title of courtesan shall certainly belong to her." Aside from beauty, should the courtesan not also be valued for her talents? Lin Chu pondered aloud. Zhang Feiyu nodded. In theory, yes, but her grace in dance is indeed enchanting, possessing a unique charm that can be considered a form of talent. "I must seize the opportunity to witness it," Lin Chu affirmed. After addressing his matters, he parted ways with Yurong and left, his thoughts lingering on the courtesan competition. Zhang Feiyu was staying at an inn directly across from the Great Xianghua Temple, the most revered temple in Jinling, where the abbot enjoyed the trust of the Empress Dowager and frequently visited the palace to lecture. Upon reaching the inn, Zhang Feiyu clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lin Chu, saying, "Thank you for the writing brush, Brother Lin. After the imperial examination, I would like to invite you to visit my home in Linshan. We have a few tea trees that produce quite good tea. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay you a visit, Brother Zhang." Lin Chu reciprocated with a respectful gesture. As he entered his carriage, he lifted the curtain and gazed at the Great Xianghua Temple, bustling with visitors. The monks at the entrance wore benevolent expressions, evoking a sense of warmth. However, among the monks stood a particularly tall and robust figure, his shaved head gleaming brightly, with a neck thicker than Lin Chu's thigh. His large eyes, when facing the stone lions at the temple's entrance, created an odd juxtaposition, clad in monk's robes. Lin Chu chuckled, lowering the curtain, but the monk turned his head, looking back with a hint of confusion. Sensing that someone had been observing him, upon returning home, Lin Chu rested briefly before composing a letter, instructing someone to deliver it to the Ning family. Now in Jinling, he felt it necessary to inform Ning Zichu. As he wished to visit the Ning residence the following day, however, he anticipated that they would not allow him inside, so his intention was for Ning Zichu to sneak out to meet him. The Great Xianghua Temple was indeed a pleasant location. Engaging in such flirtations posed no burden on Lin Chu, as modern sensibilities reflected in this aspect. Later that evening, he planned to accompany Li Yuanqing to the Qinhuai River. Given his previous stamina, he would have struggled, but now he felt invigorated, even more so than most in the afternoon. The spring breeze was gentle as Lin Chu perused a recipe book, preparing to visit another Michelin restaurant in a few days to instruct the chefs in the art of cooking. As he contemplated the mapo tofu recipe, he realized that tofu was currently unavailable in the market. Nonetheless, he intended to make some himself. After all, the Lin family grain store had everything one could need, and acquiring soybeans would be effortless. He called for Yu Shaoqing, instructing him to fetch some soybeans from the Lin family grain store to be delivered to the estate. Next, he asked Lu Qiushui to place several jars of wine in the carriage, as tonight's event at the courtesan competition presented an opportunity for him to promote the wine, which was over 30 degrees and nearing 40. Indeed, a strong spirit. Footsteps echoed as Qiu Zhu entered, carrying a bowl of lotus seed soup. This season's lotus seeds were not yet available, so they were from last year's stock, sweetened with red dates to quell heat. "Qiu Zhu, where is Yunzhan?" Lin Chu inquired. "Young master." "Mrs. Napping. This lotus seed soup was prepared by her, but she struggles with walking and tires quickly. Her delicate feet are burdened, so she requires rest. I can assist her with some tasks. Is there anything you need me to do?" "I require your company by the bed," Lin Chu jested, playfully pinching her cheek. Qiu Zhu's face flushed, and she chided, "Young master, shall I prepare myself? Did you take me seriously?" Lin Chu chuckled. Qiu Zhu paused, huffed softly, and turned, swaying her hips. "Young master, you are not a good person." "All right. In due time. Why are you so eager?" Lin Chu remarked, noticing her well-developed figure. Her beauty was striking, and her waist was remarkably slender. He couldn't help but pat her behind. Qiu Zhu blushed, retorting, "Who is eager?" "Young master, I must attend to Miss now, so I shall ignore you. Lin Chu's mood inexplicably lifted, and he recalled the wandering hero. He wondered if he had arrived yet, and he still needed to meet Yongan. A hint of apprehension stirred within him at the thought of her. It was worth noting that Yongan had once been a courtesan along the Qinhuai River, and he still needed to devise a way to eliminate her. As night enveloped the sky, Lin Chu's carriage departed from the Lin residence, driven by Lu Qiushui, with Yu Shaoqing following closely. By the banks of the Qinhuai River, 8 decorated boats were moored, adorned with lanterns. Each boat was quite large, equipped with a stage on the deck, where the lanterns swayed gently. The riverside was thronged with people. Upon Lin Chu's arrival, he found Li Yuanqing already present. He sat at the forefront, and his bodyguard welcomed Lin Chu, guiding him over. Brother Lin has arrived. Please take a seat. This location is excellent. I've already prepared a pot of tea. Though these small dishes cannot compare to Michelin's barbecue, they are all local specialties. Do give them a try. Li Yuanqing gestured for Lin Chu to sit, who signaled to Yu Shaoqing, who then presented 3 jars of wine. The table was laden with dishes, including osmanthus saltwater duck and sweet lotus root, along with various snacks. Lin Chu spoke softly, Brother Li, I brought some wine, homemade. Do have a taste. With that, he opened the wine jar, and the fragrance wafted through the air, enticing everyone nearby as the wind blew. The aroma spread, drawing the attention of all present, with someone exclaiming, What excellent wine! What kind of wine is this? It smells divine. Li Yuanqing sniffed the air, equally intrigued, watching Lin Chu pour the wine, which appeared clear with a frothy top. After filling 2 bowls, each holding about 3 taels, Lin Chu raised his cup, saying, Brother Li, let us share a drink. The 2 clinked their cups, and Lin Chu took a small sip, while Li Yuanqing, accustomed to drinking heartily, gulped down half a bowl. As the liquor slid down his throat, he felt a fiery warmth, yet its fragrance lingered, prompting him to exclaim, What splendid wine! This is truly potent. A man nearby turned his head, a fellow in his 30s, approaching and asking, Young master, what wine is this? May I have a taste? This is not my wine. It belongs to Brother Lin. Li Yuanqing waved his hand, then introduced, Brother Lin. This is Guan Yunchang, a lieutenant in the city defense force. Lin Chu was taken aback, and he clasped his hands in greeting, Brother Guan, please take a jar to enjoy. Guan Yunchang thanked him, taking a jar of wine back. Someone else shouted, Young Master Lin, where did you purchase this wine? At Shituju, 2 taels of silver per jar. Lin Chu called out. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. This wine was indeed pricey. A man standing nearby rose and approached, grinning, Young Master Lin, is it truly you? May I have a jar to taste? Lin Chu smiled, recognizing him as the fellow from Qinghu City affiliated with the Hunyuan sect. I can sell it to you for 2 taels of silver. The man scratched his head. I don't have silver. How about I serve as your bodyguard for a day? If you do, you must sit beside me. Lin Chu nodded. The man sat down, opened a jar of wine, and took a hearty swig, wiping his mouth with his sleeve afterward, declaring, What fine wine! Young Master Lin, my name is Yuan Hao. Here, have a chicken leg. Lin Chu tossed a chicken leg to him. Yuan Hao laughed, appearing simple-hearted. Though Lin Chu remembered well the fierce manner in which he had killed that night, Yuanqing cast a glance, but said nothing, continuing to chat and drink with Lin Chu. After a bowl of wine, he began to feel slightly tipsy, as his tolerance was not particularly high. Yuan Hao drank contentedly on the side, each man absorbed in his own enjoyment. A melodious tune wafted through the air as a group emerged from one of the boats, taking to the stage. Good evening, gentlemen. We are the boat from Chuanilu, and now, Miss Rui will perform for you. The voice of a charming young woman resonated. She had a fair complexion and donned a vibrant red dress. Likely a maid, yet she exuded a captivating allure. Li Yuanqing remarked softly, Brother Lin, Chuanilu once produced a courtesan. 3 years ago. Yongan hailed from there, however, she was of noble status, thus never entertained guests. Lin Chu was taken aback, contemplation stirring within him. Yongan originated from Chuanilu, and her proficiency in playing the zither made sense, considering that Miss Rui was to perform as well. A woman clad in purple approached gracefully, taking her seat behind the qin. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, with a touch of vermilion adorning her brow, presumably the mark of a gecko, a testament to her extraordinary beauty. The melodies of the qin resonated. Her deft fingers danced across the strings with the elegance of blooming flowers. After a brief interlude, she began to sing, performing the same song once rendered by the renowned Yongan, the Song of Gaixia. Yet, In comparison to Yang, she fell slightly short. However, when listened to in isolation, her performance remained of the highest caliber. The audience was entranced, captivated by her alluring beauty and enchanting presence. Lei Yuanqing was equally mesmerized. While Lin Chu marveled at her talent, noting that she surpassed even the most celebrated singers of his previous life. Yuan Hao continued to snack, seemingly oblivious to the performance. Lin Chu gently inquired, Yuan Hao, did you eventually take Yin Yang to meet your senior brother? Indeed, I did. My senior brother resides in Jinling, but after a brief encounter, Yin Yang departed, as she is a member of the Yin sect. And my brother did not wish to complicate matters for her. I recall that she played a piece for him, the very tune you just heard from Rue Yi, though her singing was quite lackluster, almost inducing slumber. Strangely enough, my brother shed tears at her performance, Yuan Hao replied, nodding. Lin Chu was taken aback. Tears? The Hongyuan sect was amongst the mightiest in the eastern Zhou, a prestigious faction revered across the land. Even the court would hesitate to offend them. It seemed Yuan Hao's senior brother was indeed a figure of intrigue. After Rue Yi concluded her performance and exited the stage, a boatman began to row, propelling the painted boat forward. Another boat approached, and Lin Chu expressed his admiration for the clever design. At their table, which faced the boat directly, Lin Chu turned to Lei Yuanqing and asked, how is the courtesan selected? There are 4 judges, officials from the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Justice, the esteemed Mr. Qing Shan, a renowned scholar, and finally, a ceremonial officer from the Teaching Bureau. Each possesses a score of 50 points, totaling 200. Additionally, the audience can offer flowers, 10 taels of silver per flower, with 10 flowers equating to 1 point. The highest scorer at the end of the event becomes the courtesan. And talented individuals like yourself, Lin, can offer poetry. Ordinary poems do not count, but those of exceptional quality are worth 10 points. Should they be your esteemed verses, they could garner 50 to 100 points, all determined by Mr. Qing Shan, Lei Yuanqing elucidated. Lin Chu nodded in understanding. So today is the decisive round? Indeed, there will be another round in 5 days, and this round will eliminate 4 contenders, Lei Yuanqing confirmed before shifting the topic. What do you think of Miss Rue Yi? Would you care to support her? Let us observe a bit longer. Lin Chu replied with a slight smile. The subsequent performances were commendable. Indeed, those vying for the title of courtesan possessed remarkable talents, each showcasing their unique skills. A particularly skilled flautist caught the audience's attention. Another boat arrived, and upon anchoring, a golden-haired woman emerged, a servant announcing, Miss Sha Bai from the Tao War is here to perform. Lin Chu's eyes sparkled. The golden-haired woman was undeniably stunning. Her long golden tresses and emerald eyes framed a slender physique with an alluring presence, distinctly embodying Western beauty. Standing at an impressive height of 1.72 meters, she began to dance with fiery grace, her long hair sweeping through the air, clearly a courtly dance. The audience erupted in applause, and even Lin Chu felt the infectious excitement. After her performance, panting and poised, Lin Chu narrowed his eyes, truly exceptional. He committed the name Taowu to memory as the boat departed, and another boat arrived. Halting beside them, Miss Qing Ning from the Zui Lu is here to perform, the servant announced. Dressed in a flowing azure gown, Miss Qing Ning had her long hair elegantly pinned atop her head. Her graceful neck and oval face complemented her statuesque figure, also standing at 1.72 meters. Lin Chu squinted. The caliber of these courtesans was indeed remarkable. Miss Qing Ning's dance was supple and fluid, her movements reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze, in a backward arch. Her back seemed to touch the ground, yet there was but a sliver of space, showcasing the strength of her waist. Her arms twisted gracefully, her waist delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand. Lin Chu applauded, recognizing this as the pinnacle of dance, surpassing even Sha Bai's performance. The embroidered shoes peeking from beneath her skirt occasionally arched gracefully, vividly displaying her flexibility, while her skin bore an ethereal pallor, as white as paper. As her dance concluded, thunderous applause resounded, and Lin Chu joined in. Lei Yuanqing glanced at him and remarked, "Do you fancy her?" "Lin? I find Sha Bai to be the more captivating of the two." "Both are marvelous," Lin Chu replied with a smile, shrugging lightly. Qingning bowed to the audience as the boat drifted away, and the final boat arrived. A servant emerged, gently announcing, "Miss Nian Bai from the 1Xian Lu will now sing for you." Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback as there was no one on stage. Lei Yuanqing chuckled. As of today, no one has laid eyes on Miss Nian Bai. She claims she will make her true appearance in the final round. However, her voice is truly exquisite, and every song she sings garners high acclaim. Moreover, she has some connection with you, Lin. Lin Chu was startled, about to respond when Yin Bai began to sing. Her voice, crystal clear and piercingly high, sent a shiver down Lin Chu's spine. She sang verses penned by him. And in that moment, Lin Chu grasped Li Yuanqing's implication. The Yangtze River flows eastward. Waves wash away the heroes. This grandiose piece was rendered with a tinge of gracefulness, yet held immense power. For a woman to produce such a sound was nothing short of extraordinary. As her song concluded, the servant bowed, and the boat returned to its mooring. Lin Chu exhaled, sipping his tea. The wine had been consumed. He had only had 3 taels, while Li Yuanqing had drunk half a gene, with the remaining 2 taels finding their way into Yuan Hao's belly. Li Yuanqing's face flushed, intoxication settling in, while Yuan Hao remained unaffected. Throughout, he had not paid any attention to the courtesan's performances. Lin Chu cast a glance at him. Yuan Hao, are you not interested? All this prattling is of no interest to me. The dances lack vigor. I do not understand why my senior brother is so fond of it, Yuan Hao replied. Then added with admiration, but the wine is delightful. I truly enjoy it. Lin Chu chuckled, finding Yuan Hao to be quite the character. Voices from the crowd rose and fell. 10 flowers for Miss Rui, 50 flowers for Miss Sha Bai, 20 flowers for Miss Qing Ning. Lin Chu remained silent, and after a moment, the noise subsided as someone began tallying the scores, presenting them to the 4 judges. After a brief discussion, one of the officials stood, proclaiming, I am Yuan Haikua from the Ministry of Rights. The 4 finalists we have chosen are Miss Sha Bai, Miss Nian Bai, Miss Rui, and Miss Qing Ning. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, and Lin Chu was taken aback. In his estimation, Qing Ning's talents should have surpassed those of Sha Bai and Rui, arguably placing her on par with Nian Bai. It appeared that few appreciated such exquisite dance. The competition concluded for the moment. Yet the boats continued to operate, with many patrons boarding, indulging in song and revelry, the sounds of strings and flutes filling the AI art. Li Yuanqing was thoroughly intoxicated, supported by his attendants as he departed. Lin Chu prepared to leave as well when Guan Yuncheng approached, clasping his fists in gratitude. Lin Gongzi, thank you for the fine wine today. It is truly potent, the finest in the realm. Guan Xiong, you are too kind. If you wish to drink, you are always welcome at Ju, my establishment. However, our current production is limited, so we may not be able to meet demand. The wine is sold in limited quantities each day. Lin Chu replied gently. Guan Yuncheng was taken aback. What do you mean by limited quantities? Simply put, we can only sell 200 jars a day. Beyond that, we have none left, Lin Chu clarified. Guan Yuncheng chuckled. Lin Gongzi, I am a connoisseur of fine wine. As martial men, we appreciate both martial arts and good drink. Might I procure 100 jars? Guan Xiong, I will inquire about our stock upon my return, Lin Chu replied with a smile. Guan Yuncheng clasped his fists again. Lin Shtong, if you have news, please send word to the City Defense Army camp, which is located in the outer city. After exchanging addresses, they bid farewell, and Yuan Hao followed Lin Chu as they left. Once they boarded the carriage, Lu Qiushui drove away, with Yu Shaoqing seated on the carriage shaft while Yuan Hao kept pace on foot, moving swiftly. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Chu instructed Yu Shaoqing to arrange for Yuan Hao's accommodations in the side courtyard, close to the main entrance, with each having their own room. His capabilities made him the ideal choice for guarding the entrance. Yuan Hao grinned. Gongzi, if I follow you, will you grant me a jar of wine each day? This wine, as you said, limited supply. Whatever that means, I understand it signifies scarcity, so following you means I will have wine to drink. What do you say? You are a disciple of the Hongyuan sect. It seems inappropriate for you to serve as my guard. Surely, the sect would not overlook it. I cannot bear the wrath of the Hongyuan sect, Lin Chu gently declined. Yuan Hao grew anxious. Gongzi, it's not like that. We disciples of Hongyuan require constant sustenance, primarily through food. The more we consume, the faster we enhance our strength. Thus, supporting disciples is a challenge for the sect. We are impoverished. The sect encourages us to forge our own paths. Although I am a core disciple, resources are still limited. If I accompany you, the sect will not intervene, and I can follow your orders indefinitely. Yu Shaoqing stood to the side, lightly clearing his throat. Lin Chu cast a glance at him, sensing he had something to say, so he remained silent. Yuan Hao, if you wish to stay by the young master's side, you must be obedient. Whatever the young master commands, you must comply, and you should refer to him as young master. If you are willing to remain with him, then you shall receive a jar of wine daily. As for food, you shall be well fed. Our Lin family may lack in many things, but grain is abundant. Yu Shaoqing's demeanor was dignified, possessing the air of a great scholar, which made him quite persuasive. Yuan Hao nodded. No problem, from now on, I will follow the young master. If he points east, I shall never stray west. Come, I will arrange for your accommodation, providing you with an independent courtyard. And there will be someone to assist you daily, Yu Shaoqing said gently before turning to leave. Lin Chu returned to the inner residence, where Qiuzhu approached, handing him a letter and whispering, Young master, a letter from Miss Ning has arrived. Shall I assist you with your bath? No need for a bath. I bathed earlier today. Just prepare a basin of water for me to soak my feet, Lin Chu replied. Nodding as he settled into his study, he opened the letter, which bore Ning Zichu's handwriting. Lin Lang, father forbids your visit, insisting we wait until after the imperial examinations. Tomorrow morning, I shall be offering incense at the great Xianghua temple. Lin Chu smiled. Xiao Chuchu truly understood the nuances of romance. He mentioned the situation at the great Xianghua temple without divulging anything else, and she understood immediately. Truly a talented woman. The study doors swung open, and Qiuzhu entered with a copper basin. Placing it before Lin Chu, she sat on a low stool and began to remove his shoes and socks, gently soaking his feet in the water, her small hands delicately washing them with a gentle touch. Qiuzhu's hands were small and soft. As she washed, she softly remarked, Young master, Miss wishes to go out tomorrow to explore the splendor of Jinling, the foremost city in Jiangnan. Let Yu Shaoqing and Meng Tu accompany you. Lin Chu nodded. The door opened again, and Luo Yunjin entered, clad in a light white dress, which was neither heavy nor cumbersome, moving with a gentle sway, appearing slightly breathless. Approaching Lin Chu, she gently brushed his teeth with her fingers, which were dipped in green salt, her touch incredibly soft, a fragrant aroma wafted from her, subtly sweet, with her voluptuous figure undeniably eye-catching. Lin Chu praised her transformation, noting that the ginseng truly worked wonders, and resolved to have her replenish her strength, for her vitality was commendable. Master, I do not wish to venture too far. My feet lack strength, and the burdens I carry feel somewhat heavy, Luo Yunjin said softly, her voice imbued with an indescribably pleasant fragrance. Lin Chu nodded, waiting for her to finish brushing his teeth and rinsing in the basin before gently saying, A stroll along Jinling's long street will suffice. Then I shall simply enjoy the scenery from the carriage. If I see something I wish to buy, I shall procure it, Luo Yunjin agreed with Ano de T that moment. Qiuzhu lifted his feet, resting them upon her thigh, meticulously drying them with a cloth. Lin Chu took Luo Yunjin's hand and led her back into the room. As he lay down, her voice lingered softly in the air, resonating for quite some time. In early April, the sounds of insects began to fill the night, a subtle yet lively addition to the evening. Zhanjin, this is truly delightful. You've left me with quite a bit of your fragrance on my face, Lin Chu chuckled, his visage enveloped in a feminine scent. Luo Yunjin smirked, her face illuminated by the candlelight, appearing as if touched by a layer of blush. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her supple form still fragrant. Softly murmuring, Master, may I refrain from consuming ginseng in the future? I feel much improved. If I continue, certain aspects may still develop further. In the coming days, I shall seek out some martial arts manuals for you to practice. You should feel significantly better and regain your strength. But you must continue with the ginseng. Your vitality is somewhat deficient, and supplementing it is wise. Besides, growth is always a good thing, and I particularly appreciate it. Surely you can feel that, can't you? Lin Chu gently remarked, eliciting a light laugh from Luo Yunjin, her happiness evident. Upon awakening, Lin Chu made his way to the side courtyard, where Wang Dachui was practicing martial arts, his commanding voice resonating. He had now become a third-rank master. Having trained at Yangshuo Mountain, where he diligently practiced the martial arts technique known as Qianggong, akin to Ada and Air, Meng Tuo provided him with guidance, which accelerated his progress in martial arts. Dachui, you're doing quite well, Lin Chu praised. Wang Dachui sprinted over, saluting Lin Chu with a military gesture, standing at attention with fingers aligned, angled towards his temple, reminiscent of military protocol from his previous life. Young master, I am Wang Dazhu, not Wang Dachui, he replied with a cheerful smile. Lin Chu paused, contemplating, and realizing he had indeed misremembered, he shook his head earnestly. From now on, you shall be called Wang Dachui. It is a more melodious name. Understood. I shall heed the young master's wishes, Wang Dachui responded with a beaming grin. Chapter 76, Equality. The Great Xianghua Temple is the most renowned temple of the Eastern Zhou, where the royal family comes to pray for blessings each new year. Thus, the temple's plaques are gilded, gleaming brilliantly in the light. Lin Chu's carriage was parked aside. As one is prohibited from riding within the temple grounds, he adhered to the rules. Accompanying him were Lu Qiushui and Yuan Hao. Though Lu Qiushui remained with the carriage while Yuan Hao walked alongside him into the temple, Yu Shaoqing and Meng Tuo had accompanied Luo Yunjin on her outing, and with their presence, Lin Chu felt little concern. Dressed in a white robe, Lin Chu appeared tall and striking, exuding an air of charm. The great Xianghua temple was bustling with visitors. Lin Chu followed the crowd, with a vast expanse of bluestone paving to one side. Surrounded by ancient trees in the distance, rolling hills were faintly visible, a picturesque setting. Lin Chu admired the scenery, recalling that in his previous life, this place would have undoubtedly been a true tourist destination. However, he was disinterested in worship. Instead, he enjoyed the scenery, occasionally wandering through the grand halls, searching for a glimpse of Xiao Chu Chu. After a thorough exploration, Lin Chu furrowed his brow, having failed to locate her. Contemplating, he returned to the front courtyard. Sitting on the bluestone steps, Yuan Hao stood lazily beside him, exuding an air of relaxed composure that harmonized with nature. Lin Chu observed the throngs of pilgrims entering the temple. While the monks wore benevolent expressions, his gaze fell upon a tall monk, clad in monk robes, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, truly formidable. Sensing Lin Chu's gaze, the monk turned, momentarily startled upon recognizing Lin Chu. Before his attention shifted to Yuan Hao, prompting another pause. Yuan Hao merely glanced at him without further engagement. The towering monk strode over, his gaze fixed intently on Yuan Hao. Ba, your aura is substantial. You must be a master. With such a physique, it appears you practice external martial arts. I am deeply passionate about martial arts, specializing in strength cultivation. May I spar with you? What do you say? I must protect the young master. I have no interest, Yuan Hao replied. Shaking his head in indifference, the tall monk then glanced at Lin Chu, bowing. I am Yuan Tong. Might I suggest that this robust warrior spar with me? If you are concerned for safety, I can't have others stand guard. We have plenty of monks at the Great Xianghua Temple, including skilled martial monks. Yuan Tong, the Great Xianghua Temple is renowned for its Buddhist principles. Why do you have such an affinity for fighting? Lin Chu chuckled lightly, then added, I am waiting for someone and cannot allow Yuan Hao to engage with you. Yuan Tong appeared taken aback. Waiting for someone? Perhaps you would prefer to wait in our reception room. The Ning family also has someone here today to offer incense. Miss Ning is in the reception room. She is renowned for her talent in Jiling, and meeting her would be a rare opportunity, as many talented individuals wish to meet her but cannot. Miss Ning? Lin Chu was momentarily stunned, so Ning Zichu had indeed come, but was waiting for him in the reception room without informing him. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chu inquired, why did Miss Ning go to the reception room to offer incense? Sir, the Ning family is concerned for her safety, given her beauty, so they arranged for her to wait in the reception room, which connects to a private hall not open to the public, Yuan Tong explained gently. Lin Chu couldn't help but smile. Then please take me to the reception room. It was fortunate for him that Yuan Tong intervened. Otherwise, he might not have encountered Ning Zichu, which also indicated that the Ning family was indeed wary of him and wished to prevent a meeting between him and Ning Zichu. An evident case of thwarting romance. Yuan Hao? You may engage in a few exchanges with me now, Yuan Tong declared loudly. Lin Chu shook his head. Yuan Tong, not at the moment. I will let you and Yuan Hao spar once I have completed my business. Very well. It is a promise. Yuan Tong replied cheerfully. Following him, Lin Chu felt increasingly elated, his spirits soaring as he pondered the Ning family's precautions against him while also having Yuan Tong as an ally. He resolved to cultivate this connection further, transforming him into an internal informant. The reception room was tranquil and spacious, adorned with numerous bamboo plants, exuding elegance. After guiding them inside, Yuan Tong pointed toward the door of the reception room, whispering, Young Master Lin, I shall leave you here. You may enter on your own. The monk in charge here can be rather stern, and I prefer to avoid provoking him. Young Master Lin, I shall see you shortly. I am eager to spar with Yuan Hao. Lin Chu nodded and approached the door, preparing to push it open when Yuan Hao stepped in front of him and opened the door. Inside stood an elderly monk, seemingly about to open the door as well. The old monk glanced at Lin Chu and Yuan Hao, momentarily taken aback, before smiling gently. Do you gentlemen have business here? Just came to have a look, to visit, Lin Chu replied, nodding as he assessed the monk with keen interest. The old monk's eyebrows were quite long, white and drooping, giving him an appearance of age. Clad in a scarlet robe, he stood tall and muscular, with a somewhat stern visage that lacked warmth. Such a figure, serving as the guest monk, was indeed intriguing. Typically, a guest monk would be expected to possess a gentle demeanor and relative youthfulness, qualities that would naturally endear him to visitors. The guest monk nodded slightly and said, "Umitba, the reception room does not welcome outsiders today. I must ask you to leave. Isn't the great Xiangwa temple a pure sanctuary of the Buddha? If this place is not open and that place is also closed, it seems that even before the Buddha, equality among all beings is not upheld, for there exists a hierarchy," Lin Chu replied with a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I bid you farewell. This great Xiangwa temple is not the sacred place I envision. Please hold on, dear guest. The notion of equality among beings is not to be understood in this manner. Otherwise, our great Xiangwa temple possesses martial arts. If we were to only speak of equality, should we then also disseminate martial arts to everyone?" The guest monk replied gently, his expression embodying compassion, exhibiting the demeanor of a venerable monk. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. "The reason martial arts are not propagated is not for any other purpose, but precisely for the sake of equality. Should some learn martial arts? They might use it to oppress others. Thus, in the pursuit of equality, everyone ought to practice martial arts, which would prevent any form of oppression. However, this is unrelated to our previous discussion. The reception room serves as a resting place for the visitors to the great Xiangwa temple. Any guest may rest for a moment. And to deny that is to go against the Buddha's original intent. You need not quibble, dear guest, I cannot argue with you, but you shall not enter," the guest monk said calmly, maintaining his composure. Lin Chu's heart raced. This old monk was indeed formidable, remaining unperturbed. Yet, he was indifferent, as his intention was never to enter. Before the Buddha, how could one dare to argue? "It is merely a matter of my inner discontent," Lin Chu declared loudly. In the next moment, he turned to leave, while Yuan Hao stood stunned, glaring angrily at the old monk. Chapter 077. Enlightenment and insight. Footsteps approached from behind, followed by Ning Zichu's voice. "Please wait, Master Huiguang. This is where I must part ways. Allow me to introduce Lin Lang." Lin Chu turned, his face brightening at the sight of Ning Zichu. She rushed to him, her figure graceful, her waist gently twisting, exuding an aura of charm. Standing before him, she took his hand and exclaimed joyfully, "Lin Lang, I've missed you so much." "Amitba, Miss Ning, Lord Ning does not wish for you to meet this Lin Gongzi. I kindly ask you to heed his wishes." Huiguang's voice resonated with authority. Ning Zichu turned to him, her gaze fixed. "Master Huiguang, this is a personal matter. My grandfather and father have no say here. I am fond of Lin Lang, and should my family oppose, I might even elope with him. Marriage is a matter that should heed the words of elders. Miss Ning, your words are quite audacious. I may need to take action," Huiguang warned, his gaze unwavering. Lin Chu pulled Ning Zichu behind him, asserting, "Master Huiguang, the Buddha teaches equality among beings. Regardless of your firm beliefs, harboring calculations in your heart is a form of bias. All beings possess Buddha nature, and if a mundane person can attain enlightenment, they too are Buddha. If you obstruct this, you defy the essence of Buddha." Huiguang was taken aback, staring at Lin Chu, his eyes flickering with a hint of uncertainty. He found himself unable to counter this argument. As a martial monk, he belonged to the sect of martial monks at the Great Xiangwa Temple, a small group primarily tasked with protecting the temple. Yet, as a monk, he was also obligated to cultivate Buddhist teachings. The notion of enlightenment struck a chord, and Huiguang could not resort to violence. "Lin Gongzi, I cannot refute your words. Indeed, you have a point. If I cannot argue, then I shall refrain from acting. Enlightenment can be understood in this way. Compared to you, my understanding of Buddha nature is rather dull. You may leave." Huiguang spoke softly, turning away with a sigh. Lin Chu took Ning Zichu's hand and stepped outside. Raising an eyebrow, while Ning Zichu smiled brightly, their hands clasped as they walked toward the back mountain. The back mountain was a vast expanse, nearly devoid of people. Here, one could find scenic beauty without the presence of temples. Visitors to the Great Xiangwa Temple were primarily there for incense offerings, naturally disinterested in wandering to the back mountain. The pair settled on a large stone in a tranquil grove, overlooking the valley below. Ning Zichu's palms were warm and slightly sweaty, her floral fragrance wafting through the air, delightful and youthful. "Lin Lang, I've missed you terribly," Ning Zichu called softly, her doe-like eyes gazing at him. Lin Chu chuckled. Leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, Ning Zichu melted against him, her body warm and soft, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. This kiss was sweet, and as their lips parted, her cheeks flushed, her palms growing damper, their hands remaining intertwined. Lin Lang, it's broad daylight. Ning Zichu chided playfully. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. What of it? One day, you will be mine to marry. Besides, there's no one around. Yuan Hao is keeping watch outside. And I've instructed him not to let anyone through. I've longed for you. During this time, I received your poetry collection. You've written so many stunning poems. It's truly remarkable. Ive read them over and over, longing to rush to you, Mountain City. Ning Zichu said softly, her voice blending with the spring breeze. Lin Chu's hands grew restless, exploring her form gently, traversing hills and valleys. This tender touch was not new to them, and Ning Zichu felt increasingly pliant. Lin Lang, my family continues to oppose us, insisting we wait until you achieve the degree of Jinsher. I understand their concerns. They feel that coming from a merchant family, you need to prove yourself. Furthermore, this time, my grandfather is the chief examiner for the upcoming imperial examination. If you were to visit the Ning family, it would not bode well for either of you. Let us wait until after the examination. Oh, Lin Lang, please don't move. I can't help but feel weak. I have so much to say. Ning Zichu teased softly. Lin Chu released his hold, responding gently, Little Chu Chu, I can wait. However, to become the top scholar will require time. If Lin Lang does not achieve the top scholar rank, then I shall elope with you, regardless of opposition. Previously, you mentioned a stronghold in Nanjing Xinya. We could settle there, Ning Zichu declared, her voice resolute. Lin Chu shook his head. We have not arrived at that juncture yet. If I become the top scholar, it will be a joyous occasion. If not, then we can discuss alternatives. Eloping would be a last resort, and if you accompany me, it would sever all ties with the Ning family. Which is not prudent. Thank you, Lin Lang. I sincerely hope my family will accept you. Ning Zichu said, her voice filled with emotion. She then added softly, as long as I can be with you, I will be happy. Even if I become a merchant's wife, it would be delightful, especially considering the Ning family is one of the foremost wealthy families. Even the imperial merchant Lu family cannot claim superiority over us. Managing business affairs would be quite engaging. You mentioned in your letter that Shituju is also your property, and it has already entered the ranks of the 5 wealthiest merchants in Jinling. Ive heard many are eyeing it, but I've used the Ning family's name to safeguard it, so they will not dare to lay a hand on Shituju. All goods from Shituju are in high demand. Within a year, it will surely become the largest merchant in Jinling, perhaps even surpassing the Lu family, and potentially rank among the top 3 merchants in the world. Lin Chu smiled, his hand resting on her waist. Little Chu Chu. Rest assured, I have arranged an escape route. The profits from Shituju are indeed substantial. I have already taken most of them. With the banknotes, I can exchange them for silver across the land. Some in Yu Mountain City, some in Xinya. Even if someone were to target Shituju, it would be futile. They would gain neither silver nor goods, merely a small stock of inventory, and any losses would be insignificant. The only thing I cannot take is Michelin. Without the recipe, the barbecue cannot be replicated. As for the other establishment, its greatest assets are the seasonings and chefs, both essential. Chefs are not hard to find. Even if I were to go to Nanjing, I could re-establish the restaurant. The seasonings are in my possession, and others cannot take them. When the day comes to retreat, I can bring the chefs along. This time, I plan to take 10 chefs, each with 10 signature dishes. If Lin Lang has an escape plan, that is wonderful, so you need not feel burdened. I genuinely wish to be a merchant's wife, Ning Zichu said, her laughter ringing out. The two sat on the stone, undisturbed, sharing endless conversations, speaking of longing and future dreams, filled with hope. However, Lin Chu continued to tease her. Though his heart was fervent, he was mindful of her reputation as a distinguished lady and sought to preserve her dignity. Thus only indulging in gentle flirtation. Chapter 078. The blood of passion. The sunlight spilled over, and the mountain breeze carried the scent of earth, the greenery deepening, heralding the essence of late spring. By now, it was past noon, and Lin Chu and Ning Zichu still felt a lingering sense of reluctance. Little Chu Chu, it is time for you to return. We shall meet again next time, Lin Chu said gently, his hand still beneath her garments. Ning Zichu's form felt soft against him as she replied, Lin Lang, I can wait, and I believe you will surely pass the examination. After all, we have waited so long. What is another month? I shall do my utmost. Lin Chu nodded slightly, his grip tightening just a bit, a tinge of reluctance tugging at his heart. Ning Zichu let out a soft murmur, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Though she was a gifted woman, her temperament was rather fiery. Otherwise, she would not have dared to utter the words about eloping with Lin Xia. In fact, she spoke to her grandfather and father in the same manner. Yet before Lin Chu, She was gentle, obedient, as Lin Chu's talent overshadowed her spirit. Lin Lang, I must take my leave now, Ning Zichu said softly, planting a kiss on his lips without resisting his hand. Lin Chu released her, holding her hand as they exited the grove together, their hands swaying as they descended the back mountain, arriving at the front courtyard. Beneath a pine tree, the sunlight danced across her face, casting dappled shadows, enhancing her allure. A maid hurried over. Miss, it's time for us to return. Haitang, let us go, Ning Zichu replied with a nod, turning to smile at Lin Chu before departing with a decisive grace. Lin Chu watched her silhouette fade, exhaling softly, a sense of longing rising within him. Haitang glanced at him and offered a respectful bow. Young Master Lin, we are leaving, until next time. Lin Chu nodded, remaining silent. A distant memory surfacing in his mind. Previously, at the Yinyu Tower in Qinghu City, there was a courtesan named Haitang as well. Such a name felt rather commonplace. As they departed, Lin Chu's fingertips brushed beneath his nose, still lingering with a hint of her feminine fragrance, mingling with the remnants of sweat. Little Zichu's propensity to perspire was indeed peculiar. Young master, it is time for us to head back, Lu Qiushui said gently. Lin Chu nodded, turning to Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao, go and deal with that Yuan Tong fellow. After you're done, return for a drink. I'll heed your command, young master. That person is quite bothersome. I'll make sure he lies in bed for a few days. Yuan Hao chuckled heartily as Lin Chu led him into the side courtyard. In the courtyard, Yuan Tong was anxiously rubbing his hands together, pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Lin Chu, he broke into a broad smile. Young Master Lin is indeed a trustworthy man. I feel that we shall become friends in the future. Yuan Tong? You hardly resemble a monk. You look more like a rogue from the rivers and lakes, Lin Chu remarked with a nod. Yuan Tong scratched his head and laughed. My master often says I have a difficult nature to amend and a fiery disposition. Hence, I must read more Buddhist scriptures to temper my hot temper. However, I find that rather uninteresting. Regardless, I can give up meat and wine, but if I were to forsake my bloodlust, would I still be a guardian monk? We are called Vajras for a reason. We must maintain the fiery spirit within our hearts. Therefore, I told my master that even if I cease to be a monk, I shall continue to practice martial arts. Indeed, how could the world be devoid of passion? If all were empty, who would care whether the Daxiangguo temple exists? Who would concern themselves with grievances and grudges? Humans are not mere lifeless objects. How could they be empty? Even a cow understands to guard against tigers and lions. If one were truly empty and devoured, there would be no pain. What meaning is there in such an existence? Therefore, even as a monk, one must possess a certain vitality. We are human, with hearts that harbor both good and evil. It is impossible to disregard everything and be void. That is the false path of Buddhism, Lin Chu replied, patting Yuan Tong's arm with a sense of reflection. Yuan Tong chuckled, Young Master Lin, I may not grasp these principles, but after hearing you, I find them quite sensible. You must be a scholar. I am Lin Chu. The Lin Chu who has attained the status of Zhong. Lin Chu smiled, speaking in a measured tone. Yuan Tong was taken aback, eyeing him with an expression of surprise. So you are the foremost talent of Jiangnan. Foremost talent? Lin Chu was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. Such a title is too burdensome. I shan't acknowledge it. Yuan Hao interjected with a scoff. Are we still going to fight? Yes, let's do this. Yuan Tong spun around and faced Yuan Hao. Throwing a punch, Yuan Hao retaliated, and their fists collided with a resonant thud, reverberating powerfully. Lin Chu stood aside, observing, though he could not comprehend this martial exchange. After a single punch, Yuan Hao stepped back while Yuan Tong staggered 5 steps. Yuan Hao shook his head. What incredible strength, but it's nothing. Let us go again. Yuan Tong shouted, delivering another punch, and they clashed again, engaging in a brute force exchange devoid of technique. Moments passed as Lin Chu felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, Yuan Hao shouted once more, his stature seemingly growing taller. He threw a punch that met Yuan Tong's fist, causing Yuan Tong to sway and tumble to the ground, landing with a thud. He quickly pressed against the ground and leapt back up, aiming a punch at Yuan Hao's abdomen. Yuan Hao, unfazed, reached out to swat Yuan Tong's shoulder nonchalantly. Yuan Tong's fist struck Yuan Hao's abdomen, yet it felt soft and slick, as if his internal energy dispersed upon contact, rendering it ineffective. The next moment, Yuan Tong's pained cry echoed as he was sent flying by Yuan Hao's palm, crashing into a nearby tree. The tree shook violently, leaves fluttering down in a cascade. Yuan Tong landed on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Lin Chu felt a pang of anxiety. If Yuan Tong were to be killed, their relationship with the Daxiangguo temple would be irreparably strained. Young master. He won't die. He can take quite a beating, though he'll need to rest for a while. He must diffuse the internal energy I left within him. Yuan Hao chuckled, rubbing his abdomen. Lin Chu exhaled in relief. It was good that he was unharmed, and he found Yuan Tong's temperament rather admirable. Moments later, Yuan Tong slowly rose to his feet, nodding. So it was Hun Yuan Jin. This is indeed the strongest defensive martial art in the present age. Truly impressive. UVE reached the 7th rank while I remain at the 6th, but I see you've been suppressing your rank to match me at the 6th. I admire that. If I were to fight you with my full strength, it would be an unfair victory, so refrain from challenging others so casually in the future. Yuan Hao advised, squinting his eyes, exuding a sense of mastery. Yuan Tong rubbed his shoulder, nodding, his eyes wide, lending him an even more imposing presence. The next moment, he grinned. What a thrill! You haven't eaten yet, have you? I invite you to try our Luohan noodles and our local wine. Didn't you just mention adhering to your master's edict to abstain from alcohol? Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. Yuan Tong scratched his head, his rough hands calloused, producing a sound of friction as he rubbed his forehead. Then he chuckled. I merely said I could abstain. But that doesn't mean I must. That is indeed an awakening of the heart. Lin Chu laughed. Chapter 79. Culinary instruction. The back gate of Daxiangguo Temple led to a narrow alley, quite lengthy, flanked by uneven houses, somewhat cramped. The inhabitants were primarily laborers, many striving to make a living in the inner city, sometimes opting to reside in such quarters for convenience. This area hardly resembled the inner city of Jinling. However, due to its proximity to the rear of Daxiangguo Temple, it garnered little attention. Where there is light, there is shadow. In the corners untouched by sunlight, life still flourished, representing another facet of existence. The noodle shop Yuan Tong spoke of, specializing in Luohan noodles, was situated here, though it did not solely serve vegetarian fare. Meat dishes were also available. Yet it primarily catered to the monks of the temple, hence the emphasis on vegetarian noodles. These noodles were crafted using vegetable oil, specifically tea oil sourced from the southernmost regions of the eastern Zhou. The fragrant tea oil was not greasy, and each bite of Luohan noodles was delightfully savory. Lin Chu praised the noodles, finding the vegetable stir-fry equally commendable. A thought flickered in his mind. If Michelin were to utilize camellia oil, it might prove to be an even better idea. Young Master Lin, I've heard the meat here is quite delectable. You should give it a try, Yuan Tong suggested lightly. On the table, besides the noodles, there was a plate of meat, presumably pork, along with a fish, both emitting an appetizing aroma. Yuan Hao, engrossed in his meal, remained silent, focusing solely on eating, his appetite astonishing as he consumed bowl after bowl. Lin Chu also had a hearty appetite, though he was uncertain when it had grown so. Yet, he remained lean and fit, he paid no mind. As long as he was healthy, the Lin family did not lack for silver. And being able to eat was always a blessing. Yuan Tong, do you not eat meat? Lin Chu inquired, glancing at him. Yuan Tong shook his head. Young Master Lin, I can indulge in a bit of wine, but I abstain from meat. After all, I am a monk, and I must heed my master's teachings. Abstaining from meat is my duty, while my bloodthirst is part of my nature, and wine is my indulgence. I do not wish to relinquish this small pleasure. Nor can I, for I am not a proper monk. Yet, as a guardian Vajra, I have no aspirations of reaching the Western paradise. I am content to remain in the mortal realm. Young Master Lin, I raise my glass to you. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Observing him lift his cup, Lin Chu clinked his glass with his, taking a slow sip, while Yuan Hao did not bother to raise his. Yuan Hao, why do you not drink? Yuan Tong inquired. Yuan Hao shook his head. This wine is rather undrinkable. The wine brewed by the young master is the finest. I only drink the young master's wine. I find all others lacking. Young Master Lin brews wine? Yuan Tong asked. Astonished, Lin Chu smiled. I recall there is a place not far from Daxiangguo Temple called Shituju. Let us go there shortly and procure a jar of wine for you to taste. For this wine of yours is truly subpar. However, the Luohan noodles were indeed quite delightful. The meat was savory as well, but in comparison to Michelin standards, never mind, you do not partake in meat? So discussing it would be futile. Yuan Tong chuckled, ceasing his insistence on drinking. The three of them enjoyed a meal before dispersing. Walking through the narrow alleyway behind the establishment, which could barely accommodate 2 carriages side by side. One could imagine the chaos if 2 carriages were to navigate it simultaneously. leaving no room for pedestrians. Observing the residences in this area, the unpleasant stench wafted through the air, while ragged men wandered about. Their gazes vacant, Lin Chu sighed inwardly. Despite Dong Zhou's relative prosperity, such individuals still existed in notable numbers, a stark reminder of the realities of life. Shirtuju, situated near the Great Xiangwa Temple, indeed had a sizable establishment. After arriving, Lin Chu ordered a jar of wine. This particular wine was in limited supply and quite hard to procure, so Lin Chu approached the proprietor and took it directly. Handing the jar to Yuan Tong, Lin Chu smiled. Yuan Tong, you must give this a try. Drink sparingly. Acclimatize yourself first, as this wine is potent and can easily lead to intoxication, Yuan Hao advised solemnly. Yuan Tong nodded and took a swig, the aroma of the wine enveloping him. He exhaled, his eyes sparkling, his complexion flushing as he exclaimed, "What a splendid wine, truly exceptional. I'm glad you like it, we shall return now." "And I look forward to our next meeting," Lin Chu replied, nodding in affirmation. Yuan Tong smiled, watching as Lin Chu boarded the carriage. He offered a slight bow, clutching the jar of wine as he made his way home, contemplating the need to share such fine wine with his master. Upon returning to Lin Manor, Lin Chu found Luo Yunjin diligently calculating accounts in the back courtyard. His heart warmed, alleviating some of his longing for Ning Zichu. During his days in Jinling, Lin Chu had not been solely preoccupied with reading. He had exhausted all the books available to him and was merely awaiting the imperial examination. He summoned 10 chefs and began instructing them in the art of cooking within Lin Manor, assigning each chef 10 dishes from a repertoire of 100. Regardless, this was the essence of Michelin standards, and Lin Chu taught with great dedication. The ingredients he provided included primarily soy sauce, yellow bean paste, and chili, which he considered fundamental. The chefs needed to grasp the significance of terms such as a pinch and to taste. Among the 10, one chef displayed remarkable talent, a plump young man in his 20s named Xinli. Among the dishes Lin Chu taught, he excelled particularly at the mapo tofu. The tofu had already been prepared. Lin Chu arranged for 5 individuals from Lin Manor to specialize in tofu production. Intending to supply only the Michelin flagship store initially in the future, he planned to promote it further by establishing a tofu workshop named Shirtuju Tofu Workshop, encompassing the sale of tofu, douhua, and soy milk. Xinli learned the dishes at an astonishing pace, mastering all within 3 days and grasping the essence of the culinary art. Lin Chu appointed him as the head chef, granting him authority over all the other chefs and offering the most substantial remuneration. Xinli was elated. On the day of the courtesan competition, Lin Chu instructed all the chefs to return home and prepare for the grand opening of the Michelin flagship store in 2 days. For the inauguration, Lin Chu arranged for publicity, enlisting Yu Shaoqing to organize a 20-member procession to drum through the city, promoting the event. He also planned to offer wine at the Michelin flagship store, which he named Wuliangye. Currently, Wuliangye had gained notoriety in the capital, a unique wine that was both potent and mellow, attracting connoisseurs from far and wide. The production capacity was substantial. The Lin family possessed ample grain and owned several distilleries. Additionally, sourcing various spirits from Jiangnan for distillation, Qingwen and Shiren ensured the process was monitored, yielding 5,000 jin daily. With numerous distillation devices at his disposal, Lin Chu even constructed the largest setup, which distilled first before employing smaller equipment for purification. Thus, he was well equipped to meet demand, while arrangements for an auction by Yurong were set to commence after the courtesan competition. Confident in the batch of glassware, Yurong was eager. In the afternoon, Li Yuanqing sent word, inviting Lin Chu to attend the final round of the courtesan competition that evening. He also informed Lin Chu that Princess Hawa had arranged a meeting with the inner court officials, intending to pay respects at the Great Xiangwa Temple the following day. Lin Chu felt a sense of relief. As long as contact could be established with the inner court, all would be well. It was amusing, however, that all matters in the capital seemed to converge at the Great Xiangwa Temple. Chapter 080. The final competition on the gently rippling Qinhuai River, lanterns swayed, casting a crimson hue upon the water. Adding a touch of allure, in April, the Qinhuai River lay tranquil. The spring rains were plentiful, yet tonight, the moon and stars graced the sky, albeit the air carried a hint of dampness. Lin Chu sat alongside Li Yuanqing, with Yuan Hao at a nearby table, while Guan Yunchang was notably absent. Fan Chongqing had also arrived, seated at a distance, and Zhang Feiyu was present as well, though not at Fan Chongqing's table. Upon spotting him, Lin Chu waved from afar, prompting Zhang Feiyu to approach and bow respectfully, then greeting Li Yuanqing. "Feiyu has arrived. Do take a seat," Li Yuanqing said with a nod. Zhang Feiyu, with an exuberant expression, remarked, "Young master, your charisma remains undiminished. Lin brother, Fan Chongqing has recently become infatuated with the Rui girl from Chuanyi Tower, visiting frequently, convinced she possesses the true essence of Yongan, captivating in her grace. No wonder he appears somewhat unsteady, however. Rui, before becoming a courtesan, is unlikely to lose her virtue. It seems he does not fit the profile of someone who could gain her favor," Lin Chu replied with a smile. Lei Yuanqing scoffed. "What qualifications does he have? Even if Rui does not become the courtesan, she is not within his reach. That first taste must belong to a lavish spender or a prodigious talent, such as someone of Lin brother's caliber. Others stand no chance, nor do I. But if Lin brother were to compose a poem for Rui this evening, you would undoubtedly become her favored guest." "We shall see," Lin Chu shrugged, remaining noncommittal. He held no interest in Rui. Anyone associated with Yongan failed to pique his curiosity, as he remained wary. The Yin sect had yet to approach him, nor had any of their knights made an appearance. It seemed they wished to delay until after the courtesan competition, a notion he could understand. Chuanyi Tower was, after all, affiliated with the Yin sect, serving as their lucrative venture, and their focus remained on the courtesan competition, solely to enhance the stature of their prized asset. The first performer was Shabai, adorned in a dress of purple with blue accents, complemented by red embroidered shoes and a waist chain. Her dance was wild, embodying a standard Western style, and she sang as well. Lin Chu was taken aback. The tune she sang was in English, celebrating love between men and women. Her slender waist and curvaceous form presented a striking impression, the jingling of bells at her waist enchanting the audience. Lin Chu even heard someone behind him drooling. His heart raced. How had he found himself in such a situation in the past? He had not even been tempted by pole dancers. After her performance, Shabai exited the stage, and Lei Yuanqing exhaled deeply. Lin Chu noticed his throat moved. Such a stunning beauty would naturally attract many admirers. "Young Master Zhang sends 100 flowers. Young Master Li sends 100 flowers. As more flowers were offered, Lin Chu remained unmoved, while Lei Yuanqing cast him a glance, equally indifferent. The next to perform was Rui, who had exchanged her instrument for a pipa, her alabaster beauty cradling the instrument, an alluring sight. "Today, I wish to play a piece composed by the illustrious Lin Chu, titled Farewell. However, I have not sought Lin Gongzi's permission. I simply adore this tune and hope to meet Lin Gongzi in due course to personally introduce myself." Rui spoke softly, her voice melodious. Lei Yuanqing turned to Lin Chu, his eyes filled with envy, while Zhang Feiyu regarded him, clasping his hands in greeting. In the distance, Fan Chongqing's expression darkened. To garner such attention from a courtesan was a coveted honor. Envied by all, including the erudite Li Qingshan, who stroked his beard with a smile, not to mention the others, all of whom wore expressions of admiration. Lin Chu's demeanor remained unchanged. Chuanyi Tower could not be unaware of his presence. Thus it was evident they aimed to curry favor in front of him. The tune Farewell had already been circulated by Xiao Chu, and it was common knowledge that Lin Chu had composed both the lyrics and melody. Garnering widespread recognition for this new musical style, she played the pipa and sang. Lin Chu squinted, acknowledging that Rui's status as the star attraction of Chuanyi Tower and her entry into the ranks of the top courtesans were well-deserved. Her singing was indeed remarkable, her vocal prowess surpassing his own. However, her understanding of the song paled in comparison to his. As the song concluded, the audience erupted in enthusiasm, showering her with flowers. In the blink of an eye, she had received 600 blooms. 10 flowers equated to 1 point, so 600 flowers translated to 60 points, far exceeding the judges of 50 points for each participant, 10 taels of silver per flower. This amounted to an astonishing 6,000 taels, undeniably a testament to the lucrative nature of the brothel business. Lin Chu mused inwardly, realizing this was indeed a true den of wealth, where fortunes were easily amassed. The third performer was Nian Bai from Wenxin Tower, yet she did not appear, causing a stir among the crowd. Weren't we told the final round would feature her? Why hasn't Nian Bai taken the stage? As the murmurs grew louder, a soft, melodious voice broke through from the boat, striking a balance between clarity and depth, laced with a hint of teasing, creating an intoxicating allure. The mere sound of her voice was captivating, prompting Lin Chu to silently commend her talent. "Thank you all. This is merely the first round. Today only 4 contestants are competing, thus there will be a second round. According to the rules, 2 will be eliminated first, and the remaining 2 will perform once more. By the time the next round arrives, I shall make my appearance and will not keep you waiting long. The ultimate victor of today will be determined by the total scores from both rounds." and I shall rely on your support." The voice of Nianbai echoed, and Lin Chu smiled. This was undoubtedly a masterstroke, creating an air of mystery without revealing herself. By harnessing this mystique, she could garner even more support. And by the time she truly unveiled herself, she would reach the pinnacle of her influence. This individual was a skilled operator. If she were to engage in commerce, she would indeed be a remarkable talent. And he would need to devise a way to assist in her redemption. However, one must not act impulsively. Any redemption would require Nianbai's consent. The venue fell silent as the music began anew. This time with Lin Chu performing one of his own poems. It was the majestic Chibi Huai Gu, which he infused with a touch of tenderness. Lin Chu felt a flicker of curiosity, eager to meet her. Even though he was well aware of her strategy, nonetheless, his thoughts lingered on her. As the performance concluded, the audience remained hushed, yet the flowers sent to her surpassed 1,000, a perfect score. Lin Chu mused in astonishment. The last to perform was Qing Ning, and this detail revealed that she had indeed been overlooked. Lin Chu found it perplexing. Her figure was distinctly more graceful than Sha Bai's, and her dance was even more exquisite. Her only flaw lay in her lack of fervor, as she appeared somewhat reserved. Yet the allure born from her restraint was undeniably captivating. It could only be said that the people of this era failed to appreciate such beauty, which Lin Chu deemed a lamentable oversight. Chapter 081. A lavish expenditure. I shall perform a piece titled De Jiangdong Chu, inspired by the poem Chibi Huai Gu by the esteemed Lin Chu. Upon first encountering this verse, I was utterly astounded. In terms of bold literary style, no one surpasses Master Lin in our time. Thus, I hold deep admiration for him and have crafted this melody based on his words. I invite you all to enjoy. Qing Ning spoke softly before gracefully commencing her dance. Accompanied by musicians playing the guqin, the music resonated with a grand spirit. Qing Ning showcased her soft movements to their fullest extent, and her figure was exquisite. As she swayed, her body undulated like waves. Lin Chu found himself quite taken with her performance. This was true artistry, and her almost boneless grace stirred something within him. After her dance concluded, she received 600 flowers and praise. 4 ornate boats were lined up, and the official from the Ministry of Rites, Yuan Haikua, proclaimed, "You now have half an hour to support the courtesan of your choice. Our 4 judges shall deliberate." The clamor of flowers being sent surged, with Sha Bai in the lead, Nianbai second, Rui third, and Qing Ning fourth. Among the judges, aside from Li Qingshan, one supported Sha Bai, another Nianbai, and another Rui, each awarding 50 points, while Li Qingshan withheld his score. Currently, Sha Bai held 3,000 flowers, Nianbai had 2,800, Rui 2,500, and Qing Ning only 1,500. As the flow of flowers began to dwindle, a man from the crowd announced, "From Yueshan City, Master Fan Chongqing sends 600 flowers to Miss Rui." An uproar ensued, as this represented 6,000 taels of silver. Elevating Rui to first place, Ai Yuanqing then declared, "I send 500 flowers to Miss Sha Bai." Another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, placing Sha Bai in the lead. Rui second, Nianbai third, and Qing Ning fourth. Lin Chu smiled and pondered for a moment before whispering a few words to Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao then stood up and proclaimed, "My master sends a poem to Miss Qing Ning." The audience erupted in astonishment. Li Qingshan turned to look, smiling slightly, while a guard brought over paper and brush, an exquisite goose feather quill, which Lin Chu had invented and was now quite popular. Lin Chu took the brush and penned a verse, perched against the precarious tower. The wind whispers softly, gazing far into the spring's melancholy. Once finished, he handed the paper to the guard, who approached Li Qingshan and delivered it. Li Qingshan read the poem aloud, exclaiming, "Lin Chu of Lingshan City is truly the poetic sage of the Eastern Zhou, even having created the CI form of poetry. This verse is indeed profound and deserving of 300 points." Once again, the crowd erupted in astonishment, many casting unusual glances towards Lin Chu, with some whispering among themselves. As he was the man Rui had just declared she would offer herself to. Even more astonishing was the fact that his poem was valued at 300 points, which must be a line of verse destined for eternal fame. Previously, poems were typically awarded a maximum of 100 points, yet Lin Chu's work received 300, a truly remarkable feat. At this moment, Qing Ning had 450 points, Rui 360, Sha Bai 400, and Nianbai 330. Thus, Qing Ning ascended to first place, followed by Sha Bai, then Rui, and lastly Nianbai. Li Yuanqing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chu, speaking softly, "Lin brother, do you fancy Qing Ning?" I merely find her dance beautiful and in line with my tastes. I have always been generous towards that which I deem beautiful, Lin Chu shrugged. Remaining composed, Qingning rose from her boat and bowed to Lin Chu, then called out, I thank you, Master Lin. Tonight, I shall rest. Please join me at the Drunken Rain Tower tomorrow evening for a discussion. The crowd gasped. And Lin Chu smiled, returning the bow without further words. To everyone. It appeared she was offering herself, yet Lin Chu remained unfazed. At this moment, Fan Chongqing stood and loudly proclaimed, I send 500 flowers to Miss Rui. Another uproar followed. And Rui now had 410 points, surpassing Sha by yet still behind Qingning. The flower counter announced, only a quarter of an hour remains. I gift 1,000 flowers to Miss Nianbai, Lin Chu declared. When it came to wealth, the Lin family was undoubtedly among the elite, especially now that Lin Chu possessed Shituju, whose riches alone could secure a top 10 position in the Eastern Zhou. At this moment, Qingning had 450 points, Nianbai 430, Rui 410, and Sha by 400. Fan Chongqing's face darkened, but the Fan family's wealth was not particularly robust. And he was not the head of the family, leaving him with limited funds. Lei Yuanqing glanced at Lin Chu and shook his head. Lin brother, I originally intended to support Sha Bai, but in comparison to your financial prowess, I shall take a step back. Thank you, Li brother. Regardless, I cannot allow Rui to be chosen. Lin Chu replied softly. Zhang Feiyu chuckled from the side. I can't assist in this matter. I send 1,000 flowers to Miss Rui. A man's voice rang out. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, turning to see a middle-aged man among the crowd, smiling at him. This was Yu Qingyao of the Drizzle Tower, a close associate of Yin Yang, unexpectedly appearing here. However, this meant that Rui now had 510 points, placing her in first place. Lin Chu rubbed his temples, about to speak when Li Qingshan's voice interjected, I have 50 points left, which I shall award to Miss Qingning. Thank you. Mr. Qingshan, Qingning replied with a bow. Li Qingshan smiled and glanced at Lin Chu, nodding in acknowledgement, to which Lin Chu returned a bow. His goodwill towards Lin Chu was always a positive gesture. And Lin Chu felt a twinge of curiosity. It was worth noting that Li Qingshan was a great scholar, with disciples all over the realm, even within the cabinet, and his reputation was impeccable. Yet, he exhibited a keen interest in the world of pleasure, which made his willingness to serve as a judge noteworthy. Thus, Lin Chu, while not fully understanding this gesture of goodwill, reciprocated it with appreciation. At this moment, Rui had 510 points, Qingning 500, Nianbai 430, and Sha by 400. Only a moment remains, the announcer called out. Lin Chu raised his brow. I gift 1,000 flowers each to Miss Qingning and Miss Nianbai. The crowd erupted once more. For Lin Chu had spent 30,000 taels of silver that night, a sum sufficient to procure many courtesans. This was indeed a display of extraordinary generosity. Time is up, Miss Qingning, with 600 points, and Miss Nianbai, with 530 points, will now perform again to determine the ultimate courtesan. The announcer's voice rang out, and Lin Chu raised an eyebrow as the two remaining boats glided apart. Leaving only the final two, everyone leaned forward, eager to glimpse Nianbai's visage. Lei Yuanqing remarked softly, Lin brother, you have made quite the impression tonight, lavishly spending 30,000 taels. This is truly a grand gesture. But, young lord, this may not be entirely beneficial, for I fear the officials may criticize Lin brother. Zhang Feiyu's face bore a hint of concern. Lei Yuanqing waved dismissively. The officials only target those of the 4th rank and above. Lin brother is merely a jurin, and they would not engage in such actions against him. Chapter 082. Nianbai, that is reassuring, as Lin brother still has to participate in the imperial examinations. Zhang Feiyu replied. Lei Yuanqing smiled. Before one assumes an official position, as long as one's family is affluent, the officials will remain silent in court. In truth, the emperor has never suppressed merchants. Currently, the northern Qi, western Liang, and southern Jin do not hinder commerce, as many ministers have ties to merchants. Thus, being somewhat ostentatious is of little consequence. Lin Chu regarded him thoughtfully. This seemingly carefree individual possessed a keen understanding of the prevailing circumstances. Nianbai had yet to appear, and Qingning was the first to perform again. Her dance this time evolving once more. Twisting her waist, her supple form swayed with an unrestrained elegance, yet still maintained a delicate tension. This performance was exceptional, leaving Lin Chu in admiration, as the performance concluded. A multitude erupted in applause, yet these were merely the voices of the common folk. For those capable of supporting Qingning, such a dance was not worthy of appreciation. Lin Chu remained unfazed. His sole intent was to eliminate Rui, and who ultimately claimed the title of the top courtesan held little significance for him. On the painted boat of Wenshin Tower, a figure emerged, adorned in a flowing white gown, her shoes matching in hue. Her dark tresses cascaded down, and a crimson dot graced her brow. Though her visage was veiled in white gauze, her enchanting eyes radiated exquisite beauty, embodying the ethereal charm of the Yongan region. The crimson mark on her forehead was indeed a sign of her beauty, and Lin Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Nianbai was truly captivating. Cheers erupted around them, as such a stunning woman naturally commanded admiration. She was not particularly tall, yet certainly not short. While Shabai and Qingning stood at 1.72 meters, she appeared to be around 1.63 meters. I have made my appearance, thank you. Young Master Lin? Nianbai spoke softly. Her voice melodious. Lin Chu smiled, and Nianbai continued, I shall sing another piece, still with young Master Lin's lyrics, the very one just performed. With that, she began to sing, the song being Dai Lian Hua, composed by Lin Chu that very evening as a gift for Qingning. To his surprise, she had memorized it in such a short span and even composed a melody for it. Her talent was undeniable. The somewhat sentimental lyrics resonated with a hint of melancholy in her rendition, her voice undulating with grace. Many below were entranced, and Lin Chu, with his eyes half closed, surrendered to the beauty of her voice. Upon finishing, she bowed and gracefully exited the stage. Applause filled the air, and flowers were tossed in her direction. Yet Lin Chu remained unmoved. The outcome of Nianbai and Qingning was inconsequential. As long as Rui from Chuanyi Tower did not prevail in the midst of his thoughts, Li Qingshan's voice rang out, This year's Jinling top courtesan is Miss Nianbai. Cheers erupted once more, and Lin Chu let out a sigh of relief, glancing at Li Yuanqing. Brotherly, let us depart. Young Master Lin, will you not stay aboard the boat tonight? With your capabilities, either Miss Qingning or Miss Nianbai would surely welcome your company, Li Yuanqing inquired. Astonished, Lin Chu chuckled and shrugged. Though I am charming, my aspirations lie elsewhere. They are tired this evening and deserve rest. A beauty should be seen at her most relaxed and comfortable to truly appreciate her allure. Young Master Lin, you are indeed a man of great talent, truly cherishing women, Li Yuanqing praised, rising to leave with him. Lin Chu cast a glance back. Yu Qingyao remained seated in the shadows, her expression fluctuating. Less than favorable, he raised an eyebrow, indifferent, and boarded the carriage. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Qiuzhu dozed in a chair, evidently waiting for him. She appeared quite lovely, her figure ample, her head bobbing gently as she dozed. He couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pinch her cheek, which roused her. Blinking in confusion, she exclaimed upon seeing Lin Chu, Ah, young master, I fell asleep. Sleep is no great matter. Now, hurry off to bed. I merely need to brush my teeth. Lin Chu waved dismissively. But Qiuzhu stubbornly shook her head. No, I shall draw water for young master to wash your feet. The door swung open, and Luo Yunjin emerged, clad in a form-fitting garment, her movements languid and swaying. This manner of walking was irresistibly alluring, though it stemmed from her frailty and increased voluptuousness, which burdened her. This was true seduction, igniting Lin Chu's heart, for her figure was indeed unparalleled, a remarkable transformation. Master, I shall brush your teeth. Luo Yunjin approached him, a delicate fragrance wafting from her. Qiuzhu returned, placing a basin down to prepare his foot bath, while Luo Yunjin took the salt, carefully brushing his teeth with her fingers. Once everything was in order, the two retreated to the inner chamber. Luo Yunjin walked slowly. In this era, there were no undergarments, making her movements indescribably enticing. She had transformed from a mere flat surface into a truly ripe papaya. As they lay down, Luo Yunjin nestled against his neck, murmuring, Master, shall we stop eating wild ginseng? I feel as though I've grown another size. What if I turn into a watermelon? That would indeed be delightful, Lin Chu chuckled. Luo Yunjin pouted playfully, their intimate moments filled with an ineffable allure. Eventually, drenched in sweat and devoid of strength, she leaned against Lin Chu, her fingers feeling limp. He held her petite foot, silently admiring her as a delightful enchantress. When he awoke, Luo Yunjin was still asleep, and Lin Chu continued to hold her foot, observing her form, raising an eyebrow. Her most significant change was her waist, still slender, unchanged in that regard. After a brief sojourn in the village, Lin Chu contemplated the day's events, preparing to meet the internal affairs head at Daxiangguo Temple. He instructed Yu Shaoqing to arrange for the representatives from Guiyuan Hall to visit the Lin residence the following day. Guiyuan Hall hailed from the northern Qi, with a head representative stationed in Jinling, which presented an opportune moment to discuss the wild ginseng he sought, as it was indispensable for both the women in his life and himself. He was at a crucial juncture. Should he succeed, it could elevate him to the 6th or even 7th rank. Additionally, he needed to deliver wine to Guanyu.as. He made his way to Daxiangwo Temple. Yuan Hao accompanied him while Lu Qiushui drove the carriage. Clad in white, Lin Chu exuded an air of elegance. He harbored no fears of unforeseen circumstances, for Yuan Yun was always his ally, rendering Daxiangwo Temple his domain. The carriage exited through the rear gate of Daxiangwo Temple, where Yuan Yun awaited, guiding the vehicle to a secluded grove. According to protocol, carriages were not permitted within the temple grounds, yet with Yuan Yun's assistance in the rear entrance, all was well. Young Master Lin, the internal affairs officials have arrived and await you in the reception room, Yuan Yun informed him quietly. Lin Chu clasped his hands in greeting and nodded. We shall continue to enjoy the Luohan noodles shortly. Very well. Yuan Yun agreed. Running a hand over his bald head with a cheerful smile, young Master Lin, is there still wine available? Lin Chu patted his arm and nodded, prompting Yuan Yun to beam with delight, nearly drooling in anticipation. In the reception room of Daxiangwo Temple, Lin Chu once again encountered the monk Huiguang, who regarded him with respect and bowed slightly. Beside him stood a man in gray robes, appearing to be in his 40s. Pale and beardless, unremarkable in looks and of modest height, barely reaching 1.7 meters. He exchanged a quizzical glance with Huiguang. I have met young Master Lin before. I shall take my leave now. As you and the head of Huangshan are to converse, Huiguang stated, his demeanor less impetuous than before. Although still imbued with a sense of solemnity, he departed without any hesitation, and Lin Chu turned to Huangshan. Indeed, the head of internal affairs, as Li Yuanqing had informed him, a eunuch. Head Huang, I am Lin Chu, he introduced himself, presenting a silver note of 2,000 taels. Huangshan glanced at it, swiftly pocketing it with agility. What brings you to see me? Young Master Lin? Huangshan inquired, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Head Huang, I am aware that the palace is currently procuring certain items for Shituju, such as soap, toilet paper, and goose quills, through the Lu family trading house. Rather than direct procurement, Lin Chu replied with a slight smile. Huangshan nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Are you interested in becoming a royal merchant to supply these directly? Shituju does not aspire to be a royal merchant. We merely wish to prepare for the future. The Lu family is currently maintaining a stable supply, but should the palace's demand increase, it may become problematic. The Lu family is likely to suppress Shituju. Shituju is my enterprise, which can be seen as part of the Lin family's holdings. When the time comes, I wish to supply the internal affairs directly with just these 3 items. We need not become royal merchants. You may utilize other trading houses for this purpose. We will earn our rightful share, and the rest is at your discretion, Lin Chu explained, smiling. The Lu family charged the palace over double the price for their goods, resulting in substantial profits, yet this was not Lin Chu's aim. Shituju engaged in livelihood-oriented business, emphasizing sustainability over exorbitant profits. Thus, no amount of wealth would tempt him into greed. He steadfastly adhered to his principles, recognizing that avarice leads to folly. Huangshan smiled, clearly pleased, and nodded. Young Master Lin is a straightforward man. Should the Lu family indeed attempt to suppress Shituju, I shall take on this matter. Until then, we shall maintain the status quo. After all, the Lu family is the maternal family of the Empress. If we can avoid conflict, we should, but should we provoke your displeasure? He trailed off, exchanging knowing smiles with Lin Chu, who reciprocated. They shared a mutual understanding, a cultural connection that had endured for millennia. Head Huang. Let us maintain close contact in the future. I shall rely on you, Lin Chu remarked gently. This year's eunuchs were not particularly influential, their status not overly esteemed, and few court officials paid them any heed. Nonetheless, Lin Chu accorded Huangshan the respect he deserved, recognizing the significance of his role as head of internal affairs. Huangshan chuckled. Young Master Lin's name resonates throughout Jiangnan, with a profound understanding of the arts. And your poetic talent is unparalleled. Your works are renowned, even reaching the ears of the emperor. This upcoming imperial examination will undoubtedly yield remarkable results, paving the way for a bright future. At which point I shall be relying on you. I have always believed that an additional friend opens another path, and I trust that the one in charge shares my philosophy. Lin Chu smiled radiantly, and Huangshan nodded in agreement, saying, a gifted person is indeed a gifted person. Their words are invariably filled with wisdom. After a brief conversation, Huangshan rose to depart, as the head of the inner court. He could not linger in the palace for long. His visit was under the pretext of offering incense. After seeing him off, Yuan Hao stood at the entrance, casting a glance at Huang Shan. Huang Shan's gaze flickered, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before turning to leave, his flowing sleeves exuding an air of elegance. Watching his figure fade from view, Lin Chu squinted. Relieved that matters had finally been settled, Huang Shan was genuinely reluctant to be involved in such affairs, especially given their ties to the Empress. However, the allure of substantial profits was undeniable, and since Lin Chu was willing to supply goods at the original price, all Huang Shan needed to do was establish a trading firm. This considerable profit compelled him to take an interest. Thus, as long as Lin Chu was willing to offer him the opportunity, he was eager to cooperate. Young master, this person is a master, a 7th-tier expert, and his martial arts are quite peculiar. Sometimes subtle, sometimes ferocious. I cannot discern what kind of martial arts he practices, Yuan Hao said. Scratching his head, Lin Chu was taken aback. Huang Shan was truly a master. He had sensed nothing, which likely indicated a significant disparity in their levels. Let us go. It's time for some luohan noodles, Lin Chu suggested gently. Yuan Hao scratched his head again. Though luohan noodles are delectable, with the meat and fish prepared splendidly, they still pale in comparison to our barbecue. Young master, shall we opt for barbecue instead? You've become quite spoiled. Merely having wine is insufficient. You insist on barbecue? Lin Chu shook his head, then shifted the topic. Let us go. Any food is welcome, and today we shall sample the lamb here. As they exited, Huiguang and Yuan Tong awaited them to one side. Huiguang performed a Buddhist greeting towards Lin Chu and spoke softly, Young Master Lin. Regarding the matter you mentioned last time, I have pondered it extensively and found it indeed to possess merit. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal, which aligns with your understanding, though I struggle to grasp the concept of the four great emptiness. If all is void, why then are there still so many grievances? Master, the four greats refer to suffering, desire, action, and consciousness. It does not imply that one must relinquish everything. The essence is to promote goodness. For there are still Vajra monks within the Buddhist realm. Thus, let go of what can be released, and do not relinquish what cannot. Each person harbors attachments. We can eliminate greed and anger. Yet we cannot forget everything, Lin Chu explained softly. Huiguang contemplated this, nodding after a moment. Young Master Lin speaks wisely. I shall reflect further on this and matters of enlightenment. I indeed fall short. Huiguang. At times, being overly stubborn leads to entrapment. When it is time to let go, one should indeed let go, Lin Chu advised gently. Huiguang was momentarily taken aback, standing in silence for a prolonged period. Yuan Tong made a gesture and quietly withdrew, with Lin Chu and Yuan Hao following suit. They walked some distance until they reached the back door, at which point Yuan Tong remarked, Master Huiguang has attained sudden enlightenment. Such an opportunity is rare. Thus we shall not intrude further. However, young Master Lin is truly impressive, able to elicit such enlightenment from Master Huiguang. This surpasses even the abbot's prowess, and in the future, should I wish to comprehend something, I shall seek out young Master Lin. Lin Chu nodded, feeling a peculiar sensation in his heart. So this was what sudden enlightenment entailed. Chapter 084. The Little Dog at the Luohan Noodle House. Lin Chu, Yuan Hao, Lu Qiushui, and Yuan Tong occupied a table near the window. The wooden window frame offered a view of the low houses across the street, where faint aromas wafted in, those of everyday life. Not particularly pleasant, yet undeniably authentic. Lin Chu ordered noodles, added a few new dishes, and specifically brought 3 jars of wine for Yuan Tong. The noodles arrived, accompanied by clear stewed lamb, braised pig liver, steamed fish, and more. Yuan Tong opened the wine, its fragrance filling the air, causing many nearby to turn their heads, their gazes filled with intrigue. He took a sip and savored it, exclaiming, What a fine wine! This is truly the pinnacle of worldly beverages. Young Master Lin, I implore you to share some more in the future. I cannot afford to buy it myself. Monk, what wine are you drinking? Why is it so fragrant? It smells far better than the wine here. May I have a taste? A burly man at a nearby table inquired. Dressed in simple attire, the man appeared to be of humble origins, with wild hair and piercing eyes. Yuan Tong glanced at him and replied, People from the Chaobang. This wine is Wuliangya, purchased from Shituju. Ah, so this is the recent popular Jinan wine in the capital. The burly man nodded, smacking his lips. Too bad it costs 2 taels of silver per jar. I cannot afford it. Lin Chu turned to him and said, Then allow me to gift you a jar. Yuan Tong casually picked up a jar and tossed it over. The burly man caught it easily, his large hand grasping it without much effort. Carefully opening the jar, he took a sip and was instantly enraptured. What a fine wine! This wine is worth its 2 taels of silver, he affirmed. Lin Chu resumed his meal, savoring the noodles, which were indeed delightful, enhanced by the use of tea oil. During this time, he had also instructed others to procure tea oil, even having Lin Zhai cultivate tea trees on a large scale in preparation for self-production. Although this would require time, for now, they were still in the procurement stage, and he had also directed the glass workshop to produce tea oil bottles. After finishing his meal, Lin Chu stood to leave. Just as he stepped out of the Luohan noodle house, a large group approached, numbering several dozen, led by a man with a scarred face, robust and wielding a knife at his waist. He bellowed, "Who dares to drink someone else's wine at the Luohan noodle house? Step forward." Lin Chu raised an eyebrow, realizing that local protectionism was at play here, but he was unconcerned. Yuan Hao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Chu, while Lu Qiushui moved closer, tucking his hands into his sleeves. Who is shouting so raucously? What a lack of decorum! Yuan Tong's voice rang out, as his imposing figure emerged. The scarred man was taken aback, his face breaking into a grin as he approached with a smile. "Ah, Master Yuan Tong." Someone was drinking takeout wine inside the Luohan noodle house. And what of it? Yuan Tong raised a hand to smooth his head. The scarred man continued with a grin, "Master, you know that our Holy Wine Alliance produces the liquor. This area exclusively utilizes our wine. No shop is permitted to serve takeout wine. It is the rule, so we must address this matter. The quality of the Holy Wine Alliance's products is also commendable." "Nonsense, little Yozi. You should adhere to the rules of the Great Xiangwa Temple. I am well aware of your little schemes. You merely have connections with the Ministry of Rites, correct? The head of the ministry is Feng Teng. Am I mistaken? Do I need the Holy Wine Alliance's approval to enjoy a drink on the grounds of the Great Xiangwa Temple?" Yuan Tong rebuked, his eyes bright and piercing as he fixed his gaze on the scarred man. The man faltered, then bowed slightly. "Ah, so it is Master enjoying a drink. Little dog, you dare report that Master is drinking?" A small, timid man scurried over, casting a fearful glance at the scarred man. "Sixth brother, it's not just Master drinking. Several others at the table are also partaking." "Fool! Naturally, Master's friends can drink." Little Yozi slapped the small dog across the face with considerable force, sending him crashing into the wall, resentment flickering in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Lin Chu observed him, his gaze laden with meaning. Little Yozi turned to Yuan Tong and said, "Master, I was wrong. I will go to the Great Xiangwa Temple to offer incense and sincerely apologize to you." "Begone," Yuan Tong commanded, his voice resonating powerfully, akin to a lion's roar from the Buddhist tradition. Little Yozi and his companions bled from their noses, their faces pale with shock, before he waved his hand, leading his group away. The small dog, having picked himself up from the corner, was about to leave when Lin Chu called out, "Wait, you stay." The small dog's face changed, and he glanced back at Little Yozi, his eyes pleading for help. Little Yozi's gaze turned steely as he inclined his head to Lin Chu. "Little dog, you should stay and heed this young master's words without resistance or thoughts of escape. You understand the rules of the Holy Wine Alliance." Little dog remained silent, his eyes filled with despair. The group departed, and Lin Chu remarked softly, "Let us return. Yuan Hao, keep an eye on little dog." Behind them, the burly man stepped forward, casting an unusual glance before bowing to Yuan Tong. "Ah, so it is Master Yuan Tong. May I inquire as to who that young master is?" "That is young Master Lin Chu, the proprietor of Shituju, the foremost talent of Jiangnan," Yuan Tong replied with a smile. The burly man was taken aback, then expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, disappearing into the alley. The alley was filled with sewage and refuse, as if this lowly area had been forgotten by all. Upon returning to Lin Manor, the small dog had not left, following like a soulless shadow. Seated in the main hall, a maid served tea to Lin Chu, who then turned to the small dog standing to one side. "Where are you from? What is your name?" The small dog immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "Young master, I still seek my parents. I implore you to spare my life and not to kill me." "Do you think I wish to kill you?" Lin Chu was taken aback, then shook his head. "Your eyes reflect resentment, indicating that you harbor grievances, which piques my interest. Speak, then." The little dog was taken aback, murmuring, "Aren't you going to kill me? That would be splendid." "Young master, I do not possess a name. Since childhood, I was abducted to the capital and raised by the members of the Holy Wine Alliance. This year, I turned 12, and they have always called me Little Dog. I have endured much suffering, which has led me to yearn for my parents. To have both a father and a mother is to be a complete person. The little dog declared loudly. Lin Chu remained silent, nodding as he asked, do you harbor hatred towards the members of the Holy Wine Alliance? Indeed. They often beat me, leaving my body covered in wounds. I wish to survive and find my parents, yet I know not whom to truly hate, so I can only direct my ire at the Holy Wine Alliance. The little dog softly replied, shedding his coat and turning to Lin Chu, revealing a back riddled with scars, both old and new. The old wounds had scabbed over, while the new ones still oozed droplets of blood. Chapter 085, Douglas. Lin Chu remained silent. The Holy Wine Alliance. This situation piqued his interest. He would need to devise a plan to stir things up later. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. A truth that transcends any era. From now on, you shall be called Douglas, Lin Chu gently pronounced. The little dog was momentarily stunned. Douglas? Thank you for bestowing me a name, young master. Although the name struck him as peculiar, he felt a surge of happiness at Lin Chu's gesture, filling him with a warmth that was altogether different in this year. Receiving a name from one's master was indeed a matter of great honor. And Douglas was naturally elated. Lin Chu nodded. You shall stay here from now on. Aunt Lu, assess what martial arts he would be suited to learn and arrange for someone to instruct him. Young master. I excel at tracking. I learned some light-footed techniques from a wanderer in the past. Hence I can run rather swiftly. I would be suitable for delivering messages and following others, Douglas explained softly. Lin Chu acknowledged. Understood. Aunt Lu, take him to meet Yu Shaoqing and have someone teach him some martial arts. Aunt Lu Chiu Shui nodded and led Douglas away. After sipping a few cups of tea, Lin Chu was about to return to the courtyard when a guard entered, softly stating, Young master, there is someone outside requesting to see you. His name is the hero. The hero? Please invite him in at once, Lin Chu exclaimed in delight. The hero had finally arrived. With the hero's arrival, a meeting with the hidden sect was imminent, a matter that would soon be resolved, bringing him considerable relief from his daily anxieties. Just as the maidservants had finished serving tea, the hero entered, maintaining his usual laid-back demeanor, exuding a sense of nonchalance. Hero, when did you arrive in Jinling? Lin Chu inquired. The hero chuckled. I arrived on the same day as you, secretly providing protection along the way. I have already communicated with the hidden sect, and we shall meet in 3 days aboard the painting boat at Chuani Pavilion. Excellent. Lin Chu replied, his spirits soaring. The hero smiled. I will be accompanied by a friend. You should also bring someone along. Young Master Lin, you are certainly favored by fortune, having encountered members of the Hunyuan sect. Just fortunate, that's all. Lin Chu nodded. The hero gently remarked, just bring him along without concern. Very well. Let us have you stay here tonight. I shall treat you to some wine, Lin Chu responded. The hero waved his hand dismissively. I have my own plans, so there is no need for you to worry, young master. With that, he departed, and Lin Chu returned to the courtyard, settling into his study. Feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him, in the side courtyard, Douglas stood before Yu Shaoqing, maintaining a respectful posture. Yu Shaoqing scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. Not bad in terms of bone structure. Come here. I shall examine your bones. Douglas stepped forward, and Yu Shaoqing ran his hands from the top of his skull down to his shoulders and back, all the way to his ankles, rising with a face full of admiration. Truly a fine specimen. You are exceptionally suited for the Sacred Heart technique. Yu Shaoqing exclaimed, then softly commanded, kneel. Douglas knelt, and Yu Shaoqing gazed at the top of his head, a complex expression crossing his face as he nodded. Bow your head and pay your respects. From now on, I shall teach you the Sacred Heart technique. In that moment, he retained his scholarly elegance. Yet there was no sign of martial energy emanating from him. Without hesitation, Douglas bowed 3 times, declaring loudly, I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Let us go. I will arrange your accommodations, and shortly, I shall impart the Sacred Heart technique to you, Yu Shaoqing replied. Douglas rose and followed him into the side courtyard's guest room, where Yu Shaoqing arranged a chamber for him and conveyed a segment of the technique along with some accompanying insights. In April, the Jiangnan region was often rainy. With the Qingming festival behind them, the rains had gradually intensified. Lin Chu read for a while, aware that the imperial examination was approaching in May, soon after the Duanwu festival, and he needed to prepare. There were certain things he struggled to remember and needed to review. If he wished to marry Ning Zichu, he had to attain the title of the top scholar, which weighed heavily on him. However, he believed the Ning family had no valid reason to obstruct this affair, considering the Lin family, though a merchant household, wielded considerable influence and had avenues for retreat. Moreover, Lin Chu was talented in his own right, with the brilliance of the Eastern Zhou's poet-sage being quite remarkable. Thus, he was not overly anxious. Excessive haste might lead to missteps. Should he fail to secure the top position and the Ning family truly intervene, he could always elope with Ning Zichu. They could live in Lin village, where the Ning family would not dare to make a grand show of abducting someone. The sound of footsteps approached. Soft and gentle. Lin Chu recognized it was Luo Yunjun. Her form was delicate, her pace slow, and her steps were almost soundless due to her inherent frailty. In contrast, if it were Qiu Zhu, her footsteps would be brisk and unmistakable. The door creaked open, and Luo Yunjin entered with a cup of tea, placing it down before standing to the side, saying, "Master, the examination is approaching. It is time to study. I wonder if the printing house has released the second volume of Journey to the West yet? I just finished the second volume recently, and it has been sent back for printing. It should be available next month," Lin Chu replied, turning to look at her. "What is the matter? Are you anxious?" "I am eager to read it, however, Master. The poem you composed recently has gained fame throughout Jiangnan. Are you planning to publish a second volume of the poetry collection?" Luo Yunjin spoke softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of hidden sorrow. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her close, the sensation indescribably soft, her fragrance reminiscent of sweetness and honey. He caressed her waist gently before speaking softly, "If you desire other poems, I can write you a couple later. There's no need to be jealous, as that is not a commendable habit, Master." "I am not jealous. I understand that stability is paramount in the inner quarters. One must not contend for favor, for to breach such rules would render one unable to stand firm in the inner sanctum. Therefore, should you wish to take a concubine, I will certainly assist you and will not sulk. I would never engage in actions that would displease you," Luo Yunjin replied with a smile. Lin Chu, embracing this fluid maiden, inhaled deeply, his hands growing increasingly audacious as he lowered his head to plant kisses upon her face. Such intimacy caused Luo Yunjin to melt further into his embrace. Her strength waning, yet the sensation was exquisite. Lin Chu took a deep breath, contemplating, and lifted her into his arms. "Yunjin, it is still broad daylight. It is not the first time. You must learn to adapt," Lin Chu chuckled, his hands becoming ever more indiscreet. Her voice was soft and sweet, imbued with a special charm. Ultimately, she possessed an alluring nature that effortlessly garnered men's affection. The rain pattered down, drumming against the trees, the sound blending with Luo Yunjin's gentle murmurs, which were barely audible, neither breathy nor breathless, yet undeniably enticing. Lin Chu's heart raced with fervor, and time slipped by until she was slick with perspiration, her strength utterly depleted. "Zhanzhen, you truly have grown a size larger," Lin Chu remarked with a smile. Luo Yunjin, catching her breath, replied, "Before long, I shall turn into a watermelon. I can hardly move. In 3 days, I shall procure a martial art for you. Given your physique, it should suit you exceptionally well," Lin Chu gently assured her, as his meeting with the hidden sect would allow him to introduce her to the soft body technique, perfectly tailored for her innate allure. Chapter 086, Stunning. The skies over Jinling remained overcast, and the rain continued the following day. The drizzle and gentle breeze rendered the air warmer, requiring only a light garment. In the front hall, Lin Chu entered, with Yuan Hao folding the umbrella and standing to the side. Lin Chu glanced over to see Li Yuan from the Guiyuan Hall standing nearby, bowing respectfully. "Greetings. Young Master Lin. This is the proprietor of our Guiyuan Hall's Eastern Zhou branch, young Master Gue Jingyu," Li Yuan introduced. Lin Chu turned to see a strikingly handsome young man clad in white, with long brows and thin lips, standing at approximately 1.70 meters. The sheer beauty of the man momentarily rendered Lin Chu speechless before he returned the greeting. With his experience, he was well aware that it was not unusual for men to possess striking looks. Having encountered many in his past life, Gue Jingyu returned the greeting. "Greetings, young Master Lin. The Shituju is the finest shop in Jinling. In a few short years, I imagine it will become the wealthiest establishment in Eastern Zhou. By then, even the 3 great merchants of the realm will be overshadowed by Shituju. Young Master Lin, your skills are commendable, truly befitting a scion of the Lin family from Yu Mountain City." "It is merely to earn some silver," Lin Chu replied with a gentle smile. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Gue Jingyu's gaze narrowed. A young man who was talented yet not arrogant was indeed the most formidable opponent. In the next moment, Lin Chu invited both of them to take a seat and had tea brought in. his eyes casually scanning Gue Jingyu, noting that none of his clothes were damp. Young Master Gue, the purpose of your visit today is to discuss the matter of the century-old wild ginseng, as well as the 50-year variety, Lin Chu stated softly. Gue Jingyu nodded. No problem, I understand that young Master Lin is interested in the ginseng. Li Yuan has already informed me of this. Prior to my arrival, I had my people conduct an inventory. There are 6 century-old ginseng roots, 20 80-year roots, 160-year roots, and 350-year roots. The most treasured possession is a 200-year-old ginseng root. I have already brought it over, and shortly, I shall present it to young Master Lin. However, we do not wish for silver. Instead, we desire wine, specifically, Wuliangya. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. No problem, just the wine? No. We also require a portion of soap. In northern Qi, we lack such items, and thus, there is demand from the royal family. I am aware of the current purchasing price from the eastern Zhou royal family. We shall calculate based on that. Gue Jingyu spoke softly, and Lin Chu nodded. After a brief discussion, Lin Chu felt reassured. This person was indeed somewhat straightforward, and the price proposed was quite reasonable. Once they reached an agreement, Lin Chu promised to deliver all the supplies to Gue Yuantang within 10 days. As he had ample time to prepare the wine and soap, given the abundant stock in Yueshan City. After concluding their business, Gue Jingyu engaged Lin Chu in a discussion about poetry, showcasing his remarkable talent. They conversed for quite some time, right up until noon, when Lin Chu gently remarked, Young Master Gue, it is time for a meal. Let us go, and I shall treat you to lunch. Actually, I have already dined at Michelin establishments multiple times. Their barbecue is indeed exceptional. Recently, a new Michelin restaurant has opened, and I am quite curious about it. But the crowds have deterred me from entering. I have heard that they do not serve barbecue but rather stir-fried dishes, which are said to be particularly exquisite, akin to a celestial feast. Those who have dined there speak of it longingly, with endless aftertastes. I am very interested. Additionally, I have heard that the flagship store of Shituju will soon hold an auction to sell various items. I wonder what they will offer. Gue Jingyu inquired. Lin Chu nodded. Let us go. I shall take young Master Gue there to experience the Michelin flavors, and we can chat while we dine. The Michelin stir-fry restaurant had officially opened, and Lin Chu did not pay it much heed. The chefs had not yet fully honed their skills, but he did not wish to wait and preferred to let them practice through experience. After all, no one had tasted these dishes yet, so the balance of seasonings was not of utmost importance. As the chefs improved, the food would inevitably become more delectable. Lin Chu had intended to try the dishes himself to offer feedback for gradual improvements. Gue Jingyu rose without hesitation, and the two made their way to the carriage. Yuan Hao accompanied them, while Lu Qiushui drove the carriage, and Gue Jingyu brought 4 formidable bodyguards along. Upon arriving at the Michelin restaurant, they found a long queue of patrons, which Lin Chu had deliberately arranged. Upon arrival, guests would take a number. He had even had number cards printed, allowing patrons to enter the dining hall in sequence. Although the crowd was substantial, Lin Chu went straight inside, ascending to the second floor, where a private room had been prepared solely for him and Gue Jingyu. In the private room, only Lin Chu and Gue Jingyu were present, while others gathered outside to form a table. Young Master Gue, there will indeed be an auction shortly, featuring items such as fruit and snack bowls, as well as vases and mirrors, Lin Chu explained. Gue Jingyu was taken aback. What is so remarkable about that? They are all crafted from crystal, including crystal orbs, Lin Chu replied softly. Gue Jingyu inhaled sharply. Young Master Lin, are these items crystal bowls, crystal vases, and crystal mirrors? Naturally, Lin Chu affirmed. Gue Jingyu fell silent, contemplating for a long while. Dishes began to be served outside, arranged beautifully, including mapo tofu, salt ed pig liver, and so on, their vibrant colors captivating. Gue Jingyu tasted the mapo tofu and was astonished. Young Master Lin, what is this? How is it so tender and delicious? Besides the spiciness, there is also a delightful aroma. This is tofu. In a few days, a tofu shop will open in Jinling City, Lin Chu explained. Gue Jingyu exclaimed. Young Master Lin is not only a poetic sage but also possesses unparalleled culinary talent. He could be called a culinary sage. Do try the salt ed pig liver as well, Lin Chu encouraged. A smile gracing his lips. The Luohan noodle shop near Daxiangguo Temple also served pig liver, but it was stewed, not salt ed, and the Luohan noodles were made with pure vegetables, vastly different from Michelin's offerings. Gue Jingyu sampled each dish, expressing admiration with every bite. Stir-fried lamb with scallions, beggar's chicken, oil-braised eggplant, cold cucumber salad, kung pao chicken, and so forth, totaling 10 dishes. The final dish was roasted duck, a accompanied by pancakes and scallions. Served with sweet bean sauce. The aroma of the duck bones simmered into a broth with vermicelli and vegetables wafted enticingly. Gui Jingyu felt somewhat numb, gazing at the roasted duck, raising an eyebrow. His eyes resting on Lin Chu's face. Lin Chu offered no explanation, simply picked up a pancake and demonstrated. And upon seeing Gui Jingyu wrap his pancake, he followed suit and took a bite. The crisp sound that erupted filled the air with a fragrant essence, and Gui Jingyu was momentarily stunned. Finishing the duck pancake in a few bites, he exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, what is this?" "It is crisp yet filled with fragrance. This dish must be the best in the world." "This is roasted duck," Lin Chu replied gently. Gui Jingyu was taken aback. How can duck be so delicious? Cooking is an art. Only with skill can it be delectable. Poorly executed dishes are naturally unpalatable. It is a matter of technique. Lin Chu smiled. Gui Jingyu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Indeed. How else can the duck be enjoyed? Wrapping it in pancakes enriches the flavor and alleviates greasiness. But it can also be enjoyed without pancakes, as the duck's skin becomes crisper, and one might dip it in sugar. Although at present, brown sugar is not suitable. Once I produce white sugar, it will suffice, Lin Chu replied. This year, indeed, there was no white sugar, only brown sugar, which was not suitable for dipping duck skin. Chapter 087. The Invitation of the Courtesan. Gui Jingyu dined leisurely, savoring each bite meticulously and maintaining impeccable cleanliness. Occasionally dabbing his mouth with a napkin, displaying commendable manners. Lin Chu, initially a slow eater with a hearty appetite, found that by the time he finished his meal, Gui Jingyu was still savoring his food. Young Master Lin, you are the most intelligent person I have ever encountered. The invention of the napkin has indeed made life easier, far more convenient than using a cloth. Moreover, with your writing implements and glass mirrors, I believe you rank as the foremost merchant in my heart. By the way, regarding the auction at Shituju, please reserve a spot for me. I must attend to see the crystal vases, which must be exquisite, Gui Jingyu said while eating. Lin Chu nodded. Rest assured, young Master Gui, it shall be taken care of. At Gui Yuantang, we also possess a 500-year-old wild ginseng, which has been stored in the northern Qi warehouse. I will retrieve it to sell to you. However, I require 100 crystal fruit bowls or vases. If you agree, we can finalize this matter, Gui Jingyu stated softly. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. That is no problem. I will arrange for the items you need to be delivered promptly, and I kindly ask you to send the ginseng to me as soon as possible. No issue, Gui Jingyu responded. He slowly finished his meal, setting down his chopsticks, and praised, truly a culinary delight, surpassing even the royal delicacies by several notches. It is remarkable. The essence of flavor lies in the seasoning techniques. The chef's skills are secondary, and the ingredients are not particularly rare, except for this tofu, so young Master Lin's seasoning methods must be quite extraordinary. I am merely a foodie, Lin Chu shrugged. Gui Jingyu was taken aback. Foodie? After Lin Chu explained, he nodded. An intriguing term. I hope young Master Lin's tofu will be ready soon, as I would love to taste it. In the future, should you desire to eat, simply come to Michelin. Although tofu does not require excessive seasoning, obtaining mapo tofu still requires some effort, as the seasonings are not easily procured, Lin Chu assured. Gui Jingyu nodded, and they conversed a little longer before rising to depart. After bidding farewell to Gui Jingyu, Lin Chu returned to the Lin residence. Upon disembarking from the carriage and intending to inspect the ginseng, a guard approached, bowing and stating, Young Master, someone has delivered an invitation. Lin Chu was taken aback. Receiving the invitation and discovering it was from Yin Bai and Qing Ning, inviting him to visit the painting boat. Both had personally inscribed the invitations. After contemplating, Lin Chu returned to the main hall, replied to the invitation and staggered the timings, planning to visit Qing Ning first and then Yin Bai. Regardless, he must meet these two courtesans, as their reputations had grown, and their future promotion. Truthfully, he was also somewhat tempted by their charms. Imagining Qing Ning's softness, her dance bore a hint of modernity, with long, slender legs that were quite rare. Arranging to see Qing Ning tonight, Lin Chu first checked on the ginseng, retrieving the 200-year and 100-year roots. While the remaining ones were sent to Meng Tuo was at a crucial juncture, and such a large quantity would expedite his strength enhancement. Back in the rear courtyard, Lin Chu selected a 100-year-old ginseng, slicing a portion to have Qiuzhu simmer it in chicken soup for Luo Yunjian. After a few nourishing sessions, he believed she would no longer require it. Excessive nourishment would necessitate an outlet. And now it had manifested primarily in her physical development. Continuing further would risk losing her grace. Lin Chu thought that once she practiced martial arts, it could potentially be transformed into internal energy, which would be most suitable. He wrote a letter to the Chuzhuang in Yueshan City, and recently, Lin Chu had been corresponding with Qingwan and Shiran, instructing them to oversee the production of a batch of vases and fruit bowls. Qingwan had also replied, expressing her longing for him, and letters from Lin Zhai frequently arrived with reports from Zhang Liang regarding the situation there. The Michelin auction was scheduled for 5 days later, and preparations had been ongoing. While auctions could be held at any time, failing to notify a larger audience would render the event meaningless. Additionally, Lin Chu wished to visit Li Yuanqing's residence. As the son of the Lotus Princess, he had been introduced to Huang Shan from the inner court, and it was time to return the courtesy and response to the etiquette of returning gifts. It suffices to arrange a mirror. Previously, I presented Li Yuanqing with a vase, so there is no necessity to duplicate that gesture. A specially crafted mirror would be an apt choice. The mirrors he sells at Shituju are all quite similar and not particularly large. A full-length mirror could be a fitting gift for Princess Hahua, as he has brought one along and it is currently placed in Lin's residence. It could be sent out later. I have noted some details, and Lin Chu has also pinned a visiting card. Planning to pay a visit to Princess Hahua's residence tomorrow. It would be ideal if the Deputy Minister of Rights, Li Shang, is at home, as those behind the Shangzhou Alliance are affiliated with the Ministry of Rights. Seeking out the Deputy Minister should suffice. As dusk fell, Lin Chu's carriage departed from Lin's residence, proceeding along the Qinhuai River until it reached the painting boat at Zuiyu Tower. With the conclusion of the courtesan competition, several painting boats have rearranged themselves. The foremost is the one belonging to Nianbai, while the second belongs to Qingning. On this April evening, with the sky still somewhat bright, Lin Chu ascended the painting boat with Yuan Hao. Qingning's maid had long been waiting at the side and guided Lin Chu inside. The boat is quite spacious, with Qingning residing on the second floor in the largest room, adorned with red lanterns and carpeted floors. Yuan Hao remained outside, not accompanying him. Qingning was seated on a floor couch, with a small table before her. Upon Lin Chu's entrance, she rose to greet him. Clad in a red dress, her figure was tall and slender, her waist as delicate as a willow. Esteemed Lin Gongzi, it brings me great joy that you could come, Qingning said softly. Her brows were elegantly shaped, her lips tinted red, her complexion fair like porcelain. Lin Chu clasped his hands in greeting. Miss Qingning, you flatter me. I hold your dance in the highest regard. It is a true art, as gentle as if without bones, yet imbued with remarkable strength. I am delighted to hear that, Gongzi. Qingning smiled, visibly pleased. As they took their seats, the maid poured tea for both, her delicate and tall figure enhancing the ambience. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. After sipping a few mouthfuls, Lin Chu nodded slightly, recognizing it as Lingshan tea, which was quite commendable. Qingning gazed at Lin Chu and gently remarked, Lin Gongzi, renowned throughout the land as the poet saint of Dongzhou, the verse you composed for me hangs above my bed, which I recite daily. I had deemed myself unworthy of placing within the top 4 of the courtesan competition, yet because of you, I secured the second position. Tonight, I wish to warm your couch, and in the future, I shall await only you. As she spoke, she rose and moved to sit beside Lin Chu, nestling against him while taking the teapot from the maid's hands to pour tea for him. Her sleeve slipped down, revealing a fair wrist adorned with a single drop of red vermilion, accentuating her snow-like skin and capturing one's attention. Lin Chu chuckled, accepting the teacup and taking a gentle sip. Inquiring, what brings you to Zuiyu Tower, Qingning? Chapter 088. Incomparable wonders. Every woman in a brothel carries a story, often filled with sadness and separation rather than joy and union. Qingning fell silent for a moment before softly replying, I was once a part of the Li family in Yangzhou. My father served as a deputy minister of personnel, but we were wronged, leading to our family's ruin. I entered the brothel at the age of 6, after my mother, a strong-willed woman, took her own life by drowning. Zuiyu Tower took me in and has cared for me ever since. I am now 17. You are quite remarkable. Lin Chu nodded. Surviving and honing her skills indeed speaks volumes about her character, and her ability to remember the past without being blinded by superficiality earns her his respect. Qingning cast a glance at him, her eyes sparkling, and as she refilled his cup, she softly said, Please enjoy the tea, Gongzi. After sipping a few more times, Lin Chu gently proposed, Would you be willing to have me redeem you? Redeem me? Qingning paused, raising her brows to look at Lin Chu, her eyes reflecting surprise. Lin Chu smiled. What, are you unwilling? Are you still waiting for someone you once adored? No. Qingning quickly replied, then elaborated. As the poet saint of Dongzhou? It is unlikely you would long for a courtesan such as myself. I believe that with your appearance, many young women from the painting boats along the Qinhuai River would offer themselves to you. And you could depart afterward. Even if you wish to visit nightly, once I have aged and lost my charm, you would no longer come. I never expected you would be willing to redeem me. It feels hard to believe that someone of your stature would consider it worthwhile. Thus, I am apprehensive, yet I must confess that in my heart, I am willing. As she spoke, her voice grew softer. And Lin Chu chuckled, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and playfully squeezing her soft flesh. I, for one, do not wish for my woman to serve other men, especially after I have cherished her. The thought of her warming another's couch disturbs me. Hence, I must inquire first, if you are unwilling to be redeemed, I shall not pursue you further, as it would be unnecessary. But if you are willing, let me redeem you. Gongzi, I am willing. Qingning nestled into his embrace, softly weeping. Her body was incredibly supple, and as she leaned against him, her figure's beauty was accentuated, igniting a fire within Lin Chu. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the maid and said, "Go fetch the owner of this establishment. I wish to redeem Qingning." "Young master, I shall do so at once." The maid replied cheerfully and swiftly departed. With Qingning's redemption, she would leave with him, which is undoubtedly a good fortune. No one wishes to remain serving others in such a place indefinitely, for that would not be wise and truth. With Lin Chu's status, there was no necessity to take a courtesan as a concubine, even if she were the flower of the brothel. Yet his modern sensibilities urged him not to witness her fall into despair. Having engaged in intimate relations, he felt compelled to take her away. The owner of Zueyu Tower was a man in his 30s. Appearing quite amiable upon entering, he found Qingning kneeling and pouring tea for Lin Chu. The owner sat down and smiled gently at Lin Chu, saying, "Lin Gongzi, renowned across the land, your willingness to redeem Qingning reflects deep affection and loyalty. She has lived a sheltered life at Zueyu Tower, and I have never mistreated her, treating her as my own daughter, providing for her comfortably. Her gaining your esteem is a form of happiness. Speak freely of your requirements," Lin Chu replied calmly, aware that such preambles are often merely a tactic to extract additional silver. The owner nodded. "Lin Gongzi, I require 10,000 taels of silver. However, I would also appreciate a piece of calligraphy from you for Zueyu Tower, along with a crystal vase. Regarding the calligraphy, that may not be suitable, as I have an upcoming examination. Let us discuss that afterward. Therefore, I shall offer 10,000 taels in addition to 2 vases. How does that sound?" Lin Chu shook his head, recognizing that those who inscribe for brothels are typically esteemed scholars or officials. And given his impending examination, it would be inappropriate. The owner smiled. "That is agreeable. Gongzi, how could a crystal vase of such rarity?" Qingning interjected hurriedly. Lin Chu waved his hand, silencing her, yet she looked at him anxiously. He gently said, "Owner, please bring forth the deed of sale. I will provide the silver, as for the crystal vase, I shall send someone to deliver it tomorrow. Qingning will return with me. If you have concerns, I can return to fetch her. Lin Gongzi is famed throughout the land. How could I doubt you? However, it would be best for Qingning to remain on the boat a few more days, as recently there have been several dignitaries wishing to see her dance. Some I can refuse, but others I cannot, as I lack the authority, so I hope for your understanding. It would be for no more than half a month." The owner explained softly. Lin Chu waved his hand again. "Qingning is now my private possession. I do not wish for others to witness her dance. I will add 5,000 taels to settle this matter. Owner, please retrieve her deed of sale. This is how it shall proceed. After all, she is mine now, and no one else will hold you accountable." Having spoken, he retrieved 15,000 taels of silver notes from his sleeve and handed them to the owner. The Lin family was affluent, and such sums were hardly a concern, particularly as Shituju had brought him considerable profits. The owner accepted the notes and rose to fetch the deed. "Gongzi, what merit do I possess?" Qingning inquired softly, her eyes glistening, then shifted her tone. "Before meeting you, although my dance was exquisite, few appreciated it." Lin Chu regarded her and gently replied, "I believe your dance is splendid. Once you join the Lin family, I will teach you a dance showcasing your grace to be performed solely for me. Furthermore, if you feel inadequate, simply serve me well. Do whatever I ask, and that shall suffice." Qingning looked at Lin Chu, straightened her posture while remaining in a kneeling position, and scooted closer, bowing her head. "Gongzi, I shall heed your every command. Even if you were to demand my life, I would not falter." With that, she bowed her head, her fair forehead touching the floor, leaving a red mark. Lin Chu did not stop her, gently saying, "Rise. From now on, you belong to the Lin family. I in life, you are mine. In death, you are my ghost. No one shall take you away." "I understand, Gongzi." Qingning bowed once more, and as she rose, tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes growing red. Lin Chu recognized that in this world, how many men are as warm towards women? He could be considered an exception. She returned to his side. Kneeling again to pour tea, Lin Chu gazed at her ethereal beauty and smiled faintly, whispering a few words in her ear, causing her face to flush. She brought the tea to her lips, leaning closer to him. Observing her delicate mouth, Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. Such tea bore a natural fragrance. Utterly enchanting. Chapter 089. Liu Tower. As they departed from the painting boat at Zuiyu Tower, Yuan Hao carried 2 large boxes, which contained Qingning's belongings. Her face was veiled in a white gauze, concealing her features. As the horse-drawn carriage traversed the road, Lin Chu sat cross-legged, with Qingning kneeling beside him and a maid kneeling in front. The night had yet to deepen when the group departed. On one side, the painted boat of Wenxin Tower was anchored, where Nianbai was engrossed in composing music. The maid rushed in, her face etched with urgency. Miss, she exclaimed. Nianbai turned to glance at her. Reproaching, "How can you be so rude? You are too hasty in your actions." "No, miss, I just saw young Master Lin," the maid replied gently. Nianbai froze for a moment, her gaze fixed on the maid's face, and she immediately stood up, ready to rush outside. The maid stopped her, saying, "Miss, do not be so impulsive. Young Master Lin has arrived. How can I not be anxious?" Nianbai retorted, pointing at the maid. The maid chuckled. "He has already left. Did he not arrange to meet tomorrow? You need not worry. Young Master Lin just visited Zuiyu Tower. I inquired and learned that he has redeemed Qingning, reportedly spending 15,000 taels of silver, along with 2 crystal vases." Redeemed? Nianbai was taken aback, her face still shrouded in white gauze, her eyes reflecting a peculiar emotion. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Young Master Lin is deeply affectionate. Qingning has found her liberation. Life in the world of pleasure is invariably bleak. "Miss, do you think young Master Lin would redeem you as well?" the maid inquired. Then shifted her tone. "Young Master Lin is handsome and extraordinarily talented, his poetic prowess unparalleled. Moreover, with Shituju being his, he stands to amass considerable wealth. Many say he will become the wealthiest merchant in Dongzhou, which is quite remarkable. This suggests he may hold an official position in the future, and with a prosperous background, becoming his concubine would be quite advantageous. Shall I prepare your belongings now?" Nianbai pondered. "Over the years, I have saved a sum, approximately 6,000 taels. While not an excessive amount, it is sufficient for preparation. If young Master Lin is willing to redeem me, I shall share some of the burden. After all, once I enter the Lin family, there will be no further opportunity to spend silver, allowing young Master Lin to witness my determination." "Miss, then I shall prepare as well," the maid replied with a smile. Nianbai returned to her seat and brushed her hair, momentarily lost in thought. Lin Chu's willingness to redeem Qingning indeed sparked numerous ideas within her. Lin Chu made his way back to the Lin residence, the night finally enveloping the surroundings. Accompanied by Qingning, he entered the rear courtyard, instructing Qiuzhu to arrange rooms for Qingning and her maid before proceeding to Luo Yunjin's chamber. Luo Yunjin reclined on the couch, languid and soft, with red candles flickering. Her bare feet were delicate and snow-white, one of her calves exposed, glistening from the nourishment of wild ginseng, which had significantly improved her complexion. Upon seeing Lin Chu enter, she slightly rose, a playful smile gracing her lips. "You have returned. I shall attend to your bath." "There is no need. A foot soak will suffice today. We can wash again first thing tomorrow," Lin Chu replied. Shaking his head as he spoke, he gently grasped her small foot, which felt wonderfully soft. Luo Yunjin did not seem to mind. In the past, she would blush, but after repeated encounters, she had grown accustomed to it. Often becoming quite proactive, Lin Chu softly remarked, "I have redeemed Qingning. You two shall meet shortly." "Young master, I will go at once," Luo Yunjin said hurriedly. Lin Chu nodded, watching her don a garment that accentuated her alluring figure. That night, when he lifted Qingning into his arms, her body felt delightfully pliant, one leg elegantly arched behind her head, truly soft to the utmost degree. After a while, she breathed gently, "Young master, Shunjia has taught me some proprieties. Please remember my name, Li Yuelu." Li Yuelu. A lovely name, Lin Chu nodded. Her softness allowed her to assume any position, but as a new affection, Lin Chu naturally cherished her, refraining from excessive actions, instead cradling her and engaging in conversation until she drifted off to sleep. Listening to the wind outside, Lin Chu contemplated and returned to Luo Yunjin's room. She was warm and vibrant, akin to a blazing fire, her enticing figure captivating him. After some time, as Lin Chu's hand rested on her lower back, he gently remarked, "You have perspired quite a lot today. After consuming your ginseng, I feel a fire within me. Thankfully, you are here, making me much more comfortable." Luo Yunjin replied softly, her breath warm and fragrant. Drenched in sweat, she had soaked the bedding, yet the sensation of her skin was exquisite. Lin Chu nodded, "Rest early. Qing Ning, known as Li Yuelu, will manage the Michelin restaurant. The barbecue establishment is not suitable for her. Let her oversee the stir-fry restaurant instead. Young master. She can only manage accounts moving forward, and upon returning, she must attend to the family workshop. Her body cannot endure long distances. She must bind her chest, or else walking becomes uncomfortable. Her skin is too tender. And friction is not pleasant. I wish it were smaller, but alas, you prefer it otherwise," Luo Yunjin replied softly. Lin Chu nodded, "Let us cease the wild ginseng next month. There is no need for further supplementation, as this is already quite perfect. Young master, I shall heed your words, but my skin has improved significantly. Previously, there were some rough patches on my heels, albeit minimal, but now they have vanished, replaced entirely with tender skin," Luo Yunjin gently stated. Lin Chu held her foot and exchanged a few more words. As she fell asleep, Lin Chu returned to Li Yuelu's room, feeling a peculiar sensation within him, prompting him to tidy the main quarters. He resolved to enlarge the bed in the main quarters, allowing Luo Yunjin and Li Yuelu to share it, thus sparing him the need for constant back-and-forth trips. Awakening to the sound of rain outside, Lin Chu rose despite the downpour. Unable to run, he opted for planks and pull-ups. The house featured a central courtyard, where rain drifted down into the well below. The well overflowed, dispersing into surrounding channels. Yet not a drop leaked away, the sound of rain resonating amidst the mugwort scattered around, presumably to ward off mosquitoes. Under the eaves, Lin Chu performed pull-ups, now able to manage over 30 in one go. His strength significantly increased, and he still had energy to spare. His vitality was robust. Having never practiced martial arts, he acknowledged that he should consider training in a discipline. When drenched in sweat, he returned indoors to bathe, attended by Qiuzhu. During the bath, she expressed a hint of grievance. "Young master, yesterday, while you were with the miss, you did not call for me. Qiuzhu, should I not consider you as my personal maid?" Lin Chu inquired. Qiuzhu's eyes sparkled with delight, yet she lowered her head, bashfully responding, "I shall obey all your wishes." Lin Chu chuckled, feeling a youthful exuberance. Chapter 90. Princess Ing Luo in the light rain. The carriage entered the inner city. The rain fell softly and densely, enveloping the entire city of Jinling in a veil of mist, characteristic of the Yongan rains. The streets were bustling with workers clad in raincoats, driving ox carts, and merchants undeterred by the weather. In truth, they were not unafraid of the rain. They simply labored for survival, if not for the need to earn a living. Who would not prefer to enjoy a drink at home? Surrounded by family, Li Yuanqing resided in the inner city, not far from the palace, in a prime location, which, according to the previous generation's standards, could be described as a true golden area. The carriage halted before the Li residence, where Lin Chu alighted, and Lu Qiushui presented an invitation. Yuan Hao accompanied him, retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift from the carriage. Moments later, Li Yuanqing hurried out, smiling upon seeing Lin Chu. "Brother Lin, welcome. Please come inside." Following him, the carriage rolled into the courtyard and parked to one side, with Yuan Hao accompanying Lin Chu into the main hall. Inside, a woman sat gracefully, adorned in a yellow long dress with intricate trim, a headpiece enhancing her allure. "Mother, Brother Lin has come to see you," Li Yuanqing announced with a bow, raising an eyebrow. The woman, setting down her white porcelain teacup, bore a fake fingernail on her pinky finger, adorned with gold, adding a touch of glamour. Lin Chu gazed at her, taken aback. Princess Hahua was remarkably youthful, appearing to be in her 20s, exuding a mature charm and an air of nobility. She was exceptionally fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful, rivaling even Xiao Chu. However, she was the type to keep her emotions concealed. After bowing, Lin Chu said, "I am Lin Chu, the latecomer, paying my respects to the princess. There is no need for such formality. As a friend of Qinger, you are family. Please, take a seat." Princess Hahua waved her hand. Lin Chu rose and gestured to Yuan Hao, who placed the gift down and opened it, revealing a full-length mirror, encased in a wooden frame and supported by a backing. While simple, it was still quite elegant. Upon propping up the mirror, Princess Hahua was momentarily startled, stepping forward to admire her reflection. She stood around 168 centimeters tall, her legs long and graceful. Lin Chu, is this a mirror? Princess Hahua turned to him, slightly puzzled. Lin Chu nodded. Princess, this is a mirror, the largest we have crafted, known as a full-length mirror. It will reflect your beauty. Truly wondrous. This item could be worth a fortune. Lin Chu, you are thoughtful. I adore it. It is indeed convenient and remarkably clear, Princess Hahua remarked, twisting her waist with a hint of feminine allure, embodying the essence of a mature woman. Lin Chu then had Yuan Hao set down several jars of wine. Addressing Li Yuanqing, Brother Li, this is Wuliangya, a gift for Lord Li. For my father. Li Yuanqing replied, taken aback, before inquiring, what about me? This wine is exquisite. You must send me a few jars as well. Lin Chu chuckled. If Brother Li wishes to drink, I shall have someone deliver it tomorrow. Li Yuanqing nodded and exchanged a glance with Lin Chu before turning to see Princess Hahua still admiring herself in the mirror. After a moment, she sighed and said, Qing'er, please bring the mirror into my chamber, and you must oversee it personally to ensure the servants do not shatter it. It is a divine object. Li Yuanqing turned to leave, allowing two attendants to carry the mirror away, while Lin Chu took a seat beside Princess Hahua. She had tea served and then gently remarked, Lin Chu, you are quite thoughtful. This mirror is exquisite. You are the poet sage of the Eastern Zhou, with unparalleled talent. I did not expect you to be so handsome as well. You are destined to become a prominent minister in the Eastern Zhou. In the future, do come often to my residence, for I wish to discuss poetry with you. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. I shall certainly pay visits in the future. Is Lord Li not at home today? Lin Chu inquired. Princess Hahua lifted her cup and took a sip, her crimson lips gracing the white porcelain rim, her gaze somewhat distant. When she set the cup down, she softly replied, he is attending court. The emperor is diligent in governance. And as a minister, it is our duty to alleviate his burdens. Your Highness speaks rightly. Lin Chu nodded, though he felt a twinge of caution. Princess Hahua was not as simple as he had imagined. Her composure was indeed befitting someone who had lived many years in the inner palace. Initially, Lin Chu had assumed she would be a spoiled and naive woman, easy to engage with, but her eloquence was unexpectedly high. Princess Hahua glanced at him, her eyes adorned with makeup, raising an eyebrow. Embodying a certain regal grace. Lin Chu, the poem you penned previously, the one you composed during the courtesan competition, was truly marvelous, capturing the joys and sorrows of womanhood. I wonder, upon seeing me, if you were inspired enough to compose a new piece? She inquired. Lin Chu, with a serious demeanor, replied, Indeed, I have a poem. May I ask your name, Your Highness? Zhaoing Luo, she responded. Lin Chu nodded, took a moment to reflect, and then directly transcribed a poem. Ing Luo, daughter of Eastern Zhou, hailing from the purple gold mountain, her beauty eclipses both past and present. The lotus flower shies from her jade-like visage. This poem belonged to the poet sage. Lin Chu had made slight modifications, taking inspiration from the occasion. Princess Hahua paused, turning to look at Lin Chu with a newfound expression before breaking into a smile. How intriguing! This poem possesses a grand air and fits the occasion remarkably well. The title of poet sage is indeed well-deserved. Yet, it seems to evoke a sense of incompleteness, as if the poem is unfinished. If it could be completed, it would surely be even better. Your Highness is correct. Although I possess some poetic talent, I can only reach this point for now. If I can complete it in the future, I shall transcribe it and present it to you, Lin Chu replied gently. Princess Hahua nodded and beckoned to someone behind her. Bring forth 2 deer bestowed upon us by the palace, along with 2 Tianshan snow lotuses to present to Master Lin Chu. I am deeply grateful, Your Highness, but I cannot accept such gifts, Lin Chu said, rising to bow. Princess Hahua waved her hand dismissively. I truly cherish the mirror you gifted me. It is the finest present I have received in a decade. Coupled with this poem, it warrants a reward. However, I have little of suitable worth at home, so let these suffice for now. I shall have the palace send additional gifts later, which I will have Qing'er deliver to you. Lin Chu expressed his thanks and took his leave. Not bothering to bid farewell to Li Yuanqing, it was clear that Princess Hahua had dismissed him with the intent of speaking privately. On his way back, Lin Chu found himself in possession of a box. A stone case with 2 sizable deer hanging in the back of the carriage. In truth, Given the Lin family's wealth, they had ample deer at home, but Tianshan snow lotuses were rare indeed. Such items are surely beneficial for women. He intended to present them to Luo Yunjin and Li Yuelu to enhance their complexion. Upon his return home, it was nearly noon. Lin Chu instructed someone to prepare the deer meat, and they feasted on braised venison for lunch. He had initially wished to speak with Li Shang regarding the Holy Wine Alliance, yet it seemed he would need to find another opportunity. Perhaps he could seek out Xiao Chuchu. Her father was the Minister of Justice, and he could certainly address matters concerning the alliance. However, the Ning family was not inclined to engage with him, making it difficult to meet Xiao Chuchu's father. Chapter 091. Compassion. Within the inner courtyard, Lin Chu entered and set down his oil paper umbrella. A window on one side was open, allowing a cool breeze to flow in. Luo Yunjin could not move about much, so she must be in her room organizing accounts. Li Yuelu, whose new melon was just beginning to ripen, should also be resting. He pushed open the door and discovered her lying on the couch. She wore a thin dress, her feet adorned in delicate stockings, newly made silk, reaching up to her thighs. Lin Chu glanced over, a smile creeping onto his face, before quietly exiting to check on Luo Yunjin. Presenting her with a Tianshan snow lotus. Zhanzhan, this is a Tianshan snow lotus. It can nourish your body. Once you cease taking ginseng, you should consume it. It should improve your complexion, Lin Chu said softly. Luo Yunjin was taken aback. Tianshan snow lotus? This is a rare treasure. Indeed, but rare treasures are meant to be consumed, Lin Chu replied, shaking his head as he took her small foot in his hand. She wore no stockings, her skin soft and tender, akin to Li Yuelu awoke in the afternoon, also receiving a Tianshan snow lotus. Her stockings had been prepared by Luo Yunjin, and her legs were much slimmer. Long and delicate, the stockings tightly hugging her skin, revealing hints of her flesh. However, due to the lack of elasticity, they did not achieve the desired effect. By evening, he went to see Nianbai. As he ascended the stairs, her maid personally guided him into the room. Nianbai was not wearing a veil, her face illuminated in the light. She rose and bowed to Lin Chu, gently expressing, "Thank you, Master Lin, for your assistance. Without you, I would have had no chance at the title of courtesan. Miss Nianbai, you are being modest. Your talent is undeniable. A lesser person would not even qualify for the competition." Lin Chu waved his hand dismissively. Seating himself cross-legged, Nianbai knelt before him and softly said, "Master, I hear you redeemed Qing Ning for a sum of 15,000 taels of silver." "That is indeed the case. Qing Ning is a tragic soul. And of course, you too are a tragic soul. Everyone here is, yet, changing that reality is no simple task." Lin Chu shrugged, his gaze resting on Nianbai, raising an eyebrow. "Tonight, I shan't witness your performance. Let us converse about everyday matters instead, such as your past and your life." "Me?" Nianbai paused, then sighed softly. "No one has ever shown interest in my past. They only care for my talents and my body. You are truly a unique person. Master, I feel that someone like you genuinely cares for women, possessing a kind of compassion." Lin Chu was taken aback, then realized, who cares about the past of a courtesan in this day and age? They merely wish to see if she is alluring enough, whether her figure is appealing, how sweetly she can call out, and so forth. Moreover, whether they can bed her. In this era, no one cares what a woman thinks or why she has fallen into such a life. For men of this time, regardless of the reason, if a woman has descended into such circumstances, it is seen as an opportunity, always a good fortune. Reflecting on this, he sighed, "You too are a pitiable person. I require no compassion, Master. I also hail from the teaching court. Most of us with talents originate from there, and my ancestors were once of an official household. Only such families would cultivate many talents, and my lineage is a military family. Having fallen to this state is naturally due to the struggles within the court. Once they lost power, other factions suppressed us, weaving false charges against us. Once defeated, there is no chance of rising again. Yet I do not wallow in self-pity." Nianbai spoke softly. Lin Chu was taken aback, his gaze revealing a hint of surprise as he asked, "Why do you not wallow in self-pity?" "Because I have experienced glory, enjoying many opportunities afforded by my grandfather and father's status. Once one has enjoyed such privileges, one must pay the price for their past indulgences," Nianbai replied calmly. Lin Chu fell silent, recognizing the depth of her understanding. He looked at her and said, "I would also redeem you. Would you be willing?" "I would." Nianbai bowed deeply, kneeling there and prostrating herself in gratitude. Her figure was somewhat slender. As she bowed, her back remained straight, accentuating her delicate waist. "Master, I have always wished to redeem myself, yet the conditions are rather stringent, requiring the involvement of a reputable person as a guarantor. Hence, I lack the capability. Knowing that you redeemed Qingning yesterday, I have already discussed with our master today. The master has set a condition of 20,000 taels of silver, along with a rare treasure. Nianbai spoke softly, then shifted her tone. I did not know whether you would be willing to redeem me at that moment. I thought if you were not inclined. My current funds were insufficient, so I would borrow 5,000 taels first and ask you to act as a guarantor. Now that you are willing to redeem me, I am exceedingly pleased and shall serve you forever. Very well. Summon your master. This matter can be easily resolved. Lin Chu smiled. Nianbai's maid promptly rose and hurried away. Her maid, named Yuan, was strikingly beautiful, possessing a unique charm. When the master arrived, Yuan Hao stood beside Lin Chu. Holding a package, Lin Chu said nothing more, glancing at Yuan Hao as he set the package down. Lin Chu opened it and gently stated, Master, within are 2 crystal vases, exceedingly rare, with boundless future value. You may accept them. Then I shall prepare 10,000 taels of silver for you. And this matter will be concluded. Tonight, I will take Nianbai back with me. What do you think? The gaze of the proprietor settled upon the glass vase, its design quite exquisite, a rarity in this era. However, after the auction, it is believed that such vases will become more prevalent, yet it remains a coveted treasure. Indeed, this is truly a remarkable object. The proprietor of Zuiyu Tower has also obtained such a rarity and has been boasting about it to me for half the day. I must admit, I am quite envious, however. Tomorrow I shall take these 2 exquisite items to show him. Thank you, young Master Lin. This is of great significance to me, the proprietor exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Lin Chu then produced another 10,000 taels in banknotes and handed them to him before turning to Nianbai. All right, gather your belongings. We shall depart shortly. I will take you home. Nianbai and the maid Yuandai began to collect their things. The proprietor clasped his fists together in a gesture of respect, bowing slightly before hastily departing, clearly unable to contain his excitement. Nianbai had quite a few belongings, totaling 3 wooden chests and several bundles. Yuan Hao carried the items, and the group boarded the carriage. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough, allowing Nianbai and the maid Yuandai to kneel comfortably in front of Lin Chu, with ample room to spare. As night enveloped them, Nianbai lifted the carriage curtain, her gaze falling upon the painted boat of Wenxin Tower, a place where she had lived for many years. Suddenly departing filled her heart with myriad emotions. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as Lin Chu inquired, What is the matter? Are you reluctant to leave? No, it is simply that I am deeply moved. If you had not taken me away, I fear I would never have the chance to leave in this lifetime, so I am truly grateful to you, young Master Lin, Nianbai replied softly, her eyes reddening further. Chapter 092. White Dew. Lin Chu's hand gently brushed against her calf, giving it a few light pats. There will be ample time for gratitude in the future. There is no need to rush, he said with a slight smile, beckoning her with a finger. Nianbai adjusted her dress at the waist, smoothing it against her knees before moving closer to Lin Chu. He leaned in and whispered softly in her ear, If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then simply listen to me well in the future. Of course, I shall heed the young master, Nianbai replied in a low voice, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Lin Chu wrapped his arm around her waist, and she leaned into his embrace. Nianbai's waist was slender, fitting the standards of a courtesan, though the most exaggerated figure belonged to Liu Tower. She possessed a truly delicate waist and rounded hips, with long legs to boot. Thus, Lin Chu decided to pass on the dance, Mei, from his previous life to her. When she performed it, her alluring demeanor would surely captivate all. Luo Yun was indeed soft. While Liu Tower's waist was noteworthy, and Nianbai's charm lay in her temperament, as for Qingwen, she was exceptionally beautiful, while Xiao Chuchu blended both grace and softness. Wanwan, too, was soft and possessed a remarkably slender waist. But most importantly, she had an innate allure. Speaking of inner allure, Xiao Chuchu also embodied this quality, being somewhat sweaty. Their union would surely be intoxicating. Upon returning to Lin Mansion, Nianbai was utterly exhausted. Lin Chu's hands had never been idle. To him, she held no secrets. He praised her for her remarkably smooth and soft skin, her slender waist and flat abdomen, marking her as a top-tier beauty. However, when it came to the pinnacle of beauty, Shabai from Taohua Tower took the crown, with golden hair akin to sunlight and an unbeatable figure. Such differences were innate, of course, from Lin Chu's observation. Luo Yun was likely superior to her, but comparisons could only be made by having the two lie side by side. Upon entering the room, Lin Chu introduced Nianbai to Luo Yun, and Liu Tower was already familiar with her. Resulting in a joyful reunion. As they settled in for the night, Lin Chu embraced Luo Yun and Liu Tower, refraining from approaching Nianbai. Luo Yun's figure was voluptuous, while Liu Tower's legs were long and slender. The soft sounds of women filled the air, each voice distinct yet equally enchanting. Lin Chu had the bed remade, though it would take some time, as the beds in the mansion were somewhat small. He planned to place a larger bed in the room and convert the space underneath into a heated platform for warmth in winter. Liu Tower was glistening with sweat, droplets dotting her legs. The fragrance wafting through the air. Luo Yun, too, was in a state of perspiration, her vitality evident, leaving her soaked and looking as if she had just emerged from water. This sensation was utterly exquisite. Lin Chu relished such an ambience, especially with her natural scent, reminiscent of honey, a most delightful experience. Upon awakening, Liu Tower and Luo Yun were still asleep, their postures contrasting. Luo Yun's supine form was truly enviable, as she preferred to lie flat, unable to rest her head on the pillow while tightly clutching Lin Chu's arm. In contrast, Liu Tower curled up like a kitten, sleeping on her side beside Lin Chu, her legs entwined with his. Slowly rising, Lin Chu exhaled softly, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Nevertheless, he proceeded to exercise, jogging and performing pull-ups. The examination was approaching next month, and he needed to study, but he also had to meet with the hidden sect in the evening. Leaving him somewhat anxious, upon returning to his room, Nianbai was already awake, dressed in a bright white gown. "Young master, I shall attend to your bath," she said, observing the perspiration on his brow. Lin Chu nodded in acceptance. She was now his, and it was only fitting for her to serve him. The maid Yuandai prepared the water, and as Lin Chu settled into the tub, both women assisted him in bathing. The scent of soap, reminiscent of locust flower, filled the air with a refreshing aroma, as Yuandai washed his body while Nianbai took care of his hair. Lin Chu squinted and inquired, "Xiao Bai, what is your true name?" "I am called Xiu Bailu." "Born on the day of white dew," Nianbai replied. Lin Chu was taken aback. The Qiu family? That surname was not common, though it seemed more prevalent in the northern Qi region. After bathing, Yuandai's face remained flushed, as she had never served a man in such a manner. Once he emerged from the bath, the two women dried him off, and Lin Chu merely raised his arms, revealing a physique devoid of excess fat, showcasing well-defined muscles. After changing into a robe, Lin Chu playfully pinched Qiu Bailu's cheek, smiling slightly. "Tonight, you shall warm my bed, and in the future, we shall address each other as equals." "Young master, I shall remember," Qiu Bailu replied with a smile. Her cheeks still flushed, as Lin Chu stepped outside. Yu Shaoqing approached him and softly said, "Young master, we have transported 3,000 jars of wine. They are now stored in the warehouse. Take 300 jars and send them to Guanyunchang. We must honor our promise. Also, dispatch another 300 to the Michelin restaurant," Lin Chu instructed. Nodding, Yu Shaoqing acknowledged this and continued, "Young master, the auction is approaching. Should we send a batch to the auction house? I have already prepared 100 boxes specifically for the auction. The contents are not in jars, but in glass bottles. Deliver these to Yu Rong and have him arrange it. The boxes are of my own design, and the wine should be of a higher proof, more fragrant. Please see to it," Lin Chu said softly. Yu Shaoqing nodded. "I will make the arrangements. Young master, Dao Gu has good potential. He requires wild ginseng to enhance his speed." "Just fetch it," Lin Chu waved his hand, not overly concerned, while Yu Shaoqing sighed. Smiling as he said, "Rest assured, young master. In less than 2 years, I can present you with a 7th grade master, and there is even a chance for an 8th grade. "I shall look forward to it," Lin Chu replied. A hint of intrigue in his expression. Why Yu Shaoqing chuckled, exuding a scholarly demeanor, yet Lin Chu perceived an underlying lewdness in him. As he surveyed the surroundings, Wang Dachui was diligently practicing martial arts, his group full of vigor. Nodding in approval, Lin Chu returned to his study and penned a letter to Xiao Chu. Their opportunities to meet were scarce, so correspondence was necessary. Recently, Xiao Chu had been writing to him frequently, nearly 2 letters a day, expressing her longing. Lin Chu also responded, albeit less often, typically every other day, occasionally writing daily. After composing the letter, Lin Chu pondered his upcoming tasks, feeling increasingly anxious. That night, he would face the entire hidden sect. He was unsure if the swordsman would be capable, and whether Yuan Hao should accompany him, or if he should bring Yuan Ong along as well. Chapter 093. The Phoenix's Cry by the Qinhuai River. Painted boats were docked along the shore, their red lanterns swaying. Warming the night. The breeze was gentle yet cool. On the painted boat of Chuani Tower, Lin Chu sat cross-legged on the couch, exuding an air of ease. Beside him knelt a swordsman, while a slender man lounged on the opposite side. The man appeared quite casual, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, though he was exceedingly thin, possessing a certain charm as he lazily held a wine jug. Yuan Hao sat beside him, wearing a broad smile. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Lin Chu felt speechless. So this was Yuan Hao's senior brother. The last time he had sought to take away Yongan, it was to show him. This fellow hailed from the Hongyuan sect and was evidently a lecher. Lu Qiushui sat a bit farther away. Lin Chu had brought her along for safety, given they were on the hidden sect's territory. Opposite him sat 5 individuals, 4 women and 1 man. Yongan was present, clad in purple, exuding an enchanting allure, while Ruri was also there, along with 2 other stunning women. The man was Yu Qingyao from Shiyu Tower, his gaze fixed on Lin Chu, harboring unspoken intentions. A series of footsteps echoed as a figure entered through the doorway, accompanied by the delicate chime of bells, resonating with a crisp clarity and a faint waft of fragrance. Subsequently, a woman stepped inside. Appearing to be under 30, clad in a flowing red gown, with crimson brows accentuating her striking eyes, exuding an extraordinary beauty laced with an air of authority. She was barefoot, her alabaster feet glimpsed beneath her skirt, adding to her captivating allure. Upon entering, she turned to cast a glance at Lin Chu, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with a hint of frost, piercingly clear. "I have met the sect master." Yongan and her entourage of 5 rose in unison to pay their respects to the woman. Lin Chu, however, remained unfazed, merely nodding, while the knight and Yuan Hao's senior brother also inclined their heads toward her. Only Yuan Hao appeared oblivious, his expression dull and vacant, a true reflection of his nature. The woman took her seat at the main position opposite Lin Chu, kneeling as she did so, her aura radiating a vast and formidable energy that left Lin Chu feeling a sense of trepidation. "Young Master Lin. I am Yun Luo, the sect master of the hidden sect. Our meeting today is at the behest of the knight, to address the grievances between our sect and yourself," she stated calmly, her voice chillingly cold. Lin Chu clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Sect Master Yun, the discord between us was initiated by your sect. Initially, Yongan lured me with her beauty and then administered the 5-stone powder, which is addictive, resulting in my declining health. I understand your intent to harm me was driven by your desire for the Lin family's wealth, making your motives anything but pure. Thus the fault lies with you. Young Master Lin, you have not suffered any harm, so even if we have ulterior motives, they are of no consequence." Yun Luo replied softly, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Lin Chu fixed his eyes upon her, stating, "Sect Master Yun, we operate on the principles of cause and effect. You have wronged me, and even if I have not suffered harm, enmity has already been established. How can it be dismissed as inconsequential? Upon meeting Yongan again, she even attempted to kill me. You must provide me with an explanation for this, or our grievances will remain unresolved." Yun Luo fell silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the individuals beside her. "Sect Master, the responsibility for this matter lies with me. I am willing to accept young Master Lin's punishment, independent of the sect," Yongan said with a respectful bow to Yun Luo. Yun Luo waved her hand dismissively. "You represent the hidden sect, not merely yourself." At this point, she raised her brows and looked at Lin Chu. "Young Master Lin, in light of the knight and the Hunyuan sect standing, our hidden sect will henceforth refrain from engaging in conflict with you. As long as you are present, we will not take action against you. For the prior incident, we are willing to compensate you with 10 maidservants and 20,000 taels of silver. How does that sound?" "Sect Master Yun, I have no interest in maidservants and can forego the silver as well as I wish for a cessation of hostilities between myself and the hidden sect. But what I truly desire is the soft body technique of your sect," Lin Chu replied solemnly. In truth, he had not known of the existence of the soft body technique until it was mentioned by Yu Shaoqing. This revelation made Lin Chu realize he had underestimated Yu Shaoqing, who indeed had a profound understanding of the martial world. Yun Luo was momentarily taken aback, while Yongan raised her eyebrows, exclaiming, "Impossible! The soft body technique is a closely guarded secret of our hidden sect. How could it be shared with others?" "A closely guarded secret? Are you certain? With so many disciples in the hidden sect over the years, it has undoubtedly been leaked. After all, it is merely a technique suited for women, not men. Moreover, compared to the Chinese technique of the Wuzong or the Hunyuan force of the Hunyuan sect, The soft body technique is hardly rare, and my pursuit of this technique is solely for the benefit of the women around me, Lin Chu remarked lightly. To the side, Yu Qingyao smiled softly. Young Master Lin is quite the strategist. During the courtesan competition, why did you suppress Miss Rui? The Chuani Tower invested considerable effort to elevate her to the status of courtesan. This would greatly benefit their business. How do you intend to address this matter? Mr. Yu, are you also a member of the hidden sect? Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. Why? Yu Qingyao shook his head. Certainly not. I am from the CU Tower. Then what is your business here? I am discussing matters with the hidden sect. You may listen. But if you are here to lend a fist, you may act as the hidden sect commands, and do not interrupt unnecessarily. Lin Chu huffed dismissively, his demeanor proud, while a flicker of anger crossed Yu Qingyao's face. Lin Chu, however, paid him no mind and continued to focus on Yun Luo, saying, Sect Master Yun, I do not wish to digress. What do you say to my proposal? Regarding Miss Rui, my actions were not suppressive, rather. I believe Nian Bai and Qing Ning are superior. Miss Rui's musical skills are still lacking compared to Ing Yang. Young Master Lin, the sect's ultimate techniques cannot be divulged. If what you seek is a seductive skill, I can offer you a technique from a century ago, the foaming technique, inherited from the foaming sect, Yun Luo stated gently. Lin Chu glanced at the knight, who moved his lips, using secretive communication. The foaming technique is regarded as the most powerful seduction art in the world. A century ago, the foaming sect was one of the most powerful sects, having once surpassed both the Wuzong and Hunyuan sect. However, the foaming sect angered a supreme martial saint, who, along with several others, annihilated its entire upper echelon. The remaining disciples were either captured by other sects or killed, leading to the sect's disappearance, yet the foaming technique has survived. Unfortunately, without a sect to guide them, most are unable to cultivate it. It seems to require a catalyst, and many in the martial world possess this technique, which is not surprising. Lin Chu nodded, poised to speak when Yun Luo interjected softly, Young Master Lin, the foaming technique in our possession is the original, while what others have are copies. The original is the true heritage of the foaming sect, crafted from unique materials, making it exceedingly valuable. I personally believe this may be related to the catalyst, and I am certain it holds some worth. Earlier, I noticed the knight's lips move. He was likely using secretive communication. Although I do not know the content, I can roughly guess its nature. Correct? Chapter 94, Sword Heart Sect. Lin Chu's heart sank. This woman was indeed formidable. Beside him, Ing Yang and Rui glared at him with unfriendly expressions. Lin Chu smiled faintly, a radiant grin, recalling the kick he had delivered to Ing Yang's posterior. Sect Master Yun, the matter cannot be concealed from you, however, the fault lies with you. The foaming technique is hardly a rare treasure. It is everywhere, and even the original should be of little use. Otherwise, your hidden sect would have long been among the foremost sects in the world. Sect Master Yun, your sincerity is lacking. You must raise the stakes, or it will not suffice. Lin Chu stated calmly, while the coldness in Ing Yang's eyes deepened, her gaze seeming to bore into Lin Chu. Why Yu Qingyao also appeared unfriendly, yet Yuan Hao's senior brother surveyed the group, his gaze heavy, rendering everyone motionless. Yun Luo nodded and waved her hand to summon a beautiful woman, who rose to present a box to Lin Chu. Upon opening it, Lin Chu discovered a scroll made of sheepskin, somewhat ancient. And as he unfurled it, he found approximately 300 words inscribed, alongside 12 illustrations depicting intimate scenes between men and women, reminiscent of spring palace paintings. As Lin Chu reached out to touch it, his interest piqued. This object seemed to possess some significance. The scroll bore the words, foaming technique, and after accepting it, he looked up at Yun Luo. Just as she was about to speak, Ing Yang's voice cut in, Young Master Lin, would adding me to the deal suffice? You? I cannot accept you. Having you by my side would be a constant threat to my life, so you are out. Rui is also unsuitable, as she is capable of martial arts. And I would surely be at a disadvantage. Of course, no female disciple of the hidden sect will do, as I do not wish to harbor hidden dangers. I prefer alternative conditions, for I am a cautious person, Lin Chu stated earnestly. Ing Yang gritted her teeth, her eyes resembling a predator's, but Lin Chu remained unperturbed, his demeanor tranquil. Yun Luo nodded, responding gently, very well. We have recently apprehended a remarkable woman from the Jianghu, not one of our sect. She hails from the Shiliang Sword Heart sect, and we expended considerable resources to capture her, resulting in significant casualties, including the loss of an 8th grade elder. Surely, her worth is sufficient. Sword Heart sect? Lin Chu was taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, he heard the knight's voice urging, You must agree. Very well. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow, then smiled broadly, addressing Yun Luo. In that case, we shall be friends henceforth. It is only fitting to support the Chuani Tower. Yun Luo smiled in return. Since we are friends. Young Master Lin, why not compose a poem for our Rui? You are renowned as the poet saint of Dongzhou, and your verses would undoubtedly elevate our Chuani Tower's reputation, which is quite significant for us. No problem. But I lack inspiration at the moment, so we shall discuss this later, Lin Chu replied with a smile. He and Yun Luo exchanged sincere glances, and Yun Luo nodded. Then we will not detain you any longer. Young Master Lin may depart at his leisure. We will ensure the woman is delivered to your residence later to avoid any danger to you. Lin Chu clasped his fists in thanks and promptly took his leave. As he exited the painted boat, he turned to the knight, who remarked softly, "The Sword Heart sect is one of the 5 great sects of the world, immensely powerful. If we can forge a good relationship with them, it would greatly benefit you. Their influence is formidable, and having their protection would be worth more than an army of 1,000. If the Sword Heart sect is so powerful, how dare the hidden sect provoke them?" Lin Chu exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out. The hidden sect's decision to hand someone over to him seemed laden with ill intent. If he were to provoke the Sword Heart sect, it would spell tremendous trouble. The knight cast a glance at him and pondered, "Indeed, young master, your perspective on this matter is quite distinct from mine. It appears I have underestimated the situation. The hidden sect, for all its cunning, would not dare provoke the Sword Heart sect. They lack the fortitude for such a venture. However, there is no need for you to be concerned. Once we have the individual in our possession, we can directly communicate with the Sword Heart sect. As long as we return the person, all will be well. The Sword Heart sect is known for its clear delineation of gratitude and enmity. The individual you saved will undoubtedly express their gratitude, which will work to your advantage. It is indeed a favorable circumstance. I cannot shake off a sense of unease. The audacity of the hidden sect suggests 2 possibilities. Either they have gained the support of the Eastern Zhou court, which would undoubtedly exert pressure from within the palace, or there are upheavals in Xilyang. Perhaps the Sword Heart sect has angered some powerful faction, thus emboldening the hidden sect. In any case, there must be formidable forces at play behind this affair, Lin Chu remarked softly, a hint of discontent shadowing his expression. The knight was taken aback, looking at him with astonishment, and sighed. "I now realize how astute the strategist is, young master. You ought to remain within the stronghold. This will undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for us. With your assistance, returning to Nanjing would not merely be a dream. I shall certainly speak to the chief and insist that you be wed into our clan. By no means. I am the sole scion of the Lin family. How could I possibly become a son-in-law? I would rather perish." Lin Chu vehemently shook his head. The knight fell into a thoughtful silence before earnestly suggesting, "Then I shall persuade the chief to marry her to you. If you can restore our former prestige, the young lady ought to join us. There is no need for such sacrifices. We are friends. In the future, should you require assistance, remember to seek me out, and I shall lend my utmost support," Lin Chu replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face, though he soon sighed. "Yet we should seriously contemplate the matters concerning the Sword Heart sect. This situation is indeed quite challenging. There is no need for alarm. Young master, as long as we have the individual in our grasp, handing them over will pose no problem. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, both Duanku and I can vouch for you," the knight reassured him. Shaking his head with an air of nonchalance, Lin Chu inquired, "Who is Duanku?" "Young master, he is my senior brother," Yuan Hao interjected loudly from the side. Duanku then clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lin Chu. "Thank you for taking care of Yuan Hao. The Lin family is quite influential, and I am confident he will be well cared for. Although the martial prowess of our Hongyuan sect is formidable, it demands an abundance of resources. Rest assured. Brother Duan, with me around, Yuan Hao could consume 3 sheep a day without issue," Lin Chu declared with conviction. Yuan Hao's eyes sparkled, and he scampered to Lin Chu's side, cheerfully stating, "Young master, I cannot possibly eat 3 sheep in a day. 2 would suffice. Starting tomorrow, how about 2 sheep a day? I promise to serve you diligently. If there are no sheep, I shall settle for steamed buns, consuming 300 of them daily." "That sounds perfectly agreeable," Lin Chu nodded. "This is characteristic of the Hongyuan sect, as it requires a significant amount of resources, which explains why there are no portly members. Each one is lean and fit. In contrast, those who are stout are often envied, for it signifies ample strength and resources, earning them respect and awe.